Chapter 1, Meeting a Gold-Digging Woman on a Blind Date. Luxury car stuns everyone. Jiangnan City, a Western restaurant. Do you have a room? Do you have a car?
Zhang San Crazy had just sat down when he was stunned by the soul-torturing questions from his blind date.
I'm in a hurry. There are 18 other blind dates today, so let's be clear. The house must be big, 200 square meters in the city center. Because I have a pet dog and need enough space to move around. The car is at least 1 million BBA. After all, it's too cheap to drive out without face. Zhang Sanfeng frowned and glanced at the woman. He was almost shocked to the core. The woman's face was full of freckles. Her thick lips were coated with lipstick, and her fat thighs were taut with black silk, resembling a lost woman from the outskirts of the city. What kind of vision does Aunt Chen have? This is what she calls a quality single young woman. Quality? Single? Young woman? Anytime this woman got a little bit of it, it was considered Zhang San Crazy's loss. As an international metropolis, Jiangnan City's housing prices in the downtown area are among the highest in the world. 1 square meter costs 200,000 yuan. 200 square meters will cost 40 million, plus 1 million for a car. And a pet dog that lives better than even Zhang Sanfan? I'll take the liberty of asking, what's your monthly income? Zhang San Crazy still had fantasies. If it was a rich woman he would have tolerated it. Manny Wang instantly lifted her chest and said confidently, count myself as an independent woman. I earn $3,000 a month. Right, what kind of work do you do? Zhang San Crazy said frankly, I'm a deliveryman. Wang Manny instantly stood up, pointing at Zhang San Crazy and despising. What kind of blind date are you? A delivery man? Wasting this fairy's time. Zhang San Crazy was speechless. You're simply a toad trying to eat swan meat. Piss me off. This fairy casually purchases things once for more than $100,000. What are you taking to feed me? True down head. Big speechless event. Ding. Super loser system binding in. Binding successful. Will the host receive the opening gift package? What the hell? Super loser system. Zhang San Crazy usually relied on reading novels to pass the time after delivering takeaways. He could be too familiar with the system. It's finally my turn. The sudden arrival of the system caused Zhang San Crazy's blood to boil. In just a moment, he adapted. Claim. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Lamborghini Venom convertible, worth $200 million, and comes with $5,000 of gas. The car has been dispatched from the nearest 4S store and will arrive in about 5 minutes. I throw. A supercar worth $200 million. Lamborghini Venom, or the convertible version. Excited heart. Trembling hands. Zhang San Crazy glanced at his cell phone, and sure enough, he received a text message. Dear user, your account received a transfer of $5,000. The bottom of his heart was also in awe. This system was too thoughtful and actually gave $5,000 of gas money. Hey, Toad, why don't you roll? Could it be? Still want this fairy to roll with you? Wang Manny said with extreme disgust. Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. I'm waiting for my car. I'll send it over right away. Wang Manny seemed as if she had heard a heavenly joke. Just you, and a car. It can't be a two-wheeled battery car, right? Where's your car? Why isn't it here yet? Has the battery been stolen? Just when Manny Wang was being aggressive with her teeth and claws, an exclamation suddenly came from outside the restaurant. I'll go. This car is the Lamborghini Venom that is limited to 10 units worldwide. Hiss. More than that, it's also the convertible version that is the only one of its kind. The normal version is 100 million. This convertible version must be 200 million. Just at this moment, the door of the restaurant store was pushed open. A man in a black suit ran in, bowed deeply, and said, Mr. Zhang, the car you ordered from our store has been delivered. Please sign for it. The man in the suit held the car keys in a very respectful manner. Manny Wang was petrified on the spot. Her eyes stared blankly at the car label on the car keys. Lamborghini. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a delivery boy afford a sports car? Manny Wang hissed like a madman. The restaurant was instantly silent. The sound could be heard even if a pin was dropped. The next second, snickers rose and fell. Laughing my ass off. Rich second generation punching a gold-digging woman in the face. That woman doesn't have any self-awareness. I feel disgusted. Deserved it. Moo up. I wonder who's the young master again, out to experience life by pretending to be poor. Zhang Sanfeng took the car keys and said, Thank you. The man in the suit was flattered and hurriedly said, It's my honor to serve you. After saying that, he jogged all the way to pull open the restaurant door for Zhang San Crazy. I won't take advantage of you either. AA for this meal. Zhang San Crazy casually pulled out a few $100 bills and threw them at Wang Manny's face. Afterward, it was ready to leave. Oh, handsome, don't go. Manny Wang revealed a false smile and stopped San Crazy Zhang, saying, I just wanted to test whether you love me or not. You passed the test with flying colors. I think you deserve me. I go. Is this the benefit of having more wealth and billions of dollars? Looking at Wang Manny, who had a big change in attitude, Zhang San crazy sneered. What do I love about you? Love that you are ugly and want to be beautiful? Love that you earn $3,000 a month? A woman like you will never find a man in your life. Zhang San crazy left without mercy. Wang Manny's heart was filled with remorse, and her eyes were lifeless as she sat paralyzed on the ground, tearing her heart and lungs out and wailing. Even if she had a slightly better attitude, perhaps she would not have missed this marriage. In the bottom of his heart, he was so remorseful. Zhang San crazy had just stepped out of the store when he saw a group of people gathered around, staring enviously at the Lamborghini Venom. As an international metropolis, Jiangnan City is full of rich people, with million-dollar luxury cars running all over the place. However, the limited edition billion-dollar supercar that symbolizes status, there is only one. Zhang Sanfeng took a deep breath to calm his inner excitement, slowly walking towards Lamborghini Venom. Hey, don't squeeze me. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? A man in a suit said. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and took out the key and gently pressed it. Drip. Yachty's same unlocking sound. Lamborghini Venom's sharp lights flashed twice, the scissor doors automatically rose, and Zhang San crazy drilled in and closed the door. The surrounding people were filled with astonishment. That youth was dressed so shabbily, although he was a little bit handsome, but how could he look at it? He was not the owner of a billion-dollar sports car. Boom! The engine of the sports car erupted with a roaring sound. It was as if a lion had awakened, emitting a majestic aura. The crowd all trembled and made way. After all, if they were hit, the injury is small. The car even just knocked off a little paint cannot afford to pay off. Subsequently, in the crowd envy, surprised, shocked look, the sports car issued a beast-like whistling, whoosha rush on the road. Lamborghini Venom aura is powerful, exudes a king of the air. The rest of the car did not dare to approach, all the way unimpeded. Like a gust of wind, it sped through the busy streets of Jiangnan City. This is what I call a car, Zhang Sanji exclaimed. Sure enough, life was like rape. Since you can't resist it, just enjoy it openly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of hitting a gold-digging woman in the face, and obtaining a low-grade treasure chest. Please choose whether to put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Chapter 2, $10 billion hotel ownership. Chance encounter with anchor Lolita. A low-level treasure chest? Zhang San crazy said without thinking. Open it immediately. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to own Rongxing Hotel. The corners of Zhang San crazy's mouth trembled. Just this? Just this outrageous. Rongxing Hotel was located in the center of Jiangnan, a super 5-star luxury hotel. It costs at least $10,000 a day. The total value is over $10 billion, and as a well-known building in China, it's not for sale at all. Zhang San crazy suddenly turned the car around and sped towards the Rongxing Hotel, and on the other side, the management team of Rongxing Hotel was shocked. They had just received the news that the hotel had been purchased by the mysterious tycoon for the full amount. The headquarters had already evacuated the top management. The mysterious tycoon would be here soon. A middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and said, "All personnel, immediately go downstairs to greet the new boss." The crowd looked shocked. They were naturally very clear as hotel insiders. The total value of Rongxing Hotel was over $10 billion. The average tycoon simply couldn't swallow it. What's more, Rongxing Hotel is the property of real estate tycoon Wang Qilan, and will not be sold at all. It can be imagined how much energy this upcoming mysterious tycoon has. What are you still waiting for? Take action immediately, the middle-aged man shouted. Only then did the crowd react and ran downstairs in unison. Shaoli, notify the security department to send someone to the police station. Stand one person every 5 meters, and clear all 100 meters around the hotel to ensure the safety of the new boss. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and added, the new boss is called Zhang San crazy. Don't be offended. Okay, a youth in a security uniform said. The crowd was pumped up and waited eagerly for the mysterious tycoon. Just at this moment, the sound of a sports car roaring came from the road. The security guard hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie. Manager, there is a sports car driving over. Do we need to intercept it? Sports car? Wu Qingming froze at the words, somewhat uncertain. Stop it and ask about the situation. With a better attitude. Yes. Zhang San crazy drove just outside the hotel and saw a row of security guards standing at the entrance. Other than that, there was no one. He couldn't help but feel suspicious and said, came to the wrong place? At this moment, a security guard came and knocked on the car window, asking, may I ask if you are Mr. Zhang San crazy? I seem to have bought this hotel just now, Zhang San crazy said uncertainly. The new boss didn't look too smart. The security guard's complexion suddenly changed, and he hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie and said, Manager, the identity is confirmed. He is the new boss. Immediately afterward, Wu Qingming's anxious voice came out of the walkie-talkie. Quickly welcome him in. The security guard hurriedly pulled open the car door and said with a deep bow, Mr. Zhang, please. Looking at this stance, the Rongqing Hotel was really his. The system was also too powerful. This was the rhythm of taking off. Zhang San crazy got out of the car, patted the security guard's shoulder and said, Thank you, this is what I should do. The security guard was flattered. Afterward, Zhang San crazy walked into the hotel with large strides. Good day, boss. Just after entering the lobby, dozens of employees bowed deeply in a neat manner and shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. It resounded throughout the entire hotel. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked up and said in an apprehensive tone, Welcome to Mr. Zhang's inspection of the hotel. I am Wu Qingming, the manager of the management team. What are your instructions? Zhang Sanfeng paused for a moment and said, Can you do it again? What do you mean? Wu Qingming looked puzzled. Looking at Zhang San crazy's enjoying expression, he immediately understood. All employees, once again warmly welcome Mr. Zhang. Dozens of people bent down in unison. Welcome General Manager Zhang to inspect the hotel. Wu Qingming was shocked in his heart. The new boss was really not an ordinary person. The most important indicator of a team was cohesion. The new boss was testing them in this way. General Manager Zhang, are you satisfied? If not, we can do it again. Wu Qingming said. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. No need. Right, what did you just say your name was? Wu Qingming sweated and hurriedly replied. Mr. Zhang, my name is Wu Qingming. You can just call me Xiao Wu. Manager Wu, I have nothing to do here today. Everything will continue as usual in the hotel. You can just report the revenue to me every month. Zhang Sanfeng had a smile on his face and was in a very happy mood. Okay, Wu Qingming promised and took out a financial statement, saying, Mr. Zhang, this is the revenue for this month as of today, a total of 43 million. Please take a look. Zhang Sanfeng was taken aback. It was only the 15th of this month, which was half a month. Rongqing Hotel had made $43 million. Of course, the pure profit was not this amount, but it was still quite terrifying. Mr. Zhang, are you not satisfied? Seeing that Zhang San crazy didn't say anything, Wu Qingming pinched a sweat in his heart. Good job. Keep up the good work, Zhang San crazy said. Wu Qingming breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for praising us. We will definitely do our best. The refreshments have been prepared. Please move to the lounge. General Manager Zhang. Just at this moment, a young girl's dainty voice came. Aya. A young girl with a petite stature and cute face fell down from a side staircase. She was holding a selfie stick in her hand and was in the middle of a live webcast. Ha ha, Chushi is in deep trouble. The sneak peek is exposed. Even though the hotel is a public place, people are welcoming the new boss to the office. So it's still risky if you take a sneak peek. I also don't know how they'll punish Cory. There was a lot of talk in the live broadcast room. Wu Qingming's face suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, Little Li, didn't I tell you to clear the scene? The young security guard looked terrified and stammered. Manager, I really cleared the field. This girl is probably hiding in the women's restroom. I can't go in either. Wu Qingming said in a deep voice. Take her away. I'll settle the score with you later. Then revealing a smile, he said, Mr. Zhang, it was my negligence. I promise it won't happen again next time. On the first day the new boss took office, there was such a big mistake. Wu Qingming panicked a bunch in his heart. Ding! A new task has been opened. Help web anchor Lin Chushi reach 1 million heat values. Time limit 1 hour. Please complete the task on time. Zhang Sanfeng was shocked. 1 million heat values. Damn system. This is a bit too hard. Don't touch me. I'll go by myself. Lin Chushi said with warm anger. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng realized that Lin Chushi was beautiful. She has a delicate little face, pink peach cheeks. Her brute waist is as slender as a willow. She is wearing a white dress. Her long and well-proportioned legs are bare, and her small and delicate feet are wearing loafers. Wait! Zhang Sanfeng directly walked over. The security guard retreated to the side with a sense of humor. Did you just secretly film me? Lin Chushi's small face blushed, lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, I know it's wrong. Is apologizing useful? Zhang San crazy said. Lin Chushi's face suddenly panicked at the words. She, a small anchor who had just joined the industry, had messed with a business bigot. However, this business big brother was so young. It was also quite handsome looking. At this moment, Wu Qingming walked over. Mr. Zhang, just let her go. The little girl doesn't know any better. The main responsibility lies with me. Please punish Mr. Zhang. Chapter 3 1 second reward 1 million. Goddess Chuzi for nothing. I don't blame you. Just tell them all to disperse and do what they need to do. Wu Qingming froze at his words, noticing that Zhang Sanfeng was not angry. Instead, he stared at the young girl with interest. he instantly realized. He had delayed things. Public men like Zhang Sanfeng, who had too much money to spend, had long lost interest in luxury cars and mansions. Their sole purpose of living was to take down all kinds of women. Mr. Zhang, I'll go and get busy first. Wu Qingming turned to leave and dispersed all the employees. What's your name? Zhang Sanfeng asked. Lin Chuxi's small face was tense and a scarlet red color appeared on her cheeks. Lin Chuxi. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said, hello, my name is Zhang Sanfeng. I hope we can get to know each other. You don't need to sneak a peek either. I'll be live streaming with you for the next hour. Lin Chuxi froze at the words, and a strong shock surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Why? This young business tycoon actually doesn't punish her. He also wants to live broadcast with her. Really? Lin Chuxi asked in disbelief. Zhang Sanfeng laughed. Of course it's true. How much heat value is in your live broadcast right now? 18,000. Lin Chuxi said apprehensively. Ah, Zhang Sanfeng was taken aback. The task was to reach 1 million heat values. This was too much of a difference. Isn't it true that as long as it's female and alive, if you casually play a little bit of rubbish, there will be a group of geeky obsessive men who will frantically reward you? Looking at Lin Chuxi, Zhang Sanfeng instantly understood. This little girl is also wearing too conservative. Although she looks pretty, she is not eye-catching at all. At this moment, the live broadcast room exploded. I'm going. Protect our goddess Chuxi. What kind of dog blood plot is this? Goddess Kori is going to be defiled. Goddess Chuxi, if you fall for this young master, you'll make money while lying down. Lin Chuxi's little face turns red at the comment. Don't say that. I think Brother Sanfeng is a decent person. Brother Sanfeng, is that sports car outside yours? Zhang Sanfeng nodded and said, it's mine. Why? Lin Chuxi's pink fists clenched, her white shell teeth lightly biting as she said, can I go up and sit in it? In that case, there will definitely be a lot of people coming into the live broadcasting room, and I'll be able to gain some fans. Hi, a beautiful woman wants to take a ride, so I naturally agree. Zhang Sanfeng laughed. Great. Thank you Brother Sanfeng, Lin Chuxi said excitedly. With that, the two of them arrived next to the sports car. Ooh, Lamborghini Venom convertible. Limited to one worldwide. A $200 million supercar. I can't afford a single screw. For crying out loud. At 10086. The live broadcast room instantly flooded with a large number of people. The heat value soared to $350,000. Brother Sanfeng, this car is so beautiful. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Lin Chuxi said with a face full of envy. Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. Not much money, just 200 million. I throw. Intangible pretenses are the most deadly. Sorry, I just entered the live broadcast room. Who is this guy? Really so rich? He. I'm telling you, he's the owner of the Rongxing Hotel. Now you know. The heat value skyrocketed again. In just 10 minutes, it soared from 10,000 to 600,000. Lin Chuxi's small face trembled as she lost her voice. $200 million? Brother Sanfeng, you're too rich. She had only earned $200 for a day's hard work of live broadcasting. 200 million? How long would this take to earn? Zhang Sanfeng pressed the car key, the sports car dripped twice, and the scissor doors automatically rose. Get in. I'll take you for a ride. Zhang Sanfeng laughed. Lin Chuxi nodded obediently and sat in the co-pilot. Thank you Brother Sanfeng. It's my first time to sit in a sports car. Sit firmly. It's fierce. Zhang Sanfeng stepped on the gas pedal. Boom. The sound of the supercar's exploding engine resounded through the clouds. With a whoosh, it scurried onto the road as if it were a wild horse out of control. Brother Sanfeng, so fierce. Slow down. I can't stand it. Lin Chuxi gasped. At these words, Zhang Sanfeng's mouth flashed with a bad smile. Slow down? That wouldn't do. A real man is to be fast. Sit tight. Something more fierce is coming. Zhang Sanfeng opened the track mode, and the speed of the sports car increased once again, like a gust of wind weaving in and out of the traffic. Can't take it anymore. Lin Chuxi droned in a high-pitched manner. Soon, it stops outside a small store that sells Kanto boiled food. Boss, 2 servings of the most expensive set meal. Fill it up with small ingredients and put more spice. The Guangdong Odin boss was dumbfounded. He had been selling Guangdong Odin for 2.5 years. No one had ever driven a sports car over specifically to eat it. Ding! Detected that the host has no money to pick up girls, triggering a random task. Kiss Lin Chuxi's forehead. 1 second reward 1 million. Time limit 10 seconds. I'm going. The voice that suddenly rang in his head made Zhang Sanfeng lose his mind for a while. Is there any mistake? So powerful. Well. He looks down at Lin Chuxi and smiles. Chuxi, there's dirt on your face. I'll help you get it off. Thank you Brother Sanfeng. Lin Chuxi nods her head obediently.
Saying that, Zhang San crazy bends down and holds her little head, kissing on the snow-white forehead. Ding! Mission in progress, currently 2 seconds. Reward 2 million. Lin Chushi's pink cheeks reddened, and her heart fluttered with the throbbing of a deer. She couldn't help but clench her snow-white jade legs. Soon, 10 seconds passed. Ding! The task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million. It has arrived in the host's account. It was too damn powerful. Zhang San crazy had a feeling of stepping on a cloud, the entire person floating lightly. However, right at this moment, the heat of the live broadcast room was like a rocket, rubbing up and skyrocketing. I'll go. Goddess Chushi is giving this away for nothing? Tears. My Goddess Chushi, even though Brother San crazy is rich, you should at least be a little more reserved. Y1S1. Brother San crazy is a bit of a straight man, kissing as soon as he comes up. Oh, this is nothing. If you have money, it's okay to as soon as you come up. Looking at the live broadcast heat value, Lin Chushi's beautiful eyes trembled. She said excitedly, Brother San crazy, 1 million. I'm not dreaming, right? This is the kind of heat that only a big anchor can have. The double ponytail swayed in the air, extraordinarily eye-catching. Ding! Mission completed. Obtained a low-level treasure chest. Please ask the host to choose whether to put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Of course, to open it immediately. Zhang San crazy said without hesitation. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million renminbi. Just this outrageous. Zhang San crazy hurriedly picked up his cell phone and saw a text message. Dear customer, your account is credited with 10,000,000. It's really here. A string of zeros behind the one. Very visual. Together with the 10 million just now, it was 110 million. So much money. It could be piled up into a mountain. Admittedly, Zhang Sanfeng had never seen so much money in his life. His mind was now filled with one thought, to take out all the money and build a bed. Sleeping on it must be very peaceful. At this time, Lin Chushi closed the live broadcast and returned to the homepage to look at the number of new fans. There were 110,000 new fans. Not only that, the live broadcast with a million heat values just now. It earned more than 80,000 RMB. It's all caught up with her half a year's salary. Lin Chushi's small hands trembled. Her beautiful eyes blossomed as she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Zhang San crazy on his face. Brother San crazy, thank you. What the hell? Feeling the residual warmth on his face, Zhang San crazy regretted it too late. Before he could feel it in detail, the moment passed. Brother San crazy, let me treat you to a cold drink. Lin Chushi stretched out her small hand and pulled Zhang San crazy to a cold drink store on the side. What do you want to drink, Brother San crazy? Zhang San crazy revealed a smile and said, all of them. Then drink the same as me. 2 cups of summer lemon tea. Lin Chushi smiles sweetly. Okay, the two of you please wait. Chapter 4, Hundreds of Boutique Sell Houses. Getting rich by collecting rents. After finishing the cold drink, Zhang San crazy said, it's getting late. Let me send you home? Okay, thank you Brother San crazy. Lin Chushi said shyly. Zhang San crazy stepped on the gas pedal, and the sound of the supercar blowing up resounded, like a gust of wind, speeding on the wide road in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Watertown. High-end apartment building. The rent of this place is not cheap, starting at 20,000 a month. The working class can't afford it at all. I didn't expect Lin Chushi to be a little rich woman. Brother San crazy, I'll leave first. Drive safe. I'll miss you. Lin Chushi's face was scarlet as she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Zhang San crazy on the cheek. Then, turning around, she ran into the neighborhood. The double ponytails waved in the air for a while, extraordinarily attracting the eyeballs. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and didn't think much about it, driving his car back to the neighborhood he lived in. Hongyu Mingdu. Typical old raggedy little neighborhood. Most of the people who live there are foreign workers, or some tycoon's adopted mistress. Lamborghini Venom just entered the neighborhood, shocked a crowd of passers-by walking downstairs. I wipe. There's actually someone in our neighborhood who drives a supercar. Don't be funny. People are here to rendezvous with their mistresses. Surely they don't live here. I just checked online. This is a Lamborghini. At least $10 million. At this time, Zhang San crazy got out of the car. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Driving a tens of millions of supercars at such a young age, terrifying as it is. It's true that people will die compared to others, and goods will be thrown away compared to goods. Still for a few $1,000s a month to fight to the death. People already do not have to work hard. More than, simply reached the peak of life. Don't be arrogant. My dad is already working hard. A youth gritted his teeth and said. Entering the unit building, Zhang San crazy heard a sharp knock on the door, and the cursing sound of a big mom. Zhang San crazy, I know you're at home. The rent has been dragging on for 2 months.
benevolence to the end. If you don't pay the rent today, get the hell out of here. Boom boom. Two slamming sounds. It was as if the whole building followed and trembled. Zhang San crazy helplessly shook his head with a smile and went up to the third floor. Aunt Li, I'll give you the rent here. Zhang San crazy opened WeChat and directly transferred money without the slightest hesitation. Joke. With $100 million lying on his bank card, he would still care about a few $1,000s of rent? Aunt Li looked at the WeChat transfer with a shocked face. $3,000 for rent. Zhang Sanjian transferred $30,000 in the past. Oops. Accidentally pressed more. Aunt Li, you don't need to return it. You didn't take care of me less in these months. Zhang Sanfeng did not say the opposite. Auntie Li was usually good to him, and would send some small snacks on New Year's festivals. This time it was really delayed for a long time before she came to the door to collect. You. Aunt Li paused for a moment and said, Xiao Zhang, why don't you go to my house for dinner? Zhang Sanfeng walked into the house and said, no need. Xiao Zhang. Auntie's tone was a bit louder just now. It's mainly because your uncle has recently committed an illness and is in desperate need of money. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have rushed you. Then you get busy first. Auntie will go back. Aunt Li smiled and left. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, punching the landlord in the face and obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it directly? This is it? This is outrageous. Zhang San crazy sat on the sofa and stared wide-eyed. Open it directly. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 units of Shihu Mingdu. Click. Zhang San crazy's heart stopped. Then he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What a joke. 100 sets of existing houses in West Lake Mingdu. Shihu Mingdu was located in the center of Jiangnan, adjacent to Jiangnan University, the government building, the Science and Technology Museum. It's a very expensive location, so it's hard to find a room in this neighborhood. At least $10 million for one. So 100 houses. That's $1 billion. Hiss. Zhang San crazy opened the system warehouse and saw a small mountain of housebooks piled up. Immediately, he took them all out. The 100 real estate certificates were placed together, half a person high, with a red cover and large golden letters that were exceptionally dazzling. Immediately picked up a book and flipped it open. Room 302, Building A, Westlake Famous Capital Subdivision. Usable area 120 square meters. Property type, commercial house. Property owner, Zhang San crazy. Zhang San crazy's eyes widened, hastily flipping open a few more books. Without exception, the property owner was Zhang San crazy. Zhang San crazy looked dumbfounded and suddenly remembered a question asked on Dunyang. How long do ordinary people need to work hard if they want to be salty? At this moment, Zhang San crazy seemed to know the answer in his mind. The house in this lot. Whoever sells it is a cutie. After all, Jiangnan City was an international metropolis. With the revival and rise of Huaxia, the house prices would soar in the future. And with a bank card lying at $100 million, he wasn't too short of money. The only way to realize it was to be a chartered house. Westlake Metropolis downstairs is a subway station, loved by petty white-collar workers. There is no worry about no one to rent. A room with an annual rent of $100,000, deposit 1 to pay 2, is $300,000. 100 suites all rented out. That's $30 million. You don't have to do anything. You can make $10 million a year by collecting rent. Scary as hell. Just thinking about it makes people excited. The corners of Zhang San crazy's mouth lifted into a smile. After all, a day ago he was still worried about rent, but now he was sitting on 100 sets of fine neighborhood houses. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. Zhang San crazy washed up and went straight to sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Zhang Sanjian went downstairs with his pockets and ate breakfast. Put the plastic pocket on the passenger side. One foot stepped on the gas. Boom! The sound of the engine hissing woke up the entire neighborhood. The sports car scampered onto the road and sped through the traffic. 69 in front of the same city intermediary. A Lamborghini slowly stopped. Immediately, it attracted the eyes of the intermediary in the store. This is a big customer coming to the door. Zhang Sanfeng carried his pockets, kicked the car door open, and closed the door with his heel. The action was done in a single breath. The people around were shocked. This was too ostentatious. A $10 million level sports car was actually treated by him as a Wuling Hongguang. Hello sir, may I ask your name? I'm Sun Zhong, the manager of 69 Tongcheng. Just after arriving at the door, a youth hurriedly greeted him. The look of envy was mixed with awe. Zhang Sanji, I have a bit too many houses and want to rent them out. Sun Zhong smiled. No problem, please take a seat. May I ask where your house is located? Zhang San crazy sat down and took the white water handed by Sun Zhong. It's in West Lake Mingdu. There are about 2 buildings. 2 buildings? Sun Zhong's head exploded with a bang. Swallowing his saliva, he said in disbelief, Sir, Are you talking about 2 buildings? Well, 100 houses. About 2 buildings, Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. At once, Sun Zhong looked shocked, and his entire body could not stop trembling. The entire West Lake famous capital neighborhood only had 200 suites. Zhang Sanjian accounted for half of it. It also meant that for every 2 people, there was one who was a tenant of Zhang Sanjian. What kind of top tycoon is this? This is no way to pretend to be rich. Sir, wait a moment. I'll do the formalities for you. Ding. New mission has been refreshed. Help web anchor Lin Chushi defeat dull little sister. Time limit 1 hour. Zhang San crazy takes out his cell phone, but realizes that Lin Chushi is not on the air. The system is jerking around? At this time, a poor author passed by. Pretty boys and girls, add a bookshelf. The first 50 chapters will decide the fate of this book. So help me out. Pretty boys and girls. Chapter 5, Playing Live with a Dumb Little Sister. This is not properly looking for abuse. Host, this is the mission preview, so that you can prepare in advance to better complete the mission. Mission start time, 2000 hours. I'm going. Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned. This system is awesome. It was just as awesome as those pretty boys who added bookshelves. It's only after 10 in the morning. It actually predicted that Lin Chushi will fight dull little sister in the evening. I'm afraid even Lin Chushi doesn't know. Who's Little Miss Dumb? She's a top streaming anchor on the Big Fish platform, with over 10 million fans across the net. How could Lin Chushi, a newcomer, win? A crushing defeat? No, it should be a complete defeat. I can't help but sweat for Lin Chushi. Mr. Zhang, I've finished counting. Sun Zhong walked over. Zhang Sanfan retrieved his thoughts and smiled. How much is the rent? Mr. Zhang, there are high and low prices because of the floors, of which there are 30 top floor residences and 15. No need. Just say the total price directly. Zhang Sanfeng waved his hand. Sun Zhong paused for a moment, nodded and said, a total of 31.2 million. We charge 5% brokerage fee. This price Zhang San crazy was satisfied. It was more than $1 million higher than what he had predicted. Alright, that's it. When it's rented out you transfer it directly to my card. I'll leave first. Sun Zhong's expression was stagnant. So simple? For a large order like this of over $30 million, the brokerage fee was negotiable and could be given as low as 3%. Zhang Sanfeng agreed without even thinking about it. Mr. Zhang, let me give you a ride. Sun Zhong said excitedly. Zhang Sanjian smiled faintly. No need. You're busy. Contact me on WeChat if anything happens. The supercar disappeared from sight. Sun Zhong swallowed his saliva and sighed. The pattern of rich people is big. Zhang San crazy returned home and lay on the bed. Using his cell phone, he downloaded Big Fish Live and briefly familiarized himself with the software. Then clicked on the wallet to recharge. Charge amount, 50 million. Pop-up window tip, dear user, do you want to recharge $50 million? Zhang Sanji paused for a moment and returned to the recharge interface. Changed 5 to 1 and added a 0. Since we are going to play, let us play a big one. Dull Little Sister has 10 million fans and hundreds of gold master brothers. There's also a connection with the Big Fish official. On Lin Chushi's side, besides those true fans who swipe small gifts, the only gold master is Zhang Sanji. He's under a lot of pressure. I don't know if 100 million is enough, but there's only so much. Zhang San crazy sighed. As time passed, very quickly, it was 1955. Lin Chushi went on the air and a large number of fans flooded into the live broadcast room. After these fans came in, they immediately talked and discussed. Ha, is the anchor alone? Where's the rich young man who drove a Lamborghini yesterday? Yes. That rich young man is rich and handsome. Didn't he do anything with the anchor last night? You guys see the anchor has dark circles under her eyes. Obviously she didn't sleep well last night. He. Lin Chushi looked at the pop-up screen. A flash of flushing appeared on her fair cheeks. The dark circles at the corners of her eyes are also thanks to him. Last night, when Lin Chushi closed her eyes, the figure of Zhang Sanhao appeared in her mind. It caused her to have a dream. She even changed the bed sheets this morning. I wonder what he's doing now. Lin Chushi was fuming when a gift special effect suddenly appeared on the screen. Big Fish's most expensive gift. Super hot. She quickly perked up and said with a smile, thank you. After seeing the name, she was instantly excited. Ultra Fire from Brother San Crazy. Only a junior trumpet named My Name is Zhang San Crazy entered the live broadcast room. Holy, Brother San Crazy is here. So excited. Bull. It's super hot right away. Does Brother San Crazy need a female companion? I can dress up as a girl. Brother San Crazy will always be my god. Lin Chushi's little face was on fire, and she hurriedly picked up a small mirror to look at her makeup before she sighed in relief. Her small hands patted her cheeks, soft and bouncy, full of collagen. The corners of her mouth raised in a smile and said, has Brother San Crazy eaten dinner yet? Hong Yu Mingdu. Zhang San Crazy was holding his cell phone.
he just wanted to try to see if the gift could be sent out. After all, the money given by the system came from an unknown source. It would be troublesome if it was found out, but he didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. Have eaten, have you? Click to send. Lin Shushi smiles sweetly. I've eaten too. Brother San Crazy, wait. I received a connecting invitation. Zhang San Crazy glanced at the time. It's not the slightest bit off. Just at 2000 hours. Hi, Sister Chushi. You can do it. You just went on air and received super fire. I'm envious. Dull little sister is beautiful and has a sweet voice. Absorbing millions of fans is not unreasonable. Hello dull sister. Is it a routine checkup? Lin Shushi smiles. Hee, Sister Chushi. I heard that a tycoon came to your live room, so I came over to rub off on the popularity. Right. Which brother is it? I'll give you some attention. Because of the connecting mic with dull little sister, Lin Shushi's live room instantly had a lot of people come. All of them came to see the legendary godly man. How can I compare to dull little sister? You earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in a single night. I'm just a small anchor who just joined the industry. Little sister Dull smiles proudly. Sister Chushi is too low-key. It just so happens that Tycoon is there. Why don't we play PK? Lin Shushi hesitated. If she fights a PK with dull little sister, the result will be a sure loss, and it will also cost Zhang San Crazy's money. Zhang San Crazy laughed. This system was really godly. Hurriedly typing out a line, he clicked send. Can fight. The people in the live broadcast room saw it, and some of the backward fans were very puzzled. A junior trumpet was so rampant? Dull little sister also looked and laughed, saying, I think this is Brother San Crazy. Really ruthless. Sister Chushi, Brother San Crazy has spoken. Let's fight. Lin Chushi can only agree, but her heart is flooded with worry. Little sister Dull hangs up the connecting mic and retreats. After all, she had heard about Zhang San Crazy's bravado, so naturally she had to go and pull the gold master over to calm the scene. Otherwise, losing to a small anchor, dull little sister didn't want to lose face. It's over. Goddess Chushi, you shouldn't have agreed. Even though Brother San Crazy is rich, but little sister Dull has so many fans that she can't afford to be bombarded in turn. It's a lost cause. Brother San Crazy, run away. Don't smash money in. I believe that Brother 3 Crazy's strength is definitely capable of overpowering Sister Dull. Is that so? I'm skeptical. So looking forward to it. When Dull sister came back online, many big fish anchors followed. A newbie anchor was going to fight Dull sister in a PK. It was powerful to hear. At this time, Big Sigma entered the live broadcast room. It immediately set off a climax. Ha, Big Sigma is here too. This is wonderful. Big Sigma hurriedly stated that he was just passing through. Dull little sister smiled and said, then let's ask Mr. Big Sigma to be the referee. The fans were in favor of this, repeatedly claiming that Big Sigma was qualified. Big Sigma was gracious enough to be the referee. All ready, right? Dull little sister smiled. Yes. Well, I'm also ready, Lin Shushi said. Both of them closed their mics at the same time. Big Sigma stayed in Lin Shushi's live room and swiped more than 10 Ultra Flames, worrying that she was losing too much. This move instantly attracted many roadies. Cheer up Sister Chushi. I'm going to go next door for a spin. Decima exited the live broadcast room. A minute passed. Dull little sister's expression is very excited, and she outputs a flurry into the microphone. And the gifts are rubbing up. And Lin Chushi sighed. There is no movement. Silence. Chapter 6, hundreds of millions of superfire randomly brush. Shocked list 1 Big Brother. Holy, Brother 3 Crazy ran away? No way. 3 Crazy Brother lost without a fight. Laugh me to death. God ho a fart. Sports car is estimated to be rented at. Single walk a 6. Hug Goddess Chushi. Don't cry. Some people couldn't bear to do it and swiped some small gifts, but there was almost no use for them. Dull little sister saw the misery of Lin Shushi's live room. The corner of her mouth smiled. Not every gold master can be relied on. Thank you Twilight Slightly Evening for brushing 5 rounds of Ultra Fire. This Twilight Slightly Evening was precisely Dull little sister's biggest gold master. Almost every game must come. He had swiped hundreds of thousands of RMB for Dull little sister. When the PK was about to come to an end, Lin Chushi looked gloomy. It turned out that she wasn't that important in Zhang San Crazy's heart. That's right, we just met yesterday. How could he swipe gifts for her? Paralyzed, finally connected to the internet. Just now, when PK started, Zhang San Crazy's internet was inexplicably disconnected. Upon checking, the cell phone was in arrears. He hurriedly recharged it, but he was able to catch up. Lin Shushi's live broadcast was dismal. Just when the crowd thought there was no suspense, a junior trumpet suddenly appeared on the public screen. My name is Zhang San Crazy. Has PK started yet? Lin Shushi's almond eyes suddenly lit up, excitedly saying, Brother San Crazy, you're back. My name is Zhang San Crazy. I'm sorry, My cell phone was in arrears just now. Ha ha, Brother San Crazy laughed me to death. Even a rich young man's cell phone would be in arrears. That's not right. Shouldn't rich young man's phone bill balance be more than even my savings? Brother San Crazy, PK is about to end. Are you going to make a move? Dull little sister has already accumulated 56 ultra flames. Zhang San Crazy smiled and faintly pulled the amount of ultra fire to 100. Whoosh! The full screen exploded. Congratulations! My name is Zhang San Crazy, send 100 ultra fire. The live broadcast room instantly boiled. I throw. Worthy of being Brother San Crazy? Bull. Who said Brother San Crazy ran away just now? Come out and apologize. Quick. I didn't. I only said that his sports car was rented. Is Lamborghini Venom something an average person can rent? Lin Chushi's value instantly overtook Dull Little Sister. On the other side, Dull Little Sister looked dumbfounded and said with wide eyes, counter surpassed? Impossible. Congratulations. Twilight Slightly Evening sent 200 ultra fire. Inside a luxurious villa in Magic City, a balding middle-aged man with obscene little eyes squinted. This person was called Chen Yukai. It was the Gold Master's big brother. Twilight Slightly Evening, in the Dull Little Sister's live broadcasting room. He started from nothing, relying on the time's windfall to do real estate. Finally in the year of God's life will be the company listed. Immediately abandoned the chaff wife. Now he is worth more than $1 billion. Bubble girl, play young model, about anchor, small life, dumb little sister, is the new target of his eyes? That's why he threw away a lot of money and put down blood money. 200 super fires for him. It was also a considerable amount of expenses. Just this? Zhang San Crazy smiled at the corner of his mouth and adjusted the quantity to 400. Congratulations. My name is Zhang San Crazy, delivering 400 ultra flames. Chen Yukai looked so shocked that he almost didn't hold his phone as he clenched his teeth and said, paralyzed, dare to fight with me. Congratulations. Twilight Slightly Evening sent 500 ultra fire. The heat of the live broadcast room topped the charts. A newcomer anchor actually fought with Dull Little Sister. Countless netizens went crazy with Melon. Awesome. A true tycoon battle. I'll go. 2 big brothers, please accept my knees. It's too rich. A few hundred super fires. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. At this moment, Lin Chushi and Dull Little Sister were shocked beyond words. This wasn't them piking anymore. Kid, don't challenge my pocket money with your entire fortune. Chen Yukai sent out. Oh, Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly and moved his fingers. Congratulations. My name is Zhang San Crazy, sending out 1000 ultra fire. Chen Yukai was shocked. What kind of person was on the opposite side? No matter how much he sent himself, he doubled it back. It was as if he didn't treat money as money. He looked at Dull Little Sister's sweet face, proud figure, and long legs in black silk, and his animal blood boiled. Desire shattered reason and directly charged 2 million. Congratulations. Twilight Micro Evening sent out 1999 ultra fire. Whoa, Twilight Slightly Evening is awesome. It's too good to be true. 1999 ultra flames is equivalent to 2 million renminbi. I'm so happy. This wave of ultra fire directly topped the heat of the live broadcast room to the highest climax. 999 super hot? Is that a lot? Zhang San Crazy looked at the fish coin balance and felt a bit weary, so he simply gave it all away in one brain. Casually clicked out 999 ultra flames. This was nothing. Subsequently, the screen was filled with 9,999 ultra fire. In total, it was pushed hundreds of times. Zhang San Crazy silently retreated. The live broadcast room of several million people. It was silent. No one knew how many ultra flames Zhang San Crazy had sent out. Lin Chushi's small face was astonished and her eyes were wide open. On the other side, little sister Dull froze, subconsciously clicking on Lin Chushi's fan list. Ranked number 1, I'm called Zhang San Crazy. Giving out gift amounts. Individual 10 million, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Dasima's shocked glasses frame fell off. Especially seeing I called Zhang San Crazy silently left the field. It is quite a matter of whisking away big brother. No, it should be a giant brother posture. All rise. It was horrible. $100 million given away at the touch of a finger? Trenchless. Chen Yukai sat paralyzed on the ground. He was completely devastated. Ding. Mission accomplished. You've obtained a low-grade treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Put it in the warehouse. Zhang San Crazy didn't have the time to open the treasure chest. He found something explosive. Private messages are bursting at the seams, and the number of fans is increasing at a terrifying rate, even surpassing Lin Chushi, who is playing PK. Tens of thousands of girls sent him cool photos. Zhang San Crazy viewed them for a while and turned off the private message function. After all, there were some things that couldn't be looked at more than once. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Hundreds of millions of gifts, directly breaking the record of the Big Fish platform. Even the officials were shocked.
Kyoto Big Fish headquarters. A high-level meeting was held overnight. The president asked, "Everyone, who of you recognize this one called Zhang Sanfeng?" Everyone shook their heads. The background IP address shows that he lives in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City is as rich as clouds, but there are very few bigwigs who swipe $100 million with their hands. I don't think it's something we can offend. It's better not to investigate. The president nodded slightly. That's what I mean too. But that anchor called Lin Chushi can be cultivated. The ability to absorb money is actually so strong. Understood. President, Brother San Crazy, I've made you go through a lot of trouble. Why don't I return the money to you? As soon as Lin Chushi got off the air, she went to WeChat and found Zhang San Crazy, $100 million in gifts. After deducting the platform points after tax, there was also about $50 million. Lin Chushi really can't accept it openly. Zhang San Crazy, however, smiled and casually sent, "Don't talk about this, just invite me to dinner next time." Then called out the system. Open the low-level treasure chest. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Villa 1 of Huating Manor. I throw. Chapter 7 Pretending has its price. Meeting gold-worshipping Wang Manny again. Huating Manor is famous throughout Jiangnan City. Located on the shores of South Lake, it covers an area of thousands of acres, but only a dozen villas have been built. Each villa covers an area of 100 acres and is equipped with a golf course, an outdoor intelligent swimming pool, a horse farm, and even a private vegetable garden. The top tycoons who are tired of paper and gold. In their spare time, they grow vegetables and raise horses to cultivate their passions and return to the idyllic life. Ding dong! The message alert sound pulled Zhang San Crazy back to reality. Brother San Crazy, can you accompany me shopping tomorrow? I want to buy a few little dresses. Lin Chushi was inwardly apprehensive. After all, a top tycoon like Zhang San Crazy should have endless meetings and busy schedules in a day, and have time to accompany her shopping? No problem. Let's go to the China World Trade Center, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. See you there. Lin Chushi's small face is delighted. Placing her cell phone on her chest, she sleeps leisurely. In the blink of an eye it's the next day. At the entrance of the China World Trade Center, a Lamborghini Venom slowly stops. The scissor door opens and Lin Chushi jumps down, her delicate little face overflowing with smiles. Brother San Crazy, let's go in. The onlookers look expectant. What kind of god is Brother 3 Crazy? Driving a supercar carrying a beautiful woman. He must be a super rich young master. The driver's door opened. Wow, people were already marveling in advance. Only to see a casually dressed, plain young man come out. Except for being a little handsome, it doesn't look like a rich young man at all. Lin Chushi smiled sweetly. Using her vast bosom, she wrapped around Zhang San Crazy's arm. The two walked intimately into the mall. Guomao Mall was the most prosperous shopping center in Jiangnan City. A number of luxury goods such as Gucci, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Hermes and others had directly managed stores. Inside the extremely luxuriously decorated stores, there were not many customers, appearing somewhat cold. If you don't have a big wallet, ordinary people don't really have the courage to step into China World Trade Center. They only earned money from the so-called elites. Zhang San Crazy is also here for the first time, but Lin Chushi seems to be familiar with this place. Taking him by the hand, she walks into a high-end suit store. The waiter immediately greets him with a smile. Upon seeing the two, his expression flickers with a hint of doubt. Generally speaking, when a man and a woman go shopping in a mall, it is the licking dog who takes the initiative to check out and pay in order to please the goddess. But these two people, Brother San Crazy, this suit fits your temperament. This tie is not bad either. And these pants, what do you think? Zhang San Crazy raised an eyebrow. Chushi, didn't I accompany you to buy a skirt? I want to repay you well. If I say I'm buying you a dress, you definitely won't come. So I'll just, Brother San Crazy, you won't be angry, right? Lin Chushi's small face was sad and said with her head lowered. Zhang San Crazy rubbed her head and smiled. Thanks. I was also thinking of buying clothes. Really? Lin Chushi opened her big watery eyes. Of course. You can help me choose a few more sets to save me from coming back later. Zhang San Crazy smiled. Okay. Lin Chushi wandered around the store and chose a dozen suits. The waitress smiled from ear to ear and said repeatedly, Sir, your girlfriend is really discerning. Forget it. Zhang San Crazy didn't want to explain, took out his card and said, check out. Lin Chushi hurriedly grabbed the card and said, use mine. Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. That won't do. I never let women pay when I buy things. I have to pay. Otherwise I'll leave. Then, okay. Lin Chushi was a bit lost. Originally, she wanted to repay Zhang San Crazy, but it seems that she let him break the bank again. The waitress took the card and said with a smile, Sir, there are 15 suits in total, charging you 630,000. Do you have a membership card? Zhang San Crazy said, no need. just brush it directly. The waitress took out the POS machine and after 2 drops sounded, her face froze and said, "Sir, the balance in your card is insufficient." I threw. Zhang San crazy then remembered. All of his money had recharged the fish coins, and now he was penniless. Sure enough, there was a price for pretending. How bold he was last night, how wretched he is now. Seeing this, Lin Shushi immediately reveals a smiling face. "Ha ha, brother San crazy, you can use mine now. That, consider it borrowed," Zhang San crazy said awkwardly. Lin Shushi happily paid the money. Pulling Zhang San crazy's hand, she walked into a nearby luxury store again. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have to repay him properly. Starts buying like crazy. When he came out of the last men's clothing store, Zhang San crazy's entire person was brand new, except for his pants, which were still the same as when he left the house. The rest were all changed. "Brother San crazy, this outfit of yours, it's really handsome." "No, you used to be handsome too, only now you're even more handsome," Lin Shushi said excitedly. A pair of almond eyes bloomed with light. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, and after changing into a high-grade name brand, Zhang Sanfeng transformed from a bland youth into a mature charismatic man, simply as handsome as those who added bookshelves of pretty boys. He was as charming and handsome as those who gave 5-star reviews. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng saw a familiar person. Wang Manny? That heavily made-up gold-digging woman. There was a pot-bellied middle-aged man beside her. Obviously, Wang Manny saw him as well. "It's you. It's really a narrow road. I didn't expect it. Old lady also has a market. There are a lot of people chasing me. You're not the only one." Ever since she was slapped in the face by Zhang San crazy, Wang Manny had a grudge. Meeting him at this time, she naturally wanted to taunt him. "Who are you? Who are you to scold brother San crazy?" Lin Shushi saw Wang Manny's shrewish face and immediately disliked him back. When the middle-aged man on the side saw Lin Shushi, his eyes instantly lit up and asked, "Pretty girl, you're the Lin Shushi who played PK with dull little sister last night." It's me. Who are you?" The middle-aged man instantly laughed. "I'm your fan. I go." Zhang Sanfeng was dumbfounded. This uncle is actually Lin Shushi's fan. "Wait, so you're the mysterious tycoon Zhang San crazy who wildly swiped $100 million? The middle-aged man was shocked. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly. "It's me. What's wrong?" Apparently unable to distinguish the situation, Wang Manny hugged the middle-aged man's arm and pointed at Zhang San crazy. "Brother Wang, it's this person who humiliated me before. Take revenge for me." The middle-aged man slapped a big slap on his face and said angrily, "Do you know who he is?" Wang Manny was smacked in the eyes. Who is he?" "He is." The middle-aged man paused. He didn't know who Zhang San crazy was either. But did it matter? It didn't matter. Wildly swiping 100 million gifts was enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. The middle-aged man handed out a business card and smiled apologetically. "Young Zhang, I just met this woman. I'm not familiar at all. I'm Wang Guangda, the boss of Shindo Real Estate. Nice to meet you." Zhang San crazy casually took the business card. "If it's alright, we'll leave." Wang Guangda bowed deeply and said, "Take care, young Zhang. Remember to look for me if you need to buy a house." "Buy a house?" Zhang Sanfeng laughed. He lacked everything, just not real estate. "Mr. Wang, I know I'm wrong." Wang Manny hugged Wang Guangda's pants leg, tearing her heart out and crying. Wang Guangda kicked away and spat. "If it wasn't for the fact that you have a good figure and it's the same with the lights off, would Lousy go shopping with you?" Roll. Paralyzed. Chapter 8 Underground Garage meets Class Flower. Stalker rich young man. "Brother San crazy, I'm sorry, I have to go home to live broadcast. I can't accompany you shopping." Zhang San crazy rubbed her little head. "It's okay, next time we make a date, I'll treat you to a big meal." Lin Shushi's beautiful eyes are excited and she nods. "Aha, okay, thank you brother San crazy." After Lin Shushi leaves, a man in a black suit walks up with a respectful tone. "Mr. Zhang, as per your order, the clothes you purchased have been delivered to Huading Manor." "Okay, thanks." Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Anyone who consumed even a single diamond in Guama was sent by the mall to be escorted to the customer's neighborhood. It saved a lot of trouble and allowed customers to consume with impunity. "Mr. Zhang, take care, and I sincerely welcome you to visit Guama again." The man bowed deeply and watched Zhang Sanfeng leave. He then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was true that you couldn't judge a person by his appearance. This plain and ordinary youth actually lived in the Huading Manor. Ordinary tycoons couldn't buy that place. The status should be at the top level of China. It could be imagined how terrifying the energy behind this youth was. Zhang Sanfeng rode the elevator and arrived at the underground garage. He was about to pick up his car and leave. "Zhang San crazy, it's you!" A woman's surprised voice came. Zhang San crazy inclined his head and saw a pure beauty with a tall figure. "Class Flower?" The woman's small face was white and pure.
wearing a light blue knee-length skirt, her black hair tied into a ponytail, her white skin was soft and pink, and her slender jade legs stepped on black high heels. Her name is Xiao La, high school class flower. Learning has been good. Bailed out to Jiangnan University, Zhang Sanji sent up the takeaway. I did not expect to meet again after 4 years, but actually in the underground parking lot. It's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. After all, in high school, Zhang San Crazy was a stuffy person with an extremely low sense of existence, so much so that no one even noticed when he was absent for the graduation photos. By the way, what are you doing in Guomao? Xiao La asked. Zhang San Crazy revealed a smile. Shopping, just about to leave. Want to send you? Shopping? Xiao La was a bit puzzled. She had heard that Zhang San Crazy had been delivering takeaways after graduating from high school, and could go to China World Trade Center to buy something, but didn't think much about it and nodded. Sure, I happen to be going home. Thanks, then get in the car. Saying this, Zhang Sanfeng walked towards an old Jetta, mixing well, and buying a car. Xiao La joked. Zhang San Crazy laughed. Ha ha, average. Just as Xiao La was about to pull open the door of the Jetta, Zhang San Crazy took out the sports car key. Drip. The Lamborghini Venom sharp headlights flashed twice. Class flower, you're in the wrong car. The one next to it is mine, Zhang San Crazy said. Xiao La's pretty face froze slightly. After turning around and seeing the sports car, she was surprised. The small white hand covered her mouth. You drive such a nice car? Zhang Sanjian smiled. Sloppy, driving for a long time hurts my back. Xiao La sat into the co-pilot, looking envious, driving a sports car to China World Trade Center shopping. You must have made a lot of money, right? She studied business management, and she couldn't find a job at all after graduation. Today is to come to the China World Trade Center interview. The interviewer is a balding middle-aged man, has been colorful staring at her. He also implied that going to a hotel at night would let her enter the job smoothly. Xiao La twisted open the mineral water bottle, splashed in the middle-aged man's obscene face, furious, and ran to the underground parking lot. Calmed down but regretted. Maybe agreeing to him was the right choice? After all, there is no purity in the adult world. Only dirty deals. If you don't say yes now, sooner or later in the future. AI. Xiao La sighed softly. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Why? Something on your mind? No. Xiao La hurriedly shook her head. Zhang San Crazy no longer asked more questions and stepped on the gas. Boom! The loud hissing sound of the engine resounded through the parking lot. The sports car scurried onto the road at once and sped through the traffic. Fu Guang neighborhood. It was even more dilapidated than the Hong Yuming do that Zhang San Crazy rented. Built in the 1990s, and the security was not too good. At this time, there is an Audi A8 parked in front of the neighborhood. Beside the car stood a young man, wearing a blue suit, dashing and suave, holding a bouquet of 99 roses. When Xiao La got off the car and saw him, her pretty face instantly panicked and her small hand grabbed the corner of Zhang San Crazy's coat. Looking at this scene, Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows lightly and asked, Your boyfriend? Xiao La shook her head and said, No, a son of our school, called Wang Jun. He has been pursuing me since my junior year, but he changed his girlfriend every day, so I never agreed. I didn't expect that he would still be pestering me after graduation. Zhang San Crazy's eyes narrowed at his words, and in the next second, the corners of his mouth rose. Don't be afraid of him, let's go. Zhang San Crazy took Xiao La's small hand. You. Xiao La's complexion froze, her white cheeks surfaced scarlet, and she followed. And at this time, Wang Jun also saw Xiao La. His eyes instantly lit up with lust. His palm stroked his hair and made a gesture that he thought was very handsome, holding flowers in his hand. Lara, my love for you can be seen in heaven and earth. I know you're not such a casual woman, but I'm willing to exchange my heart for true love. These 99 roses represent my love. Please accept them. After saying that, he revealed a dashing smile. Had to say, this guy had a high emotional quotient. In other words, other women would have long been intoxicated by sweet words, coupled with the Audi A8. I believe there are not many college students to resist the temptation, but IQ is anxious. Obviously Zhang San Crazy holding Xiao La's hand. Already have a boyfriend. He's still shamelessly over to send flowers. Perhaps, he is too confident. He didn't put Zhang San Crazy in his eyes at all. Lara, I've already made a reservation for tonight at the South Lake Lakeside Top Western restaurant. Let's go have a meal then. Zhang San Crazy sneered. Then after dinner, is it going to the hotel again? Right. Wang Jun had long wanted to have that with Xiao La. This sentence was right in his heart, but he immediately reacted, his face grim. Who are you paralyzing? Zhang San Crazy laughed softly. Introduce myself, Lara's boyfriend. She already has a master. I hope you won't be stalking like a licking dog. Licking dog? Hearing these two words, Wang Jun was furious. His face was cold. Lara,
Didn't you tell me that your studies are important and you don't want to fall in love? Lousy waited for you for 2 years. Do you know how I lived these 2 years? You're good. As soon as you graduated, you found a white boy. Bitch. Chow Nima. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. You paralyzed dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Wang Jun froze. He did not expect Zhang San Crazy to come up with a slap. Oh, I'd like to hear who you are? Zhang San Crazy was full of concern. You're screwed. My dad is Wang Guangda, the chairman of Xinda Group. You wait. I'll call my dad right now. Wang Jun was furious and said, Zhang San Crazy, you should leave. Their family is very powerful in Jiangnan City. I don't want to involve you. Xiaola worriedly said. Go, don't even think about going anywhere. You, tonight obediently lie on the bed and serve me well. I will consider sparing this little white boy. Chapter 9, Huating Manor Maid Core. Any wish satisfied. Snap. Zhang San Crazy slapped Wang Jun on the other side of his face. Keep your mouth clean. Don't you want to call your father? I'll call for you. Right now. Saying that, Zhang San Crazy took out a business card. It was the same one that Wang Guangda handed to him at the China World Trade Center. Hey, Mr. Wang, you've educated a good son. Zhang Sanfeng briefly talked about the matter. It then turned on the speakerphone. Wang Guangda's growling voice came out from the speaker. Little brat, you messed with someone you shouldn't have. Get your ass back here. Now cut off your bank card and you're not allowed to go out for a month. Young Zhang, it's all because I taught my son poorly. You are a big man and let us off like a fart. Wang Guangda compensated with a smile. Zhang San Crazy laughed lightly. Since Mr. Wang has said so, I won't pursue this. Jiangnan City, inside a villa. Wang Guangda's mouth trembled as he slowly put down his cell phone. His eyes were filled with fear, and he said with hatred, Little brat, who are you messing with? That's not good. But you messed with Zhang Xiao. Zhang San Crazy pulled Xiao La's hand. Without looking back, he walked into the Fuguang neighborhood, downstairs of the cell. I'm going upstairs, Xiao La said softly. Oh, then you go up. If Wang Jun comes to harass you again, call me directly. Zhang San Crazy laughed. Xiao La's cheeks blushed and lowered her head, not moving a muscle. Zhang San Crazy raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled, but feeling the softness in his palm. He hastily spread Xiao La's small hand and said awkwardly, Sorry, I forgot. No, I don't blame you. Let me treat you to dinner some other day. Thank you, Xiao La said. Well, good. You go home soon. Until the sinful shadow disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Only then did Zhang San Crazy turn around and leave. Ding! 1 hour remaining in the signing time of Villa 1 of Huating Manor. Please go to the host immediately. It will be automatically voided after 1 hour. Zhang Sanfeng was alarmed. He almost delayed the main event. Although he was not lacking in real estate now. What level was the Huating Manor? The top villa area that boasted the world. Covering an area of 1,000 acres, only a dozen villas have been repaired. Especially Villa 1, which is the king of buildings. Rumor has it that even the 2 horses and 1 king failed to take it down. Boom! Lamborghini Venom sped all the way. The huge sound wave resounded throughout the road. Except for the car with a microphone that could compete with it. The cars on the road avoided it. Half an hour later, it stopped outside the Huating Manor villa area. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Zhang San Crazy? Zhang San Crazy had just gotten out of the car. A woman in a maid outfit walked up. She was tall and her flawless white garter stockings rested just right at the root of her short skirt. Her slender jade legs were beautifully dazzling, and her upper body was wearing a pure black shirt with a lace-edged apron tied around her waist. Her proud figure could not be hidden at all. It's me. And you are? Zhang Sanfeng asked. The woman was instantly elated at his words. You finally arrived. I'm Huating Manor Maid Chief Su Xiaoqian. Welcome Mr. Zhang to Villa number 1. A clap of hands followed. A group of women dressed in the same style poured out. Welcome home master. Before Zhang Sanfeng could figure out the situation, he was flanked by the maids and brought into the manor. The Lamborghini Venom was driven into the exclusive parking space by the car boy. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you to the manor environment. Su Xiaoqian winks and sticks close to his side, her big waves rubbing against her arm from time to time. It was a bit of a violation to hit someone with a ball. I'm going. Zhang San Crazy shouted outright. Was this the joy of the rich? Since others were so proactive, Zhang San Crazy naturally couldn't be taught and enjoyed himself openly. The mood was so pleasant that it took off. Mr. Zhang, this is your villa, the most prestigious king of the building in Huating Manor, completed by more than 100 top designers, and within a radius of 10 kilometers is your private territory. For daily maintenance and tending, you can hire another team, but our maid troop is always at your disposal, 24 hours on standby. You just need to give a command. How late you can come to your door to satisfy any of your desires. Su Xiaoqian's charming eyes were like silk as she said daintily. Gulong. Zhang San Crazy swallowed his saliva. Thank you, Su Shaoqian smiled seductively and said, Mr. Zhang, let's enter the villa. Villa no. One had 2 floors underground and 3 floors above ground. Each floor was 300 square meters in size, and was lavishly decorated with marble tiles on the floor and expensive Persian hand-stitched wool carpets. All kinds of furniture and appliances were from top global manufacturers, exuding the flavor of money everywhere. Standing on the villa's balcony, one could look out over the entire golf course, horse farms, private vegetable gardens, and the outdoor intelligent swimming pool. Zhang Sanfeng took a deep breath, enchanted in the atmosphere of honor and luxury. Mr. Zhang, within the villa area, you are the honorable emperor, and we can satisfy you with anything. Su Shaoqian opened her big watery eyes and looked at Zhang Sanfeng in a chaste manner. Good. I want to be alone for a while. Zhang San crazy said. Su Shaoqian's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly, her eyes somewhat lost. Alright, then I won't bother Mr. Zhang to rest. You can call me anytime if you have orders. Those who could live in the Huating manor were all top tycoons in China. A young and handsome male like Zhang San crazy was considered a superb person even when looking around the world. If one could fall for him, even if it was just an underground lover, the rest of his life would be free of worries. There are thousands of good men in the world, but they all have the same shortcoming. That is addicted to female sex. Su Shaoqian thought that her looks were not bad, and she had already gone to great lengths to please Zhang Sanfeng, but it was as if he didn't eat this. Hey, take your time. Love is born over time. He lives here anyway. After Su Shaoqian left, Zhang San crazy lazily lay on the 10-meter-long sofa. This sofa seemed to be called something like the Becker Imperial class sofa. 1 meter would cost 7 figures, and it was a full 10 meters long. This was lying directly on the roof of the Thompson. Picking up the remote control board, turning on the 200-inch LCD TV, there were several bottles of famous wine on the crystal coffee table. Zhang San crazy casually picked up a bottle. I go, Romane Conti. The selling price was up to 7 figures. A single sip dried up hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhang San crazy didn't know about wine, and still felt that carbonated sodas were good, but he still drank the Romane Conti in one gulp. No other reason. Just play. Just when Zhang Sanji was intoxicated with drunkenness, on the wide road outside the villa, a customized Mercedes Maybach 62s drove by, and the bulletproof glass slowly descended, revealing a thin face. He said with slight surprise, Villa 1 has been bought? Yes, Mr. Ma, we have also just received news that it was purchased by a mysterious tycoon, and we can't find out any information about him. The man was taken aback and nodded slightly. I think it must be a high-level figure. Don't check it out so as not to stir up trouble. Let's go. The Maybach sped past, the license plate hanging on the rear of the car. Jiang A9A353. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Shocking business bigwig old Ma. Obtain a low-level treasure chest, put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Zhang Sanji didn't react. Drunken unconsciousness. The host did not respond. Automatically put it in the warehouse. Chapter 10. A brand new shopping cart. Recruiting class flower as a little secretary. Zhang San crazy slept until more than 10 o'clock the next morning. In a daze, actually found that within the system warehouse, in addition to the pile of worthless housebooks, there was an additional low-level treasure chest. Instantly refreshed. Open the low-level treasure chest. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a brand new shopping cart. It has been deposited in the system warehouse, and can be taken out and used at any time. What the hell? Zhang Sanji froze. He hurriedly took it out. A brand new shopping cart appeared out of thin air and landed firmly on the Persian wool carpet. The same model as the RT Mart supermarket. Aluminum shelves, rubber tires, manual one-piece brakes, everywhere highlighting the mundane and ordinary. System, you can bite the lighter when you're not alive. Zhang Sanfeng was filled with black lines and silently recycled the shopping cart. Ding! New task has been refreshed. Recruit a secretary within 24 hours. Restrictions, female, under 23 years old. I'll go. This is what a system should be like. It puts itself in the host's shoes and comes up with whatever is needed. Zhang Sanfeng was trying to recruit a young and pretty female secretary. After all, there are secretaries to do. Nothing to do. Ahem. The main reason is still the Rongxing Hotel and West Lake Mingdu 100 sets of real estate. Zhang San crazy heart more than enough but not enough. Young means vigor, can better perform the work. Beautiful needless to say. After all, it is a female secretary, symbolizing the face. Of course, the more beautiful the better. Zhang Sanji opened his cell phone, logged into a recruitment website, and clicked into the job search area inside. Instantly, a large number of job seekers' information refreshed out. I have to say, now the social competition pressure is really big. 211 undergraduate graduates. The expected salary are only $3,000. The system is limited to 24 hours. Zhang Sanji chose to only browse the same city applicants. A resume filtered out. Zhang Sanjian looked dazzled. This one has long legs and beautiful skin. Ha! This wave big sweet girl model. Whoa! Golden big wave imperial sister style. At this moment, an innocent face jumped into the eyes. Xiao La? Zhang San crazy clicked in. And it was really Xiao La's resume. Female, 21 years old, majoring in marketing management at Jiangnan University. Expected salary 3,000. Zhang San crazy took a deep breath. After all, it was a former classmate, the class flower. I can't bear to do it for a while. What does it matter to her? Rescuing a helpless girl? Zhang Sanji has an incumbent responsibility. He clicked on the online chat. Hello, is this MS? Xiao La? I've looked at your resume on my side, and it very much meets our company's recruitment standards. And on the other side, China World Trade Center. Xiao La's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at a WeChat message. Daughter, how is the money ready? Your brother is getting married at the end of the year. The woman wants 200,000 dowry. Don't be unable to take it out. A few drops of tears dripped on the screen, and the small hand typed out a line. Mom, don't worry, I'm already saving up. Definitely won't delay my brother's marriage. Then she dried her tears and knocked on the interviewer's office. When the balding middle-aged man saw Xiao La, he immediately colored and said, thinking it over? Right, the one who recognizes the time is a handsome man. You want to join the job. All depends on my words. Xiao La's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of helplessness, squeezing out a smile. Mr. Feng, I can go to the hotel with you, but you have to get me inducted first. Feng Hao pressed Xiao La and touched her small hand. Good point, I can do it any time. There's no rush. You let me have some fun first. Xiao La hurriedly dodged to the side and said in shock. No, you must do it first. Feng Hao smiled grimly and sat back at his desk. Okay, listen to you. Do it now. At this moment, the cell phone received a message. Xiao La's helpless eyes instantly lit up. Feng Hao walked towards Xiao La with the entry slip and said, once the seal is stamped, it's considered entry. Can you let me first? Didn't wait for him to finish. Xiao La's face was cold, and she kicked Feng Hao in the crotch. Garbage, dream on you. Then she jogged all the way out of the China World Trade Center. Ding dong. Hello, may I ask if your position is compatible with my major? How much is the monthly salary? The corner of Zhang San Crazy's mouth raised a smile. Collecting rent. It should be considered management, right? 100 sets of houses would definitely be messy without management. It counts, right? Related to management. Don't ask about the specifics. I can't explain. Monthly salary of 10,000. The rest of the treatment is negotiable. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rongxing Hotel second floor restaurant. Xiao La's eyes lit up. Rongxing Hotel is the premier super 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City. Could it be that it was letting her? Immediately shook her head. She was still self-aware. Thank you. I will arrive on time. Zhang San Crazy immediately called Wu Qingming and asked him to make arrangements. Afterward, he opened a bottle of 82 Lafite. Lying on the sofa on the balcony, sunbathing in the sun and looking out over the vast and sprawling golf course, he leisurely enjoyed himself. This is called life. In the blink of an eye to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao La walked into Rongxing Hotel, and a waiter greeted her, taking her up to the second-floor restaurant. Wu Qingming stood up. Hello, MS. Xiao, I'm the person in charge of interviewing you. Please take a seat. Xiao La sat down and said, I have no work experience. I just graduated from college. Are you sure you didn't read the resume wrong? Of course not. You were handpicked by our boss and fit his requirements very well. Wu Qingming laughed. Your boss? Wu Qingming nodded. You will be able to see it later. What are your requirements for salary? Xiao La paused for a moment and said, 30,000 is it? Yes. So have you done related work before? Xiao La hurriedly said, although I just graduated, I have done research in this area during school, and I have some working ability. Oh, that means rich practical experience. Very good. Wu Qingming smiled and then asked, then what are your specialties, or any insights about work? Xiao La said, can sing, no insights, with noble artistic sentiments and great potential for work. Perfect. Xiao La's small face was shocked. If she wasn't in the Rongxing Hotel, she would have thought she had entered a pyramid scheme. MS. Xiao, last question. Do you have any expectations for your boss? Xiao La immediately stood up. What is the position you are recruiting for? Wu Qingming frowned and said, Secretary. Didn't our boss tell you? Secretary? Xiao La's pretty eyebrows frowned and shook her head. He said it was a management position. That's why I came here. I didn't know it was a secretary. Sorry for the interruption. She thought that the boss that Wu Qingming was talking about was again someone like Feng Hao. Xiao La. Wait, don't rush off. A familiar voice came. Wu Qingming bowed deeply. Hello boss,
Xiao La's face suddenly shocked. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Sanfeng, surprised. You're the boss? Zhang San crazy smiled. Sorry, I was afraid you wouldn't come after I exposed my identity earlier. My industry is a bit much. I want to recruit a secretary, class flower. You won't feel condescending, right? No, I'm just a little surprised, Xiao La said in a hurry. Then you agree? Zhang Sanji asked with a smirk. Xiao La lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed scarlet. Yesterday she was an old classmate, but today she became a secretary. Xiao La whispered. Well, thank you Zhang San crazy. Then summoning up her courage, she said, but I believe that I will be able to do this job. Chapter 11. Pleasantly surprised by the top shopping city. High heels and black silk small suits. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. System, I suspect you're going to mess with me again. Zhang San crazy was scared out of his mind by the shopping cart and hesitated for a moment and chose to open it immediately. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to belong to the China World Trade Center. Please go to the host in time. It will expire after 24 hours. I throw. Zhang Sanfeng instantly froze. Guomao Mall was the top shopping center in Jiangnan City. Located in the center of the city where every inch of land was gold, there were at least 1,000 stores, with an average monthly rent of several $100,000 per store. 10 several million, 100 several tens of millions, 1,000, hundreds of millions of rent. Zhang San crazy gulped. Manager Wu, immediately draw the hotel management team and follow me to the China World Trade Center. Wu Qingming was puzzled. Boss, are you going shopping? Shopping? Zhang Sanfan smiled faintly. Count on it. After all, the entire mall has been bought by me. Wu Qingming sucked in a breath of cool air. He was convinced of Zhang San crazy's words. What was buying a shopping mall for someone who could buy the Rongxing Hotel? Boss, I'll go make arrangements. Xiao La stood by the side, looking a bit overwhelmed. Looking at her former classmate and shyly said, Old boss, what can I do? You come with us. The mall is in your hands. Zhang San crazy said softly. Ah, Xiao La's face was shocked. What? No confidence? Didn't you learn business management? Zhang San crazy asked. No, I just graduated without experience. Xiao La studied business management and her grades were excellent, but books were after all on paper. An actual operation was definitely not that simple. Not to mention that she had just graduated and had no experience at all. Zhang Sanfeng laughed. After doing it for a long time, you will have experience. I believe that you can do it well, and can do it to my satisfaction. Xiao La's cheeks blushed. I will do a good job. At this moment, Wu Qingming walked in. Boss, it's already been arranged. The hotel management team left 10 people to maintain the normal operation of the hotel. The rest of them were all sent to the National Trade Center. Zhang San crazy nodded. Very well, let's go. On the wide streets of Jiangnan City, there was a vast fleet of vehicles. 3 black Mercedes-Benz SUVs drove in front, with a racy Lamborghini Venom in the center. 2 security vehicles and a medical vehicle following closely behind. They would later line up in a zigzag pattern, moving forward vertically and horizontally, a moment in a row into a zigzag pattern, through the road. Very dejected. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped outside the China World Trade Center. The square is all cleared. The ground is covered with a layer of red carpet. 2 security guards pulling a banner, which is clearly written with a few words. International Trade Mall Handover Ceremony. Welcome Mr. Zhang to inspect the mall. Wu Qingming got out of the car, jogged all the way, pulled open the door of the supercar and said, Boss, please. The people passing by stopped in their tracks. Who exactly was Mr. Zhang? He had actually bought the China World Trade Center. Zhang San crazy got out of the car, a little excited inside. This was the China World Trade Center. A balding man in a suit walked up and bowed deeply. Good day, Mr. Zhang. I'm Fong Hao, the manager of the China World Trade Management Team. Welcome Mr. Zhang to inspect the mall. Zhang San crazy waved his hand. Have your people withdraw. I've brought my team over. Although Guomao had a management team, Zhang San crazy still chose Wu Qingming. After all, the level of a super 5-star hotel. It was definitely better than the people from Guomao. Fong Hao froze at the words and immediately revealed a smile. Okay, I'll remove them. What about me? You can keep your original position, and report to my secretary about the mall in the future. Fong Hao then looked at Xiao La. His face suddenly changed. You. Xiao La's face was cold as she said, Boss, we can't have this person. Why? Zhang San crazy was puzzled. Fong Hao was trembling. He never dreamed that the intern who came for the interview was actually the new boss's secretary. A micro-visit in advance? He had relied on his status as an interviewer to taint many fresh graduates. There's no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you're always walking by the river. Because he's a pervert.
He tried to sleep with me when I came for the interview yesterday, Xiao La exasperatedly said. Upon hearing this, Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow, looking towards Feng Hao's bare head. Is what she said true? Feng Hao hurriedly said. No, absolutely nothing. You're still sophomoric. I've recorded it all. Xiao La took out her cell phone and played the recording. It was exactly what was recorded in the office. Seeing that there was no denying it, Feng Hao pretended to be pitiful. Mr. Zhang, I was also confused for a moment. If I knew it was your secretary, I wouldn't have dared to give me 10 guts. Forgive you? The corner of Zhang San Crazy's mouth raised in a sinister smile. He kicked at Feng Hao's crotch and spat. Scum! Then he said to Wu Qingming, call the police. This recording is enough for him to go in for a few years. Okay, I'll call the police. Feng Hao slumped to the ground in despair. He was done for. Completely hopeless. Mr. Zhang, forgive me. Zhang San Crazy was already walking towards the mall. Scum! Xiao La kicked up before she hurriedly followed Zhang San Crazy. After Wu Qingming docked the original management team, he hurriedly rushed to report to Zhang San Crazy. Boss, there are a total of 800 stores in the China World Trade Center, and the annual rent averages $3 million. Zhang Sanji froze for a moment. $3 million for one store. 800 would be $2.4 billion. Selling luxury goods was actually this lucrative. Zhang San Crazy nodded and said, I know, Manager Wu, just like Rongxing Hotel. Just report the revenue to my secretary every month. Okay, boss, what else do you command? Wu Qingming regretted just after asking. He was a light bulb in the company of a beautiful woman. It had to be said. The boss's vision was just venomous. This female secretary's face value was a bit prettier than even the last female anchor. Boss, I'll withdraw first. Well, go get busy. Ding. New mission has been refreshed. Purchase a professional suit for Secretary Xiao La. Time limit 1 hour. Zhang Sanfeng looked stunned. Is this system a proper system? No? Xiaoera, do you lack clothes? Xiao La's pretty eyebrows frowned, and doubt surfaced in her big watery eyes. Zhang Sanfeng hurriedly said, just the kind of clothes that a secretary wears. No. Xiao La blushed, realizing what Zhang San Crazy was talking about. A small suit with a wraparound skirt? Black silk high heels? Zhang San Crazy smiled and said, it's still early. Let me accompany you to the mall, just in time to buy a set. Of course, I don't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand. Xiao La lightly nodded her head and said, I know you're not that kind of person. Secretaries need to dress more formally, but I can't afford the stuff at Guamao. Zhang Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. Just agree. Money is not a problem. Consider it an employee benefit. Buy whatever you want from the mall. I'll pay. The mall was all Zhang San Crazy's. Would he still care about this small amount of money? Then, it led Xiao La into a high-end suit store. The saleswoman greeted her. Seeing that Zhang San Crazy was dressed in designer clothes, naturally, she did not dare to take it lightly and asked with a smile, hello both of you, may I ask what style of clothes you want? Wrap skirt small suit, does your store have it? Chapter 12 Rich young man playing so flowery, Miss Villa 2, the saleswoman froze. Rich young man playing so flowery, plot play? Sir, don't worry, there are all kinds of styles, you will be satisfied, especially the last 4 words aggravated tone, then walked to the ladies' suit area and asked, which one do you see like? Zhang San Crazy looked at Xiao La and asked, which set do you like? Xiao La chose the cheapest set. It was priced at 8,006. Ding. Remind the host that the item must be over 100,000. I'm going. There's such an outrageous rule? Wait. Change 1. Zhang San Crazy shook his head. Xiao La's eyes were puzzled. You don't look good in this one. Change to a more expensive one. The saleswoman smiled sarcastically and immediately recommended a set of $168,000. Sir, what about this one? Zhang San Crazy nodded and said, this is it. Okay, I'll wrap it up here. Come 10 sets. Xiao La and the saleswoman were both stunned. 10 sets? The saleswoman pondered in her heart. This is still a long-lasting battle. One set won't do? She immediately smiled with joy and said, do you need high heels and stockings then, sir? Our store sells them all. Zhang San Crazy looked at Xiao La. She shook her head and said, I have all of these. After settling the bill, the two left the store. The female saleswoman covered her mouth and said to one of the sales next to her, do rich young men like role-playing nowadays? Playing is too flowery. Ding, the mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for the special reward. Physique enhancement liquid, can enhance body functions? Zhang San Crazy was a bit puzzled and opened the system warehouse to see a bottle of scarlet potion. How do I look at it? It looks like poison. Go home and study it again. At this moment, Wu Qingming hurriedly walked over. Boss, your office has been set up. Should we go take a look now? Zhang San Crazy nodded. Go take a look. Riding the elevator.
he reached the top floor of the mall. There were already 100 or so employees in the office area, most of them drawn from Rongxing Hotel. "Hello boss." All of them put down what they were doing and shouted in unison. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly and said, "All continue to be busy. Boss, this is your office." Wu Qingming opened a thick door. The office was very spacious, roughly 60 square meters, with a leather parlor sofa on one side, a solid wood desk on the other, and a few bookshelves that were not expensive. Zhang Sanfeng was quite satisfied and said, "Manager Wu, have a heart." Wu Qingming hurriedly said, "It's all what I should do." "Alright, that's it. I'll leave first. Let Xiaola stay here and report things directly to her," Zhang Sanfeng said. Xiaola froze for a moment and said, Zhang Sanfeng smiled. "I trust you." In Xiaola's complicated eyes, Zhang Sanfeng took the elevator and left. He helped another helpless girl. Boring day. Zhang Sanfeng sighed. Who let him have a good heart? Just as he walked towards the curb, ready to drive back to the villa. Instead, he found that the Lamborghini was surrounded. A group of people were there holding up their cell phones, clicking and snapping. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly and did not stop it. He didn't have anything to do right now anyway, so he might as well satisfy their vanity. He walked to the side and found a motorcycle to sit down. "Hey, you're looking for death. That's my car. Get lost." The ass hadn't even sat down yet. One of the youths standing there taking pictures was full of gangsterism as he pointed at Zhang Sanfeng. "I'll go." Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned. He asked the youth to take pictures, but that youth was unwilling to let him sit down for a bit. Instantly, his face grimaced and said, "So did you take pictures with my consent?" The man smiled disdainfully and cursed. "Little Yakuza, who are you paralyzing? I still need your consent to take pictures? Do you really think this car is yours?" Zhang Sanfeng sneered. Taking out the car key, he pressed it. Drip! Lamborghini Venom's sharp lights flashed twice, and the scissor doors slowly rose. "You're right, this car is still really mine. Stay where you are." The man was petrified on the spot. Stunned, he looked at Zhang Sanfeng who was sitting on the car, laughing to death. "That little brother generously let you take pictures, but you are so small-minded. No money and still pretending. What photos ah? Someone who drives a sports car would steal your motorcycle?" Facing the ridicule of the surrounding people, the man could not wait to find a crack to drill in. At this moment, a heavily made-up woman bent down and clamped her voice. "Brother, do you still lack a female companion?" Zhang Sanfeng glanced at the woman. The powder on her face had to be 1 kilogram thick, and it was estimated that she had even engaged in renovation. Just this kind of vulgar powder. He wouldn't even want it for nothing. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." The woman did not die. Ruffled the long legs in black silk fishing net stockings. Said, "Brother, don't you think I'm beautiful?" Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled. "Makeup remover illuminates your beauty." After saying that, he stepped on the gas with one foot. Boom! The sports car whooshed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The woman stomped her foot twice in anger, then hugged the man's arm. "Hubby, let's go shopping." The man was furious and slapped the woman in the face. There was an explosion of dust. "You're such a seducing a man in front of me." The onlookers were wide-eyed with shock in their eyes. The woman covered her face and stared resentfully at the man. "You paralyzed. You played with my mother for so long, and now you call me a. You don't see what kind of virtue you are." The two were entangled together. A police car drove over and took both of them away. Coincidentally, there was also a bald middle-aged man in the car. It was none other than Feng Hao who was taken away. Zhang Sanfeng was completely unaware of these things. By this time, he had already driven back to Villa 1 of Huading Manor. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Sanfeng opened the system warehouse and took out the physique-enhancing liquid. Opening the bottle cap and smelling it, he frowned. Not much of an odor? It shouldn't be poison. Drinking it all in one gulp, it cooled and quenched his thirst. Very refreshing. I go. So delicious. Smelling nothing, it was sweet to drink. However, in the next second, Zhang Sanfeng's two eyes glazed over and fainted on the 10-meter-long sofa. "I Nima, it's poisonous." At the same time, Villa No. 2 of Huading Manor, a young girl with a tall figure, wearing a seductive low-cut short skirt. Her long and straight jade legs were sitting cross-legged, and her small and delicate feet were hanging on high heels, swaying around. A light smile appeared on her delicate little face, looking at Villa 1 with interest. "Uncle Chen, has the identity of the owner of Villa 1 been found out?" Chen Wutian behind him shook his head and said, "Miss, it's almost impossible to find out anything. We only know that it's a youth, called Zhang Sanfeng, who was also the owner of Rongxing Hotel." The young girl nodded her head, her beautiful eyes twinkling. "Don't continue to investigate. The other party's identity is definitely not simple. After all, many people move to a new home. In order to save face, they would invite their friends to visit or celebrate. At the very least, they would set off firecrackers. But now, the other party moved in without any movement and in a low profile. Then there are only two possibilities. One is that the other party has a special identity and is not convenient to publicize. The second is that the other party is particularly rich, and buying the No.1 villa is not something worth showing off. Whichever it was, it couldn't be offended. Uncle Chen, choose a bottle of good wine and send it over as a meeting gift. Test the other party's reaction. Chapter 13. You can't speed up this car. So how about this car? In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Zhang Sanfeng woke up in a daze, feeling his body sticky. Walking into the bathroom and taking a look in the mirror, he was stunned. Nay, only to see Zhang San crazy covered in a layer of black dirt, emitting a strong stench. It was as if he had rolled into a septic tank. He hurriedly took a shower, only to feel his entire body soothe. Standing in front of the mirror, he instantly froze. Strong and sturdy muscles, sexy 8-pack abs, delicate and white skin. Even his face value was elevated by several notches. Is this really me? Looking at that beautiful man in the mirror, Zhang San crazy swallowed his saliva. Even he was craving for it. The physique-enhancing liquid was worthy of being his special reward. This efficacy was divine. It was not something that money could buy at all. If one drank a few more bottles, even the ugliest of looks could become the lover of thousands of girls. What Wu Yen Group, Xia Tingfeng, are all scum. Zhang San crazy stunk in the bathroom for a while before walking into the check room, looking at the wall full of designer suits and falling into a dilemma. These clothes don't complement my handsomeness at all. Zhang San crazy sighed. Reluctantly, he took down a Stuart Hughes diamond-grade customized suit, priced at $688,000, an exclusive luxury suit created for the top tycoons. After getting dressed, Zhang San crazy drove Lamborghini Venom out the door. Bathing in the sunlight, he felt the breeze brushing his face. Wherever he passed, countless young women threw devoted and ambiguous looks, causing thousands of young girls to scream with infatuation. Zhang Sanfeng's cold face revealed a smile. Driving with one hand is not necessarily a Ferrari. There was also the possibility of a Lamborghini Venom worth $200 million. Eventually, the sports car stopped outside a Western restaurant. The car boy immediately greeted him. Zhang San crazy casually pulled out a few bills and said nonchalantly, "Keep an eye on my car. Don't let anyone scratch it." Then dashingly stepped into the restaurant. The car boy counted the tip. "Boy, this is really a rich young man. Just the tip alone is a small $1,000. Entering the restaurant, Zhang San crazy casually ordered a few dishes. After a flurry of meals, he burped and packed the uneaten dishes. Coming to the parking lot, he took out his car keys and was about to get into the car. A surprised voice came. "Zhang San crazy?" Zhang San crazy raised his eyebrows, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who it was. Turning back to look at it, he immediately revealed a smile and said, "Ma Chang." A young man in a suit came and patted Zhang San crazy's shoulder, saying with great familiarity, "I really didn't expect to see you again after resigning." This Ma Chang was Zhang San crazy's former colleague. At the same time, it was also a high school classmate. The two of them often delivered takeaways together, and over time, they became close buddies. Only, later on, Ma Chang fell in love with an old husband who was a supervisor in a bank, and the relationship gradually drifted apart. "You're doing well. You're wearing a suit," Zhang Sanfeng joked. "Oh, it's not bad. Working as a manager at the Huashang Bank. What about you? You're still delivering takeaways, ah?" Ma Chang looked at him carrying a packing box in his hand and couldn't help but say, "Where are you going? Why don't I give you a ride? I just bought a new car, a 200,000 plus Ford. Right, I live nearby. West Lake Mingdu. Down payment of more than 400,000 yuan to buy a new house. Why don't you go to my place for a visit?" Ma Chang's tone with a little pride. After all, Salted Fish turned around and bought a house in a big city. Definitely something worth bragging about. Zhang San crazy smiled and said, "It's possible. Your kid has bought a house. I live nearby and drove here as well. No need to bother." Ma Chang was quite surprised. "You also bought a car?" "Well, casually bought one," Zhang San crazy said indifferently. "What kind of car did you buy? I'm also half a connoisseur." "To you some cars are reduced. Don't be pitched, especially the car of the small days. The car skin that is called a thin. Right, what brand did you buy?" Zhang Sanfeng smiled. "Nah, just that one." Ma Chang casually swept a glance. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. "It's really a kid's day car. This Honda pulls a cylinder, and the pickup speed is slow. The driving experience is not working." As for the Lamborghini Venom next to the Honda, it was subconsciously ignored by Ma Chang. After all, Ma Chang knew Zhang San crazy's life. Ordinary family, no power or influence. Without even attending university, he ran off to deliver food. That Lamborghini Venom was definitely not something Zhang San crazy could afford. Not the Honda.
The one next to it, Zhang San crazy said. Ma Chang frowned, looked at the BMW next to it, and said in a surprised tone, "There's no mistake, are driving a BMW?" In his heart, he couldn't help but mutter, "Is delivery so profitable?" Zhang San crazy smiled and shook his head. "Why are you still doing multiple choice questions like you did in school, missing the correct answer twice?" Saying this, Zhang San crazy pulled out the car key and pressed it. Drip! Lamborghini Venom's sharp headlights flashed twice. "How about this car?" Zhang San crazy asked. Ma Chang gulped, his heart thumping, looking at Zhang San crazy in shock, then at Lamborghini Venom. "Pretty good." At this moment, Ma Chang realized the capital he had just been proud of. In Zhang San crazy's eyes, it was nothing. His Ford sedan and the house in Shihumingdu were all bought with loans, and the bank manager position was also thanks to his old husband's relationship. Compared to Zhang Sanji, it's not a great at all. Pride? Wiped out. Just at this time, Zhang San crazy received a message from intermediary Sun Zhong. "Mr. Zhang, all of your 100 suites in Shihumingdu have been rented out. Do you want to come to the district to take a look?" If Sun Zhong hadn't sent this message, Zhang Sanfeng almost forgot that he still had properties in Shihumingdu. Just go and take a look. After all, it would also be convenient to collect rent in the future. "Ma Chang, I happen to be going to West Lake Mingdu to do something. Let's go together." Ma Chang nodded numbly. Good." Zhang San crazy got into the car and slammed his foot on the gas. Lamborghini Venom scurried out of the parking lot. The cars on the road avoided it and sped unhindered towards the West Lake famous capital. Ma Chang wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and followed closely behind the Lamborghini. Looking at the sharp taillights, his heart was very bad. Soon, it arrived at the West Lake famous capital neighborhood. A few people from the agency were pulling a banner with a few words written boldly on it. "Welcome Mr. Zhang's visit to the district." Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow and whispered, "What's with all the fanfare?" Seeing the Lamborghini Venom, Sun Zhong hurriedly greeted them, pulled open the door, and said with a deep bow, "Mr. Zhang, please, tell them to quickly withdraw. I don't own this neighborhood alone. Don't disturb the owners." Sun Zhong hurriedly told his men to withdraw. He then smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, the 32 million in rent has been credited to your card. Do you have any more orders?" Zhang Sanfeng gently nodded his head and said, "Very well, I'll look for you again when I have a house in the future." "Thank you Mr. Zhang, it's my honor to serve you." Sun Zhong looked excited and bowed repeatedly. Ma Chang was dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. Chapter 14 is only 100 houses, pretending to be a small rich second generation. Although Lamborghini Venom is expensive, the general public cannot see the price. The shock is far less than the real money. Shihumingdu is Jiangnan City upscale residential. A suite will be tens of millions. He is also biting his teeth to pay the down payment. Installments 60 years to buy. Zhang Sanfeng collected $32 million in rent? Shocked. Unparalleled shock. Zhang San crazy. How many suites did you buy in West Lake Mingdu? Ma Chang lost his voice. Zhang San crazy smiled, scratching his head in embarrassment. Not much, just 100 suites. If it wasn't for the agent contacting me, I almost messed up and forgot. You get busy first. I'm leaving. WeChat off in contact. For a while, Ma Chang's heart turned over, completely defeated by Zhang San crazy's bravado. Only 100 sets? You almost forgot about it? Pretend not so pretend good boy. He's hiding something. Ma Chang sighed, only realizing that things were unpredictable. Zhang Sanfeng returned to the villa, lying lazily on the sofa, turned on the 200-inch LCD TV and watched Boruto. After a few episodes, he couldn't help but sigh. How is this Boruto biography not as burning as before? He felt tasteless. At this time, Zhang San crazy picked up his cell phone, but found that the Penguin High School class group blew up. This Penguin account, Zhang San crazy has not logged in for a long time. Before graduation, he might still check the news and contact with his classmates. After graduation, all I received was news about people who were famous in front of me. Who bought a house today? Who will buy a car tomorrow? The most annoying is to sleep in the middle of the night. Suddenly received a message. Spell Shio help me cut a knife. After entering the group, Zhang Sanji slowly browsed through the group messages. The reason for blowing up the group was found. Classmates, guess who I met at the China World Trade Center today? What are you selling? Who did you meet? Oh, I'll tell you guys. I met Xiaola. She's now the manager of the China World Trade Center, with over 100 people under her control. Oh my god, really? The class flower is so awesome. Worthy of being the class flower. She's pretty and her career is booming. The China World Trade Center is the top shopping mall in Jiangnan City. Just at this time, Xiaola came out. I've also just joined. Everyone can contact me when they go shopping at the China World Trade Center in the future. And the boss of Guomao Mall is inside the group. It was this sentence that directly blew up so many diving people. Class flower. You're not kidding, right? The owner of the National Trade Center is actually our classmate? Impossible. Who is it? It couldn't be Zhang Kai? Zhang Kai was a rich second generation who liked to pretend when he was in school, wearing designer clothes and using the latest Apple for his cell phone. Zhang Kai sent a sweat wiping emoji. How can the China World Trade Center be mine? That place I do go shopping often. When Ma Chang saw this message, his complexion suddenly froze. He seemed to know who it was. Immediately afterward, Zhang Kai posted a class reunion poll. Classmates, as the years go by and time passes, we haven't gotten together in a long time. Tomorrow happens to be a day off. Rongxing Hotel's second floor restaurant. My treat. Let's all come over and get together. Zhang Kai was worthy of being a rich second generation. The treat was chosen at the best hotel in Jiangnan City. Zhang Sanfeng originally did not want to go, clicked into the poll and saw that Xiao La and Ma Chang were in favor of it. He couldn't help but hesitate. Go or not? At this time, the group message exploded again. Ha! Have you guys heard from Zhang Sanfeng? I heard that he's delivering. He didn't even go to college. He should be the most miserable one among his classmates. Zhang Sanfeng. A few days ago I bumped into him at the South Lake Bridge, dressed in rags, carrying a burlap pocket, seemed to be picking up garbage. So miserable. Should we donate some to him? Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow. When had he picked up trash at the South Lake Bridge? Nope, he hadn't picked up garbage any time. Ding dong. Ma Chang sent a WeChat message. Zhang Sanfeng, why don't I explain for you? This Zhang Kai is so hateful. I can't stand to watch. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. No need. I'll go to the class reunion tomorrow. Well, good. See you then. Zhang Sanfeng then called Wu Qingming again, asking him to make arrangements in advance. Wu Qingming was quite surprised. Boss, do you need me to make any preparations? Tomorrow, the restaurant on the second floor will stop operating. Only receive my classmates, and replace the dishes with top-notch cuisine that costs 180,000 a table. Zhang Sanfeng said. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. It was the next day in the blink of an eye. A Lamborghini Venom drove out of Huading Manor. Zhang Sanfeng held the steering wheel with one hand and sped towards Rongxing Hotel. 20 minutes later, the Lamborghini Venom stopped outside the hotel. A car boy rushed forward, pulled open the car door, and said with a deep bow, "Good morning, boss." Zhang Sanfeng was quite satisfied and casually pulled out a few bills. Nice essence. Remember, keep it like this throughout the day. The cart boy was flattered and said, "Thank you, boss, for the compliment." Zhang Sanfeng walked up to the second floor in large strides. The restaurant was bustling with a lot of people. A lot of people had come, and at this time, they were gathering to flirt with each other about the embarrassing things they did when they were in school. Zhang Kai held the menu and enthusiastically introduced the famous dishes, fully showing that this place was a place he often came to. When Zhang Sanfeng came, some of his classmates didn't even look at him. Obviously, none of them were too willing to take care of him. Xiao La stood up, her beautiful eyes encompassing complex emotions. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly, signaling her to sit down first. Zhang Sanfeng, come here, I've taken a seat for you, Ma Chang said very enthusiastically. It had to be former iron buddies yet. Not everyone was a snob. Only after Zhang Sanfeng sat down did Zhang Kai, who was at the same table, raise his head and reveal a contemptuous look. Yo, isn't this Zhang Sanfeng? Why? Finished picking up trash today? The surrounding classmates cast strange gazes. A few female classmates who were dressed in flamboyant outfits covered their mouths and said sarcastically, Zhang Sanfeng, aren't you delivering takeaways? Why did you run to pick up garbage? How can you say you have a high school diploma? It's not so bad that you can't even find a job. Right, being a waitress is better than picking up garbage. The restaurant erupted into snickers. Zhang Kai hypocritically said, you all don't understand. Zhang Sanfeng has business acumen. That place in South Lake Bridge is crowded. It's considered the CBD of the garbage world, with good benefits and high treatment. You can pick up a lot of money in a day. The crowd revealed an expression of dawning realization. One after another, they praised Zhang Sanfeng for his quick-wittedness, but how they heard it, they all felt that it was cursing. Ma Chang's face flushed red, and just when he wanted to explain for Zhang Sanfeng, he was stopped. It's fine, take it as a joke. Looking at Zhang Sanfeng's calm and relaxed demeanor, Ma Chang was taken aback. A tycoon's pattern was just big. Seeing Zhang Sanfeng's lack of reaction, Zhang Kai laughed at his own expense. Spittingly, he continued to brag. I often come to Rongxing Hotel, and I'm very familiar with the manager here. Wu Qingming, later on, everyone will eat openly. My treat. Zhang Sanfeng smiled at his words. Oh, you're familiar with manager Wu? What? You don't believe it? Zhang Kai scoffed. That's right. You're a garbage collector who doesn't understand the upper class. This table of dishes today, priced at 68,000. When the big guys are done eating, you can pack it up and take it back. After all, it will be hard for you to eat it again in your life. Chapter 15. Is the boss going to serve? Can't escape the law of true fragrance. When these words came out, the restaurant erupted in snickers. However, just at this time, a middle-aged man in a dark suit with a sophisticated aura hurriedly walked in. When Zhang Kai saw him, his complexion was instantly shocked. This was because he was none other than the manager of the Rongxing Hotel. Wu Qingming, why is he here? Zhang Kai was shocked and then puzzled. He had just said that he knew Wu Qingming was just bragging. In fact, he had only met him a few times and had never even spoken. The surrounding students were curious. Who exactly was this middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor? That, Manager Wu. I've just done a membership card at your hotel. There's no need for you to come here personally. When Zhang Kai thought about it, this was the only reason. It cost $50,000 to run the card. Originally, I still felt that it was a blood loss, but now I see that it's simply earned to my grandma's house. $50,000 to put on such a big show. However, Wu Qingming directly ignored Zhang Kai and walked straight to Zhang San Crazy, bowed deeply and said, "Boss, can we serve the food now?" Zhang Kai was instantly petrified. The surrounding students saw this scene and directly froze. There was no mistake, right? The manager of Rongxing Hotel, Wu Qingming. Surprisingly, he addressed Zhang Sanfeng as his boss. Then it means that Rongxing Hotel. Zhang San Crazy opened it. Zhang Kai's face flushed red with a feeling of being ashamed of himself. He had just blurted out that Zhang San Crazy was a garbage collector and asked him to pack some leftovers. Wasn't it a slap in the face now? The restaurant was so surprisingly quiet that one could hear the sound of a dropped pin. The crowd looked at Zhang San Crazy in shock. The few female students who were dressed up in floral dresses couldn't wait to slap themselves. The heart was screaming with remorse. Well, serve the food. Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly, stood up and said, "Everyone, feel free to order whatever you want to eat. This meal is free. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he left the restaurant without looking back. Classmate friendship? Oh, it was completely broken. Right at this moment, Xiaola also stood up. "Boss, I'll go with you," then hurriedly chased after him. The crowd was once again shocked. Xiaola actually called Zhang San Crazy boss. That meant that the China World Trade Center was also his. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of top tycoon was this? In the next second, intense discussions erupted. Zhang Sanfeng walked out of the hotel and was about to get into his car. Xiaola ran over. She was wearing a pure white dress today, revealing her long and smooth jade legs, and her small and delicate jade feet were wrapped in small brown leather shoes. Dazzling but not demure. "Why are you here?" Zhang Sanfeng was surprised. Xiao La's cheeks flushed, peach cheeks like a reddish haze, blown skin delicate, long autumn water eyes flooded with a bit of water. "I didn't like that atmosphere, so I followed out." Zhang San Crazy smiled. "Then I'll treat you to dinner." "Sure." Xiaola smiled sweetly. After getting into the car, Zhang San Crazy stepped on the gas. The sports car whooshed out. It stopped outside an upscale restaurant. The car door opened. A slender jade leg stretched out, immediately attracting the eyes of passers-by. Xiaola got out of the car, her fair face with a light smile. Her temperament was fresh and unassuming. Her white dress swayed and fluttered with the summer breeze. The passerby stared at Xiaola with wide eyes. His feet stumbled and tripped over the manhole cover. Too beautiful, simply more beautiful than even the stars. This face, this body, it's the ultimate. If only my wife. Oh, dream on. You do not see people from the sports car down. I do not know, is that rich young adopted plaything. Roll. Can't you have something healthy in your brain? The surrounding people marveled. Xiaola seemed to be accustomed to it, her stunning face calm and natural, waiting for Zhang San Crazy to get out of the car and walk into the upscale restaurant together. "Sorry both of you. Our Tang Pavilion only receives 10 guests a day. Today is already full. Please make your reservation a month in advance." The doorman's tone carried arrogance. It seemed like being a gatekeeper in Tang Pavilion was something to be proud of. "Full? Let's change to another one," Xiaola softly said. Zhang San Crazy smiled. "That won't do. I've wanted to come and eat at this store for a long time." Then he said to the porter, "Tell your boss that I am willing to spend $2 million for this meal." The doorman looked stunned. Obviously stunned. He gulped a bit. "Wait a moment, sir. I'll ask for instructions." Xiao La's beautiful eyes were surprised. She knew that Zhang San Crazy was rich, but $2 million for a meal. This was too extravagant. In fact, we can change the restaurant. I know of an affordable restaurant that tastes pretty good. Xiaola lightly pursed her red lips and said. Zhang San Crazy shook his head and said, "It's not a matter of price. I have to eat what I want to eat." The Tang Pavilion's rules were nothing more than starvation marketing as a way to create momentum to attract attention. As if this was not a restaurant. Rather, it was an entrance ticket to the upper class. But in Zhang Sanfeng's eyes,
Even the best restaurants was just a place to eat. So what qualifications did it have to put on a show? Opening the door to welcome guests is the most basic common sense of business. The porter saw that Zhang Sancrazy's clothes were extraordinary. The car he drove was a Lamborghini, and he was accompanied by a beautiful woman, so he naturally didn't dare to take it lightly. Immediately, he found Jack, the owner of Tang Pavilion. Jack is a foreigner, was the executive chef of the Intercontinental Hotel, and is also the top Michelin 5-star chef in the world. He was quite knowledgeable about Chinese and Western food and spoke a skillful Chinese. The price can't be any higher. I have my principles and won't allow anyone to trample on them. Go out and tell them to make a reservation a month in advance if they want to eat, Jack said in a deep voice. There was no room for negotiation in the slightest. The doorman was very embarrassed and said Jack's words as they were. Zhang Sancrazy frowned, the corner of his mouth raising a light smile. Oh, there's really no discussion? Go back and tell Jack that I'll raise the price to $10 million. The doorman was suddenly shocked at his words, his eyes widening. Sir, you're not joking, right? Do I look like someone who jokes to you? Zhang Sanfeng smiled. The doorman's legs trembled as he found Jack. Just as Jack was about to throw a fit, the doorman spilled Zhang Sancrazy's words. What? He's going to use $10 million to enjoy the food? The porter nodded. Yes sir, that's what he said. Jack immediately changed his face and said with a joyful smile, the delicacies I make are only sold to those who know what they're talking about. And this Mr. Zhang knows what he's talking about very well. Saying that, he ran his ass to the door. Mr. Zhang, I'm the owner and chef of Tang Pavilion. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Please, this was the bottom line of a foreign celebrity chef? So unbearable in front of money. Zhang Sancrazy smiled faintly and didn't poke at it. Xiao La, let's go in. Zhang Sancrazy pulled her small hand. Xiao La's small face flushed. Her heart felt itchy. Her body was like electrocuted. She couldn't help but clench her legs. Jack, I didn't force you, did I? After sitting down, Zhang Sancrazy asked with a smile. Jack hastily shook his head, excitedly saying, not at all. Honored guest, I serve you from the bottom of my heart. As expected, the great Tao was relentless, and none of them could escape the law of true fragrance. Jack's bottom line and dignity just now had long since been thrown away somewhere. Chapter 16 $10 Million Gourmet Feast. Attentive little secretary Xiao La. Jack wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. $10 million for a meal. Not to mention forcing him, kidnapping him would be fine. Young Zhang, this is our menu. Please take a look. Zhang Sancrazy laughed. Let the lady order. I'll just eat whatever I want. Xiao La took the menu, and her beautiful eyes were suddenly shocked, because she realized that the cheapest plain water on the menu cost $60. The slightly more upscale regular meals started at 4 figures, and there was even a 6-figure gourmet feast. The small white tender hand couldn't stop trembling. Ma'am, have you ordered? The blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty waitress asked. Xiao La looked at Zhang Sancrazy, shook her head and whispered, Boss, it's too expensive. I don't even have this much money in a month's salary. Zhang Sancrazy smiled and took the menu, returning it directly to Jack. He said nonchalantly, just do your best dishes. 20 dishes first. We'll add more if it's not enough. The amount of dishes in Western food was very small. 20 dishes for 2 people. It wasn't a lot. Maybe just enough to stuff their teeth too? Jack nodded and said in a respectful tone, okay, you guys wait a moment. Just at this time, the other guests of the restaurant whispered, who is this guy? Actually letting the owner of Tang Pavilion personally receive him. No kidding, didn't he say that Jack was arrogant? Yeah, Tang Pavilion only receives 10 guests a day. Today it's already full. Why are they still letting these 2 people in to dine? Shoo, keep your voice down. They are definitely not ordinary people, either rich or noble. Otherwise they wouldn't have broken Tang Pavilion's rules. At this moment, the blonde foreign beauty brought a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite. Her delicate face revealed a smile, and her eyes ambiguously looked at Zhang Sanfeng. Sir, my name is Kelly. This bottle of wine is Chef Jack's collection. You must taste it. It was not known whether it was on purpose or by accident. The red wine spilled on Zhang Sanjian's collar. Shocked, Kylie hurriedly took the toilet paper and reached into the collar with her small hand. She then touched Zhang Sancrazy's chest. While touching it, she also said, Sir, I'm sorry, forgive my negligence. Zhang Sancrazy raised his eyebrows, sensing that those soft little hands were out of place. Touching around and finally pinching him, he looked at Kylie in shock. At this moment, Kylie licked her delicate red lips, her beautiful eyes staring at him ambiguously. Ahem, I'll do it myself. Zhang Sancrazy was stunned, taking off his suit. The shirt that had not yet dried was close to Zhang Sancrazy's chest, revealing the outline of his 8-pack abs. Kylie was stunned. Shocked, she looked at Zhang Sancrazy and covered her mouth with her small hand. Sir, your body is actually so good. Zhang Sancrazy smiled faintly. It's not bad,
Your body is not bad either. Kylie's charming eyes were like silk, and she said delicately, I usually work out as well. Sir, if you are willing, we can exchange our experiences in depth. It's better to forget about it. Zhang Sanfeng said awkwardly. After drinking the physique-strengthening liquid, all of his body's functions had increased drastically. He was now completely a beautiful man. The kind with 8-pack abs. The women in the restaurant all cast ambiguous gazes, staring imploringly at those sexy 8-pack abs. A few young girls had a face of infatuation, their eyes filled with ambiguity. Various poses had already been practiced in their minds. The body is too good too. It's simply the perfect male god in my heart. I heard that those with a good body are usually very long-lasting. A man with 8-pack abs. The average woman can't resist. Hey, I'm willing to die. The men, on the other hand, could not sit still, seeing their goddesses all staring adoringly at Zhang Sanfeng. Their hearts were very irritated. Originally, he had put down blood money to treat his goddess to dinner. I didn't expect to be robbed of the limelight by someone else. For a while, Zhang Sanfeng became the public enemy of the men in the restaurant. Xiao Lei's fair little face flickered with a hint of jealousy and was a bit sullen. Zhang Sanfeng hurriedly put on his suit. He was afraid that if he was any later, it would cause public outrage. Being well-built is also an annoyance. Just at this time, Jack came over pushing a food cart. An exquisite pastry was brought to the table. The dough was carved into a lifelike dragon, and the skin was sprinkled with a layer of gold dust, exuding an expensive aura. Young Zhang, this dish is called Golden Dragon Praying for Blessings, a dish that I created myself and has won awards in international competitions. Jack was very confident in his cooking skills. Zhang Sanfeng took a shallow taste and it really tasted good. Holy, Golden Dragon? How come it's not on our menu? Are you kidding? That's a hidden dish of Tang Pavilion, priced at more than 100,000 RMB. Ordinary people can't afford to enjoy it. Good boy, I've met a rich man today. The per capita consumption of the Tang Pavilion restaurant was over 10,000. It was a proper upscale restaurant, and the guests who came to dine were either rich or noble. However, compared to Zhang Sanfeng, it was not a class at all. Subsequently, various precious delicacies were placed on the table. Sizzling Australian veal steak, truffle caviar, Boston golden lobster, sturgeon tenderloin. It directly shocked the entire restaurant. All the guests looked dumbfounded. I'll go. This is too luxurious. All the hidden dishes must cost more than $1 million? One meal is worth a year's salary. Is this the simple life of the rich? I'm impressed. Does the godly man still lack a pendant? Although there were 20 delicacies, the amount of Western food was very small, and only after all of them were finished did Zhang Sanfeng feel slightly full. Xiao La, want to serve some more dishes? Zhang Sanfeng asked. Xiao La hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm already full. This meal cost too much money. Thank you, boss. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Alright then, let's go. The entrance of Tang Pavilion restaurant. Jack led the entire staff in a deep bow. Welcome Mr. Zhang to Tang Pavilion again. Because of the alcohol he had drunk, Zhang Sanji was a bit tipsy, and when he got into the car, he laid down on the passenger side and fell asleep. Xiaola patted Zhang Sanfeng with her small hand. Boss, wake up. Where does your family live? Huoting Manor Villa 1. Zhang Sanfeng lay on the co-pilot, his mind dizzy, and mumbled out the address. Xiao Lei's face was also slightly shocked when she heard it. She knew that Zhang Sanfeng had money, but Huating Manor was not something that could be bought with money, not to mention the most honorable Villa 1. After setting up the navigation, the sports car drove towards Huating Manor, waiting until it arrived. Xiaola looked at the luxurious villa. Her pretty face was a little surprised. Her small hand covered her mouth and said, Boss, you usually live here? Zhang Sanfeng nodded drunkenly and groped his way into the room. Xiaola, just leave the car keys on the coffee table. Just take a taxi back. Be safe. Bye. After saying that, he fell headlong on the bed and fell asleep. Xiaola stood there, staring blankly at the messy villa. In the next second, helplessly shook her head and smiled bitterly. Why are Coke bottles thrown everywhere? The house is so messy, and the floor is so dirty. This bottle of wine is also only half drunk, and I don't know how long it's been sitting there. Xiaola muttered as she poured out the 7-digit Romane Conti. Early in the morning, Zhang Sanji opened his eyes. People have 3 urgencies. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he wobbled and put on his slippers and walked towards the toilet. Suddenly, the miserable white moonlight shone into the window. He saw a person lying on the sofa, and he was so scared that he almost peed. Chapter 17, this reward would be outrageous. Marjan's call for help. Who's there? Zhang Sanfeng swallowed a bit and walked over apprehensively. This girl is that relieved of me? Zhang Sanfeng was a little surprised. Then with a slight smile, he reached out and carried Xiaola into the room. After all, the villa was huge, and there were more than a dozen guest rooms alone.
This little girl was also really something. Letting go of the comfortable and luxurious guest room, she had to sleep on the sofa.
Aha, Xiao La murmured. Rolling over,
Her small face calmly fell asleep,
the tip of her nose exhaling an even breath.
Zhang San crazy squatted down and poked her small face with his hand.
It was soft and bouncy. At this time, he left the room and found the villa clean and tidy. The bottom of his heart couldn't help but warm up,
and he was somewhat touched,
saying, "It's really a good girl." After yawning and going to the restroom,
he went back to his room to continue sleeping.
Asleep until noon the next day.
Only then did Zhang San crazy wake up and shouted at the door.
"Xiao La, are you still there?"
There was no response,
presumably having already left.
Afterwards, he took off his clothes that were full of alcohol, and was about to change his clothes.
Click squeak.
The bedroom door was pushed open.
"Boss, you're looking for me?" Xiao La walked in. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhang San crazy took off his underwear and was completely naked. The two of them looked blank, staring at each other in a daze.
"I throw." Zhang San crazy hurriedly burrowed into the comforter, his face full of shock.
"Xiao La, you haven't left yet?" At this moment, Xiao La was also red-faced and stood there dumbfounded.
She got up this morning and saw that Zhang Sanji was still sleeping. It was also not idle to wash all the dirty clothes. Just now, she was drying the clothes outside the villa, and when she heard Zhang San crazy call out to her,
she directly walked in. Unexpectedly, she saw such an exciting scene. "Boss, I've already washed the clothes, and they're drying outside, so remember to put them away."
"And I'll go to work first." Zhang San crazy poked out a head from the comforter and said,
Okay, thank you."
It wasn't until he heard the sound of the door closing.
Only then did he get out of bed.
His mind was in a trance,
and even at this point,
his heart was still palpitating.
He was unclean. Meanwhile, Xiao La left the villa,
a blush emerging on her small face.
"Can't tell, it's quite big." After saying that,
she smiled and shook her head, recovering her normal complexion, and stopped a cab to leave.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, shocking the female subordinate and obtaining a low-level treasure chest.
Open it immediately or put it in the warehouse. I throw? This can also complete the task.
Zhang San crazy looked down at the crotch of his pants and his face instantly grew proud.
It could indeed be shocking.
Of course it is opened immediately. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Because of the special nature of the items, please ask the host to go to the Force store on his own to pick up the cars.
Zhang San crazy was completely flabbergasted. 8 Rolls-Royce Phantom. What's the use of this? Driving one a day would require 8 days of driving. And is a Rolls-Royce for driving? Real bosses sit in the back.
The driver's seat is reserved for the chauffeur.
Forget it, don't want it. Wait for the reward to expire automatically.
The system seemed to have guessed what was in Zhang San crazy's mind and immediately issued a warning. Remind the host that the item will not expire. If it is not withdrawn for more than 24 hours, the 4S store will charge a demurrage fee of 100,000 a day.
Nima.
Zhang Sanfeng directly exploded. The nationalist helplessly shook his head and smiled.
What else can be done?
Of course it is to go to pick up the car.
Taking out his cell phone,
he contacted Wu Qingming and asked him to arrange for 8 drivers to go to the Force store to bring back the car, placing it right in front of the Rongxing Hotel. It was placed in front of the Rongxing Hotel as an exclusive car for the transportation of VIPs.
After making the arrangements, Zhang San crazy lazily lay on the 10-long sofa. Turning on the 200-inch LCD TV, he watched a fan drama. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon.
Zhang San crazy was thinking about whether to have French foie gras,
sirloin steak, or Australian abalone for dinner when his cell phone suddenly rang.
It was Ma Chang calling. Zhang San crazy casually answered it.
"Hey, San crazy, I want to ask you for a favor, but I'm too embarrassed to say it outright. Are you free right now?" Hearing Ma Chang's cautious tone,
Zhang San crazy smiled faintly.
"Xianzi, what's our relationship? Just say what it is. I can help for sure."
Ma Chang paused for a moment before continuing.
"I'm going to have a wedding in a few days. You know, my bank manager position is thanks to my old husband's relationship, and I'm having a very stifling time at home. Can you let me do it at Rongxing Hotel? I want to raise my eyebrows."
Zhang San crazy smiled at his words.
"I still think what's the matter? How often do you do it?" "Then you are agreeing?" Ma Chang said apprehensively. "Of course, I'm happy that you're getting married.
I can still help with this little favor."
"Right, have you taken care of the wedding car?" At this moment,
Zhang San crazy suddenly thought of the 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms.
Just now, it was thought to be useless, but it was more than suitable to give Ma Chang as a wedding car. "Hey, don't mention it. My girlfriend thinks that marriage is a lifelong event.
The wedding car is clamoring for a Mercedes-Benz,
but the rent is $5,000 a day. I really can't afford it,
and she's having a falling out with me."
Ma Chang lit a cigarette and took a drag. His tone was somewhat helpless. Isn't this a coincidence? Zhang Sanfeng laughed. Xiangzi, Mercedes-Benz is too low-end. What do you think about Rolls-Royce? What the hell? Ma Chang looked shocked and said, I happen to have bought 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. I'll lend them to you for free as a wedding car. Zhang San Crazy just finished speaking. Ma Chang was instantly shocked, swallowed his saliva and lost his voice. No, San Crazy, don't lie to me. 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, free for me? Of course. What kind of relationship do we have? Don't worry about the wedding car. I'll do it for you. Zhang San Crazy said with great certainty. Ma Chang paused for a moment, his voice trembling a little. San Crazy, I really don't know how to thank you. On the wedding day, you come to be the witness, I'll give you another spin. Big men don't be sentimental. That's it, hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Zhang San Crazy contacted Wu Qingming again. Let him arrange for 8 strong men to be drivers. Uniform black suits wearing sunglasses. That platoon. Rubbed up. Westlake famous capital. Ma Chang stubbed out his cigarette and also slowed down for a while before calming down. Immediately walked to the bedroom and said to his daughter-in-law Lin, wife, the wedding will be held at the Rongxing Hotel. The fleet of vehicles you do not need to be angry. We do not use Mercedes. Directly with Rolls-Royce. After Lin heard this, her originally sullen face was instantly surprised. Ma Chang, you're not going to live your life? Do you know how much a Rolls-Royce costs? Don't even think about renting it without $10,000. And the Rongxing Hotel, even if they have the money, they won't agree to us having a wedding. Ma Chang laughed and pinched Lin's cheeks. Wife, listen to me first. A former colleague of mine is now the owner of Rongxing Hotel. What you said is not a matter at all. He lent us 8 Rolls-Royces for free. Lin half-heartedly said, you still have this kind of colleague? You don't say. There really is. Ma Chang proudly laughed. Chapter 18 Street Interview with Female Blogger. Patek Philippe Ladies Watch. A Lamborghini Venom drove out of Huading Manor. Zhang Sanfeng held the steering wheel with one hand, his cold face with a light smile as he heavily stepped on the gas. Boom! The engine hissed. The sports car sped towards the China World Trade Center. He was ready to purchase a dress. After all, wearing too shabby would lose face. Handsome guy, if you have $100 million, what are you going to spend it on? Just as he entered the mall, a female blogger doing a street interview directly disliked the microphone to his mouth. Zhang San Crazy looked dumbfounded and stood there motionless. The female blogger thought that Zhang San Crazy was intimidated, and the corner of her mouth lifted up in a smile. Handsome, it's just an interview. There's no need for you to be so serious. At this point, the female blogger's question had already attracted the attention of many passers-by nearby. No, you wait a little, how much? Zhang Sanji was truly stunned. When had he gotten so poor? The female blogger frowned and said, $100 million, how are you going to spend it? It's all bankrupt, how can I spend it? Saying this, Zhang San Crazy took out his cell phone and checked the balance on his card. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and said, luckily it's still there. The female blogger was speechless for a while in her heart, but she still maintained a smile in front of the camera. Handsome, I know that 100 million is a lot, but this is just an interview. You don't have to take it seriously. However, without waiting for her to finish, Zhang San Crazy said loudly, not even for an interview. How am I supposed to live with only 100 million? This is too poor. This dress on me is a few $1,000,000. As his words fell, the female blogger froze. The surrounding passers-by also froze. This was an interview with a tycoon? But this youth was nothing but a little handsome. He didn't look like someone who had $100 million in savings. The female blogger naturally do not believe. Inner sneer. You still have 100 million? Are you kidding me? Isn't everyone a billionaire? Let me dismantle you face to face as a pretender. This video will definitely be on the hot search. Thinking of this, the female anchor laughed wildly inwardly and opened her mouth. Handsome boy, there has to be a limit to pretending. You said you have a few $1,000,000 for this outfit? As we all know, the most expensive suit Armani is only a few $100,000. This suit on you has no trademark. It looks like $100 a piece of miscellaneous brand on the ground stall. Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy didn't get angry and smiled. This brand is not for sale to the public and only accepts private customization. So there is no trademark. This was too able to pretend. She even wanted to give Zhang San Crazy an award for best pretentious pretty boy, and only accepts private orders? Why don't you go to heaven? However, just at this time, a passerby wearing an Armani suit walked up and looked at Zhang Sanfeng with a shocked expression. This gentleman, this suit you're wearing, is it the Stuart Hughes diamond level customized suit? Zhang San Crazy nodded his head gently, finally encountering a knowledgeable one. That's right, what is it? The passerby was excited and said excitedly, hello sir, I am a suit collector. Can this suit be sold to me? I'm willing to offer $10 million to buy it. At once, the hostess froze, but immediately revealed a cold smile. You're ATO. Right, even Armani can't sell this kind of price. What? Armani? The passerby stormed out and chided. How can trash like Armani be compared to Stullhutters? It's not even good enough to be a dishcloth. With that, he took off the Armani suit on his body, trampled down hard on his feet, then said in a sincere tone, Sir, please sell it to me no matter what, otherwise I will regret it in this life. At this time, a youth watching from the side held a cell phone. Checked it out. This is really a Stuart Hughes customized suit, using top-notch fabrics, made by 800 designers over the course of a year. Wow! All of a sudden, the surrounding people looked shocked. Wide-eyed stared at Zhang Sanfeng. I'll go. Then this little brother can buy it. A deposit of $100 million is indeed bankrupt for him. My God, you can bump into a top godly man even when you're shopping. That female blogger doesn't have any eyesight at all. And she's doing street interviews. Too unprofessional. Yeah, I'm embarrassed to continue staying. It's too embarrassing. The female blogger standing there completely broke down. Then, hysterically, she shouted out, This can't be. I don't believe it. You're all trusts. Zhang Sanfeng was also shocked. This Stuart Hughes was provided by the Huating Manor. He also didn't expect it to be so valuable. Alright, I'll sell it to you. I still have a dozen or so identical ones at home. It's not that bad, Zhang San crazy said nonchalantly. The passerby gulped a bit and took the suit as if it was a treasure. Immediately, he transferred $10 million. Just at this time, a silhouette came in style, followed by a team of security guards. Boss, why are you here? The people around were instantly startled, because the person who came was no other than Xiao La, the manager of the National Trade Mall. The female blogger instantly froze. Looking at Xiao La's proud figure and delicate face, she lowered her head in shame, and a trace of inferiority complex actually arose in her heart, and the pretentious boy in her mouth. It was actually the boss of the China World Trade Center. For a while, his cheeks were burning hot and painful, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Zhang San crazy glanced at Xiao La, a smile appeared on his face and said, I have a friend getting married in a few days, come to pick out a dress. Xiao La nodded and said, then I'll accompany you shopping. And then, the two of them strolled around the mall. When they passed by an Armani boutique, Zhang Sanji stopped in his tracks. Although Armani was not as good as Stuart Hughes, it was already the best brand of clothes that an ordinary person could buy. At this moment, the salesman in the store also welcomed him out. Manager Xiao, why are you here? Who is this? Xiao La said softly, my boss. At once, the salesman was shocked. Xiao La's boss? Isn't that the owner of the China World Trade Center? A few days ago, the news of the mall's change of ownership, the entire mall had heard about it. But the new owner was so mysterious that he never showed up. I didn't realize it was a rich young man. He's quite handsome. The salesman revealed an attentive smile and said, Mr. Zhang, welcome to Armani. What kind of clothes would you like to buy? Is there a gown? Mr. Zhang San crazy asked. Of course there is. I'll fetch it for you right now. The salesman didn't dare to delay and immediately fetched 5 or 6 dresses. These are all limited edition gowns. There is absolutely no second one in Jiangnan City. Zhang Sanfeng asked, Xiao La, which one do you think looks good? Me? Xiao La froze for a moment, looking at Zhang San crazy's handsome face. Her small face blushed and pointed at a black gown. That one is good. Okay, it's it. After paying the money, the two of them also walked towards the outside. When they passed by a Patek Philippe store, Xiao La's gaze stopped on a precious lady's wristwatch on the stand. What? Like it? Zhang Sanfeng asked with a smile. No. Xiao La shook her head and said, although she was the manager of the China World Trade Center, her salary wasn't paid and she didn't have much money on her. That wristwatch was priced at over $100,000. It wasn't something she could wish for. In response, Zhang San crazy smiled faintly, pulled Xiao La's small hand, and headed inside the Patek Philippe store. Chapter 19, a $13 million watch. A call from mom. Which is the most expensive watch in your store? Walking into the store, Zhang San crazy directly asked. The salesman did not dare to be slow. After all, when Zhang San crazy came out from Armani, the fact that he was the owner of the China World Trade Center had already been rumored in the internal group. Moreover, not to mention the fact that Xiao La was also following beside him at this time, both of these two big shots were not something that a small salesperson like her could offend. Sir, wait a moment, I'll take it out for you. The salesman went into the store's warehouse, opened the layers of encrypted safe, and carefully took out an exquisite box. Sir, this watch is a Patek Philippe chime. There are no more than 10 pieces in China. It is our store's treasure of the town. Ordinary tycoons are not qualified to buy it at all. Hearing these words, Zhang San crazy was quite satisfied. Yes, I'll take it. The salesman froze. Sir, don't you ask for the price? Zhang San crazy laughed and said in a nonchalant manner, is it worth $100 million? The salesman shook his head. That's not true. The selling price is 13 million. Hearing the price, Xiao La was shocked even though she was mentally prepared. Isn't a watch used to see the time? There was no essential difference from a $13 electronic watch. It's hard to believe that, wearing this watch, a day can pass 25 hours? It's too exaggerated. But the next second, Zhang San crazy picked up the watch and put it on her white wrist. Xiao La looked at Zhang San crazy in a daze. Boss, Zhang San crazy smiled slightly. As my employee, the most important thing is to be punctual. This watch is for you. You are not allowed to be late for work in the future. But it's too expensive. Take it, as your reward for accompanying me to the mall today. The salesman was dumbfounded. A $13 million watch given away just like that? Worthy of being the boss of the National Trade Center. The heart also smiled. This single her commission far exceeded a year's salary. Oh, Xiao manager wearing this watch is perfect. Watch with beauty. Not at all out of place. Xiao La's face is scarlet. Her voice is a little excited. Thank you boss. Hey, what's this? By the way, thank you for helping me clean up the house. Zhang San crazy said. Xiao La, however, remembered the exciting scene in the morning. Her small face became even more scarlet, like a ripe peach. After buying things, Zhang San crazy left the mall. With one foot, he stepped on the gas pedal. Boom! The Lamborghini shot out. Xiao La stood there, looking at the sports car that disappeared from sight, and then looked at the Patek Philippe on her wrist. The beautiful eyes showed complex emotions. Zhang San crazy held the steering wheel with one hand and was about to return to Huating Manor when he received a phone call. Mom? Looking at the caller ID, Zhang San crazy was in a bit of a trance. It had also been a long time since he had contacted his family. San crazy, off work yet? It's been hot lately. Pay more attention. Don't get heat stroke. Your dad and I are fine. Don't worry about us. Just after connecting, Lu Dongmei's nagging voice came out from the speaker. After all, she thought Zhang Sanjian was still delivering takeaways. I know. You and dad take care of your health. My classmates and I have started a small business. We will transfer some money to the family later. Don't save it. Just spend it without worry. Oh, no need. Our old couple's pension is enough. Lu Dongmei said with a smile. Right. Almost forgot to say the main thing. Your cousin in a few days to Jiangnan City to play. You take care of it. After all, is a girl afraid of encountering danger? Cousin? Zhang San crazy's mind conjured up a childish girl with a runny nose giggling at him. Time flies really fast. This little girl had actually graduated from university as well. Zhang San crazy smiled. Okay, Mom, I will take care of my cousin. Putting down his cell phone, Zhang San crazy turned the steering wheel. Huashang Bank, Jiangnan City branch. Zhang Sanjian parked his car and walked towards the counter. Transferring money? The counter clerk's voice was ice cold. Didn't even look Zhang Sanfeng in the eye. Kept looking at the computer screen and said, nowadays, network payment is popular. Who still uses offline transfer? My family doesn't know how to use it, so I'll trouble you. Zhang San crazy smiled. The clerk rolled his eyes and took the bank card with great reluctance. After all, those who transferred money to their families through offline transfers, most of them were foreign Jiangnan City wage earners, people at the bottom of the social ladder, who didn't have much money at all. How much are you transferring? Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow. This clerk's tone made it seem as if he owed her money. The smiling service posted on the counter glass became a great irony. 100,000? Do you have that much money in your card? Enter the password and I'll check it. The clerk skimmed his lips and said indifferently, I'm not sure how much money is in my card. Why don't you count it for me? Zhang San crazy said. The clerk sneered and said in a conspiratorial manner, a foreign wage earner like you, the balance is still not just a glance at the head. What's the point of pretending when you don't have any money? The words were not finished. The staff stared at the computer screen, eyes instantly stunned, and then looked at the balance column that a long series of numbers in horror, covering his mouth incredibly said, 10 million, 100,000, a million, billion. This foreign wage earner, the deposit actually has 100 million. She immediately realized that she was dog-eyed and had offended a super rich man. Jiangnan City was full of rich people, but it was all real estate. There were definitely not many people with $100 million in cash. Sir, I'm sorry, I'll transfer the money for you. The clerk operated in a woeful manner, looking very funny. Zhang Sanfeng gave a light laugh and did not care. Being angry with an ordinary clerk was a disgrace to his status. Although $100,000 was small, it should be enough for mom and dad to use for a while. Transferring more will make them worry, and they will be compensated slowly later. When he finished transferring the account, Zhang San crazy got up and walked out of the bank. Zhang San crazy got up and walked out of the bank. The clerk sighed in relief. Fortunately, Zhang Sanjian did not blame her.
or else offending a customer with hundreds of millions of deposits. She would have been fired in minutes. At the same time, the bottom of her heart was overwhelmed with remorse. She was still confident in her looks, especially in her professional suit, with black silk taut on her slender, snow-white thighs. Then even if her tone just now was slightly so much better, maybe that rich young man could look at her? The first thing you need to do is to get in the car. Mom's phone call came. San crazy did I run into telecommunication fraud? Just now I received a transfer of $100,000 in my card. Your dad is ready to go to the police. Zhang San crazy smiled helplessly. Mom, I'm the one who transferred it to you. Right at this time, the old man, Zhang Jianguo, took the phone and said in a deep voice, "Little brat, did you do something you shouldn't have? Going to turn yourself in now will still result in a lighter sentence." Hearing his old dad's words, Zhang San crazy's head was filled with black lines. Dad, just don't worry. I did a little business with my classmates. All this money, I earned it with my skills, Zhang San crazy said with a smile. Silence. In the next second, the sound of Pop's magnificent voice came out. Hi, I told you that our son is not that kind of person. He was born. I looked for a high person to calculate the fate. Said that his fate is very good. In ancient times are yellow robes and big fish and meat all the time. That high person counted quite accurately. After all, what Zhang Sanfeng delivered was the yellow jacket takeout. Lu Dongmei said with some concern, Son, working outside is tiring, and the cost of living is also high. You might as well go back to your hometown. Find a daughter-in-law or let us hold grandchildren early. Chapter 20, Bumper Cars at the Crossroads. Take me to sell insurance. Scram, you with long hair and short sense. At this moment, came the voice of Pop's bravado. 3 crazy Don't listen to your mom's nonsense. You're the one who does great things. Let go of the job and it's over. I support you. The thing I regret most in my life is that I got married too early and tied my hands. Otherwise where would I need you to fight and directly inherit my old man's family fortune? Zhang Sanfeng sweated, but his heart warmed up, smiled and said, Okay Mom and Dad, I'll hang up first. You guys pay attention to your health. Bye. After hanging up, he received an add friend notification. Brother San crazy, I'm your cousin. Come through. Clicking on the avatar, it was a selfie of a young girl. Zhang San crazy lamented. A woman has changed. The former snotty girl has become a drop-dead gorgeous little girl. Just after agreeing, the cousins sent a message. Brother, in a few days, a few classmates and I will go to Jiangnan City to play. Come pick us up then. Okay, will you guys take the airplane or the train? Zhang Sanji asked. Haven't thought about it yet. It should be the train. Airplane tickets are too expensive. Zhang Jiayi replied. Seeing this message, Zhang San crazy smiled and immediately sent. It's not easy to come and play once. I'll book airplane tickets for you guys. So send over your identity information. Received the identity information. Zhang San crazy directly forwarded it to Wu Qingming, asking him to book a few first-class tickets. I'll send you the airfare information at night. Okay, thank you brother. Zhang Jiayi sent a smiley face emoji. Putting down his cell phone, Zhang San crazy started the sports car and stepped on the gas pedal. Boom! The engine erupted with a roaring sound. The sports car sped through the busy streets of Jiangnan City. When it passed through an intersection, a group of people surrounded the front. Little girl, he's a bumper car. Yeah, he guards the street every day. Just pitting uninitiated students like you. Just go. He's a crook. He doesn't dare to call the police. The people around them said one after another. There was an old man lying on the ground, wincing in pain with his leg in agony. Little girl, I'm a handful of years old. Not so much as to cheat you. You hit me half of my life. Next to a young girl dressed as a student, pushing a bicycle in her hand. The white face was flustered. The hand-to-hand look was pathetic. Grandpa, the key is that I didn't ride a bike. Pushing a bike can also hit you? The young girl was somewhat speechless, and recognized her own bad luck. How much do you want? The old man instantly stopped hurting and said with a smile. 1,000. No, you hit me so badly, it has to be 2,000. He saw the young girl's childish appearance, uninvolved in the world. At first glance, it was easy to bully. 2,000? The young girl surprised a sound. The old man smiled and revealed his big yellow teeth, and actually touched a collection code from his bosom. Support sweep code payment. Seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but call out professionally. Zhang San crazy, who was watching the scene from the sidelines, suddenly sounded a voice in his head. Ding! New mission has been refreshed. Help schoolgirl Chu Ting get rid of the old man who touched the porcelain. Zhang Sanfeng was very regretful. What's the point of watching this? I should have just throttled up and left. Wait a minute. School flower. The corner of Zhang San crazy's mouth lifted up a smile as he got out of the car and walked straight over. Who let him be kind-hearted and innocent? The young girl swept the code and entered the payment password. The old man was all smiles. Another order was completed. However, just at this time, Zhang San crazy shouted, "Wait!" He then snatched the young girl's cell phone. "Yeah!" The young girl let out a surprised cry and looked at Zhang Sanfeng with a puzzled face. The old man, on the other hand, directly changed his face and viciously said, "Young man, don't mind your own business. I don't think this is nosiness. This is aiding and abetting the enemy. If this time you are allowed to succeed in touching the porcelain, then there will be the next victim." Zhang San crazy said. The people around him praised. "Thumbs up. Young man, good job. Society lacks upright youth like you." Difficult. Oh, there is no surveillance on this section of the road. The police can't tell when they come. Can only self-admit bad luck? Little girl, next time pay attention. The old man held no fear of lying on the ground. Smilingly said, "Young man, you are still too young. Guess why I chose this road? There is no monitoring in a radius of 100 meters. Transfer it quickly. Don't ink." Obviously, this old man touched the porcelain before doing enough preparation. At this time the attitude is very arrogant. "Oh, this section of the road no surveillance? Hey, there really is not," the old man said smugly. Hearing these words, Zhang San crazy walked towards the old man, the corner of his mouth raised in a bad smile. What are you going to do?" The old man panicked, hurriedly crawling backwards. Zhang San crazy directly grabbed the corner of his coat. With a kick, he kicked it to the side of the road. "Mard, how dare you be so arrogant without surveillance?" The air was instantly silent. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. It ended just like that? "You." Chu Ting covered her mouth and couldn't speak. "Pay attention next time. Don't get touched again." Zhang San crazy left behind a handsome back, sitting back in the sports car. "Hey, wait." Chu Ting jogged all the way over. Her fair cheeks were flushed and her big watery eyes stared at Zhang San crazy. "There's no need to thank me. Just go back to school." But Chu Ting stood there without moving. Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow. "It's hard not to be convinced by my charm. She's going to confess to me? It's true that being handsome is also an annoyance. Beauty, there is no need to be obsessed with brother." Who would have thought that he hadn't finished his words? Chu Ting's pink cheeks puffed up and stretched out her small hand. "Give me back my cell phone." Her cell phone was the latest Apple, selling for more than 6,000. Although there was no need to compensate the old man who touched the porcelain, but Zhang San crazy directly took her cell phone away. Forgot. Sorry." Zhang San crazy laughed awkwardly. He hurriedly returned the cell phone to Chu Ting. "Never mind. Thank you. My name is Chu Ting. What's your name?" Zhang San crazy. Chu Ting's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly as she said, "What an earthy name. Uncle, let me treat you to dinner. Thank you for helping me save $2,000. Hearing the word uncle, Zhang Sanfeng was shocked outwardly. He was only a few years older than Chu Ting. Was he that old? At the same time, he felt that this little girl was a bit interesting. Anyway, there was nothing to do in the afternoon, so he agreed. Parking the sports car on the side of the road, the two then walked into a noodle shop. After ordering and sitting down, "Uncle, what do you do?" Zhang San crazy said. "You guess." Chu Ting sized up Zhang San crazy, and seeing that he was dressed in a suit, he had some answers. "You sell insurance." "Uncle, am I guessing right? Wearing a suit and tie is either insurance or sales." Zhang San crazy smiled. "Sort of. How about you?" "Me?" Chu Ting smiled faintly and said, "A student of the Conservatory of Music. Graduated this year and still can't find a job." Then her beautiful eyes stared at Zhang San crazy, grabbed his hand and said, "Uncle, I'm going to be unable to find a job, so take me with you to sell insurance. You drive such a nice car. This line must be very profitable." Zhang Sanfeng was surprised and said, "You, a high school student in the conservatory, go sell insurance? Why, can't I?" Doubts surfaced in Chu Ting's watery eyes. "No, I think it's okay." Chapter 22, The Conservatory Schoolboy. "Sorry, who's your dad?" Ding! The mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Put it in the warehouse. Zhang San crazy didn't have time to open it, because the beef noodles had already been served on the table. Seeing that Zhang San crazy agreed, Chu Ting excitedly said, "Boss, add 2 more fried eggs and a ham." "Put." Zhang San crazy directly sprayed out. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Chu Ting stared at him with a pair of innocent eyes. "Nothing, this noodle burns my mouth." Okay. Ding. New mission refreshed. Send Chu Ting back to school. Zhang San crazy froze and put down his chopsticks. I'm going out for a while. I'll be right back." Chu Ting's eyes were puzzled, seeing Zhang San crazy walk outside the store. A moment later, he came back. "Uncle, what did you go for?" Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, keep eating." After finishing their noodles, the two of them left the noodle shop. Chu Ting walked over to the bike and was about to unlock it when she noticed that the back tire had gone flat. Yikes! Who deflated my tire? Zhang San crazy hurriedly took a big step forward. What's wrong? Looking down at the airless tire, he gritted his teeth and said, too bad. There is actually this kind of scum in society. I strongly condemn him. Chu Ting's pretty eyebrows frowned, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Sanfeng. Uncle, how do I feel? Zhang San crazy smiled. You can suspect anyone, but it definitely wasn't me. You can't ride a bike now either. Why don't I give you a ride? Chu Ting had no choice but to agree. Boom! The engine hissed, and the sports car sped towards the conservatory. Uncle, are you driving such a nice car to get girls? Zhang San crazy laughed. Do I look like someone who has a girlfriend to you? Chu Ting nodded her head and said, that's right, girlfriend is not there, but lovers change every day. I'll go. Zhang San crazy was a bit surprised. Are the female college students nowadays so spontaneous? Uncle, do you want a girlfriend? Why don't you chase me? I might just agree. Chu Ting blinked her beautiful eyes at Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang San crazy laughed. I never chase girls, how about you chase me instead? Uncle, you're thinking too beautifully. I'm the school flower of the Conservatory of Music. Many people chase me, Chu Ting said smugly. See? Zhang San crazy glanced at the waves in front of Chu Ting's body. He didn't know if he could grasp it or not. The two of them chatted idly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Conservatory of Music. Supercars, handsome men and women, immediately attracted the attention of many people. Holy, isn't that our school's school beauty? Why did she get down from the Lamborghini? Has she been adopted? I don't think so. The youth driving the car is also quite handsome. I adore it. Luxury car beauty. The peak of life. Ah, the onlookers whispered. Uncle, I'll go back to the dormitory. You can find me to chat if you're lonely. Oh, Chu Ting said. Zhang San crazy laughed. I'm afraid to chat until you can't stand it. Just at this time, boom, the roar of a sports car came from the distance. A black Maserati sped over. It stopped in front of Chu Ting. He, there's a good show to watch. Schoolgrass Jiang Chen is here. Jiang Chen has an illustrious family lineage and is also a famous rich young man in our school. He's been pursuing Chu Ting for a long time. That youth is also good. Driving a Lamborghini. I don't know who is better. Boy, mysterious rich man PK school rich young man. What kind of dog blood plot is this? The Maserati door opened. A youth came down from inside. He was wearing a white suit, and his handsome face carried a charming smile. In a flash, he charmed thousands of girls. Many nymphomaniac schoolgirls had glowing eyes, staring at Jiang Chen. The mind had already practiced the various poses over and over again. Hearing the crowd's comments, the schoolboy named Jiang Chen was filled with pride and revealed the standard smile of a dude. Ting Ting, I've been waiting for you for a day, and you finally returned to school. Tomorrow is the weekend. I want to ask you to watch a movie, then go shopping at the China World Trade Center, and finally have dinner at the Rongxing Hotel. When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked. Opening his mouth was a rich young man's quote. China World Trade was the top luxury shopping center, and Rongxing was the most luxurious super 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City. Any girl would not refuse. Chu Ting said in a cold tone. Jiang Chen, I don't know you well. Why should I go out with you? Ding. New mission has been refreshed. Teach Chu Ting's suitor a lesson. Ting Ting. Why? I've been chasing you since freshman year. For years, even a piece of ice can melt, right? However, just at this time, Zhang San crazy walked over, sizing up Jiang Chen and asked, you're chasing Chu Ting? Jiang Chen looked puzzled and said, who are you? Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I already have a boyfriend. Get acquainted. Chu Ting directly took Zhang San crazy's hand. Jiang Chen's face was full of incredulity. No, this isn't true. Ting Ting, I'm true to you. Why would you fail me? I'm asking if you're after Chu Ting? Chu Ting, who was standing at the side, was thrilled. Unexpectedly, Zhang San crazy cared so much about her, and her heart fluttered with a deer in the headlights. Jiang Chen became angry and growled. Yes, I'm chasing Chu Ting. What's up? Oh, that's right then. Zhang San crazy waited for these words, stretching out his hands and firing left and right. Slap 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 slap. Crisp slapping sounds rang out. Chu Ting is my girlfriend. You're looking for death by chasing her. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. To start a fight at the drop of a hat. So explosive? That was the schoolboy of the conservatory. The young master of the Zhang family. A famous family in Jiangnan City. He was slapped in public. Not just 1, 10. Ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 2 low-level treasure chests. Jiang Chen's heart stopped suddenly and reacted hysterically. Do you know who my father is? In the face of such a rich young man's quotes, Zhang San crazy couldn't make half a ripple and blandly said, I'm not your grandfather. How do I know who your dad is? You're dead. My dad is Zhang Bei, the chairman of Ruwei de Real Estate. Stomping his foot, the entire Jiangnan city will tremble. Jiang Chen sharply red eyes, angrily said, oh, even if your dad is Jiangnan.
I don't panic. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiangnan is my grandfather. Jiang Chen growled. This is something I really didn't think of. Zhang San crazy was surprised. You're done for, little Yakuza. I want you to not see the sun tomorrow. Jiang Chen was furious and took out his cell phone.
Zhang San crazy didn't have the time to pay attention to him and was busy opening the low-level treasure chests he had just saved.
3 low-level treasure chests have been opened.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 51% of Rue de Real Estate's equity.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to own the Changlong Happy World. Ding.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physique-enhancing liquid.
On the other side, the office of the chairman of Rue de Group.
A middle-aged man was cultivating his mind with his eyes closed when the office door suddenly pushed open. A female secretary wearing a professional suit stepped on high heels and hurriedly walked in.
Panicking. Chairman, something big has happened.
The other shareholders of the group have sold all the equity they hold to a person called Zhang San Crazy.
He now holds 51%,
surpassing your 49% and becoming the new boss of Rue de Group.
Chapter 23, The schoolmaster fainted in direct fear. The housekeeper of Villa 2. What? Jiang Bei's face suddenly turned white. Rue de Group was the premier real estate company in Jiangnan City,
with a market value of hundreds of billions.
No one could even swallow half of the shares. Jiang Bei kept banging on the table, obviously suffering from quite a shock. His heart panicked like a numbness, but the guts and courage practiced by half a lifetime in the shopping mall quickly calmed him down.
Who exactly is this person called Zhang San Crazy?
The female secretary handed out a piece of information and said, "This is all the information we could find out. This Mr. Zhang, within a month, wholly annexed Rongxing Hotel, China World Trade Mall, and just now,
took 100% of the shares of Changlong Happy World. There is a Lamborghini sports car worth $200 million under his name,
and he is also the owner of Villa 1 of Huading Manor."
Hiss! Zhang Bei sucked in a mouthful of cool air.
Looking at the young face on the information, he couldn't believe it. There are still such hidden bigwigs in Jiangnan City? It's too strange, to annex so many tens of billions of syndicates in a month without showing his face.
There must be a more powerful backer behind him.
Since we can't find out, then it must be a high-level figure.
Don't continue to look into it so as not to stir up trouble, worthy of being an asset predator.
In just a few minutes,
he analyzed the pros and cons, immediately notified the etiquette department to do a good job of reception. He is now the boss of all of us and will definitely come to inspect the company.
Chairman, I'll inform down here,
the female secretary said in succession.
Chairman of the board? Zhang Bei let out a light laugh and clenched his fists. Soon he wasn't. Just at this time,
the cell phone placed on the desk suddenly rang.
Just after connecting,
Jiang Chen's aggrieved voice came.
"Dad, I was beaten up."
The other party was very arrogant.
"He wasn't even afraid after reporting your name."
Zhang Bei had a son in his old age and was full of doting on his son.
Upon hearing that he was beaten,
he immediately became furious and said,
"What is the name of the other party?"
"Seems to be called Zhang San Crazy."
"Driving a Lamborghini." "Dad, don't ask. Quickly send someone over." "Hey Dad, why don't you say anything?" Jiang Chen said impatiently. At this moment,
Zhang San Crazy walked over. The 10 big slaps just now had given Jiang Chen a psychological shadow, so he hurriedly dodged to the side and gritted his teeth.
"Just wait, my dad will send someone over right away."
Zhang San Crazy laughed and stood there watching Jiang Chen make the call. When he finished calling,
"What did your dad say?" Jiang Chen looked dumbfounded,
then filled with fear.
"No, this can't be. He directly fainted to death at the school entrance." The surrounding people looked shocked and were dumbfounded. The usually arrogant and domineering, unbeatable school herb of the conservatory was actually fainted in fear.
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes,
it was simply unbelievable.
All of those Jiang Chen's nymphomaniacs from before were all contemptuous at this time.
"Wasting my feelings, Jiang Chen is such a trash. He only drives a sports car and pretends to be a pimp. Now he's kicked the iron plate, right? Don't say it. That youth is much more handsome than Jiang Chen, and he's driving a Lamborghini." Seeing this sight, Chu Ting was surprised. "Uncle, what exactly do you do?" "Me?"
Zhang San Crazy smiled.
"A hobo. I'll leave first. You go back to your dormitory. I'll ask you out to play some other day." "Okay, you drive safely, bye." Under the gaze of a crowd of nymphomaniac girls, Zhang San Crazy got into the car and stepped on the gas with one foot. Boom! The sports car scurried onto the road with a whoosh. Huading Manor. Zhang San Crazy parked his car. Walking into the villa, he lazily laid down on the 10-meter-long sofa. The cell phone rang, and Zhang San Crazy casually answered it. "Hello, that one?" "Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Jiang Bei, the chairman of Rue de Group.
I'm very sorry for what happened to my canine son.
It's because I taught my son poorly. I will definitely be strict in the future."
Zhang Sanfeng smiled and casually said,
"It's all right, let this matter pass.
Zhang Bei on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. He had seen Zhang Sancrazy's picture, but he was still surprised to hear his voice. He was actually so young. You just annexed 51% of Rueda Group's shares. As the new boss of Rueda Group, what are your instructions for the group's future development? Zhang Bei said in a cautious tone. Instructions? Zhang Sanfeng laughed. He was interested in the operation of this kind of $100 billion group, although he didn't know a thing about it. He only needed to send people to manage it. There was no need to learn about business for the sake of a company. After all, lying down and earning money to enjoy was just that. Everything is as usual, still managed by you. Just every month, you have to report the revenue to me. That's it. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Zhang Bei on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Mr. Zhang, have a nice life. This call was made in the conference room. At this moment, the entire conference room had a heavy atmosphere, and all the executives of the group looked at Zhang Bei. Mr. Zhang, what did he say? Everything is as usual. He doesn't interfere with the group's operations. He just reports the revenue to him every month. The executives were relieved. This was really hiding the big brother buying a $100 billion group and actually even showing his face. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Wu Qingming sent a message. Boss, as per your instructions, 4 first-class tickets have been booked. Here is the airfare information. Zhang Sancrazy casually forwarded it to his cousin. There was no reply. Probably studying? Ding dong. At this moment, a doorbell rang. Zhang Sanjian was a bit puzzled and walked over to open the door. At the doorway stood a middle-aged man with a straight body, wearing a dark-colored Zhongshan suit, a national character face, and no words or smile. In his hand was a beautifully wrapped gift box. He bowed slightly and said, Mr. Zhang, I am Chen Wutian, the butler of Villa 2. This gift is from our young lady. Please be sure to accept it. Zhang Sanfeng frowned. Those who could live in the Wuoding manor were all top families in Huaxia. They took the initiative to show their goodwill, so Zhang Sanjian naturally accepted it. With that, he opened the door. Then thanks to your lady, Butler Chen, come in and have a seat. Chen Wutian smiled faintly and said, No need, I won't disturb Mr. Zhang's rest, farewell. After saying that, he bowed again before retreating and leaving. Looking at Chen Wutian's back, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Somewhat interesting. He then closed the door and sat on the sofa to open the gift box. Wrapped in yellow velvet was a bottle of red wine. The label was all in foreign language. Zhang Sancrazy frowned. Who could read this? Taking a picture, he sent it to Xiao La for her to translate it. In his heart, he also secretly wondered what the other party meant. And on the other side, Villa No. 2. Chen Wutian went back and directly walked into the study. A tall young girl, wearing a loose bathrobe, revealing her white skin, a pair of slender jade legs bare, was cocked on the desk. Miss, the gift has already been sent over. What's his reaction? Chen Wutian shook his head and said, there was no reaction. Very normal acceptance. The young girl's delicate face smiled seductively, her swan-like jade neck seemed to nod lightly, and her cherry lips opened slightly and said, very good. Make arrangements. Invite him to be a guest at home in a few days. Chapter 24, The Luxury Motorcade to Receive the Marriage. Helin's BFF's sarcasm. The knight was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. An urgent cell phone rang. Zhang Sanfeng rose up in a daze and answered the phone. Hey, Sancrazy, how are the preparations going? The wedding will start in 2 hours. Zhang Sancrazy straightened up instantly. After drinking the physique-enhancing liquid last night, he didn't directly faint like the first time. However, he was also dizzy, so he went to sleep early. He almost forgot about what he promised Ma Chang. Chang Zi, don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. I won't be able to delay you from marrying your daughter-in-law. Good. I'm in the Westlake famous capital neighborhood now. Come quickly, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Sancrazy hurriedly sent a message to Wu Qingming, informing the fleet to leave immediately. He, on the other hand, went to the bathroom and simply washed himself. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. Handsome again by a few points. When he was about to leave the house, he inadvertently saw the red wine on the coffee table and opened his cell phone to look at the translation sent by Xiao La. Holy, 1992 Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon Dry Red Wine. A supreme red wine second only to Romane Conti. Zhang Sanji took it in his hands. After leaving the door, he drove straight to Shihumingdu. Soon, it arrived outside the neighborhood. On the side of the road stood a young man in a black suit, anxiously waiting. It was none other than Ma Chang. Xianzi, this bottle of wine is for you as a wedding gift. Zhang Sanfeng casually gave away the 1992 Tsunami Eagle Red Xia Dry Red Wine. Ma Chang took it in his hand and looked at the English label on it. Although he didn't know what kind of wine it was, it gave off a feeling that it was worth a lot of money, and his heart was touched. Sancrazy, thank you. Just where is the convoy? Seeing that Zhang San Crazy was the only one, Ma Chang was puzzled. Zhang San Crazy looked at the time, almost there, patted his shoulder and said, I guess there is a traffic jam, wait a little longer. Only then did Ma Chang let go, but his expression was still a bit flustered. 8 Rolls Royces, worth $100 million. Can they really be arranged over? However, just at this time, the screams of passers-by came from the distance. I'll go. Rolls Royce Phantom, a whole 8 of them. Who's organizing a wedding here? Using 8 Rolls Royces as wedding cars? I'm impressed. And it's all new cars? You wouldn't have bought them specifically for a wedding. Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. Chang Zi, it's coming. In the distance, 8 Rolls Royces lined up and slowly traveled. The large red flowers placed on the hoods and the red paper pasted on both sides of the headlights looked joyful. After the car stopped, Wu Qingming led the 8 drivers out of the car. All of them were wearing black suits with straight backs and black sunglasses, and at first glance, they thought that they were the bodyguard group of some important person. Ma Chang's face was shocked as he said, I'll go. San Crazy, you really got me 8 Rolls Royces. Zhang San Crazy smiled and said, marriage is a lifelong event. The rehearsal must be in place. The 8 drivers bowed deeply in unison. Good day, groomer. The momentum resounded through heaven and earth. Ma Chang smiled in embarrassment, his heart bursting with joy. All right, take your positions, let's go. With Zhang San Crazy's order, the convoy drove off. Zhang San Crazy drove the Lamborghini Venom in front to lead the way, while the 8 Rolls Royces lined up in a zigzag pattern. They all raised their silver villains and followed closely behind. On the wide road in Jiangnan City, a powerful convoy was particularly eye-catching. Whether it was the lead car or the Rolls Royce at the back, it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Wherever they passed, passers-by stopped to watch and exclaimed, this convoy, it's too damn luxurious. The other cars on the road consciously got out of the way. One was that the other party was getting married and couldn't wash away the joy. 2, in case they crashed into it, they couldn't afford to pay for it even if they lost all their money. And on the other side, Jiangnan Shangcheng, upscale residential neighborhood. He Lin was wearing a white wedding dress, surrounded by a group of bridesmaids. Why hasn't this kid Ma Chang come yet? He's going to miss the hour. It's supposed to be an inverted door, and he's still not active at this hour. Linner, I'll tell you, when the wedding caravan arrives, if it's too low grade, we can't go up there. Not to mention losing our status, it'll also make people laugh. I got married last year, but all of them are Mercedes-Benz fleet. I think this is a low grade. All Rolls-Royce is the style. A woman wearing a busty white dress with a heartfelt face said. She was He Lin's bosom friend. When the crowd heard these words, they expressed their approval. Right, the fleet of cars must be of a high grade. Otherwise it means that Ma Chang doesn't love you, and it's definitely not a good idea to marry there. And the hotel where the banquet is held can't be mediocre. Although we can't afford to use a Rongsheng kind of restaurant, but no matter what, it has to be 3-star or above. Sitting there, He Lin's heart was filled with worry. Her small hands clenched uneasily. Although before Ma Chang said that he has a colleague, who is now the owner of Rongsheng Hotel, free to borrow 8 Rolls Royce as a fleet, but this friend she has never seen, in case it is not reliable. Today this marriage is still closed, cannot help but feel some regret in the bottom of her heart. She should not have forced it in the first place. However, just at this time, a puzzled voice rang out. Sister Linner, are there any other people getting married in your neighborhood today? He Linner's small face trembled as she said suspiciously, I don't think so. Why? The man swallowed in surprise. Then how come I saw Rolls Royces? A whole 8 of them. The crowd's faces were curious, and they all came to the window. I'll go. The leader is still a sports car. It seems to be a Lamborghini. Who's so luxurious? Awesome. You guys, it couldn't be the convoy that guy Ma Chang found, right? When these words came out, the whole room went quiet. The BFF from before sneered. What kind of joke is this? Ma Chang used to be a delivery boy and used all his salary to pay the mortgage. How could he afford a Rolls-Royce fleet? How could that be? I heard that Ma Chang looked for a fleet of Autos. It can't be this. Linner, ask Ma Chang where he's been. The crowd nodded their heads as they heard this. Right, why hasn't Ma Chang come yet? Everyone else's convoys have arrived. Is he afraid of losing face? Seeing that others are using Rolls-Royce and he is an Audi, he doesn't dare to come out. There is this possibility. If I were to change my words, I can't afford to lose this person. The girlfriend laughed, her tone carrying a bit of sarcasm. However, just at this time, wait, the Rolls-Royce fleet is parked downstairs from us. I go. The sports car door opened, and Ma Chang came down from the passenger side. My God, this fleet is really here to pick up Shaolin. No way. For a moment, the whole house became stuffy, because everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Hearing these words, He Lin, who was sitting there, was finally relieved and a smile spread on her face. This buddy Ma Chang, quite reliable. a group of bridesmaids came together in front of the window, their beautiful eyes blooming with little stars, because they realized that the youth driving the sports car was so handsome. Linner, who is that youth? Do you recognize him? Yes, you are married. We all have to not get off the hook. Introduce us. Too handsome. Simply the perfect Prince Charming in my heart. Just at this moment, a knock sounded on the door. A voice came from outside. The groom is here. Chapter 25 Rongqing Hotel Wedding Banquet. School flower Chu Ting's invitation. At this moment, Ma Chang walked in and hugged He Lin with an excited face. Linner, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. He Lin was lying in his arms in a petulant manner. The surrounding bridesmaids all looked envious, warmed by this scene, but the girlfriends on the side were not going to do it. They were resentful after being slapped in the face just now. How could they let Ma Chang get what he wanted so easily? Ma Chang, where is the hotel to hold the banquet today? The grade can't be too low. Casually find a small hotel just want to marry Linner away? As her best friend, I'll be the first to disagree. Hearing these words, the faces of the crowd also stiffened a bit. Hopefully, you're here to intentionally add to the chaos. It's not like you're marrying someone. But they all also asked curiously. Yes, Chang Zi, what hotel did you book? Ma Chang laughed. Rongqing Hotel. Everyone downstairs, the caravan waiting. At this moment, the house was surprisingly silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and their hearts were full of shock. Rolls-Royce as a convoy. Rongqing Hotel hosting a banquet. The richest man in Jiangnan City is not even enough. At this moment, that girlfriend's face was as ugly as it could be. Originally, she came here today to show off a bit, to satisfy her vanity, but who would have thought that she would be hit twice? Eyes flashing a trace of resentment, hastily said, "Oops, the hotel is actually not important." But the crowd had long since walked out, clustered around the bride and groom downstairs, which still listened to her nonsense. Oomph! The girlfriend angrily stomped her foot twice and hurriedly chased after her. After all, she had never sat in a Rolls-Royce. A group of people came downstairs and looked at the Rolls-Royce parked in a row. Their hearts were only shocked. Moreover, these Rolls-Royce license plates were still consecutive. Jiang A 10,000, Jiang A 10002, Jiang A 10008. The 8 drivers were uniformly dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses, with a strong aura, courteously pulling open the car door and bending at the 45-degree standard. Please get in the car. A crowd of relatives also scrambled to get into the car. Rolls-Royce life first experience and then, He Lin was carried by Ma Chang to the passenger side of the Lamborghini Venom with a shy face. He, on the other hand, ran to the Rolls-Royce car in the back and poked out half of his body through the sunroof. Standing with a proud face, Zhang Sanfeng had an embarrassed look on his face. How did it feel like he was the one getting a daughter-in-law? He Lin sat in the co-pilot, surveying Zhang Sanfeng out of the corner of her eye, full of one thought. This youth, so handsome. You're Ma Chang's colleague, right? Thank you. Zhang Sanjian laughed and said, thank you for nothing. Ma Chang and I are iron buddies. Sit tight. This car is fierce. Subsequently, there was also a kick of the gas. The fleet of vehicles drove up, traveling all the way to Rongqing Hotel. According to Zhang Sanfeng's command, the hotel suspended today to welcome guests, specifically for the wedding banquet to do the banquet. Everywhere lights and colors, joyful. After the crowd got off the car, looking at such a grand rehearsal, they were all severely shocked. Ma Chang, this kid is considered to have made a name for himself. Linner marrying him is not stifling. Not only that, even the son of the richest man in Jiangnan City held a wedding and only took a small restaurant in the hotel. I heard that it was a buddy of Ma Chang's who helped out, and I don't know if he'll show up. What a joke. This kind of tycoon has a lot of work to do day in and day out. How would he attend Ma Chang's wedding? It's good that he can help. Let's go up quickly. Right. I haven't eaten at the Rongqing Hotel yet. Hearing these words, Zhang Sanfeng also smiled faintly and followed the crowd up to the second-floor restaurant. After casually finding a seat, he sat down. The table that Zhang Sanfeng sat at, all of them were friends of Ma Chang and He Lin, and that bosom friend was also among them. Sulking at this moment, seeing Zhang Sanfeng an unfamiliar face, he immediately sneered. Aren't you the driver of the car? How come you're sitting at this table as well? Do you have any manners? The surrounding people all looked at Zhang Sanfeng. Right, all the people sitting at this table are friends of the bride and groom. Why are you sitting over here? Zhang Sanfeng was slightly startled. In his heart, he was sweating a bit. What kind of friends did Ma Chang make? He was also too lazy to explain, and was alone there silently swiping his cell phone. Ding dong, Chu Ting sent a message. Uncle, I'm going to perform at Henley Bar tonight and invite you to come listen to the songs. Smile, tongue spitting. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and agreed as there was nothing much going on anyway. And on the other side, the girls' dormitory of the Conservatory of Music. Chu Ting had a guitar in her arms and a cell phone in her small hands. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhang San Crazy's reply and couldn't help but smile. After putting down her cell phone, her slender jade fingers stirred the strings. A beautiful and melodious musical sound resounded. Rongsheng Hotel. The wedding had already begun. Lin was dressed in a white wedding gown, her small face overflowing with a happy smile. The MC opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Ma, do you wish to take a mess? Lin is your wife? Whether poor or rich, sick or well, or anything else, will you love her, tolerate her, and respect her? Ma Chang was too excited and blurted out, I do. I will marry her. The crowd of family and friends laughed and sent their sincere blessings. Just at this moment, Wu Qingming hurriedly came and bowed slightly, saying, Boss, the ceremony is over. Can we serve the food now? Well, serve it, Zhang San Crazy said indifferently. The other people at the table, their faces suddenly stagnated. Shocked, they looked at Zhang San Crazy. Alright boss, I'll inform the kitchen. Afterward, Wu Qingming hurriedly left. When the crowd saw this scene, they finally realized. This youth was Ma Chang's legendary buddy. That bosom friend was filled with consternation, and her heart was so full of regret that she couldn't wait to slap herself a few times. For a while, the atmosphere turned subtle. Zhang San Crazy didn't care, picked up his chopsticks and smiled. Everyone don't freeze, after a while the food will get cold. After the banquet ended, Zhang San Crazy had wanted to say goodbye to Ma Chang, seeing that he had a beautiful woman in his arms and was happy with his spring, so he didn't go over and left silently. Boom! Lamborghini Venom whooshed onto the road. Soon, it returned to Huading Manor. In the large villa, there was only Zhang San Crazy alone, so it couldn't help but look a little cold. He sat on the sofa and sighed. It's time to find some servants. Time passed little by little. Soon, it came to 2000 hours. Outside Henley Bar, a sports car slowly stopped. The sharp-eyed car boy immediately greeted him and pulled open the doorway. Boss, please. A youth came down from the car, and it was none other than Zhang San Crazy. He casually pulled out a few bills and said, keep an eye on my car. Don't let anyone scratch it. Definitely. Boss, you take your time. The porter's eyes went straight. After slightly counting bills, he was surprised. Boy, the tip is more than 1,000. This is really rich young man. Zhang Sanfeng had just walked into the bar. A middle-aged man in a suit greeted him. After all, there were a lot of eyes outside the bar, and the Lamborghini had just stopped and had already been noticed by the bar's people. Not to mention the generous tip. This person must be either rich or noble. The suit he was wearing, although there was no brand logo, it gave off a feeling of great value. Boss, your name? I'm Zhao Tai, the manager of Henley Bar. Is this your first time here? Facing the middle-aged man's earnest greeting, Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. Zhang San Crazy, first time here. Do you have a resident singer named Chu Ting here? Zhao Tai nodded his head repeatedly and said, Young Zhang, you're talking about the schoolgirl from the Conservatory of Music, right? Her team often comes to our bar to sing. Team? Zhang San Crazy frowned and said, alright, arrange a seat for me, one closer to the stage. He then pulled out a card. Password 68. Drinks watch on. Chapter 26 Zhang Chen who fled in a daze. Henley Bar wrapped up. Alright, young Zhang asked me to follow him. Zhao Tai led Zhang San Crazy to a card seat near the stage. After settling down, a few coolly dressed women walked up. The tops were navel-gazing dresses and the bottoms were ultra-short pants, revealing their long, slender and well-proportioned legs. Under the dim lights of the bar, it looked very seductive. Handsome guy, alone. Do you want your sisters to accompany you? A demurely dressed woman licked her red lips and seductively looked at Zhang Sanfeng, coming up to his body, her mouth exuding a charming scent of wine. Zhang San Crazy casually glanced at it and said with a faint smile, sorry, I'm not interested in you. After all, windswept women like this one hung out in bars all year round. With a venomous eye, she could tell at a glance that the suit on Zhang San Crazy was not expensive. The woman laughed, and her slender white jade hand picked up the wine glass. Red lips slightly opened. Her eyes were full of thousands of charming, softly said, handsome man, all come to the bar to play, so don't be tense. Drink this glass of wine. Get drunk in the gentle land. What do you want to do tonight or according to you? Then delicately pursed her red lips and handed over the wine cup stained with lipstick marks. This kind of daughter has only one principle to look at people. Rich and gold, even big brother are hungry for food. Completely no bottom line. Zhang Sanfeng did not want to catch the disease, and hurriedly called Zhao Tai. Is there a higher level card seat? I want to be alone. Zhao Tai said repeatedly. Yes, there is. The first row of card seats near the stage is our bar's supreme seat, but someone has already booked it today. If you, young Zhang, would you like to condescend? Didn't wait for him to finish. Zhang San Crazy interrupted. I'll pack the first row. How much? This. Zhao Tai was a bit embarrassed. This was because the person who booked the card seat was Zhang Chen.
the son of the chairman of Rue de Group, who was one of Chu Ting's suitors. Whenever Chu Ting came to the bar to perform, Jiang Chen would book it in advance. He, a manager, really didn't dare to offend him and could only tell the truth. Jiang Chen? Hearing this name, Zhang San crazy smiled and said, I'm very familiar with Jiang Chen. He'll let me have it. Right, did he pay? Zhao Tai nodded. Already paid. Oh, that's just right. I don't need to pay anymore. After saying that, Zhang San crazy also directly walked to the first row of card seats and sat down. However, just at this time, a group of people walked in at the doorway, led by a young man in a white suit. Young Jiang, you're here. Zhao Tai hurriedly greeted them. Same old rules, let's start with a supreme set meal. Right, has Chu Ting come yet? The so-called supreme set meal contained 10 aces of spades, champagne, and a bottle of Jacka's red wine, priced at 888. Regardless of which bar it was in, the supreme package was the top of the line configuration, and anyone who ordered this package would receive a free glass of beer for everyone in the room, causing a burst of cheers. Immediately, he became the prettiest boy in the bar. Jiang Xiao, Chu Ting is still preparing backstage. It's just that your card seat has already been occupied by Zhang Xiao. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy as he said, who dares to occupy my card seat? Tired of living. He said he knows you, so I can't stop him. Bull asterisk. I've never known anyone named Zhang. Take me there. Jiang Chen yelled. Zhao Tai was trembling. He hurriedly brought it over. That little punk dares to pretend to be this youngster's friend? Jiang Chen said with an arrogant stride and a swagger. But when he saw Zhang Sanfeng, his face instantly froze, and fear showed in his eyes. The incident of being slapped 10 times in front of the school was fresh in his mind, and when he went home, he was even reprimanded by Jiang Bei. He couldn't help but shiver and his legs went weak, nearly falling to the ground. Why are you here? Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and said, I heard that this first row of card seats was reserved by you. Do you want me to return it to you? Cold sweat swished out behind Jiang Chen, who was standing there. The entire person hurriedly said, No need. The crowd of lapdogs behind him were puzzled. Jiang Xiao, isn't this just a little white boy? Shall I teach him a lesson? The youth then said with a ferocious face, Kid, do you know who he is? The young master of Rue de Group. Are you tired of living? Hearing those words, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes chilled as he coldly said, Jiang Chen, is this how you educate your men? Jiang Chen's heart wanted to die. Slapping the youth on the face, he said angrily, How the hell do you talk to young Zhang? The youth was baffled. His eyes were starry, and he looked at Jiang Chen with a bewildered expression. Jiang Xiao, not you. You, get lost. Zhang San crazy nodded his head in a rather satisfied manner. Take your people and get out before I get angry. How could Jiang Chen dare to disagree? Running for his life, he ran out of the bar. The bar's guests were stunned, all dumbfounded. The person who had just fled in a mess was really the young master of the Rue de Group. The untouchable Jiang Chen? Can't be? Scared away by that youth in just a few words, Zhao Tai looked shocked, standing there motionless. Ding! Triggering a randomized mission. Chartering the Henley Bar. Special reward upon completion. Hallowed singing. Zhang San crazy was slightly stunned in his heart. There was actually a randomized mission, and the reward was even directly announced. Hall-level singing skills. Was this intended to make him a singer? Manager Zhao, how much does it cost to charter your bar? Zhang San crazy asked. Zhao Tai paused for a moment and said, Young Zhang, do you really want to charter the venue? Although Henley Bar was not the most luxurious bar in Jiangnan City, it was still considered a high-class place with a turnover of millions a night. It was the first time Zhang Sanfeng came. He wanted to charter the venue? Say it. How much? About more than $1 million. Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Zhao Tai thought that the price was too high for him to accept, and hurriedly said, Young Zhang, you can choose to treat your guests to a drink. It's probably only 100,000 or so. No, it's too low. The package is only over $1 million? Zhang San crazy was surprised. The price he had in mind was tens of millions. After all, that was how it was played out in the TV series, and he didn't expect it to be so cheap. Can it be like this? I'll spend $10 million to charter the venue and give all the guests tonight all the ace of spades. What do you mean, 10 million? Zhao Tai looked dumbfounded and gulped a bit and said, No problem, I'll go make arrangements. He then tremblingly received the bank card in Zhang San crazy's hand and hurriedly headed to the bar. Right at this moment, the bar's music stopped, and the whole place quieted down. Then, the speakers resounded with the DJ's excited voice. Pretty boys and girls, let me tell you an exciting news. The entire consumption of Henley Bar tonight will be paid for by the Supreme District's Young Zhang. Woohoo! Where are the screams? The cheers? At once, the whole place exploded.
Everyone turned their heads and looked at Zhang San Crazy in surprise. Zhang San Crazy calmly picked up a cup of juice and smiled faintly at the crowd.
I'll go. What kind of top tycoon actually wrapped up the venue? Awesome. I thought this kind of thing only appeared in TV dramas. It's too ostentatious. The entire consumption will be paid for by young Zhang. Cheer up.
Countless coolly dressed women were casting ambiguous glances towards Zhang San Crazy as he walked over with his wine glass, but he was stopped by Zhao Tai.
I'm sorry, young Zhang wants to watch the show alone. Backstage lounge.
There were cheers from the bar.
Chu Ting was holding her guitar,
her beautiful eyes slightly stunned as the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile.
He's here. Chapter 27 The Dreams of Musical Youth. Corrupted by money. Shouting, what are you thinking about? It's time to go on stage. At this moment,
a youth walked over.
With long, debauched hair, his handsome face wore a smile. This person was called Qin Fun, the band captain and lead singer, as well as the most outstanding student of the music academy. Didn't think anything of it? Captain, let's go out. Ding. Mission completed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining hall-level singing skills. On the Supreme Zone card seat, Zhang San Crazy was carrying a cup of juice, watching the black curtain of the stage being lifted. Chu Ting and the other 3 students walked out. She wore a loose pink shirt today that covered the lower half of her jean shorts as if they were empty, revealing her snow-white and slender jade legs, and her small and delicate feet were wearing canvas shoes. The tall and proud figure immediately became the center of attention. The watery beautiful eyes looked at Zhang San Crazy, the corner of her mouth slightly raised in a smile. Zhang San Crazy nodded his head and similarly responded with a smile. When Qin Fun saw the two of them frowning, his face instantly turned somber and he coughed. All cheer up and pay attention to every performance. The band then began to perform. Qin Fun's pride was not justified. With excellent vocals and beautiful songs that echoed through the bar, the guests were immersed in it. In a little while, the song finished. Loud applause rang out. One more song. The guests cheered. Qin Fun's face was filled with pride as he picked up the microphone and was just about to sing the next song. Zhang San Crazy called Zhao Tai and asked, I can order a song, right? Zhao Tai revealed a smile and respectfully said, of course, you are the most honored guest tonight. You can listen to any song you want. And then, he turned to Qin Fun on the stage and said, wait, young Zhang is going to order a song. What song do you want to order? Qin Fun said arrogantly. As Chu Ting's senior lickspill, he had a deep sense of crisis just now when the two of them were eyeballing each other. In his heart, he couldn't help but harbor resentment. Zhang San Crazy naturally did not know what was in Qin Fun's mind, and regarded him as young and frivolous. Showing a smile, he said, let's have a random rap song. After all, what Qin Fun had just sung was a ballad. Although it was nice to listen to, it was not very suitable for an occasion like a bar. Coming to a bar was all about having fun. Change to a more powerful song to set the mood. Who expected that Qin Fun was full of arrogance and disdain? Sorry, I'm a musician with noble sentiments. I won't sing vulgar rap. Please change the song. Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows, thinking that this kid was a bit interesting. Qin Fun, don't fool around. I can give you guys a raise. Just sing rap songs. Zhao Tai said impatiently. He hurriedly turned around and showed a compensatory smile to Zhang San Crazy. Qin Fun disdainfully said, extra money? Manager Zhao, we didn't come to your bar for a residency for money, but for the sacred dreams of us musicians. Do you understand dreams? Not mixed with any worldly desires. It's impossible to be corrupted by money. Forgive me for refusing. I won't sing for any more money. These words were spoken in a righteous manner, full of the pride and frivolity of a naked child. Can dreams be corrupted by money? What was the difference between not having a dream and being a salted fish? Qin Fun's face was filled with complacency, straightening his back and looking at Zhang Sanfeng with a provocative expression of what can you do to me? Inwardly, he was also happy. This pussy is perfect. It will definitely impress Chu Ting. In response, Zhang Sanfeng only smiled faintly. Applauding, he said, what an impassioned speech. I appreciate you very much. Let's do it this way. I'll offer $5 million to sponsor your band. But tonight, you must sing rap songs. 5 million. Like a deep water bomb, the bar exploded. My God, this is really rich young man. Give me 5 million and I can sing for him all night. I don't know if that kid will say yes. I think it's hanging in the balance. Just now he said with great righteousness that the rich and the poor can't succumb. He shouldn't say yes. Who knows? That's $5 million. Just for a rap song? Seeing that Qin Fun did not react, Zhang San Crazy was slightly stunned. Could it really be a man with a strong iron bone? It's too little. Then I'll raise it. $10 million. Qin Fun gulped and asked. More. How much? 15 million? No, I'll add more. Zhang San Crazy laughed. No. Qin Fun shook his head and stammered. $15 million is still too little. You don't want it? Zhang San Crazy was a bit helpless and was ready to give up. Qin Fun hurriedly said. not bad. He then jumped off the stage, picked up a bottle of Ace of Spades on the table and said with a smile on his face, "Young Zhang, it looks like you know music. Although I'm not good at rapping, I like challenges. Nothing more. I'll spin one for you." Rumble rumble rumble. Instantly, the Ace of Spades worth 6,900 saw the bottom. Qinfen wiped his mouth, revealing his shining incisors, and said with a smile, "Young Zhang, how do you want me to sing?" Put. The entire bar erupted in snickers. The indomitable literary youth who had just treated money as dirt, under the obscene power of money. So unbearable. "Let's do it this way. Sing a dangerous song first to line up." Qinfen nodded repeatedly, climbing onto the stage while drunk. He picked up the microphone and shouted out, "When the music plays again, even breaths collide. Put your heart in your palm. Fall into your gaze. Misunderstanding opening. Left hand protects your waist. Won't touch your back." Everyone was in a state of shock, especially Chu Ting and the other two members of the band. Their faces were instantly gloomy. Coldly, they looked at Qinfen. Was this still the outstanding student with noble sentiments and a decent character that they knew, driven by money and alcohol? Immediately the original form was revealed, properly turned into a clown. Chu Ting's complexion was icy cold, and she heavily smashed her guitar. "I quit. Permanently quit the band." The other members of the band chimed in. Right. It's so embarrassing. I'm embarrassed to stand here. I'll quit too. Staying in a band with Qinfen is a disgrace. I quit too. Under the spotlight, the huge stage, only Qinfen was left singing hysterically. He didn't care about other people's attitudes, thinking that he would get his hands on $15 million soon. The heart was happy. "Young Zhang, how soon will you give me the sponsorship you mentioned?" Zhang Sanfeng laughed and said, "My sponsorship is your band, not you. Now that your band are disbanded, the sponsorship is naturally cancelled. Stay where you are." What a Thai song you are singing. Hearing these words, Qinfen was instantly petrified. His complexion plummeted in anger as he said, "Are you playing with me?" Zhang San crazy said helplessly, "You just saw it?" Qinfen's eyes rounded. Clenching his fists, he fiercely struck Zhang San crazy. "Seek death." Zhang San crazy's eyes chilled as he lifted his foot and kicked it out. After drinking the physique-strengthening liquid, his physical quality increased drastically, casually kicking out as if it contained the force of 1,000 pounds. Boom! Qinfen's figure flew out backwards and smashed into the gap of the cart seat. He couldn't even pull it out. Manager Zhao, deal with it. I don't want to get into trouble. Zhao Tai looked stunned and gulped a bit, saying, "No problem. I'll arrange for someone to handle it." Chapter 28, holding the schoolgirl's little hand and knowing just a little about singing. "Sorry, I wanted to invite you to listen to a song tonight, but I didn't expect this to happen." Chu Ting walked over with an apologetic face. Behind her were the other two girls in the band. "Hi, uncle. My name is Yin Lily." My name is Zhao Ruoyu." They were all very good-looking, tall, wearing white shirts and jean shorts, overflowing with youthfulness. Zhang San crazy invited them to just sit down, and a voice rang in his head. Ding! Trigger random task. Hold Chu Ting's hand for 10 seconds. Upon completion of the mission, rewarded with the right to own Henley Bar. I'll go. Is this system a serious system? Holding Chu Ting's small hand for 10 seconds and not letting go in full view of everyone? Although Chu Ting would not refuse, but for a moment, it was still a bit hard to get off. After hesitating for a moment, who cares about her? Completing the mission was important. That, Chu Ting, to reacquaint yourself. My name is Zhang San Crazy. Chu Ting nodded and extended her slender jade hand. The moment he gripped it, he only felt that his small hand was soft and boneless, white and smooth, as if it was a piece of warm jasper, with a slight coolness that he never wanted to let go of. Just enjoy it. You play the guitar really well. It's very nice. I like it a lot. The corner of Zhang San Crazy's mouth raised a charming smile. It was full of charm. Yen Lily and Zhao Ruoyu ate the fruit plate and looked at Zhang Sanjian's handsome face with a dandy face. Their hearts fluttered. Thanks for the compliment. Chu Ting smiled sweetly, flavorful, with a hint of charm in her innocence, especially eye-catching. Zhang Sanfan was a little dumbfounded. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The hand was still not loosened. Chu Ting realized that something was wrong, and her beautiful eyes looked at Zhang Sanfan suspiciously. That, Zhang San Crazy smiled awkwardly and hastily changed the subject. Manager Zhao, how are things being handled? Zhao Tai hurriedly walked over and respectfully said, Young Zhang, Qinfen is not much of a problem. He lost some money and left. Well, that's good. Another 3 seconds passed. Chu Ting wanted to take back her small hand, but she realized that Zhang Sanfan was incredibly strong and was held tightly. A blush surfaced on her cheeks. That, Zhang San Crazy. Seeing that Chu Ting was suspicious, Zhang San Crazy hurriedly interrupted. That, two beauties. Do you want to drink? Yen Lily and Zhao Ruoyu shook their heads.
Beautiful eyes stared at the hands of the two. Even they noticed that something was wrong. A normal person would never shake hands for more than 3 seconds. Now it was going to be 10 seconds. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to own Henley Bar. Zhang Sanfeng let out a long breath. Lovingly, he let go of Chu Ting's hand. Sorry, forgot. For a while, Chu Ting's heart was empty. Her small hand restlessly clenched into a pink fist, her cheeks shy. At this time, Zhao Tai's cell phone rang. After he stepped aside and connected it, his face suddenly changed. Turning his head to look at Zhang Sanfeng, his eyes showed a strong shock. Young Zhang, you just bought our bar? Zhao Tai lost his voice. The system was quite reliable in its work. Just after completing the mission, the reward followed. A little bit of money. Manager Zhao, you will be in charge of the bar from now on. I will give you 10% of the shares. Just report the revenue to me every month. Although Henley Bar wasn't a luxury bar in Jiangnan City, it was still a high-grade place. It was conservatively estimated to be worth $100 million. Moreover, who didn't have a backstage to open a bar? Wanting to buy it away was not an easy task at all. After all, Jiangnan City is an international metropolis with tens of millions of young people and a colorful nightlife. Keeping such a bar is undoubtedly a chicken that lays golden eggs. No one would be willing to sell. Zhang San crazy came for the first time and just bought it? He even shares 10% of his shares. That's crazy. For a while, Zhao Tai had the feeling of stepping on clouds. The whole person was light and cool. Young Zhang. No, boss, I don't know how to thank you. Zhang San crazy laughed. There's no need to thank you. Do your job. Make some arrangements. From today onwards, all beauties with a face value of 90 points or more can have a free cup of Ace of Spades. By the way, no Jiang family members are allowed to enter the bar. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Zhao Tai bowed deeply and left in a hurry. Will you get into trouble if you do this? Behind Jiang Chen is the Rueda Group, which is very powerful in Jiangnan City. Chu Ting could not help but worry. Rueda Group? Zhang Sanfeng let out a light laugh. That's my industry. Hearing these words, the three girls were stunned. Taking out their cell phones, they searched online. Rueda Real Estate Company Limited. First shareholder, Zhang San crazy. 51%. Yan Lily excitedly said, it's really yours. After clicking into the homepage, the businesses associated with Zhang San crazy. 100% shares of Rongxing Hotel. 100% shares of China World Trade Center Mall. 100% shares of Changlong Happy World. The three girls sucked in a breath of cool air. Thick shock surfaced in their beautiful eyes. Zhao Ruoyu sat down next to Zhang Sanfeng and picked up a glass of champagne and took a sip. Holding her forehead, she said, this wine has such a strong aftertaste. I'm so dizzy. With that, she collapsed onto his shoulder. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled, drew back and let Zhao Tai hold her up, saying, she is not capable of drinking. Arrange a private room for her to rest. Okay, boss. Zhao Tai was just about to go make arrangements. Zhao Ruoyu sat up straight. Her cheeks flushed as she said, it's okay, I'm fine. Brother San crazy, do you lack a girlfriend? Ruoyu, your acting skills are too bad. Isn't Brother San crazy Xiao Ting's boyfriend? Yan Lily said with a look of disgust. Zhao Ruoyu's eyes flashed with loss and said, yikes, I almost forgot. Then she added, Brother San crazy, do you know how to sing? Xiao Ting sings beautifully, why don't you guys sing a chorus? Yan Lily was also full of anticipation. Brother San crazy is so handsome, his singing shouldn't be bad either. A blush appeared on Chu Ting's fair little face, making her look chirpy and said, just don't make it difficult for others. Singing? The system rewarded hallowed singing skills. He hadn't used it yet. Then he said softly, it's a bit of a pity not to have a song since you all want to hear me sing so much. The three girls' eyes lit up. We're just talking casually. You really know how to sing? No way. Rich and talented rich young man. So looking forward to it. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, slightly knowledgeable. What was the concept of hall-level singing? Ordinary singers couldn't even match it. What kind of talent would enter the Hall of Fame to sing? A well-deserved master-level figure was only worthy of such an honor. Singing a song wasn't an easy task. I'll sing with you. Chu Ting stood up. It was mainly because she was afraid that Zhang San crazy would sing too badly so that she could save the day. Otherwise, in front of so many people, it would also be too embarrassing. The two walked onto the stage and the entire bar fell silent. The guests looked at them. The handsome man and beautiful woman were a perfect match. Isn't that the rich young man who chartered the bar? He can sing too? No way. This is simply the perfect male god in my heart. Oh, don't you see the beautiful woman standing next to him? Probably just casually play. All do not take it seriously. As a fun look. Chapter 29, meet the Star Scout in front of the bar. Cousin and her classmates. What do you know how to sing? Well, anything. Just sing what you're good at. Zhang Sanfeng lightly laughed. Chu Ting paused for a moment.
the corners of her mouth lifting into a smile. Uncle, you're afraid that you won't be able to sing well, so let me save the day. Alright then, I'll start. Oh. Chu Ting then picked up the microphone. The melodious singing voice echoed in the bar. When you're old and can't walk anymore, napping by the fire, remembering youth, worthy of being the schoolgirl of the conservatory, her singing skills were pure and very skillful. The crowd was immersed in it, feeling the pulsation of the tone. A small section came to an end, causing a burst of applause. Then, it was Zhang Sanfeng's turn to sing. With a calm smile, he raised the microphone and the song burst from his mouth. How many people have loved you in your youthful and joyful hours? Loved your beauty, fake or genuine? Only one still loves your pious soul. In a flash, the entire bar fell silent. The crowd was wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Was this really Richie Rich? The singing skill was skillful, the song was full of emotional tension, and the opening went straight to the heart, which could not be forgotten for a long time. A song finished. The bar is surprisingly quiet. The sound could be heard even if a pin was dropped. All of them were mesmerized by Zhang Sanfeng's singing voice, and the aftermath of the song lingered around their ears. I'll go. This singing skill simply kills a bunch of popular singers, comparable to professional singers. Too damn good. Hiss. More than that, it's even better than professional singers. It's totally a Hall of Fame master. I'm on my knees. Rich and talented rich young man. Who can't love? I want to fall in love with him. Chu Ting's beautiful eyes surfaced with intense shock. As an outstanding student of the Music Academy, she could naturally hear how good or bad the song was. Zhang Sanfeng's singing skills. It was in no way inferior to national-level singers. It was several notches more powerful than her, and she had just thought of saving the day. But now it was a complete joke. Do you need saving? Not at all. Yan Lili and Zhao Ruoyu were even more shocked that they couldn't speak. This divine singing skill, was it really just a slight understanding? If this was a slight understanding, then there would be no one who knew music in the entire Music Academy. At this moment, the two of them girls, their faces flushed with floridity, looked at Zhang Sanjian with adoring eyes. A guest uploaded the video recorded just now to the internet. Immediately, it caused an uproar. It instantly topped the #1 hot search list. Shocked, Jiangnan City's mysterious rich young man and the conservatory schoolgirl are singing in the bar. What is the unknown hidden agenda behind this? Headline parties come and go every year, but this year is especially plentiful. When netizens clicked in and heard the perfect chorus of the two, they liked the message. The heat level remained high. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng did not know about it now. With a faint smile, he held Chu Ting's hand and returned to the card table. Looking at the time, it was already past 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, and was ready to go. Zhao Tai was sent all the way to the bar's entrance, bowing deeply and saying, "Boss, you go slowly." However, just at this time, a man in a trench coat with a black mask came over, handing out a business card. He said, "Hello, I'm 91 Entertainment's talent scout. I just listened to the two of you and found it to be very excellent. May I ask, are you guys interested in becoming singers? Singing star? Carrying a system? Cootie." Only then did she run off to become a singer. Yan Lili and Zhao Ruoyu blushed with excitement and said, "Really a star scout? So happy. Ting Ting, you can be a big star." The man smiled faintly and said, "Of course, although our 91 Entertainment was just established not long ago, it is strong and has many actors and singers under it, so I hope that you will seriously consider it." Zhang Sanfeng took hold of Chu Ting's soft waist and led her away. "Sorry, we are not interested." On the side of the road, Zhang Sanfeng stopped a cab, casually pulling out a few bills. He said, "Drive a little slower and safely send the three of them to the conservatory." The driver master was full of joy and promised repeatedly. Yan Lili and Zhao Ruoyu got into the car. A touch of shyness surfaced on Chu Ting's small face as she said, "Uncle, then we'll leave first. We'll make a date another day. He, bye." Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly. After sending off the three girls, Zhang Sanfeng also got into the car and stepped on the gas with one foot. Boom! The sports car whooshed onto the road and sped towards Huading Manor. The night was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On this day, it was the day that Zhang Sanfeng's cousin came to Jiangnan City. He also got up early and washed up. He went to the check room, chose a set of Van Zek's casual suit, put on the polished leather shoes and left the door, drove the car straight to the airport. On the way, I remembered that my cousin didn't seem to come alone, but also had 3 friends, so he contacted Wu Qingming and asked him to arrange a car. Soon, it was outside the airport. After Zhang Sanfeng parked his car, he swiped his cell phone at the exit gate and waited. A hot search video popped up. Zhang Sanfeng clicked in and his face froze. Wasn't this the video of him and Chu Ting singing last night? Scrolling through the comments section, it was almost all praise. The singing is too good, right? Comparable to a professional singer. Hiss. Handsome man and beautiful woman.
divine pairing. Singing is also good. What a divine couple. I adore it. Rich and talented. A proper perfect man god. However, just at this time, Zhang Sanfeng sensed that someone was staring at him and raised his head to look around. A few young girls wearing JK dresses ran over with a flamboyant face. Handsome guy, you are this person in the video, right? Zhang Sanfeng smiled. It's me. What's wrong? A few young girls excitedly shook their skirts, revealing their long, white jade legs. Can you give us an autograph? Yeah, your singing is so good. You're now a well-known figure in our school. Handsome, please, you must give us an autograph. Zhang Sanfeng smiled helplessly. Being too outstanding was also a kind of trouble. Accepting the pen, he asked, where to sign? We don't have paper, so we'll sign it on our clothes. Thanks handsome. After signing it, Zhang Sanfeng also found a secluded corner, ears plugged with headphones, quietly waiting. But after waiting for a while, there was also no one coming out. It was reasonable to say that the plane had already landed, and when he was wondering, his cell phone rang. Hey, brother, where are you? I and my classmates have already left the airport. Not right. I have been waiting at the departure gate. Did not see you guys. Zhang Sanfeng was surprised. Oops, brother, you forgot that you bought us first-class tickets. We left from the VIP channel a long time ago. Come out quickly. We are right outside the airport. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Sanfeng shook his head and smiled. What kind of thing was this? When they arrived outside the airport, they saw 4 youths dressed as students. One of them was a young girl with short hair and fair skin, wearing a pink dress and carrying a cute panda school bag. Gi? The young girl inclined her head, and upon seeing Zhang Sanfeng, her eyes lit up, waving her small hand. Brother, we're here. Zhang Sanjian smiled faintly and walked over quickly. Chapter 30, I don't want to sit in a BMW anymore. 2 blows in a row. Brother, let me introduce you. This boy is called Zhou Yu, and the girl next to him is her girlfriend called Wang Fei. The boy was dressed in a hipster outfit. His hair was dyed silver gray, and his face carried an untamed arrogance. The girl was tall, wearing a loose sweater and jean shorts, leaning on the boy's shoulder in a bird-like manner. And this girl, her name is Huang Ling. We are all classmates and came to Jiangnan City together to play. This girl called Huang Ling was relatively good-looking, belonging to the kind of petite and innocent young girl, with waist-length hair. Her small face was pink and fair, wearing a white lace-trimmed dress. For these 3 people, Zhang Sanfeng also revealed a smile and greeted them cordially. Hi, I'm Zhang Jiayi's cousin, Zhang Sanfeng. You guys can call me Brother Crazy. All of you haven't eaten yet. I've arranged for the car to go directly to the restaurant. However, Zhou Yu, who was standing there, sneered. Older brother, will not trouble you. I have already called a luxury hitchhiker online, BMW X5. After all, cars below 300,000 grades are too low and uncomfortable to sit in. After saying that, he also looked at Zhang Sanfeng with a haughty face. He had heard Zhang Jiayi say that Zhang Sanjian was a delivery man in Jiangnan City. A first-class airfare would probably cost him a month's salary. Could he still arrange any good cars? Wang Fei looked at Zhou Yu with a face of adoration and said, Brother Zhou, is it really a BMW X5? I haven't sat in a luxury car since I grew up. Zhou Yu pinched Wang Fei's cheeks and smiled proudly. Of course, coming out to play definitely can't make you suffer. At night I'll take you guys to play at the Chanlong Happy World again. The tickets there are very hard to grab. Hearing these words, Zhang Jiayi's face suddenly blushed. Hugging Zhang Sanfeng's arm, she said, Brother, Zhou Yu is a little rich second generation. His temper is like this. Don't be angry. Ling Ling and I will take your car. For this kind of small youth, Zhang Sanfeng didn't put it on his mind at all. He also smiled faintly and said, Alright, let's gather at the Tang Pavilion. Tang Pavilion. Zhou Yu's expression froze. In order to please his girlfriend, he had already done all he could before coming to Jiangnan City. Naturally, he knew about the Tang Pavilion restaurant. The per capita consumption was not less than $10,000. Older brother, did I hear you right? You said to gather at Tang Pavilion? Zhou Yu was surprised. Well, I've already arranged a table at Tang Pavilion, just waiting for you guys to go over. Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. The remaining 3 girls were all very puzzled as to why Zhou Yu was so startled. What exactly was Tang Pavilion? It was at this time. A Rolls-Royce slowly came and stopped in front of Zhang Sanfeng. The door opened and down came a driver in a black suit, bowing deeply and saying, Boss, the road is a bit jammed. I'm late. Not late. It came just in time. Everyone get on the car. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly with a breezy look. At that moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhang Jiayi was even too surprised to speak. Brother, what exactly do you do? Zhou Yu looked stupefied. Unbelievably, she looked at the Rolls-Royce, a strong shock showing in her eyes. A delivery can afford this kind of luxury car? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang San crazy laughed. Oh, doing some small business. Financial aspects. Don't ask. Get in the car. The driver pulled open the door of the car, bending at a standard 45 degrees and respectfully said, "Two young ladies, please." Zhang Jiayi and Huang Ling froze and got into the car. Zhang San crazy threw the keys of the sports car to the driver and said softly, "Drive back to Huating Manor." "Okay, boss." The driver then walked towards the parked Lamborghini. Boom! The sports car scampered onto the road. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Yu gulped and asked, "Older brother, that Lamborghini Venom is your car?" "Casually bought a substitute car," Zhang San crazy said indifferently. As these words fell, Zhou Yu was directly petrified in place. A $200 million luxury sports car? Surprisingly, it was only a mobility vehicle. Although he was a rich second generation, his family had several $100 million in assets, but the car he drove was only a BMW of more than $1 million. It wasn't in the same class as a Lamborghini at all. At this moment, Zhou Yu finally understood. The capital he was proud of was nothing in Zhang Sanfeng's eyes. The fact that he didn't pay attention to him just now wasn't out of inferiority complex. Rather, it was simply not caring. He could not help but turn red in the face, and a bit of resentment grew in his heart. However, just at this time, a BMW X5 slowly drove up. The car window rolled down, poking out the head of a lewd middle-aged uncle, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He asked, "Who called the car?" Wang Fei Released Zhou Yu's hand and smiled awkwardly. "Brother Zhou, I don't want to sit in the BMW, you sit alone." Then ran towards the Rolls-Royce. "Jiai, Suzu, I'll join you." Zhou Yu was instantly petrified. "Still playing like this? Uncle, I'm the one who called the car. Let's go." Unexpectedly, the uncle spat. "Marred, wasting my time, I only carry women." Then he kicked the gas and drove away cursing, leaving Zhou Yu alone and miserable in the cold wind. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng drove a Rolls-Royce and stopped in front of Zhou Yu. He had a happy face and was just about to get into the car when he did. "I'll go. I'm used to driving a sports car, and I even stalled when I drove this car," Zhang San crazy muttered. Afterwards, he restarted the car and took off. There is a kind of damage, is called two blows in a row. On the way to Tang Pavilion, the three girls in the back row of the car, their small heads gathered together to whisper. From time to time, their eyes shyly looked at Zhang Sanfeng. In the rear-view mirror, their every move Zhang Sanjian saw in his eyes. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. Helplessly, he shook his head and smiled. Soon, it was outside the Tang Pavilion restaurant. After parking the car, he led the three girls towards the restaurant. Jack had long been waiting at the entrance of the restaurant, and after seeing Zhang Sanji, an eager smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Zhang, the meal has been prepared. Please follow me." Entering the restaurant, the three girls were immediately shocked by the lavish decorations. "Brother, this restaurant must be very expensive," Zhang Jiai said with two glowing eyes. Hearing these words, Jack, who was walking in front, smiled disdainfully and said, "It's not very expensive. The per capita consumption is only about 10,000. The reception is limited to 10 guests a day, and the raw materials are all flown in from the place of origin for no more than 24 hours. But Mr. Zhang is our valued guest. He can come and eat whenever he wants. Per capita consumption of 10,000? Limited to 10 guests a day?" The three girls were all shocked. This kind of high-class restaurant was not something they could even hope for. At this moment, Wang Fei realized, although her boyfriend, Zhou Yu, was a small rich second generation, he was nothing when it came to Jiangnan City. Zhang San crazy was the real rich young man. A look of adoration could not help but show in her beautiful eyes. Soon, it arrived at a luxurious private room. The dining table was filled with expensive delicacies, and all kinds of expensive ingredients exuded a tantalizing aroma. After the three girls sat down, they also couldn't wait to take out their cell phones and take a shot. Zhang Sanfeng was embarrassed. "Shouldn't you eat first when you see food?" "Brother, thank you. I haven't had such a sumptuous meal yet," Zhang Jiai said excitedly. The other two girls were also filled with excitement and said, "Brother San crazy, I'll let you break the bank." Zhang San crazy smiled faintly. "It's a small thing. I'll eat quickly. The food will get cold later." At this moment, the door to the private room opened and a waiter walked in. "Mr. Zhang, there's a youth at the entrance of the restaurant, saying that he's with you guys." Chapter 31, Zhou Yu's sudden realization, shocking cousins several people. "Well, it's with us, let him come in." But in a while, Zhou Yu walked into the private room and sat down. His face was a bit gloomy. He had come over by cab and was stopped just before he reached the entrance of the restaurant. Tang Pavilion only received 10 guests a day. Zhou Yu didn't take it seriously and casually pulled out a $100 bill in an attempt to bribe the doorman to let him in. But the doorman smiled disdainfully and mocked. "Where did you come from, hillbilly? You want to enter Tang Pavilion with $100? Stay where you are. I'll call security. Zhou Yu was instantly dumbfounded. In desperation, he reported Zhang Sanfeng's name, and the doorman's attitude immediately changed 360 degrees. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yu was shocked. Brother Zhou, you're finally here. The food here is delicious, Wang Fei said with a smile. Zhou Yu had a bad taste in his heart. He had brought his girlfriend to Jiangnan City to act like a pussy. Now the limelight was all stolen by Zhang San Crazy. Simply, it was a great humiliation for him. Right, where are you going to play after dinner? Zhang San Crazy casually asked. Hearing these words, Zhou Yu was instantly delighted. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? So what if you're rich? Tickets for Changlong Happy World were hard to come by. He had also asked for connections and went through a lot of trouble to get 4 tickets. If you don't say it, I've forgotten. 3 little beauties. After we finish eating, I'll take you to the Changlong Happy World to play. Zhou Yu finally found some confidence, taking out 4 tickets. The corner of his mouth raised a disdainful smile. Crazy brother, you shouldn't be able to buy these tickets. Changlong Happy World was the largest amusement park in Jiangnan City. Tickets are sold in advance, and today's tickets were sold out a month ago. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy them. Zhang San Crazy nodded. Indeed, I can't buy tickets. Zhou Yu laughed. That's true. After all, money isn't everything. Only a responsible man like me would plan everything in advance. A month ago, I already bought the tickets. After saying that, he smugly showed off the tickets in his hands. At this time, Zhang San Crazy continued. Well, what you said makes sense, except that this ticket of yours seems to be a fake. Zhou Yu, who was sitting there, suddenly froze and said with an odd expression on his face, Brother Crazy, even though I stole your thunder, you can't talk like this. These tickets are the ones I paid a high price for and bought from scalpers. What makes you think they're fake? Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. Because Changlong Happy World is my property. The tickets don't look like this. You guys don't need to buy tickets either if you want to go play. As these words fell, Zhou Yu, who was there, was instantly petrified. His body couldn't stop trembling before he said loudly, No, this is impossible. How could Changlong Happy World be your property? You're definitely lying to us. However, just at this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. Xiaolao walked in and spoke to Zhang San Crazy. Boss, as per your orders, our people have taken over Changlong Happy World. This is this month's revenue as of today, totaling 130 million. Please take a look. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. 130 million. What a huge amount of money this should be. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded and sat there frozen. All of their family's industries together only amounted to a few $100 million. Zhang Sanfeng's revenue from one industry in less than a month. It reached $130 million? Terrifying as hell. Boss, there's also the revenue from the China World Trade Mall, Rongxing Hotel, West Lake Famous Capital District, and Rue de Group. I've arranged for 10 people to be counting them, and I should be able to come up with the results this evening. 10 people counting. It would still take until the evening to tally it up. At this moment, the faces of the crowd were all shocked to the extreme. The private room was surprisingly quiet. One could hear the dropping of a pin. I know. Hard work. You go out. Okay, boss. I'll leave first. Boom. The sound of the door closing resounded before the crowd came back to their senses. That, crazy brother, it was all my fault before. I'll make amends to you. Please forgive me if you're an adult. Without saying a word, Zhou Yu picked up a bottle of red wine on the table. Gulp gulp. It instantly went to the bottom. What a joke. After offending a big shot like Zhang San Crazy, he was afraid that his entire family would be affected. For a moment, he couldn't wait to slap himself furiously. In his heart, he was so sorry. There is nothing to pretend to be. As for Wang Fei and Huang Ling, who were sitting there, in addition to the shock in their eyes, there was also a hint of blazing heat. After all, marrying into a rich family was every girl's dream. Obviously, Zhang San Crazy was the rich young man of the rich family who deserved it. Huang Ling picked up her wine glass, a shy smile appearing on her small white face. Brother San Crazy, I'll toast you. Wang Fei even puffed out her chest and said with a smile, Brother San Crazy, the first time I saw you, I had a kindred spirit, as if we had met somewhere. At this time, Zhang Jia, even in her naivety and chestlessness, also realized that this cousin of hers didn't seem to be that simple. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and picked up a glass of juice, saying, Alright, you guys just have fun in Jiangnan City for as long as you want. I'll send someone to take care of you. More than an hour later, the crowd was also full and left the restaurant. Zhang San Crazy drove the 4 of them to the Rongxing Hotel. Wu Qingming had also arranged 4 presidential suites early. The price of each one amounted to 150,000 a day. After the crowd entered the rooms, They looked at the luxurious decorations and sighed in amazement. Zhou Yu's arrogance when he first arrived in Jiangnan City was gone at this moment. In their small 18th line city, assets over 100 million would already be considered top tycoons. But in Jiangnan City, where the rich and powerful are like clouds, standing by the window casually spit on the street, can hit a few billionaires, he realized that he was really sitting on a well in the past, and there was no difference between him and a turtle. At this time, Wu Qingming walked over and bowed deeply to Zhang Sanfeng, saying, "Boss, what are your orders?" Zhang San crazy smiled faintly. "These people are my cousin and her friends, coming to Jiangnan City for a few days. Take care of them," Wu Qingming said evenly. "No problem, I'll make sure to arrange it properly." He then turned to the several people and respectfully said, "Several young ladies and young masters, I'm the manager of the Rongxing Hotel. You can look for me if you have anything. If you are traveling, I will arrange for a driver to pick you up and drop you off. And if you need to shop and spend money, you can head to the National Trade Mall. That is also our boss's property." Seeing that they didn't respond, Wu Qingming was puzzled. "Do you have any problems?" The few people hurriedly shook their heads and said, "No, no." Zhang Sanfeng nodded with considerable satisfaction and patted Wu Qingming's shoulder, saying, "Well done." Wu Qingming was flattered and said repeatedly, "It's all what I should have done." "Alright, Jiai, call me if you have anything. I'll leave first," Zhang San crazy said. "I know, brother." For this cousin, Zhang Jiai developed a trace of a strange sentiment within her heart. For a while, she did not dare to look at him directly. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and reached out to rub Zhang Jiai's small head. "Bye, have fun." Zhang Jiai blushed shyly, lowering her head and restlessly playing with her fingers. When she raised her head again, Zhang Sanfeng had already left. "Jiai, what are you thinking about? Quickly enter the room. It's so luxurious inside, just like a palace." "Oh, coming." Chapter 32 What in the world are you hood? End of the month task $10 billion. Leaving the Rongxing Hotel, Zhang San crazy stopped a cab and was ready to go back to Huating Manor. When the driver saw a few banknotes, his eyes went straight. Once he heard that the destination was the Huating Manor, his tone carried a tremor. "Boss, you sit tight. What kind of joke is this? What kind of person lives in Huating Manor?" The top tycoon in Jiangnan City. The speed of the car also slowed down a lot, traveling in all directions. Ding! The mission has been refreshed. End of the month challenge. The host spends $10 billion of losers' money within 24 hours. The 10 billion losers' money has arrived in the host's account. Please complete the task on time. Ding dong. Dear user, your account in our bank received a sum of 100,000. Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned, looking at the incoming message received by his cell phone. One followed by a series of zeros was extremely visually appealing. This was $10 billion. It was more than enough to buy an island, right? What kind of international joke is this? You'll spend it all in 24 hours. That's no way to lose money. So, Master Driver, do you have a dream? Dreams? The driver laughed and said carelessly, "I'm not afraid to laugh at you when I say it. Our taxi runner's dream is to own a car of our own." Zhang San crazy smiled faintly. "Master, go to the China World Trade Center. Soon." It arrived outside the China World Trade Center mall. Zhang San crazy took out his cell phone, swept the code and got out of the car. Ding! The customer cancelled the payment of 100 yuan. Ding! WeChat collected 150,000 yuan. The driver looked dumbfounded. His body couldn't stop trembling, and his heart was pounding. Entering the China World Trade Center, Zhang Sanji directly went up to the 4th floor. "Boss, you are here." The staff members stood up and said. Zhang San crazy said, "Notify Xiao La to come see me immediately." He then entered the office. At this time, Xiao La was making her rounds at the mall. After receiving the notification, she also didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly headed to the 4th floor. Pushing open the door of the office, he saw Zhang San crazy standing in front of his desk, looking down at a map of Jiangnan City on the table. "Boss, you're looking for me." Xiao La walked over. She wore a dark small suit today, with a narrow black suit skirt underneath, flesh-colored stockings, beautifully curved calves, and a pair of black high-heeled shoes on her small, delicate feet. It appeared very competent and exuded the unique charm of women in the workplace. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said, "How is the recent revenue of the mall?" "It's not bad. This month's net profit is more than 8 billion. Xiao La returned. Since it was the end of the month, the data had been tallied long ago, and she was also prepared to find a time to report to Zhang San crazy. Unexpectedly, he came in person. "Not bad. I'll give you a bonus this month. It'll be 1% of the profit. Keep up the good work." Hearing these words, Xiao La was stunned. 1% of $800 million? That was 8 million. So much money, paid out as a bonus? "Boss, actually Before she could finish, Zhang San crazy interrupted. "Don't be in a hurry. Although this bonus is generous, It's not that good. Xiao La, who was standing there, blushed, hearing that Zhang San Crazy had something in his words. She couldn't help but shyly lower her head and said, "Boss, it's still too early. Why don't we go to a hotel at night?" "What's the point of going to a hotel? It's only after 3 in the afternoon. It's just the time for officers." This, Xiao La's cheeks were flushed, lightly pursing her red lips, her beautiful eyes showing watery intentions. Looking out the window, the staff were all busy with their own business, waiting for the curtains to be pulled, because no one will find out. "Right, boss, right here?" Zhang San Crazy nodded. "Yes, it's exciting to think about it. I can't wait. Spending all $10 billion. Is there anything more exciting than this?" Hearing this, Xiao La's face turned red. After all, it was her first time. Her heart was flustered like a numbness, ashamed, and her jade hands slowly took off her small suit. The slim white shirt clung to her petite body, exposing her hot and proud figure. Zhang Sanfeng looked down at the map and asked, "What are you photographed in?" Xiao La said shyly, "D cup." "Ah, you're a D photo? Then you can only drive a motorcycle. Find some time to get your C license. After all, you'll be using your car a lot in the future. What do you think about this piece of land? I'm going to build a mall, and then buy the rotten buildings around it to create a high-class living city." Xiao La, immediately go and find out who developed this rotten building. "Ah, this." Hearing these words, Xiao La was instantly dumbfounded and stood frozen in place. Seeing her lack of reaction, Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously, "Do you have a problem?" No, I'm going to check." Xiao La hurriedly put on her clothes and hurriedly left the office. She stood at the door and let out a long breath, and her inner agitation calmed down, but her face was still scarlet. White toes gouged out 3 rooms within her high heels. What kind of thing was this? Soon, Xiao La found out. This piece of rotten building in the suburbs belonged to the Xinda Group's property. Originally was intended to become a high-grade residential neighborhood, but because of the remote location, few buyers, coupled with Xinda Group's broken capital chain, the construction period was delayed, turning into a piece of unclaimed rotten buildings. "Boss, I suggest not buying. This is a mess. Remote location, inconvenient life and transportation, not suitable for real estate development at all." Xiao La's analysis made sense, because this place is too remote. The subway bus is not open. It belonged to the awkward situation where the rich couldn't see it and the poor couldn't afford it. But Zhang San Crazy's mission was to spend all $10 billion. Buying this piece of rotten building was the best choice. He also smiled slightly and said, "No matter, you go prepare the contract. I'll talk to Xinda Group about the price." Seeing that Zhang San Crazy's mind was made up, Xiao La did not stop him. At this time, Zhang San Crazy sat behind his desk. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed Wang Guangda's number. Because of the loss of the rotten building project, the follow-up funds could not keep up. Xinda Group stepped too big, and all of a sudden tore the egg. Debt of more than $10 billion. On the verge of bankruptcy, the villas and luxury cars have been mortgaged, and if they can't pay back the bank loan in a month, Wang Guangda will completely become a pauper. Just at this moment, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. "Young Zhang?" He gave a puzzled cry and picked up the phone. "Mr. Wang, goodbye. I heard that you invested in a big project in the suburbs. I guess you made a lot of money," Zhang San Crazy said smilingly. Hearing these words, Wang Guangda wanted to die. "Zhang Xiao, don't laugh at me. What big project? It's just a piece of rotten buildings. What are you looking for me for?" "Oh, I'll be blunt. I want to buy your piece of land." "Quota price," Zhang San Crazy said indifferently. With a cloudy look, Wang Guangda froze. The entire Jiangnan city knew that piece of rotten building was a hot potato. He had thought about making an offer before, but no one was willing to take over even at a 50% loss. Today the sun came out of the west. Someone actually took the initiative to ask for a price. "Wait, young Zhang, you just said that you want to buy that piece of rotten building?" Wang Guangda's tone was a bit agitated. This was undoubtedly the last straw that saved Xinda Group's life. "That's right, name a price. I'll buy it all." Chapter 33, Buying a Piece of Rotten Building. Shameless middle-aged suit man. Wang Guangda's obviously kidney-deficient eyes rolled up. Since Zhang San Crazy personally called, it meant that this piece of land was important to him. He couldn't help but reveal a smile and said, "Young Zhang, the building built by our Xinda Group has a reputation in Jiangnan City for carrying an 8-magnitude earthquake and blocking a 10-magnitude hurricane. A total of 6 buildings were built on that piece of land, each with 33 floors and 132 households, and more than 100 sets of high-grade villas. Although it's rotten, the quality is absolutely awesome." Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy sweated a little. Wang Guangda was worthy of being a veteran of the shopping mall for a long time. Full of words, but he also agreed. "That's right, I believe in your group's building quality, but that place is really too remote. No one should be willing to take over except me in Jiangnan City." "Mr. Wang, I know your group's current situation. We also do not play false. You report a price. I think it is appropriate to immediately transfer. Other than that, Zhang Sanfeng's words reached Wang Wangda's heart. The quality is no longer good. But it's useless. For a ghost to live in? He also let out a slight sigh and said, alright, Zhang Xiao is an open person. I'll open up the sky window and say the truth. I've invested more than $19 billion in this project before and after. So let's sell it to you at half price. 9 billion as a number. What do you think? 9 billion? Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows. How should he spend the remaining 100 million? Wang Wangda saw that Zhang San crazy didn't reply. His heart was half cold. He clenched his teeth and said, forget it, young Zhang. You take the 8 billion. I'll use this money to pay off the bank loan. And I'm also ready to leave Jiangnan City and never get involved in the real estate industry again. Wang Wangda's tone was somewhat despondent. After all, he was once also brilliant, standing in the wind and waves of the times, success and failure of life's grandeur, only to start again from the beginning. I go. This is another one. 9 billion less? Zhang San crazy hurriedly said. Mr. Wang, it's 9 billion. I'll add an additional 50 million as a way to help you tide over your difficulties. Hearing these words, Wang Wangda's heart was moved to the point of explosion. The shopping mall was like a battlefield, where schemes of deception abounded. He did not expect Zhang Sanfeng to be so generous, and his eyes were slightly moist, saying, then, according to what young Zhang said, I will send someone over to sign the contract. After hanging up the phone, Zhang San crazy immediately called Xiao La and asked her to arrange for someone to sign the contract. Soon, this $99 billion deal was also completed smoothly. Ding! Current task, spend all $10 billion of losers' gold. 5% completed. Remaining 50 million losers' money. Please continue to work hard. Host, Ding Dong. Right at this moment, WeChat received a message from Lin Chushi. Brother San crazy, do you have time now? I want to go to the China World Trade Center to buy a few small dresses. Why don't you accompany me? Zhang San crazy raised his eyebrows. It had also been a long time since he had gone shopping with this little girl, so he agreed. Well, I'm at the China World Trade Center right now. Send me a message when you come over and I'll come downstairs to pick you up. Good da. I'm coming over right now. Oh, cute, bared teeth. Half an hour later, received a message from Lin Chushi. Zhang San crazy also went downstairs and saw Lin Chushi standing outside. She is wearing a pink princess dress today, revealing a young girl's fair and delicate collarbone, slender jade legs, and her small and cute white silk feet are wearing small dark-colored leather shoes. At this moment, Lin Chushi's tender little face carries a resentment. In front of her stands a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, staring colorfully at the young girl's breasts. Little sister, alone? Want to go shopping with uncle? I'll buy you whatever you want. The middle-aged suit man revealed the dirt gold Rolex on his wrist. A lewd smile filled his face. Lin Chushi rolled her eyes and turned around, not wanting to bother with him. The middle-aged suit man, however, feels good about himself and thinks Lin Chushi is shy. Little sister, don't be shy. Once you're back from the dead, when we're done shopping, let's go to the hotel and meet frankly and play a little game that will definitely make you horny. Zhang San crazy frowned and hurriedly walked over. Brother San crazy. Lin Chushi's beautiful eyes lit up as she trotted in front of Zhang San crazy, hugging his arm. A smile spread across her pink little face. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in a suit smiled disdainfully and said, so it's waiting for the little boyfriend. Then also walked over and sneered. Hey kid, are you an employee of the National Trade Mall? Look at what this is. He pulled out a golden card with dazzling VIP letters from his pants pocket. The surrounding customers were all attracted and stopped to look over. National Trade Mall VIP card. My god, that's a card that only honored customers who have spent up to $10 million can have. Did I read it right? Having this card means being worth no less than $100 million. Good boy. No wonder he dares to flirt with girls on the street. This is really rich. I go. What kind of dog blood plot? The difficult choice of love and money. What will that little girl choose in the end? Zhang San crazy is wearing a customized suit today. There is no brand logo. Ordinary people can't really tell how much money. They all think it's an ordinary youth. Oh, there are no tears in the north. Jiangnan City does not believe in love. Now the girl more material will certainly choose money. Bull asterisk 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 love? If it were me, I would also choose money. It's just a pity that I'm a guy. Ha, what kind of thinking are you guys? Can love be measured by money? I feel that little girl is not bad. I don't think she's a gold digger. The surrounding people had so many different opinions that they could start a debate. The middle-aged man in suit revealed a smug smile, showing off the VIP card in his hand, saying, kid, no money and still talk about such a beautiful girlfriend. Green hat don't even know how many tops have been worn. Little sister, you also don't pretend to be pure. Are adults be realistic? Accompany me for one night. How about I buy you a designer bag? Snap. The sound of a crisp slap rang out. Zhang San Crazy said indifferently. This slap is because you don't respect women. Snap. Zhang San Crazy slapped again and said. This slap is because you robbed my woman. Snap. This slap. I didn't think about it, but just wanted to make it 3. After all, I have OCD. You. The middle-aged man in a suit reddened his face. Being slapped 3 times in front of everyone? A strange shame. The entire scene instantly fell silent. The onlookers all stared in disbelief at this scene. Well fought. Well fought. Someone wants to steal my girlfriend. I'm definitely more ruthless than him. That youth is played out. The other party is a VIP customer of the National Trade Mall. Hey, still too young and indolent. It's not worth it for a girl. However, just at this time, a team of security guards walked over. The middle-aged man in a suit sneered. Kid, dare to make a move on me. You've eaten your bear's heart and leopard's gall. But if your girlfriend is willing to sleep with me, I can consider forgiving you. Lin Shushi's small face puffed up and stomped her small white silk feet. Shameless. Rogue. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes go cold and pacify Lin Shushi. He then walks towards the middle-aged man in a suit. His complexion gloomy and terrifying. Chapter 34, A massage after retiring walk. A precious gift. You, what are you going to do? The middle-aged man in a suit froze for a moment and gulped, his eyes somewhat fearful. At this moment, he saw the security guards coming and shouted, You guys quickly stop him. I'm a National Trade Mall VIP customer. Then also emboldened himself. He coldly mocked, Yo, kid, the momentum is quite enough. But this is on the territory of the China World Trade Center. Even if I snatch your girlfriend, it's not a big deal. See those security guards? VIP customers can call them at will. Zhang San Crazy's face was calm. Oh yeah? But I don't think your VIP status is good. Then he also spoke to the security guards. Blast him out, pull him into the blacklist, and never allow him to set foot in the National Trade Center. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man in suit laughed out loud. Kid, you are quite capable of pretending. Who do you think you are? Laughing me to death. While I still have patience, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then let your girlfriend behave. But just at this time, the team of security guards walked towards him. The middle-aged man in suit's face froze and said angrily, Have you guys got it wrong? I'm a VIP customer of the National Trade Mall, with a consumption of $10 million. $10 million? The security guard smiled disdainfully and said, It's useless for you to consume 100 million. This is our boss. Old boss? The middle-aged man in suit was shocked. How was this plot different from what he thought? The boss of the National Trade Mall, properly the top tycoon in Jiangnan City, a super-duper man, although he wasn't short of money and was worth several $100 million, but it's not the same level at all. The other side can crush him with one finger. A random trip, I'm afraid, can make his entire family no longer exist. Directly paralyzed with fear, his tone trembled and said, It's me who has eyes without pearls. Blind dog eyes. You adults do not remember the small man. Put me as a fart. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. They all sucked in a breath of cool air. This mediocre youth was actually the owner of the China World Trade Center. What kind of international joke is this? Zhang San Crazy said nonchalantly. You harassed my girlfriend and spoke out of turn. I'll give you a chance to kneel down and slap yourself 100 times and I'll forgive you. Although his tone was flat, it was permeated with an air of majesty. Pressuring the middle-aged suit man to gasp for air, he nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, 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 I deserve to die. I'll smoke it right now. Smack. The middle-aged suit man swung his palm up and frantically slapped himself. Didn't eat? Not loud enough, Zhang San Crazy said in a cold voice. Slap. Use more force. I can't feel your sincerity. Slap slap slap. After 100 slaps, his face swelled into a pig's head. Blood grinned from the corner of his mouth, and one of his incisors fell out. Zhang San Crazy let out a light laugh and was also satisfied. Alright, get lost. Don't let me run into you in the future. The middle-aged suit man nodded repeatedly. Running for his life, he ran out of the mall. Because he was in too much of a hurry, the pig's face came into close contact with the glass door at once. At once, a heartbreaking scream rose. Brother San Crazy, you're so majestic. Lin Shushi hugged Zhang San Crazy's arm, her beautiful eyes radiating adoration. Hiss. After not seeing her for a few days, this little girl had grown a few points bigger. Zhang Sanfeng felt the full, fluffy touch coming from his arm, and his heart was somewhat shocked. He extends his hand and rubs Lin Shushi's little head, saying, Alright, let's go shopping. Lin Shushi nods her head obediently, her tender little face overflowing with smiles. The white tender little hand pulled Zhang Sanfan, and she went shopping at the mall. Because of this little episode, Zhang San Crazy's identity as the owner of the National Trade Mall was completely exposed. At every store, there were special one-on-one services,
and the prices were naturally given to the lowest. Leisurely afternoon time, the two strolled through the entire mall. Lin Shushi bought dozens of small skirts, and some high-grade cosmetics. After a flurry of spending, the remaining $50 million of loser's gold was also successfully used up by 40 million. Another 10 million needed to be spent to complete the task. At this time, Zhang San Crazy was also thinking of buying something else. Lin Shushi stopped outside a Western-style cake store. Brother San Crazy, I'm tired of walking, my feet hurt, let's go in and eat something, she said with big watery eyes. Zhang San Crazy pinched her little face and with a wave of his big hand, he directly picked her up. Ouch! Lin Shushi's face was full of shyness as she lay in his arms. The pink and tender little face is red as if it's a flaming cloud in the sky. After entering the restaurant, finding a seat, he sits down and casually orders a few pastries. Lin Shushi was lying on the table. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water, and her fair little face was pure, staring blankly at Zhang Sanfeng. This look, this expression. Zhang Sanfeng looked a little dumbfounded and said, after walking for so long, your feet must be tired. Let me help you rub it. The small white silk feet were small, cute and crystal clear. Through the thin stockings, the glistening white jade tender skin was vaguely visible. White and pink, soft and smooth, jade toes arranged in an orderly manner. Exquisite and lovely. Zhang Sanfeng gently massaged it up, his palm sliding over the stockings, resounding with rustling sounds. Lin Shushi suddenly let out a delicate cry. Her beautiful eyes were mesmerized. Her face was scarlet. Her cherry lips clenched on her white shell teeth, revealing a shy and pitiful expression. What's wrong? Zhang Sanfeng was puzzled. Nothing, Brother San Crazy, your massage technique is so professional. Lin Shushi's face scarlet color dispersed and she said with a sweet smile, if you like it, I'll press it for you in the future. Zhang Sanfeng faintly laughed. Lin Shushi lowered her head, her small face red. She couldn't help but tremble a little. However, just at this time, a waiter walked over, holding a wooden box in his hands. Mr. Zhang, our manager has specially prepared a gift when he heard that you are here, the waiter said respectfully. A gift? Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly and said, I'll accept the token of appreciation. A gift is not necessary. After all, Zhang San Crazy did not lack anything right now. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a gift. However, the waiter's face was difficult, saying, Mr. Zhang, this gift is very valuable. Please be sure to accept it. Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows. There was also some interest, saying, oh, you open it and take a look. The conversation between the two attracted the other customers in the restaurant, all casting their gazes. The waiter standing there, carefully opened the wooden box. A bottle of champagne was revealed to all eyes. The bottle was dark yellow in color, with a yellowed label affixed to the bottle. It exuded a rich historical flavor. Many people in the restaurant were attracted by this bottle of wine. At the same time, they all looked puzzled. Wasn't this just a bottle of champagne? What was so precious about it? And just at this moment, a man in a black suit walked over. He bowed deeply and said, Mr. Zhang, I am the manager of this restaurant. Please allow me to introduce this bottle of wine to you. With that, he also held out the bottle of wine and spoke. This bottle of wine is called the Peak of Snowy Mountain. Chapter 35, Champagne on the Peak of the Snowy Mountains. Mall interview with a female blogger. The age is not that long ago. It was produced in 1950, when it was inadvertently left on the summit of Mount Everest by a foreign mountaineering team while climbing Mount Everest. It wasn't until the beginning of this century that it was discovered and brought back to the country, and was then auctioned off at Christie's, where it was auctioned off by our boss for $3 million. As these words fell, the entire restaurant was surprisingly quiet. Everyone's faces were astonished, staring at the bottle of champagne with wide eyes. It was worth $3 million at the beginning of this century? Nowadays, I don't know how many times the price has doubled, but what was more precious was not the bottle, but the story behind it. It was truly unbelievable. It could be called a legend. Zhang San Crazy was also slightly stunned, his face somewhat puzzled. Since it's so valuable, why did your boss give it to me? The manager revealed a smile and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I really don't know about this, but our boss is very appreciative of you, and should personally invite you to meet with him recently. Is that so? Zhang Sanfeng said with a faint smile. Alright, then I won't make things difficult for you. I'll take this bottle of wine, only I won't accept it as a gift. I'll offer $10 million to buy it. Right, go back and tell your boss. Thank her for letting me hear such a legendary story. For a while, the manager was a bit embarrassed. After all, the boss had explained that he would not receive a cent for gifting it to Zhang Sanfeng. Seeing his resolute attitude, he could only reluctantly agree. No problem, Mr. Zhang, I will definitely relay your words to our boss. Then he bowed deeply before retreating and leaving. By this time, the two of them were also almost rested.
so they left the restaurant. Shushi, is there anything else you want to buy? Zhang San crazy asked with a smile. Lin Shushi hurriedly shook her head. No, no need. It already cost you too much money. This shopping trip had cost a full $40 million. Zhang San crazy didn't even blink when he paid. Lin Shushi was also slightly shocked inside. For a time, for Zhang San crazy's bravado. Once again, the cognition was refreshed. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Right at this moment, a voice sounded in his head. Zhang San crazy was slightly stunned, and was somewhat surprised inwardly. There was actually an intermediate level treasure chest. The things that were opened out of the low-level treasure chests were already worth a lot of money. Wouldn't that intermediate level treasure chest take off in place? Zhang San crazy couldn't wait to say, open it immediately. The intermediate level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the National Artignan 5-element fist. It has been automatically integrated into the host's body and can be used at any time. Instantly, Zhang Sanfeng trembled. A wave of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind. Yin Yang 5 elements fist, based on Yin and Yang, taking the power of the 5 elements, generalizing 12 styles of punches, swift as the wind, powerful as thunder. I will go. The corners of Zhang Sanfeng's mouth trembled slightly. This was intended to make him a martial arts master? Brother San crazy, come over here. I'll treat you to milk tea. Lin Shushi didn't know when she arrived at the entrance of a milk tea store, waving her small hand and said. Zhang Sanfeng retrieved his thoughts and walked over with a smile. Nowadays, it was a society under the rule of law, and there was simply no room for martial arts to be practiced, but having one more skill on the side, there was always no harm. Just as the two of them finished ordering milk tea and waited, the sound of a quarrel came from not far away, outside a high-end clothing store. Lily, you already have a lot of clothes, just don't buy them this time, be obedient and I'll take you to drink milk tea, a boy said with a sad face. Oh, can those clothes be compared to Louis Vuitton? It's not easy to come to China World Trade Center once. I just want to buy a dress. Is it wrong? How could I have been so blind to see a loser like you in the first place? A girl stuck her hands on her chest and said in a cold voice. There was also a female blogger standing on the side who was filming with her cell phone. She was also watching the fun and immediately chimed in. Right, is it wrong for a woman to just want a pretty little dress? It's only natural for a man to buy clothes for a woman. Otherwise why fall in love? Because of love? Sister, I'm with you. The female blogger was ecstatic inside. This video was uploaded to the internet, and it would definitely set off a climax. It might even top the hot list. Once Lily heard that someone was supporting her, she became even more arrogant and spilled her guts. This skirt today, I'm still going to order it. Will you buy it for me or not? Lily, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you. The key is that this month's salary hasn't come down. When the salary comes down, I will definitely buy it for you. Let's forget about it today, please, the boy said with a helpless face. The female blogger covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Sister, don't be fooled by him. That boy doesn't have a small treasury. He just doesn't love you anymore. If you mention breakup to him, he will designate to buy it for you. At this time, the quarrel between the two also attracted the attention of many passers-by. They looked at the boys sympathetically. Lily's face was furious as she said, Good Lesion, you're still hiding a small treasury behind my back. Did my old lady give you face? Lesion was speechless and aggrieved. You just don't love me anymore. Wolf-hearted man, delaying my youth. I want to break up with you. Then the woman sat paralyzed on the ground and cried out with a wow. Lucian squatted down and comforted. Lily, don't be unreasonable. Let's go. Sister, he even said that you're being unreasonable. This kind of underhanded man isn't worth it. Break up with him quickly. The female blogger incited the fire. Lucian was furious and looked angrily at the female blogger. What? Is it wrong for me to speak the truth? You don't even bother to buy a skirt. What kind of relationship is that? Real downer. Big speechless incident. The female blogger scoffed. At this time, Lily's crying got louder. Good. You still say I'm being unreasonable. Hello. You are so cruel. Lucian looked at Lily who was splashing and rolling around, and then looked at the female blogger who was full of mockery. He couldn't help but clench his fists and gritted his teeth. Paralyzed. What kind of sin did Lousy create? Stuff. Lousy doesn't serve anymore. This bull asterisk relationship. Who ing love to talk about who to talk about. After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. Lily sitting on the ground was instantly dumbfounded. She really didn't want to break up with Lucian. After all, she was just an ordinary restaurant waitress. Lucian is a big company staff. Without him, the next month flowers cannot pay. She rolled and crawled to catch up. Lucian, forgive me, okay? I will never be unreasonable again. Looking at the disappearing figures of the two, the female blogger secretly rejoiced that this video would definitely explode. The heart was also full of fulfillment. However, right at this moment, her face was excited and her eyes radiated blazing heat. New target. The female blogger's gaze locked onto the two of them, Zhang Sanfeng and Lin Chuxi. This couple was very good looking. If they could be broken up, it would definitely attract more eyeballs than the pair of Lily and Lucian. After all, handsome men and women are traffic codes. Are there still worries about the lack of clicks? Thinking of this, she was ecstatic inside and hurriedly walked towards the two. This gentleman, are you willing to buy your girlfriend a luxury bag? Chapter 36 Rear-ended by a Ferrari. Begs for bookshelves. Call for more. Unwilling. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly. Unimpressed. The female blogger froze. How was this not following the routine? She didn't know how to proceed all of a sudden. Good fellow, you don't even bother to pretend? Only this is good. Proper scum. Break up the two of them is not easy. Thinking of this, the female blogger is ecstatic inside and opens her mouth to Lin Chuxi and asks, Beauty, your boyfriend doesn't even want to buy a luxury bag. Aren't you angry? Lin Chuxi opened her big watery eyes and said, Not angry. Why do you need your boyfriend to buy a luxury bag? I can buy it too. The female blogger was petrified on the spot. Being stunned, she hurriedly said, Beauty, you probably didn't understand what I meant. I'm talking about using your boyfriend's money to buy the bag. Lin Chuxi smiled faintly. Oh, I know, but I think there are many ways to express love. It doesn't have to be buying luxury goods. If a girl really loves a guy, she wouldn't let him spend money indiscriminately. The two should work together to create a bright future. As these words fell, the female blogger was stunned. The people around them also froze and marveled. I'll go. This is my goddess. Speaks the mind of our men. It's too damn right. I'm a bit envious of that youth. Actually finding such a good girlfriend. I'd be willing to die if I had this kind of girlfriend. The female blogger standing there had her cheeks burning with pain. The values she had always advocated. In front of true love, it was actually so unbearable. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng also called the security guards who were patrolling and said in an icy voice, The China World Trade Center is a high-class shopping place. How come everything is put inside? Internet celebrities like this who have no bottom line for the sake of traffic. Don't let them in again in the future. Hearing these words, cold sweat broke out on the female blogger's forehead and her little heart went cold. Kick the iron plate today? Yes, boss, it's our negligence. I'll kick her out right now. The security guards didn't dare to have the slightest delay. Immediately, 4 or 5 security guards rushed over, holding the female blogger and carrying her outside the mall. The surrounding people were even cursing. Bah, serves you right. Breaking up other people's families for the sake of traffic. Suggest blocking her directly. I just searched for this female blogger, and it turns out that she has a bad track record online, and has been criticized by many official microbloggers by name. Rubbish. There are still such disgusting people. If she dares to interview me, I'll directly give her 2 slaps. Obviously, this female blogger had stirred up group anger, and she was afraid that it wouldn't be that easy for her to do this job in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, promoting the correct concept of love, and obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it. Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned. Is this also considered completing a task? The key to this is that this value is not something he promoted either, but rather Lin Chuxi on the side said it. Could it be? People who are closer to me can also complete the mission. Zhang Sanfeng's face is a bit excited. More and more, he feels that this system is not ordinary. It's simply as charming and awesome as those pretty boys who add bookshelves and order hypes. Chuxi, thank you. Zhang Sanfeng hugs her little head and kisses her on her snow-white forehead. Lin Chuxi was bewildered, and when she reacted, her face instantly turned red. Brother Sanfeng, you're being a hooligan. But the tone of his voice was filled with delight, not a hint of reproach, and his white silk little feet twisted restlessly. Ha ha, this is nothing. There are more rogue things in the future. After the two of them stroll around the mall for a while, they also leave, sending Lin Chuxi back to Jiangnan Watertown. They lingered for a while under the unit before reluctantly parting. Zhang Sanfeng gets into the car. The lip prints on his neck are exceptionally eye-catching, and steps on the gas with one foot. Boom! Lamborghini Venom roared and sped through the busy streets of Jiangnan City. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng remembered that there was also a low-level insurance, which was also opened immediately. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion renminbi. Money? A flash of disappointment surfaced on Zhang Sanfeng's face. After all, he lacked everything but money right now. To him, money was just a string of cold numbers on the balance bar, not raising half an interest. What he was more looking forward to was the special rewards of the hall-level singing skills and the national art in Yang 5 Element Fist. After all, Things that couldn't be bought with money were especially precious. Even if the system failed in the future, he would still have the techniques to fall back on, and would not be sitting on his ass. AI. What a pity. Zhang San crazy sighed. At this time, coming to the intersection, the red light came on and the sports car slowly stopped, as if it was a sleeping lion, emitting a kingly aura. The surrounding cars were far away. However, just at this time, boom, a loud bang came from the rear of the car, and the sports car shook violently twice. I'll go. Lamborghini even dares to crash? Zhang San crazy was a bit stunned, and after getting out of the car, he realized that the one that rear-ended him was also a supercar, a white Ferrari F12. The price was 20 million renminbi. The scene of the Ferrari tailing a Lamborghini directly shook the surrounding passers-by. Thanks to the fact that the speed was not very fast, the two cars were only slightly deformed. But this is a supercar, even if it's just a small bump, the repair cost is sky high. Maybe 7 figures to start. Totally can buy a BBA again. Looking at the dented ass of the Lamborghini, Zhang Sanfeng frowned, not because he was heartbroken. Rather, he only had this one car, and it would be inconvenient to travel if he took it to be repaired. I'm sorry, are you alright? Just at this moment, the Ferrari door opened and a pair of slender stocking jade legs stretched out. A woman with a tall stature, wearing black high heels got out of the car, her white and gorgeous little face with an apology. I'm fine. It's just that you can bump into this too? Zhang Sanfeng was surprised. The woman smiled faintly and said, "Oh, it's good that people are fine. I just answered a phone call and was distracted for a moment. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. Exchange contact information. How much do I need to repair the car by then? I'll transfer it directly to you." "Right, my name is Suing. What's your name?" After saying that, the woman took out her cell phone and opened the friend QR code. Zhang San crazy, do you have an emergency or do you need to go first? After adding WeChat friends, Zhang San crazy said, "Thank you, then I'll go first, just send me the bill when the time comes," Suing said. She then got into the Ferrari and stepped on the gas with her small foot. Boom! The sports car transformed into a white shadow. Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow and raised his foot to kick the Lamborghini's butt, trying to flatten the dented area. However, he found that it was hard inside. Looks like we need to get another car. At this time, Zhang San crazy also got into the car and drove away with a kick of the gas. The people around were a bit surprised. There was no scene of sword fighting and bargaining that they were expecting, so they were all a little disappointed. Soon, it was back to Huading Manor. Zhang San crazy lazily lay on the 10-meter-long sofa. Taking out his cell phone, he informed Wu Qingming that he would be responsible for fixing the car. Afterwards, he clicked on Su Ying's friend circle, but found that there were only a few developments. A photo of the company's annual meeting attracted attention, and clicked in to take a look. President of Confidence Property Group? Chapter 37, Park Shocked Boss, Rotten Building Turned into School District Housing. On the photo, Suing was wearing a professional suit, with a smile on her delicate little face. On the identity plate in front of her chest, the word president was written. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes narrowed, and with a stroke of his finger, he zoomed in on the picture. It should have a D. It looks pretty big. Jixin Property was one of the top 100 enterprises in Jiangnan City, specializing in high-end neighborhoods, with strong strength, huge assets, and close to 10,000 employees. At this time, Zhang San crazy was also done appreciating, and put down his cell phone in a tasteless manner. After simply washing up, he went straight to sleep, a night of speechlessness. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Zhang San crazy got up early in the morning, came to the check room, changed into a Hongxingerk sportswear, and went out the door, coming to a small park nearby to practice in the morning. After drinking 2 bottles of physique-strengthening liquid, his body was drastically improved. He could casually jump 3 meters high and run 10 kilometers without taking a breath. There was a feeling of evolving into a Superman. It was only that Zhang San crazy didn't have red pants, and China didn't have the Avengers. It would be very chicken-ribbed. However, right at this moment, an old man who came to the park for morning walk came and stared at Zhang Sanjian with a smile, saying, "There aren't many young people who wake up early nowadays. Is the young man playing Taijikwan?" Zhang Sanjian was practicing in Yang 5 Elements boxing, but he was not very skilled yet, and coped. Learned a bit on the internet. "I'm sorry." The old man laughed, obviously prepared. Double straddle wide open, steadily stood in a horse stance. Tone proudly said, "Young man, I practiced Taijikwan at the age of 8, and at the age of 16, I went abroad to participate in an international competition, rushed into the finals with the 3 strokes of the receiving and harmonizing hair, and then used the lightning 5 consecutive whips to win the championship in one fell swoop. In this aspect of Taijikwan, I still have a bit of attainment. I'll show you a couple hands." After saying that, the oldest man's chi sank into his dantian. A stream of obscene chi erupted from his lower plate. sour with a bit of spice. That, leek buns for breakfast. Don't mind. Watch it. The boss smiled awkwardly. Followed by a rehearsal as well, juggling one move at a time. In addition to that, fart is not the time, but there are a few martial arts masters' appearance. Zhang Sanfeng stood there, quietly watching. A round of rehearsal down. The oldest man was sweating profusely and collected his strength to stand and said, "Ha ha, the young man thinks that I played these few moves." The words have not finished. The boss master holding the waist said, "Quick, young man, help me a little." Flash to the waist. Could it be that he drilled into the big mom's quilt last night? Zhang San crazy laughed and helped the old man to a bench aside, saying, "Grandpa, I've also learned a few moves and would like to ask for your guidance." The oldest master picked up a thermos cup, drank a mouthful of wolfberry red date tea, smilingly said, "Okay, young man, you play too. There are problems I also say out. Practicing kung fu is most avoided burying your head in the sand. More to the professionals to ask for advice. For novices like you have a great help." At this time, Zhang San crazy was also posing. Yin Yang 5 Elements Fist, based on Yin and Yang, taking the power of the 5 elements, generalizing the 12 styles of boxing, swift as the wind, powerful as thunder. Zhang Sanfeng had only mastered the first 3 moves and slowly practiced them. Oh, somewhat interesting. The corners of the boss's mouth lifted into a smile as he looked at Zhang Sanfeng with interest. But soon, his smile froze and was replaced by shock. The thermos cup in his hand couldn't stop trembling as he looked at Zhang Sanjian with jaws agape, only to see him make a move, follow his heart, juggling with a pure fire, as if there was a cloud of gas bursting out from his body. Young man, are you sure you learned it from the internet? Which website is it? Can you share it with me? The old man said in shock. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "Male and female naked fighting website, only it's easy to be blocked. Boss master, you take your time to practice, I'll leave first." Hearing these words, the boss master couldn't help but feel some regret inside. It's a shame that it's been blocked. Leaving the park, Zhang San crazy returned to the villa. Lazily lying on the 10-meter-long sofa, he casually turned on the 200-inch LCD TV. Just as the TV was turned on, a female host on the news station was heard saying, "Latest news. In order to balance the development of the city, the Jiangnan municipal government has decided to relocate 10 schools, such as the City Experimental Middle School, the city's first primary school, the city's 7th middle school, and the higher secondary school, from the city center to the White Sea area. In addition, within a year, 6 subway lines will be constructed and 13 bus lines will be constructed to cover the entire area of the White Sea." Seeing this piece of news, Zhang San crazy's complexion froze. The rotten building has turned into a school district house. Xinda Group's piece of rotten buildings, just in the center of the White Sea district. The relocation of the 10 middle schools, as if the stars are like the moon, will be surrounded by the rotten buildings. Is there a mistake? Once the planning is implemented, this lot of houses will not sell like crazy? 9 billion to buy such a large piece of rotten buildings. Now, if all of them are sold out, I'm afraid it will be more than 10 times. For a while, Zhang Sanfeng was in a trance. Is money so easy to earn? On the other side, Jiangnan City International Airport, Wang Guangda, with his family, was preparing to board the plane. He used the $9 billion transferred by Zhang San crazy to pay off the bank loan, and was ready to leave the city that made him sad. At this moment, his cell phone pushed a piece of news. Wang Guangda casually glanced at it and his complexion changed. He then angrily stomped his feet and violently slammed his cell phone onto the ground. Marred. This city had broken his heart once again. I'm afraid that Wang Guangda would never set foot in Jiangnan City again in his life. A cell phone rang. Zhang Sanfan retrieved his thoughts and glanced at the caller notification. It was from Jiang Bei, the chairman of Rue de Group. "Mr. Zhang, I have to admire your vision and boldness, actually taking down the rotten building for 9 billion and turning it into a school district house overnight." Just after connecting, Jiang Bei's admiring voice came. Zhang San crazy smiled and said, "It's just a mistake. By the way, I was also about to call you. You arrange for an engineering team right now. Perfect. That piece of rotten building, put it under Rue de Group's name, and just open it up for sale under the gimmick of a boutique school district house." Jiang Bei on the opposite side said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm looking for you because of this matter as well. Don't worry, I'll arrange for the engineering team to enter the site now. One more thing, General Manager Zhang, please give this property a name." Zhang San crazy raised his eyebrows. This was a bit difficult to do. When he grew up, he had only taken a screen name, which was called 900 Million Girls' Dreams. Since it was a school district house, the name definitely couldn't be too earthy. Every parent wants their child to leap over the dragon gate with a carp. How about calling it Tinglong Court? Jiang Bei was slightly shocked at the bottom of his heart. This name is really overbearing. Okay, General Manager Zhang, I will arrange it down now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sanfeng walked to the balcony and sat on the sofa, holding this cup of red wine in his hand, sunbathing leisurely. The boring and tedious day had begun again, and on the other side, Jixin Property Group's president's office, Su Ying wearing a professional suit, narrow skirt under the flesh-colored stockings tightly taut in the slender legs, small and exquisite feet wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes. At this time, thighs folded sitting behind the desk. The city government wants to vigorously support the North Sea area. The people of the city know. But Su Ying's concern is not this. She found that there is a piece of rotten buildings in the center of the North Sea area. If the development there, this rotten building is bound to change, become a high-grade residential. Thinking of this, Su Ying's beautiful eyes lit up and immediately called for an assistant. Immediately go and find out whose property this rotten tail building is. Chapter 38, Help from the Cousin. That godly man is back. There are about 1,000 suites in this rotten building. Not only that, there are more than 100 upscale villas. If all of them are taken down, conservative estimates, a year can create hundreds of millions of profits for the company. Su Ying's heart was a little excited. It had been a long time since she had taken on such a big project. Just at this moment, the assistant pushed the door in, holding a piece of information in his hand. Mr. Su, it has been investigated clearly. This rotten building was originally the property of Shinda Group, but 2 days ago, it was sold to a mysterious tycoon called Zhang Sanfeng. It is now taken over by Rueda Group and named Tun Long Yuan. Hearing these words, Su Ying froze slightly. She felt that this name was somewhat familiar. For a moment, she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. What is the relationship between this Mr. Zhang and Rueda Group? After all, Rueda Group was the premier real estate company in Jiangnan City. It was not unfamiliar to anyone. Su Ying had also undertaken Rueda Group's projects and knew that their chairman was Zhang Bei. The person Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, hadn't heard of him. The assistant paused for a moment and said, This Mr. Zhang annexed 51% of Rueda Group a week ago and is now their boss. Hiss. When these words came out, Su Ying sucked in a breath of cool air. Thick shock surfaced in her beautiful eyes. The office was surprisingly quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Rueda Group market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. The development momentum is ferocious. The shareholders who hold the equity simply will not sell. After all, each year, they could earn a large sum of money by relying on dividends. If Zhang Sanfeng wanted to buy it, it would definitely be at a premium. For 51% of the equity, the minimum would be 60 billion. This is still only a conservative estimate. But what shocked Su Ying even more was not this, but the fact that there was not even a whisper in the industry about such a big deal. I'm afraid, many people are not clear until now that Rueda Group has changed its boss. What other information has been found out? Su Ying calmed down and asked. The assistant nodded and said, This Mr. Zhang is also the owner of Rongxing Hotel, China World Trade Mall, Chanlong Joy, a number of groups that were like thunder in Jiangnan City. By this time, Su Ying had been shaken to the core. People were somewhat numb. She was even more astonished at Zhang Sanfeng. Jiangnan City even had this kind of hidden big brother. Until the assistant said that he had a Lamborghini sports car under his name. Su Ying seemed to think of something, hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened WeChat. Zhang Sanfeng. Su Ying looked at that newly added friend in her address book. The avatar was a kung fu panda. She never dreamed that this guy was the person she was looking for. The world was a little too small. Mr. Su, do you need me to contact this Mr. Zhang? At this time, Su Ying also retrieved her thoughts and shook her head. No, you go out first. After the assistant left, Su Ying held her cell phone, her small hand typed a line on the screen, her red lips pursed lightly, and after hesitating for a moment, she clicked send. Mr. Zhang, I'm very sorry for what happened yesterday. Do you have time now? I would like to make an appointment to meet you. After all, Su Ying left in a hurry yesterday and did not pay attention to Zhang Sanfeng. Looking back now, he seemed to be quite handsome. A flash of redness appeared on her icy and beautiful little face, and her heart had a kind of deer in the headlights fluttering. And on the other side, Villa No. 1 of Huading Manor. Zhang Sanfeng had just finished enjoying the sunbathing. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, eating a piece of superb Australian veal chop. Ding dong! His cell phone suddenly received a message, and as he casually glanced at it, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This little girl, playing quite flowery. Only on the screen, a message from Zhang Jiayi was displayed. Brother, help! Quickly come to the live room and help me with some likes, and I'll share half of the pocket money I earn with you. Coming. Share the room number with me. After receiving the room number, Zhang Sanfeng also opened the Big Fish live stream. After entering the live broadcast room, he found it dismal, with 16 total viewers and 36 cents in gifts received. Zhang Jiayi had already pulled out all the stops. A moment to sing, a moment to dance.
a moment to make strange faces, but the number of viewers is still very few. Could it be that this is tearfully earning 36 cents? Zhang Sanji couldn't help but feel some heartache. After all, this cousin of hers is still quite beautiful, but on the internet, the beauty of the face is open. The mother cannot recognize who can be handsome and beautiful, and ultimately spelled or clicks. Male anchors are more open than anyone else, and female anchors are more exposed than anyone else. Obviously, Zhang Jiayi does not account for either of these. He silently clicked into his wallet and recharged $100,000. He then found Zhang Jiayi on WeChat. Jiayi, you don't have the traffic to broadcast like this. You need to go find someone to play PK. Zhang Jiayi on the opposite side came to a realization and said excitedly, right, why didn't I think of that? Brother, thank you for reminding me. Zhang San Crazy's head was filled with black lines. At this time, Zhang Jiayi also immediately went to find someone to connect, but as soon as the other party took a look at the fact that there were only 16 people in her live room, they disconnected without even saying a word. Finally, a beautiful female anchor agreed to connect. This female anchor looks gorgeous, hot body, wearing a cool navel dress and hot pants. At this time is in the live room hot dance, her slender waist twisted around, and her delicate face revealed a seductive smile, attracting many people to watch. The gifts rubbed up sharply. She saw that there were only 16 people in Zhang Jiayi's live room and smiled disdainfully at the corner of her mouth. Sister, there are more than 80,000 people in my live room. Do you really want to play PK with me? There's a penalty for losing. Ah, what punishment? Zhang Jiayi said with some concern. Sister, don't be nervous. It's not a big deal punishment. The loser can just turn off the beauty face. The female anchor covered her mouth and laughed. She saw that Zhang Jiayi was pretty and was a little jealous in her heart. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jiayi agreed without even thinking about it, as this was her true appearance, and nothing black technology was turned on. The anchor woman was stunned, not expecting Zhang Jiayi to agree so quickly, but she was also holding her own. After all, 80,000 people and 16 people playing PK. Cootie. All could see the winners and losers. She also said, then sister, it's starting now. Oh, no more backtracking. No problem. Zhang Jiayi nodded and said. Subsequently, a red and a blue blood bar appeared on the screen, and almost just instantly, the blue blood bar disappeared. Seeing this scene, the female anchor revealed a pleased smile, constantly twisting her hot body. The gifts naturally rose. Soon, PK came to an end. The female anchor received several $1,000s in gifts, while Zhang Jiayi's gift rose from 36 cents to 580 cents. It was almost complete abuse. For this result, many people in the live broadcast room had expected it and were not too surprised. Zhang Jiayi's small face was red, her eyes were slightly moist, and she seemed to be about to cry out. The female anchor became even more pleased with herself and scoffed. Little sister, don't cry. Willing to bet? Quickly turn off your beauty face. PK still had 5 seconds left to end. The result was finalized. However, at this time, Zhang San Crazy straightened up from the sofa and casually gave away the $100,000 he had just recharged. Congratulations! My name is Zhang San Crazy, sending out 20 rounds of Ultra Fire. 20 rounds of Ultra Fire whooshed out. The full screen exploded. The people in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Holy, is that Brother 3 crazy? Why is he there too? Is it really Brother 3 crazy? Didn't he withdraw from the net? Brother San Crazy, please accept my knee. After all, Zhang San Crazy hadn't opened Big Fish Live for a long time. However, the hundreds of millions of Ultra Flames that set a new record for the platform went down in history forever. That once divine hero had returned. Chapter 39, Yen Yen Anchor Dance Hot Dance. Ask Suing Villa to meet her. PK last second. The blue blood bar covered the red blood bar with a crushing force. The female anchor stared at this scene with wide eyes and a stupefied expression of disbelief. Lost? How could it be possible? The opponent clearly only had 16 people, but she had more than 80,000 people. This female anchor had also just recently joined the Big Fish platform and did not know who Zhang San Crazy was. At this moment, looking at the live broadcast pop-ups, her face was a bit odd. What's so surprising about $100,000? Her list 1 big brother could have brushed 100 rounds of Ultra Fire. It is worth $500,000. Zhang Jiayi's small face was so excited that she thought she had lost. Although the punishment was agreed to be better than nothing for her, the sense of accomplishment of winning her first PK fight was overwhelming. It was just very refreshing. Sister, you lost. Honor your promise, Zhang Jiayi said smilingly. There was also a group of people up in arms on the public screen. Quickly turn off the beauty face. I can't wait to see the anchor's real face value. It shouldn't be too bad. After all, even if the black technology is powerful, it needs a good base. Right,
Right, quickly turn off the beauty face. At this time, Zhang San Crazy was also interested. The female anchor's current face value was around 8 points, so he didn't know what it was with the beauty face turned off. After all, many Netflix anchors were now seeing the light of day. Unexpectedly, the female anchor lightly smiled and said, "Sister, you're also too naive. I just made a joke. You still take it seriously? And even if you lose, I can't bear to let you turn off your beauty face." After saying that, she directly hung up the connecting microphone. When the crowd saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. It could still be played like this? Zhang Jia's face flashed with a hint of loss, and then immediately revealed a smile. After all, relying on that heat just now, more than 1,000 people had come to the live broadcast room, which made her happy. At this moment, she was happily chatting with her fans. Zhang San Crazy, however, raised an eyebrow, not in anger. Rather, he was curious about the anchorwoman's true face value. He silently retreated and found the official customer service of the Big Fish platform. "Dear user, I'm Big Fish Platform Customer Service 007. May I ask what's your problem?" The customer service was connected in almost seconds. Ever since Zhang San crazily swiped 100 million Ultrafire, this number of his was listed as a top user by the Big Fish platform. As long as it was online, there was a specialized one-on-one service. Zhang San Crazy briefly talked about what had just happened. The customer service immediately replied back, "Mr. Zhang, we're very sorry about this matter, and I'll permanently block her account now." Permanently blocked? Zhang San Crazy was somewhat surprised. No, this punishment is too severe. The customer service was somewhat unable to figure out what Zhang San Crazy meant and said doubtfully, "Mr. Zhang, then how do you want to deal with it?" At this time, Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly and said, "It's simple. Let her fulfill her promise and turn off all the beauty faces. Your backend should be able to control it remotely." Hearing these words, the customer service paused for a moment. Turn off all beauty faces? This was much more serious than having one's number blocked. After all, if the number was blocked, the account could be recreated, and if there was a fan base, it would soon explode in popularity in the degree. But if the beauty face was closed, it would directly scare away the fans. Never again will there be a day to get ahead. What? It doesn't work? Zhang Sanji asked. No, Mr. Zhang, according to your request, we will remotely turn off all of the anchor's beauty face in a minute. Do you have any other requests? The customer service hurriedly said. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "No, thank you." After exiting the customer service session, Zhang San Crazy also immediately entered the female anchor's live room. At this time, the female anchor had yet to realize that there would be a disaster coming soon. Twisting flirtatiously in front of the screen, "Brothers, brush up on the small gifts. Linger will continue to dance for you." A wave of gifts floated across the live broadcast. This Thai wavy hoof dancing is really good. Typing with both hands to prove her innocence. This body, this face, too perfect. He. Linger dance one more. Brother will brush your sports car for you. Zhang San Crazy watched quietly. Soon, a minute passed. In an instant, the beautiful anchor woman with delicate features, snow-white skin, and a slim figure turned into an obese older woman in her 40s. The live broadcast room was deathly silent. This middle-aged aunt with yellowish skin, full of freckles, and a belly with swimming circles. Is it really the beautiful anchor woman just now? Even though Zhang Sanfeng was mentally prepared, he was still startled. The public screen was even cursing. My Nima, who is this fat pig? Quickly show me vomit. Vomit. This is a scam. I'm calling the police. Paralyzed. It's such a waste of my trillions of elite soldiers. However, at this time, the female anchor didn't realize that the beauty face had disappeared and was still there, writhing madly, like a pile of spermatized pancetta. It was just thrilling. She also wondered and asked, "Brothers, why aren't you swiping gifts anymore? Is Linger not twisting beautifully?" Even her voice was raspy and hoarse. "Who the hell is your brother? You big fat pig. I'm going to report you." Yes. Paralyzed. This is a fraud. At this point, the female anchor realized that something was wrong and realized that her true face was exposed. Panicking and going off the air, Zhang San Crazy was so stunned that it took him a while to get over it. He had to marvel that technology was truly powerful. Just then, he realized that there was a forgotten WeChat message, so he casually clicked on it. "Asking me to meet you?" The corner of Zhang San Crazy's mouth lifted into a smile. There was nothing to do tomorrow anyway, so he agreed. And on the other side, the office of the president of Zhixin Group. After the message was sent, Suing held her cell phone in her small hands and waited anxiously, but she never received a reply. She couldn't help but be a little apprehensive. Could it be that she had offended Zhang Sanfeng somewhere? Ding dong! Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Suing hurriedly opened WeChat and was relieved to find that Zhang San Crazy had replied. "Mr. Zhang, where are we meeting? The small hand typed out a line and clicked send. Zhang Sanjian thought about it. Why don't we just stay at Tang Pavilion? After all, Jack's cooking was still very good. Thinking of this, Zhang San Crazy was about to reply when a voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding! New quest has been refreshed. Invite Suing to the villa as a guest. Reward proficient level golf skill. I'll go. Zhang San Crazy was slightly stunned. The vast and sprawling golf course outside the villa was one that Zhang San Crazy had not been to even once. If he obtained this reward, it would be quite good to play golf when he had nothing to do. So he replied, let's do it at my house. Suing on the opposite side frowned slightly with her pretty eyebrows, but she agreed. Okay Mr. Zhang, where do you live? Villa 1 of Huading Manor. I have time tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. In fact, Zhang San Crazy knew clearly why Suing asked him out. It wasn't just for the Tinglong Court property matter. Since the beautiful woman was begging for it and he had no other candidate, he naturally agreed. By the way, he could also fulfill the mission. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Huading Manor? Suing was a bit surprised. Zhang Sanji actually lived in Huading Manor, or the most honorable Villa 1. That place was not something that an ordinary tycoon could afford to live in. The status and position had to be at the top level of Huaxia. In the bottom of her heart, she was also more and more curious about Zhang San Crazy. Chapter 40, The Unsmiling Butler. Suing stopped at the door. Ding dong! Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhang Sanfeng was a bit puzzled and walked over to open the door. Outside the door stood a man in a Zhongshan suit, with a straight waist, country face and no smile. It was none other than the butler of Villa 2, Chen Wutian. He bowed slightly and said, Young Mr. Zhang, sorry to bother you. My young lady bought 2 pairs of golf clubs from abroad and specially asked me to send you a pair. Golf clubs? What a thought! A distant relative was better than a close neighbor. Zhang San Crazy's heart was also curious about Villa 2's young lady. To send 2 gifts without even meeting her face. What exactly did she have in mind? Since the other party was so sincere, Zhang Sanfeng naturally would not refuse. With that, he opened the door wide. Butler Chen. Thank you your lady, come in and sit down. Chen Wutian laughed and walked in. Then he handed the golf clubs in his hand to Zhang San Crazy, saying, Mr. Zhang, this pair of golf clubs is the Royal No. 1, made of titanium alloy throughout, with 24K gold inlaid in the club head and grip. It ensures lightweight while combining the best grip feel. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, AI, your lady is really polite. I actually don't know how to play golf, but I'll take this gift. Oh, young Zhang, you don't know how to play golf? Chen Wutian was quite surprised. After all, golf was basically mastered by the sons of rich families as a means of socialization for the luxurious families. Zhang Sanfeng frankly said, well, never played before. Chen Wutian revealed a smile and said, Young Zhang, why don't I teach you? I'm a level 10 elite golf player. Golf was divided into 12 levels. Below level 6 is the amateur level. Below level 9 is the professional level. And level 10 to 12 is the elite level, equivalent to a national level 1 athlete. Zhang San Crazy froze for a moment and nodded. Then thanks to Butler Chen, I also plan to study a bit to kill my boredom. The two made an appointment to practice tomorrow morning at the golf course outside the villa. Afterwards, Zhang Sanfeng also greeted him as he sat down to drink tea. Chen Wutian did not refuse and just sat down. He saw half a bottle of Romane Conti sitting on the coffee table, as well as a few Sprite bottles, and his heart was shocked. 7-digit Romane Conti to Sprite. It was simply a waste. This kind of extravagance was beyond the reach of ordinary tycoons. Even his lady would not dare to be so wasteful. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sanfeng directly threw the Romane Conti into the trash can and laughed. Sorry, the house is a bit messy and hasn't been cleaned up, and I don't know how long this bottle of wine has been sitting there. This, Chen Wutian mentally sucked in a breath of cool air. There was no mistaking it. That was a multi-million-dollar supreme red wine, and it was just thrown in the trash? It was really luxurious and inhuman. Then, he also calmed his mood and said in surprise, Young Zhang, you're the only one in such a big villa. Didn't you hire a maid nanny? Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng nodded and said, Butler Chen, truth be told, I am also worried about this matter and would like to trouble you to help me find some maids over. Chen Wutian hurriedly agreed. Young Zhang, no problem, leave this matter to me. Subsequently, after the two of them chatted for a while and exchanged contact information, Chen Wutian also got up to take his leave. Looking at the departing Chen Wutian, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes narrowed. It seems that the lady from Villa 2 is interested in befriending me, just that she has not been showing her face. It's still a bit mysterious. Zhang San Crazy shook his head and smiled, no longer thinking much about it. Picking up the golf club, he casually swung it twice, worthy of being a royal no. 1 club. This feel, it's really great. A whole day's time, Zhang San Crazy lazily lay on the Becker Imperial sofa. drinking Romane Conti, and leisurely watching the fan drama. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the warm nest,
Zhang Sanfeng received a phone call in a daze. It was from the guardhouse of Huading Manor.
Mr. Zhang, I'm very sorry to disturb you.
A lady named Suing has come to the door.
She said she has an appointment with you to meet at 8 o'clock. May I ask if you want to see her? At this time, Suing was driving a Mercedes sedan and was stopped at the entrance of the manor.
Her fair little face was a little warm and angry. After all, as the president of Confidence Group, where did she go that she wasn't surrounded by a group of people who were polite and courteous?
But now, she was actually stopped by a gatekeeper. The key is not to deliberately make things difficult for her. After all,
the most trashy cars that come in and out of Huating Manor are all luxury sports cars with millions of dollars. Her hundreds of thousands of Mercedes-Benz grade is really a little low. It was not even comparable to the car that the manor nanny drove when she went out to buy groceries. It was just horrible.
At this time,
the security guard also confirmed Su Ying's identity and raised the stop bar.
Slightly bowed, respectfully said, Miss Su, much offense.
You please.
Su Ying did not care.
Her small foot stepped on the gas pedal.
The Mercedes drove into Huading Manor. The scenery outside the car window was picturesque.
The vast expanse of tender green lawns,
lush trees with flourishing leaves, and the crystal clear artificial lake.
The scenery was breathtaking.
For a moment,
it was as if he had arrived in a dreamy country.
Su Ying's small face was slightly surprised. It was also the first time she entered the Huading Manor. This was simply a paradise. No wonder, the top tycoons in China squeezed their heads, also want to buy a house in Huading Manor.
One could only say that the joy of being rich was unimaginable to ordinary people.
At the same time,
her identity of Zhang Sanfeng,
there was an additional trace of admiration and anticipation. Soon, the Mercedes stopped outside Villa 1.
The car door opened, and a pair of bare, snow-white jade legs stretched out.
Su Ying's face was covered in exquisite makeup,
wearing a halter dress,
revealing white and smooth shoulders,
and her black hair was scattered around her waist. Slender jade legs bare, small feet stepped on a pair of white high-heeled shoes, set off a tall and proud figure. Just as she walked to the front door of the villa, a voice rang in Zhang Sanfeng's head.
Ding! Mission completed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a proficient level golf skill.
Coming. At this time, Zhang Sanjian walked out from the check room,
wearing a casual suit from Van Zach's.
Ding dong, the doorbell rang.
Zhang Sanfeng walked over and opened the door.
Su Ying stood outside the door, her small face with a light smile. Mr. Zhang, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? He, that's not true. Mr. Su is really punctual. Come in and have a seat.
Zhang Sanfeng said with a faint smile.
Su Ying walked into the villa and was immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration.
But when she found that there was a sense of messiness in the luxury,
she couldn't help but laughingly say, Mr. Zhang is really unconventional.
Then took out his cell phone and continued.
Mr. Zhang,
how much do you want to pay for the repair of that car of yours?
I'll transfer it to you now.
A Lamborghini Venom worth $200 million.
Even if you just rubbed a little bit of paint, the repair fee would be astronomical. What's more, for a supercar of this level, the repair cycle would start at a minimum of 1 month. Therefore, Zhang Sanfeng didn't know exactly how much it would cost right now, so he smiled and said, There's no rush. Tell me first, what are you looking for me for? Chapter 41, Be My Personal Maid, Shock Butler Chen Wutian. Ding, the task has been refreshed. Convince Su Ying to be a personal maid for a day. Time limit 10 minutes. Please complete the task on time. That's it. Just this outrageous. Zhang Sanfeng's complexion froze and his heart turned upside down. There is no mistake. Who is Su Ying? The president of Jixin Property Group, a strong businesswoman in Jiangnan City, with more than 10,000 employees under her control. To convince her to be a personal maid for a day in 10 minutes? This is even lower than the chances of Mars hitting the moon. At this time, Su Ying smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, then I'll make it clear that I'm asking you to meet me to talk about cooperation. Your piece of property in the Beihai district. There should be no property in it yet, right?
On behalf of the Confidence Group, I sincerely want to establish cooperation with you, but at this moment, Zhang Sanfeng was preoccupied with how to accomplish his mission,
completely not listening to what Su Ying was talking about. Mr. Zhang, are you listening? Su Ying's pretty brows furrowed as she asked suspiciously. Well, cooperation it's fine. I believe in the strength of your Confidence Group,
Zhang Sanfeng said casually.
Hearing these words,
Su Ying's small face revealed a smile as she stretched out her small white hand and said,
Then Mr. Zhang, I wish us a happy cooperation. However, at this time,
Zhang Sanfeng said,
Su Ying, it's just that I have a small immature request. I don't know if you can agree. Su Ying, who was sitting there,
heard Zhang Sanfeng call her by her name. and her heart could not help but feel a little elated. This meant that Zhang San Crazy had already treated her as a friend. Therefore, she also smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, please go ahead and say, no matter what the request is, I will agree to it." For a moment, Zhang San Crazy was still too embarrassed to say anything. He looked at Su Ying's expectant beautiful eyes, paused for a moment, and said, "That is, can you be my personal maid for a day?" Hearing these words, Su Ying suddenly froze. A scarlet blush ran across her fair pretty face, her beautiful eyes surfaced with intense surprise, and her small hands clenched restlessly. "Mr. Zhang, you just said." Su Ying was a bit shy and couldn't even say it out loud. "Well, my request is this, you be my personal maid for a day," Zhang San Crazy said with great certainty. At the same time, in the bottom of his heart, he didn't hold much hope. He was already prepared to give up on this task. As expected, Su Ying kept her head down and did not agree. Zhang San Crazy let out a slight sigh and said, "Alright, since it makes it so difficult for you, I will," but didn't wait for him to finish. Su Ying raised her head, her white shell teeth biting her cherry lips, her small white hand clenched into a pink fist. Her watery eyes revealed a determined look and said, "Mr. Zhang, I agree to your request." After saying that, her pink cheeks blushed, like a ripe peach. Even Su Ying herself did not expect that she would actually agree to such a shameful request. After all, as a strong businesswoman in Jiangnan City, she had always maintained a high and cold goddess posture, as if she didn't need earthly fire, clearing her mind. But as China's development entered a plateau, the real estate industry was close to saturation. The credit group has not taken on new projects for a long time, relying on the old capital to survive. Wake up every day. The face of Su Ying is more than 10,000 employees' wages. Her pressure is great. Tenglong court this project, she must take it down. You promised? Zhang Sanfeng was surprised. Su Ying's small face was red, lightly pursing her red lips, nodding her head in a delicate manner. "Mr. Zhang, although I promised, you can't do anything too excessive." "Ha, that's for sure. Only should the name change?" Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said. This system was playing with perversity. Only, he liked it a lot. Su Ying's beautiful eyes were flooded with water, and she said shyly, "Young master, do you have any orders?" Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Put it in the warehouse. Opening them one by one is too meaningless. The thrill of waiting for a few more to be stored and then opening them together. It is very cool, but it's no more refreshing than having Su Ying as a maid. What a joke! This is the high and cold female president of Confidence Group, actually humbly calling him young master. Cool to the core. Zhang Sanfeng looked at Su Ying's proud figure, especially the surging in front of her chest. One hand could not grasp it at all. At this time, Su Ying was also red in the face. Her charming eyes were like silk, and her fair and delicate little face carried a bit of aggression, making her look shy and pitiful, and she was touching. Gulon. Zhang Sanfeng swallowed his saliva, vaguely excited. That, little Sua, first clean up the villa, and then accompany me to play golf later. Su Ying's beautiful eyes froze. Just this? She was still very confident in her looks, especially since she had also dressed up carefully today. It was enough to charm any man. She had thought that Zhang San Crazy would raise some excessive request, and in her heart, she was prepared to accept it. However, she did not expect that she would only be treated as a housekeeping girl. She couldn't help but feel a little empty in the bottom of her heart, bringing a bit of disappointment. Subsequently, Su Ying also started to clean the villa, and Zhang San Crazy sat on the sofa, quietly watching. Su Ying's slender jade legs were kneeling and folded on the ground. Her white and tender skin was taut, revealing her plump and delicate figure. The two thin dress suspenders, hanging on the snow-white and smooth shoulders, were charming and seductive. Soft, plump, round, smooth, delicate, QQ bullet. This delicate body can be called a stunning special object, enough to impress the hearts of men all over the world. Not to mention, the identity of the beautiful president who was high above the world. Cough. Zhang San Crazy withdrew his gaze, fearing that he would not be able to hold it if he looked any further. Ding dong. Just at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Ying, who was sitting on her knees on the floor, hurriedly stood up, her waves trembling violently. Seeing this scene, Zhang San Crazy almost had a wild nosebleed. Just very exciting. Su Ying walked over with her slender jade legs and opened the door. Outside the door was naturally Chen Wutian, who had an appointment with Zhang San Crazy to play golf this morning. But when he saw Su Ying who opened the door, he frowned and said, "Mr. Su, why are you here?" Obviously, he recognized Su Ying. At this time, Su Ying's small face was red, because she had just finished cleaning. The whole person was drenched in fragrant sweat, and a few strands of hair were tightly pasted on her snow-white forehead, making her look charming and graceful. Seeing this scene, Chen Wutian seemed to understand something and laughed awkwardly. Young Zhang, if it's inconvenient for you, we'll make another appointment another day. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng walked over and said with a faint smile, convenient. I've just finished my work, just in time to exercise a bit. Originally very normal words. In this scene, it appeared less serious. Just finished working out? Chen Wutian couldn't help but float around, and his heart was somewhat surprised. Su Ying's clear heart and iceberg beauty image. The entire Jiangnan city knew that how many rich and powerful people were turned away, but he didn't expect to be taken down by Zhang San crazy, worthy of being Zhang Xiao. That, little Sua, tired. Let's go out and relax. Zhang San crazy casually picked up the golf clubs and walked out. Okay, young master. Su Ying also went out of her way for the sake of cooperation, without the shyness she had before. I'll go. Chen Wutian was filled with shock and couldn't help but sigh. Rich young master is playing with flowers. Chapter 42, Peeping Mystery Lady. Broken record too arrogant. By this time, Zhang Sanfeng had already arrived at the golf course outside the villa. The summer breeze was gentle, accompanied by a gust of grass odor. Taking a deep breath, one could only feel refreshing and the whole person loosened up. Young Zhang, today's wind is a bit strong. It's not very suitable for novices to practice golf. Chen Wutian couldn't help but remind him. This kind of windy weather was not a small challenge even if it was him in his place. Only a level 12 top golf king with the ultimate mastery of the club could hit a divine goal that was beyond the norm. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and casually swung a club, saying, no harm done. There's nothing much going on anyway. Let's just take it as entertainment and relaxation and play casually. What a joke. The system rewarded proficient level golf skills. If one were to divide it by level, level 12 would be completely insufficient, even far beyond the world-class golf king. Chen Wutian smiled and said, then, young Zhang, let's start practicing from the simplest distance of 10 meters. He then went on to talk about some of the rules of hitting the ball. Zhang San crazy listened to all of them quietly. In fact, after obtaining the proficient level golf skill, he knew these rules like the back of his hand, so he could not refute the other party's face. After all, Chen Wutian was a level 10 elite expert, and he was just a novice now. And on the other side, by the window of Villa 2, there stood a young girl with a tall figure. The young girl's small face was exquisite, wearing a loose robe. Her skin was as white as snow, her small feet were bare, her pink toes were neatly arranged and crystal clear. Her pair of beautiful eyes, as if they were like jasper, streaming with light, stared with interest at Zhang Sanfeng on the golf course. Young Zhang, you may begin. Chen Wutian retreated to the side. Zhang Sanjian held the club and adjusted his breathing and posture. He directly swung a club. Whoosh! The golf ball flew into mid-air, slipping through the air and landing firmly on the grass. Chen Wutian smiled faintly. It was just as he expected. Even a world-class ball champion would not be able to score a hole with the first shot he swung. When he first came into contact with golf, he practiced for a full month before hitting the first hole-in-one shot in his life. Young Zhang, why don't we lower the difficulty to 5 meters? Chen Wutian said. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. No need. I'll take another shot. Afterwards, he said to Su Ying in the distance, little Su, adjust the distance to 100 meters. Su Ying was somewhat speechless. She, a president of a listed group, was actually reduced to a scorekeeper. But thinking about the project that was about to arrive, she helplessly shook her head and smiled. Anyway, it was only one day. Just endure it and it would pass. Okay, young master. Su Ying also gave up. Who cares about the identity of the president? Jogging all the way, she inserted the small red flag at the cave entrance 100 meters away. Seeing this scene, Chen Wutian's complexion froze and his heart was thick with shock. That was the iceberg beauty Su Ying who was famous in Jiangnan City. The dream girl of how many rich young masters. I'm afraid they couldn't even dream that the goddess in their hearts was actually treated as a maid by Zhang Sanfeng. Is there any justice in heaven? Chen Wutian swallowed his saliva and asked, young Zhang, 100 meters is already the level of a level 7 professional player. Do you really want to hit the ball that far? After all, he hadn't even hit 10 meters just now. However, Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly. Is 100 meters hard? This is just the beginning. I'll have to adjust the distance later. After saying that, he confidently swung a club. Chen Wutian, who was standing there, however, was not hopeful and let out a soft sigh. As expected, rich young men are all the same. They like to pretend in front of beautiful women. But the next second, Chen Wutian looked stagnant, eyes tightly gazed at the speeding white dot, only to see the golf ball in the air through a beautiful arc, through the wind to fly out a long way, without deviation, steadily fell into the 100 meters away from the small hole, a shot to the soul. This, Chen Wutian's face was filled with shock and surprise. Young Zhang, is this really your first time playing golf? Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said frankly, of course, I haven't even touched a golf club before this.
but how it sounded. It felt like it was fooling people. Never touched a club before and could hit a 100-meter one-shot? Suing, who was standing there, her small face was also a bit surprised. As the president of a listed company, she had naturally played golf and was well aware of what a concept 100 meters was. Zhang Sanfeng had actually scored it in one shot, and looking at his casual movements, it seemed that 100 meters had no difficulty for him and was as simple as eating and drinking water. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng also asked, "Butler Chen, how many meters is the golf world record?" Chen Wutian sweated a bit and said, "Young Zhang, the world record is 328 meters, and it was set by a person from the Big Baby Empire." Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng nodded slightly and murmured, "Breaking the world record seems a bit arrogant, so let's go with 327 meters. Afterwards, speaking to Suing, he said, "Little Su, adjust the distance to 327 meters. This, Chen Wutian and Suing were both stunned. What kind of joke is this? There was no such thing as pretending. 327 meters, only 1 meter short of the world record, far exceeding the world's second highest of 289 meters. Moreover, listening to Zhang Sanfeng's tone, it seemed that he was still intentionally watering down and did not want to break the world record. Suing, who was standing there with a surprised face, did not hesitate to insert the small red flag at the 327-meter position. Subsequently, her beautiful eyes looked at Zhang Sanfeng expectantly. At the same time, the young girl standing in front of the window of Villa 2, her face was also a little surprised, and the corner of her mouth raised a smile. "Oh, that's really interesting." At this time, Zhang Sanjian gripped the club tightly. His arm muscles rippled, resounding with a clack sound. He violently swung out a club. Boom! The club fiercely hit the golf ball, then turned into a white shadow and shot out. The speed was so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye, as if a bullet sped toward the hole at Suing's feet. Boom! A loud sound came out. The golf ball hit the hole squarely, and the powerful impact caused the entire ground to shake with it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really went in. Chen Wutian was originally a gentle and elegant middle-aged man, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but explode with nationalism. 327 meters, only 1 meter away from the world champion. He viciously pinched towards his thighs, the pain telling him that this was not a dream. Zhang Sanfeng closed his pole and stood, smiling faintly. "Butler Chen, how did I do with this pole?" Chen Wutian did not answer, but the shock at the corner of his mouth was the best answer. At the same time, he was relieved in his heart. It turned out that Zhang Sanfeng's attainment in golf was so high, he was worried before. What if Zhang Sanfeng lost face and held a grudge against him in case he didn't score a single shot? Looking at it now, it was completely overthinking it. Suing excitedly waved her white tender little hands and shouted, "Young master, you are simply wonderful," which still has what high and cold goddess paradigm. Living is a flower-obsessed fangirl. Chapter 43, Suing is going out of her way. Drunken immortal house only does dine in food. And on the other side, by the window of Villa 2, the young girl's small face froze, her beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise, and her cherry lips slightly raised as she said, "What a mysterious person." At this time, Zhang Sanfeng also swung a dozen shots one after another, all of which went in one shot, reaching a terrifying 100% scoring rate. Chen Wutian, who was standing there, was astonished. Even the world-class king of the ball, the goal rate is only 50%. Moreover, for every shot he hit, he had to adjust for more than 10 minutes before he dared to continue swinging. Zhang Sanfeng's casual movement was as if he was sweeping the ground. He didn't make any adjustments, but his shots were sure to go in. Terrifying as hell. Zhang Sanfeng smiled slightly. This noble sport golf was nothing more than that. At this moment, he had also had his fill of it and found it tasteless. "Butler Chen, then you practice first. We'll leave first." Chen Wutian came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed, respectfully saying, "Young Zhang, you take your time." Suing hurriedly followed. Her small face was flushed, her beautiful eyes carrying adoration and love as she looked at Zhang Sanfeng's back, her heart throbbing with a kind of deer in the head. After the two left, Chen Wutian also rushed to leave. He had to quickly tell this shocking news to Miss Zhang Sanfeng. Very uncomplicated. After returning to the villa, it was already noon. After playing golf all morning, although he didn't feel tired, his stomach was empty. Suing, not to mention, almost never stopped. A pair of small feet were sore and aching, and the whole person was also dripping with fragrant sweat, and she was about to pass out while standing there. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "Little Su, I'm a little hungry. Do you know how to cook?" Suing shook her head. "Young master, I won't." Moreover, in her current condition, she felt tired even standing, let alone cooking. In the bottom of her heart, she was a bit resentful. This Zhang Sanfeng, he was also too unaware of compassion. How could she say,
Her face value was above 9 points, and she usually worked out a lot, so her body was naturally very hot. Such a beautiful woman was standing in front of him, but he was not moved. Suing couldn't help but stomp her little feet in exasperation. At the same time, the corner of her mouth raised a trace of bad smile, white tender little hand intentionally or unintentionally picking the dress halter, chest surging followed by trembling. Yeah, how do I feel a little hot? Saying that, the petite body came in front of Zhang Sanfeng's body, watery big eyes, charmingly staring at him. Baijia's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, her small pink tongue licked the corner of her mouth, and she delicately said, "Young master, feel if I have a fever." She directly grabbed Zhang Sanfeng's hand and placed it towards her chest. Sitting there, Zhang Sanfeng's complexion was stagnant as his heart turned over. The iceberg beauty is actually so flirtatious inside? Looking at Zhang Sanfeng's stagnant appearance, Suing heart a burst of smugness. Little fellow, still can't hold you down? Afterwards, she also stood up and delicately said, "Young master, you can do whatever you want." Zhang Sanfeng swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that Jiangnan City's famous iceberg beauty was actually so sultry inside, and her means of seducing people was pure. Uncle can tolerate, aunt could not endure. At once, he stretched out his hand, rolled over and pressed Suing underneath him, saying, "There is no turning back from the bow, you don't regret it." Su Ying's small face was scarlet, her beautiful eyes slightly trembling. "I did it voluntarily." Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng's blood boiled and he couldn't hold it anymore. There was a flurry of clouds and rain, and after finishing, Zhang Sanfeng straightened his legs and placed them on the crystal coffee table. "Little Sua, come over and pound my legs." "Okay, young master." Suing smiled faintly and squatted down. Her small white tender hand clenched into a pink fist, not hanging lightly. "It's also been a long time since I've had Chinese food. Let's order takeout from Drunken Immortal House for lunch." Zhang Sanfeng pondered and took out his cell phone. Drunken Immortal House was the top Chinese restaurant in Jiangnan City, and the chefs were all at the national banquet level, especially their signature dish, crystal shrimp, which was rated as a 5-star delicacy by Michelin. Must eat in this life. However, it is limited to 100 people a day, so ordinary rich people can't eat it at all. But Zhang Sanfeng didn't care about this, and directly dialed the number of Drunken Immortal Restaurant. "Hello, I'm ordering a takeaway." The speakers were dead silent. "Sir, did you call the wrong number? This is Drunken Immortal House." The female receptionist on the opposite side was a bit surprised. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly. "No mistake, I ordered your takeout. The signature dish crystal shrimp come one. Other dishes watch and come." "Right, 2 of us, more rice." Hearing these words, the female receptionist sneered and said disdainfully, "Sorry sir, our Drunken Immortal restaurant only does dine-in. We don't accept ordering takeout, and the crystal shrimp is limited to 100 copies a day, and it's already sold out today. Only does dine-in and doesn't accept takeout orders? Crystal shrimp is limited to 100 copies a day?" Zhang Sanfeng said with a faint smile. "You go to your boss and say, I'm willing to spend $1 million on ordering takeout. If it doesn't work out, forget it. The last thing that is lacking in Huaxia is Chinese restaurants. It's just that you guys think clearly about the consequences. What I can't eat other people don't want to eat." The female receptionist standing there looked stagnant. Her voice trembled and said, "Sir, you just said you want to spend $1 million to order takeout. You weren't kidding, were you? Do you think I look like someone who jokes? I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. After all, the phone bill is quite expensive." Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. "Okay sir, you wait a moment." The female receptionist immediately found the owner of Drunken Immortal House, a balding middle-aged man. He was so angry that he almost jumped up when he heard that someone wanted to order takeout, and said angrily, "Takeout is a desecration of Drunken Immortal House. This is our bottom line. You tell him that if he wants to eat, he must come to the store." "Boss, but that gentleman said he's willing to spend $1 million. The bald boss's face froze, and he immediately said with a joyful smile, "The bottom line is also set by people. Since that gentleman wants to eat it so much, I can net it out." After saying that, he ran his ass off to answer the phone. "Sir, I'm the owner of Drunken Immortal House. May I ask where you live? I'll send someone over right now." The bald boss said in a respectful tone. "Villa 1 of Huading Manor. You guys send it faster. I'm quite hungry." Zhang Sanfeng casually said. "Alright sir, thank you for choosing Drunken Immortal House." The bald boss put down the phone. His entire body trembled, and cold sweat swished out of his back. What kind of joke is this? Huading Manor Villa 1. The topmost villa area in Huaxia. The people who live there. That one was not a big shot with heavenly means, offending this super big brother. I'm afraid that Drunken Immortal House will cease to exist. At the same time, the bottom of his heart was relieved. Fortunately he didn't blame him. The bald boss also didn't dare to delay, immediately informing the kitchen to load up the other guests' dishes and hurriedly sent them to Huading Manor. Zhang San Crazy had just put down his cell phone. He saw Su Ying's beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Young master, you just ordered takeout from Drunken Immortal Restaurant?" As the president of the confidence group, if she wanted to eat meals from Drunken Immortal House, she had to go inside the store as a rule. Zhang San Crazy had taken care of it with a single call? At this moment, Su Ying realized that she was working as a maid for Zhang San Crazy. It wasn't condescending at all. Chapter 44, Special Prop Truth Charm, Cold Kingdom's Sissy Singer. No, how could I have such a shameful thought? It seems like being his maid is still something to be proud of. Su Ying had already blushed with shame. She didn't dare to look directly at Zhang Sanfeng for fear of being completely conquered by him. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow and looked at the oddly blushing Su Ying and asked, "What? Do you have a problem?" "No, no," Su Ying said repeatedly. "That, little Sua, I still have a bunch of dirty clothes that can only be washed by hand, so I'm also troubling you." Zhang San Crazy lazily lay on the 10-meter-long sofa, his face full of leisure. A beautiful president as a maid, eating the top-notch Chinese cuisine. This divine day, giving more money wouldn't change it For the whole day, he enjoyed Su Ying's various services. It wasn't until the sun set that he let Su Ying leave. When leaving the villa, Su Ying's legs were trembling, already tired, holding the wall towards the Mercedes-Benz. The slender snow-white jade legs, the splash of red on her knees was particularly eye-catching. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng stood on the villa balcony with a glass of red wine in his hand, watching the Mercedes sedan gradually go away. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, and he drank the red wine in one go. This little girl is still a bit interesting. The night was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Yesterday's fight had left Zhang San Crazy exhausted. He also slept until the afternoon before he got up refreshed, casually picking up his cell phone to look at the messages. "Mr. Zhang, there are 2 things to report to you. The houses in Tenglong Court have all been sold, crediting 92.3 billion. According to your command, the properties under Rue Da's name are all handed over to Confidence Group for management." "Oh, the efficiency is quite fast." Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow. After all, he had only ordered it down last night, so he thought that Zhang Bei must have done it overnight. He also replied, "Well done, I'm satisfied." By the way, what's Su Ying's reaction? Zhang Bei on the opposite side hesitated for a moment and replied, "General Manager Su seems to have some complaints against you." Seeing this message, Zhang San Crazy raised an eyebrow. This little girl, she's quite vindictive. However, right at this moment, a call came through. Looking at the caller alert, Zhang San Crazy casually connected it. "Hey, uncle, do you have time tonight? Our school is going to hold a graduation party, and you are invited to attend Smile." Graduation party? There was nothing much going on anyway, so Zhang San Crazy agreed to come down. "Let's make a deal then. At 2000 hours PM, you must come, uncle/spit tongue/. And on the other side, the girls' dormitory of the Conservatory of Music. Shu Ting had just put down her cell phone when Yan Lily and Zhao Ruoyu came over with expectant faces. What did Brother San Crazy say? Will he come tonight? Yeah, if Brother San Crazy comes, with his singing voice, his popularity will definitely exceed that of Cold Kingdom's Kim Jin-tae. This year, it happened to be the 30th anniversary of the founding of the conservatory. The school leaders decided to celebrate it together with the graduation party, so they spent a lot of money to invite Kim Jin-tae, a famous singer from the Cold Kingdom. After all, the conservatory had a large number of female students who adored the stars of the Cold Kingdom. This decision was the best of both worlds, satisfying the students' desires and aligning with the international scene at the same time. At this moment, Shu Ting also nodded her head in delight. Uncle agreed. Yan Lily's face was excited as she said, "The school leader's head must be in the water. Who wouldn't it be good to invite but a star from the Cold Kingdom?" Zhao Ruoyu nodded and agreed. "That's right, it's fortunate that Brother San Crazy will be here. Let Jin Jintai tremble under the might of Hallyu music." At this time, Zhang San Crazy didn't know that he had high hopes from the 3 little girls. At this moment, he was lazily lying on the sofa, watching a fanfic. Suddenly remembering that there was still a low-level treasure chest, he also immediately opened it. Ding! The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the truth charm. Tip: this prop is only visible to the host, and being used, will only spit out true words for 5 minutes. Zhang San Crazy was slightly stunned. There was actually such a magical prop. If he used it on the richest man in the world, wouldn't he be able to ask for his bank card password? But on second thought, he didn't seem to need it. After all, with the system in place, his wealth would one day exceed that of the world's richest man. At once, it was tasteless. Then he saved the truth charm into the system warehouse and focused on watching the fandango. Time passed little by little. Soon, it was 2000 hours. At the entrance of the Conservatory of Music, a cab slowly stopped. The door opened, and a youth got out of the car. The driver held a handful of bills in his trembling hands.
Boy, they say that there are many rich young people who come to the conservatory. Now I believe it.
Zhang Sanfeng had just entered the school when Chu Ting, who was waiting there, greeted her. She wore a light blue waist-length dress today. Her small white face was wearing exquisite makeup, and her small and delicate feet stepped on a pair of crystal high heels, accentuating her tall stature.
Uncle, finally waiting for you. Quickly follow me.
Chu Ting's face was ecstatic, her small white hand pulling Zhang Sanfeng.
Before he could react, he was already brought to the backstage. At this time,
Zhang Sanfeng was also in a daze and asked,
Chu Ting, didn't you invite me to come see the show?
Chu Ting faintly smiled and said,
yeah, just came to see the show. By the way, at the show, uncle, please, you must sing on stage later. For a moment, he had the illusion of being duped,
but looking at Chu Ting's expectant eyes, he smiled slightly and said,
alright, I'll reluctantly sing a song.
Hearing those words, Chu Ting clenched her pink fist and made a victory gesture.
Afterwards, Yan Lily and Zhao Ruoyu suddenly appeared, with makeup tools in their hands. Ha ha,
Brother 3 Crazy has agreed. Let's get started. I knew that Brother San Crazy would agree. I've already prepared for this. Without waiting for Zhang San Crazy to refuse, the two of them gave his face a drastic makeover. Soon, the three young girls all looked at Zhang San Crazy with adoration on their faces, their beautiful eyes blossoming with light.
Brother San Crazy, I didn't expect you to be so handsome.
Ha, Lily, what are you talking about? Brother San Crazy has always been handsome.
He's just even more handsome with makeup.
Yes, much more handsome than that Cold Kingdom sissy.
Hearing this,
Zhang San Crazy raised an eyebrow and said suspiciously,
what Cold Kingdom sissy cannon?
Chu Ting clasped her hands on her chest and looked coldly at a youth beside her who was surrounded by front and center,
saying, nah, just that guy,
the Cold Country singer that our school spent $1 million to hire.
Clearly a man, no masculinity at all.
Uncle, you'll teach him a good lesson with your song later.
$1 million? Hiring a singer from the Cold Country?
There's no such thing as a mistake.
Just by listening to it,
Zhang San Crazy was already a bit enraged. Afterwards, turning his head to look at Kim Jintai, his face instantly grimaced as he said,
is this guy hot in Huaxia? Only to see Jin Jintai. At this moment,
surrounded by a group of nymphomaniac schoolgirls, their beautiful eyes filled with adoration. However, Kim Jintai's face was full of arrogance, looking at people with his nostrils, and even looked at those nymphomaniac schoolgirls with disgust, and coldly said something to the assistant at the side.
Then, the assistant immediately scolded loudly and drove away all the nymphomaniacs.
Kim Jintai revealed a smug smile and said, these Chinese brainwashed fans, they don't deserve to be my fans at all.
If it wasn't for the money,
I wouldn't come to this kind of garbage place.
Chapter 45, The Realization of a Philandering Boy. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Well, Jin Jintai is just a small 18th line star in the Cold Kingdom,
but he has a lot of little fangirls in Huaxia, and he even signed a contract with Dingxing Entertainment.
Chu Ting said. Yan Lily, who was standing by the side, said indignantly, this guy is a scum, asking out female fans, picking up female stars. There are many scandals on the internet,
but they were all suppressed by Dingxing Entertainment.
It's disgusting. Brother San Crazy,
you must teach him a good lesson with your song later.
Zhao Ruoyu also clenched her pink fist and said.
Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy's eyes chilled as he coldly said,
alright, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Only, it wasn't with a song. A trashy person like Kim Jintai, who couldn't make it in Cold Kingdom, licked his face and ran to China to make money.
Yet he still had this kind of attitude towards his fans who liked him.
Typical of being a and still wanting to set up a house of chastity.
Zhang San Crazy took out his cell phone and notified Wu Qingming to immediately deal with Dingxing Entertainment. Within 10 minutes, he would block Jin Jintai nationwide. Receiving Zhang San Crazy's notification, Wu Qingming was also slightly stunned.
Listening to his tone, this time it was a real move. He also didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately traveled to the headquarters of the Dingsheng Group located in Jiangnan City. However, at this time, Jin Jintai still didn't know that he was about to be in great trouble and still said with a disgusted face, tiresome. This group of Chinese brainwashed fans don't even deserve to listen to my songs. If it wasn't for the money, I wouldn't have come to this kind of hellhole. It's just an insult to my identity. The assistant's face full of eagerness who stood by the side said repeatedly, you are right, we will leave immediately after the song. At this time, the performance started. The school playground was bustling with activity, mostly with Kim Jintai's rabid brainwashed fans, waving glow sticks and shouting with faces full of joy. Aha, Jintai Appa, look over, I'm your fan, Jintai Appa, I love your songs, can I get an autograph? In the midst of this screaming, Kim Jintai walked onto the stage.
However, he changed his expression of disgust, and with a false smile on his face, he courteously bowed and smiled. "Hello everyone, I'm Kim Jin-tae. You guys are just too enthusiastic. I'm very touched. I love China. I'll go." Zhang Sanfeng, who was standing in the waiting room, was stunned to the core. This guy still sing what song go as an actor high and low to get an Oscar small gold man. I love China. Simple 4 words, but foreigners to China to make money flow code, sort of played through by Kim Jin-tae. Those brainwashed fans were even more excited and shouted wildly. More excited than winning the lottery. Jin-tae appa, you speak Chinese so well. Did you specifically practice for us? I'm so touched. Jin-tae appa, I want to give you a monkey. Right. It must have taken a lot of hard work for a cold countryman to speak Chinese so well. And Zhang Sanfeng, who was standing there, couldn't help himself after seeing this situation after all. 10 minutes to seal Kim Jin-tae? It was too long. He couldn't bear it for a second now. Immediately, he took out the truth talisman from the system warehouse and used it directly on Jin Jin-tae. Ding! The truth charm has been used. The user will only reveal the truth for 5 minutes. Kim Jin-tae, who was on the stage, only felt his body tremble. His body was controlled by an inexplicable force, and he just spoke into the microphone. ACI bar. Really a group of stupid and brain-dead pigs. I came to China to make money, sure to learn Chinese. Really cannot understand what they are excited about. How are a group of ugly girls? Then my Dahan Empire girls are too much worse. I'm going to vomit. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent. The sound could be heard even if a pin was dropped. The entire playground of more than 10,000 people were all stupefied. Especially those brainwashed fans were directly dumbfounded and looked at Kim Jin-tae in disbelief. At this time, Kim Jin-tae was shocked. How did this happen? How did he say what he really meant? Afterwards, he hastily revealed a compensatory smile, and just when he wanted to explain, his mouth couldn't be controlled again. What are you looking at, you bunch of brain-dead pigs? If it wasn't for money, I wouldn't come to this kind of hellhole. Chinese money is really good. Casually say 2 sentences of Chinese. You can cheat a large amount of money. ACI bar. Kim Jin-tae, who was standing on the stage, a brain spewing out the truth and couldn't stop. At this time, his assistant rushed up and hugged him and yanked him towards the stage, laughing while doing so. Classmates don't take it seriously. Jin-tae Oba just got off the plane. His brain is a little bit not sober. Go down and rest for a while. He actually loves Wasia, and he also loves you guys very much. Even if that brainwashed fans were stupid, they woke up at this time. What a trashy person they had powdered. They picked up the things in their hands and threw them on the stage. The scene was chaotic, and the security guards couldn't even stop them. At this time, Jin Jin-tae simply stopped pretending and cursed. Chinese fans are too impolite. I'm really fed up. After saying that, this Kim Jin-tae was full of annoyance and violently pushed a student girl who was supposed to send him a flower basket to the ground. Then, raising his foot and ruthlessly stomping on the flower basket, he prepared to walk towards the nanny car. Did I let you go? An ice-cold voice came out. Immediately afterward, a young man in a white suit flew up and kicked Jin Jin-tae in the back. This person was unexpectedly Jiang Chen. Boom! Jin Jin-tae fell in a dog's mouth. He hurriedly climbed up and said angrily, "Rude Chinese. I'm an artist under the Dingsheng Group. How dare you hit me?" Dingsheng Group, a multinational entertainment company with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, with huge assets and strength. Even Jiang Chen was a bit flustered at this moment. Although he was a rich young man, usually arrogant and domineering, but when facing a cold country trash person like Jin Jin-tae, he was also bloodthirsty before he couldn't resist rushing up to kick him. But the other party was actually an artist of the Dingsheng Group. Jiang Chen couldn't help but regret a little. I'm afraid that even his father couldn't save him this time. At this moment, Jin Jin-tae's assistant also had an angry face and cursed at Jiang Chen. Bastard! I know you're the young master of Rueda Group, but you have to abide by the law as well. I'll call the police right now and have you arrested. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva, but in front of so many schoolgirls, his playboy persona couldn't crumble. Just report it. This young man told you. I haven't been afraid of anyone in Jiangnan City. Zhang Sanfeng, who was standing in the waiting room, raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's awareness to be so high. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Wu Qingming called. Boss, it's done. Dingsheng Group has cancelled its contract with Jin Jin-tae. And on the other side, Dingsheng Group's chairman's office, a middle-aged man held his cell phone, playing the very clip of Jin Jin-tae standing on the stage, and sighed, "If you don't make a mistake, you won't die." Kim Jin-tae is considered completely played out. The female secretary standing on the side paused for a moment, wondering, "Mr. Zhang, I would think that with our ace PR team being able to press it down, why do you still want to break the contract?" Zhang Yuntian put down his cell phone, his eyes somewhat fearful.
You think this is what I'm afraid of? Just now, a mysterious big brother gave the word to block Kim Jin-tae nationwide. You should do it now. And by the way, don't sign any more artists from Cold Kingdom in the future. Hearing these words, the female secretary's delicate body trembled, and her white pretty face was a bit surprised. Just what kind of big shot was it? It was actually able to scare the chairman of the 100 billion group. She knew that these were not her place to ask, and immediately nodded her head, saying, "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'm going to do it." Chapter 46, Who Saw Me Do It? The Conservatory Trophy. Well done. I'm satisfied. The opposite party, Wu Qingming, was flattered and said, "Young Zhang, this is all what I should do. There's just one thing that I'm not sure if I should say." Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow and said, "Manager Wu, what is it that you have to say directly?" Wu Qingming paused for a moment before saying, "Not only did the Dingsheng group block Jin Jintai, but they also handed me a piece of information with Jin Jintai forcing women." Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng's face was horribly gloomy as he interrupted. "Alright, I know, call the police immediately." He hung up the phone and spat, "Scum!" Then he walked outside. At this time, Jin Jintai was very arrogant and looked at Zhang Chen with his nostrils, saying, "Chinese people are really vulgar. Quickly apologize to me, or I'll call the police right away." However, just at this time, a silhouette walked over and slapped Kim Jintai 2 times without saying a word. Slap! The sound was exceptionally crisp. "This is Huaxia, not a place for little sticks to spread their wildness," Zhang San crazy said in a cold tone. "You!" Jin Jintai covered his face and froze. He did not expect this youth in front of him to directly give him 2 slaps. He immediately stormed out and shouted, "Call the police! Call the police! Is there any justice left?" The assistant standing at the side hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the police. Then with a face full of arrogance pointing at Zhang San crazy, he said, "Kid, you're done. This is a popular artist under Ding Sheng Entertainment. Now it's not something that can be solved by apologizing. You must compensate $1 million. $1 million? Hearing this, Zhang San crazy sneered. This assistant was clearly a Chinese, but he wanted to be a traitor to the stick-ass sub. What was the difference between that and a traitor? He directly raised his foot and kicked the assistant away. Immediately after that, he reached out and slapped Kim Jin-tae twice and said in a flat tone, "Little stick, son, didn't you call the police? Then let the police come over and see what they say." The assistant got up from the ground and growled, "Good, kid, still dare to make a move on us. The gang can all see it. Don't you dare to deny it." Zhang San crazy smiled coldly and turned his head to look at the surrounding students. "Students, did you see me make a move?" At this time, Zhang Chen was the first to stand out, his face full of ridicule. "No, I didn't see that. I only saw 2 crazy dogs barking." The surrounding students nodded their heads and said, Right, I didn't see it either." "Did you see it? It was so dark. Who could see clearly?" "I only heard dogs barking." Kim Jin-tae was completely confused, and the assistant there received a phone call, and his face suddenly became ecstatic, saying, "See, a call from the secretary of the chairman of the Ding Sheng group. Boy, you can't be tough this time." After saying that, he also connected it. Unexpectedly, just after connecting the phone, the other party's ice-cold voice came. "Assistant's son, you tell Jin Jintai to terminate all contracts with immediate effect, and because of your reasons for breach of contract, you need to pay our company $5 million for breach of contract." Hearing these words, assistant's son's complexion instantly stalled. $5 million in liquidated damages. It was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that instantly struck the top of his head. He froze and asked, "MS, secretary, are you mistaken? Why do you want to terminate the contract?" The female secretary sneered and said, No comment. This is the meaning of our chairman. It can only be said that you have messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with, and have been blocked by the whole country." After saying that, directly hung up the phone. Assistant's son's body trembled. Cold sweat brushed down behind him. Messing with someone you shouldn't have messed with? He looked at Zhang Sanfeng with a face full of shock. It's hard not to defeat. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this youth have so much energy to sway the decision of the chairman of the Ding Sheng group? Just at this moment, the sound of sirens came from the distance. 2 police cars slowly came. Their doors opened and 2 middle-aged policemen came down. "Who is Jin Jintai?" Assistant's son hurriedly greeted them. "Hello, officer. I'm the one who called the police. That's Mr. Jin Jintai. He was beaten up for no reason." The police officer raised an eyebrow and said suspiciously, "What police report?" "We received a report that cold nationality artist Kim Jin-tae is suspected of gathering a crowd to commit obscenity, misbehavior, forcing a woman, tax evasion, and other crimes, and has now been approved for arrest by the Gangnam City Public Security Bureau." Hearing these words, assistant's son was dumbfounded. He watched as Jin Jintai was handcuffed and escorted to the police car. Just then,
the police officer suddenly stopped and spoke at him. "Who are you?" "Kim Jin-tae's assistant." The policeman took out another pair of handcuffs and said, "You have been arrested for harboring a crime and have the right to remain silent, but everything that is said will be used as evidence in court." At this moment, Assistant Sun's eyes were lifeless. There was still the arrogance from a moment ago, and directly his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, but also by a few police officers' handcuffed hands, carried into the police, followed by a foot throttle, clattering. The police car sounded the siren, gradually far away. Watching this scene, the onlookers' student girls were all stunned. Their stick was Oba was actually arrested? Afterwards, her beautiful eyes floated with little stars and stared at Zhang Sanfeng tightly. This youth was much more handsome than Stick's son. Just at this moment, one of the student girls suddenly said, "Yikes, I remember. He's the mysterious rich young man who sang with the schoolgirl at the bar." Right. I told you how the first time I looked at him, I had a kindred feeling, as if I seemed to recognize him. So excited. He actually came to our school. He must sing another chorus with the schoolgirl. Chorus. For a while, the nymphomaniac schoolgirls who were heartbroken to the core by Jin Jintai seemed to have found a new continent and flocked towards Zhang San Crazy. Surrounded by a crowd of young girls, Zhang San Crazy was overwhelmed by his hospitality. He then mounted the stage with Chu Ting. Chu Ting smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle, what song do you want to sing this time?" Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. "It's better to sing what you're good at." After all, after obtaining a hallowed singing skill, his brain stored all the songs in China. It was simply a walking CD player. "Alright, Uncle, you can save the day if I'm going to sing badly." The beautiful singing echoed in the academy playground. Not only were the students mesmerized, even those school teachers were shocked. This divine singing skill was comparable to a hall-level master. It was several notches more powerful than them. It was only until the end of the party that Zhang San Crazy parted ways with Chu Ting, and then he was ready to leave the school. Just as he arrived at the school's entrance, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked over. "Mr. Zhang, please stay." Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned and said in confusion, "You are?" With a smile on his face, the middle-aged man said, "I'm the school's principal, Ma Di Gang." Shocked by the song you just sang, after a meeting and discussion among the academy's leaders, it was unanimously agreed that you should be granted the title of honorary professor. After saying that, he took out a golden trophy and handed it to Zhang Sanfeng. There is no mistake. This is becoming a professor? Mr. Zhang, please be sure to accept it. Looking at Ma Di Gang's eager eyes, Zhang Sanfeng revealed a smile and took the trophy, saying, "Alright, Principal Ma, you are too polite. I accept this title." Ma Di Gang was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Then Mr. Zhang, you take your time." Leaving the academy, Zhang San Crazy waited at the roadside for a while, but no cab came over. "It seems like I have to buy a new car." Chapter 47 Rolls-Royce Bicycle, Special can pull the Mizzou crooked. Ding! Completion of the hidden mission, facepunching Kim Jin-tae, the singer of the Cold Kingdom, and obtaining a low-grade treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Zhang San Crazy was slightly stunned. This reward came a bit late. Put it into the warehouse, because a cab drove over. After returning to the villa, Zhang San Crazy simply washed up and went straight to sleep. The night was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The first thing he did when he got up was to open the low-level treasure chest. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rolls-Royce 24K Gold men's bicycle. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse and can be taken out and used at any time. What the hell? Hearing the words Rolls-Royce, Zhang San Crazy's face was excited, but when the words bicycle popped up, instantly stagnated. After all, it wasn't the first time the system had jerked around. The last time he opened the shadow of the shopping cart he hadn't even walked out yet. Afterwards, the bicycle was also immediately taken out. A bicycle covered in 24K gold slowly landed on the Persian wool carpet. On the stem, the double R logo was particularly bright. Zhang Sanfeng was greatly disappointed. So what if it was a Rolls-Royce? It was still a bicycle? Not even as practical as a small electric donkey. In the bottom of his heart, he also wondered for a while, how could Rolls-Royce come out with a bicycle? So he went online to check. When I saw the encyclopedia, the whole person swished and froze. There is no mistake. This bike is actually worth $1 million. Only to see the screen display. Rolls-Royce 24K Gold men's bicycle. Global limited edition of 10. Priced at 1 million renminbi. The frame was completely covered in 24K gold. The exquisite leather seat was luxurious and comfortable, and it was sought after by collectors all over the world. The price naturally soared. Christie's auctioned the bike in 2017. The final price reached a terrifying 3 million yuan. Because of this, the bike was called the first new energy sports car of the rich young man. I'll go. This is the real luxury. Zhang Sanfeng swallowed his saliva. After calming his mood, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Since he was idle anyway, he rode out of Huading Manor and headed to the nearby shopping mall to make purchases. Seeing this scene, the security guard in the gatehouse looked odd and said, "Isn't that Mr. Zhang from Villa 1? Why is he going out on a bicycle?" A security guard next to him took out his cell phone and searched the internet. He was immediately startled and said, "Boy, this is a bicycle. It's clearly a Rolls-Royce Youth Edition." Riding his bike, Zhang Sanfeng skipped all the way to the outside of the superstore. When he stopped and was about to lock the bike, a scream suddenly came from behind him. "Get out of the way. Young man, get out of the way." An American Empire's tenora sped by, rushing straight towards Zhang Sanfeng. He hastily jumped to the side. Boom! The Trenenra knocked the bike out of the way and landed heavily on the ground, falling apart in pieces, the seat of the bike falling apart. The surrounding people looked shocked. That youth had just jumped 3 meters in place? Looking at the bike that fell apart, Zhang Sanfeng's heart palpitated. If he hadn't drunk the physique-enhancing liquid, he should have been lying there as well. Couldn't help but say with some anger, "Damn it, can you drive? Can't you step on the brakes?" The door of the Ternola car opened, and came down a bare-chested middle-aged man with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Said, "Noisy what? This is the American Empire high-tech car Trenenra, equipped with the most advanced intelligent driving. Detecting a danger will automatically brake. It's obvious that you kid riding a small broken car not looking at the road, crashed up by yourself." Hearing these words, Zhang Sanfeng gasped and laughed. A bicycle crashed into a car and still broke apart? This Nima is not a metaphysical novel. What myth is it blowing? At this moment, the surrounding passers-by were attracted and cast their gazes. Difficult. Oh, there is no surveillance on this road. The police can't say anything even if they come. Young man, self-admit bad luck. He may not be intentional. After all, Tangentla really cannot brake. Luckily, people are fine. Pay some money even. Middle-aged big man heard the surrounding people say so. More complacent, patted the Ternola's hood. Said, "Kid, this Ternola Mazuta crooked more than 300,000 yuan. You see to me scraped off a large piece of paint. You compensate me $5,000. I compensate you. How about the bike?" Zhang 3 crazy sneer. Said, "Okay, I compensate you money." After saying that, he casually pulled out $5,000 and threw it out. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Sanfeng to agree so readily, and couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. It seemed to be a soft persimmon. After all, he really didn't slam on the brakes just now. Driving the intelligent driving of the Tenera, he just laid down on the seat and slept. Now that he had picked up $5,000 for nothing, it made him happy. Then also took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of the insurance company. After all, this car of his, bought a 1.2 million tripartite liability insurance. Compensation for a bicycle is not more than enough. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all thought that the matter ended here and were about to leave. The insurance company's people arrived. "What kind of car did you hit? Is it serious?" The middle-aged man laughed. "A bicycle. Just pay for it and forget about it." The insurance man didn't take it seriously, but when he saw the bike that was falling apart, his expression was suddenly shocked. As an insurance clerk, he naturally knew very well what the double R logo on the bumper represented. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out his cell phone to search. Holy, it's really a Rolls-Royce 24K gold men's bike. He looked at the picture in the screen, then looked at the bike that was falling apart on the ground, gulped a bit, and said, This is what you crashed." The tone of his voice was a little shaky. The middle-aged man was not sure why. "What? Not just a bicycle? See you scared? Is the insurance amount is not enough to pay? Originally just a joke." Unexpectedly, the insurance clerk nodded solemnly and said, "I'm afraid it's really not enough." This word, the whole room instantly silent. Everyone looked at the bike in shock. The insurance clerk squatted down and said with a grave face, "This is a Rolls-Royce 24K gold men's bicycle. Only 10 were produced worldwide, and the latest transaction price is 3 million. You only have 1.2 million in tripartite liability insurance. It's really not enough to pay for it. Figure out the remaining 1.8 million yourself." Afterward, he stood up and handed out a business card to Zhang Sanfeng with a face full of earnestness and spoke, "Sir, I'm Lu Zhong from Sunshine Insurance Group. You can look for me directly if you want to purchase insurance in the future." What kind of joke is this? Riding a bike worth $3 million on the road? This person must be either rich or noble. In response, Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "Alright, I'm looking to buy a new car recently, so I'll look for you then. Just this matter. You help me deal with it. $3 million not less. Must let him pay." After saying this, he left without looking back. At this time, the middle-aged man had collapsed. He never dreamed that a broken bicycle was worth $3 million. He couldn't afford to pay for it even if he lost all his money. It's all because of you. The middle-aged man was filled with anger, and he punched and kicked at Tenengra. If it wasn't because of Tenera blowing the smart driving out of proportion, he wouldn't have purchased it, much less had this mess happen. At one time, all the anger was vented on Ternola. When the people around saw this scene, they only felt a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was better not to buy anything from the American Empire. In case you can't stop braking one day, won't life just press the accelerator button? This is much more exciting than 3-4 seconds for 100 kilometers. Chapter 48, Buying a Domestic Supercar. Sports car enthusiast Fonglin. After entering the superstore for a sweep of purchases, $3,000 were spent. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng carried his shopping bag and was ready to return to the villa. Unexpectedly, when he passed by a Car 4S store, his brain suddenly rang with a voice. Ding! New mission has been refreshed. Buy a supercar with a price of no less than $50 million. $50 million of losers' money has arrived in the host's account. I'll go. Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned. This system thing is really on a can place. Since the painful loss of Lamborghini Venom, he basically relied on his legs to travel, and had long wanted to buy a new car. Nowadays the time of day. Geography. 4S store entrance stood a beautiful sales, wearing a professional suit, black stockings tightly taut at the root of the thighs, saw Zhang San crazy, beautiful eyes through a wink. Boss, want to buy a car? Big discount at the beginning of the month, giving away a series of services, people and also accounted for. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly and walked into the 4S store. The beautiful saleswoman couldn't help but be delighted. Looking at the suit on him, although he didn't know what brand, it gave off a feeling of great value. Boss, what is your budget? We are a comprehensive 4S store with all major brands of cars, said the man, and greeted him. A seductive smile appeared on her small white face, and her watery eyes winked like silk. Big Wave intentionally or unintentionally bumped into Zhang Sanfeng's arm. The soft, full touch that came from it was particularly soothing. Just enjoy. Zhang San crazy laughed and said, if you recommend one, budget is not a problem. Hearing this, the beautiful saleswoman immediately understood that this was bumping into a big customer. She walked towards a Maserati sports car. Sitting on the hood, under the tight package of buttocks, black silk jade legs are particularly bright. Small and delicate feet wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes, set off the well-proportioned and fine calves. Boss, what do you think of this car? If you buy it now, a series of services will be given away, the beautiful saleswoman said daintily. This, Zhang Sanji was a bit flabbergasted. What exactly was the car that was bought? However, just at this time, his gaze was attracted by a black supercar parked on the stand. With its natural streamlined body and sharp penetrating lights, it was like a sleeping lion, lying there quietly, but exudes a kingly aura, more dazzling than even Lamborghini Venom. It was simply the perfect supercar in his heart. How can I sell this car? Zhang San crazy said indifferently. The beautiful saleswoman hurriedly got up. The waves in front of her chest followed the trembling, and she walked over with her slender jade legs, saying, Boss, you really have a vision. This car is the Red Flag S1, the first domestically produced supercar, equipped with China's self-developed V12 engine, 100 kilometers acceleration of 2.9 seconds. This is the only one in Jiangnan City, only that it has been booked by the young master of Dingsheng Group. Why don't you take a look at other cars? Our store also has a top supercar Ferrari P1. Hearing these words, Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. This Red Flag S1, he had to take it. He just booked it and hasn't paid for it yet, right? How about this? I'll offer double the price for this car. Zhang San crazy said indifferently. The beautiful saleswoman standing there froze. This Red Flag S1, as the first domestically produced supercar, was at the top level of the world. Whether it was the materials used or the design, the starting price was 50 million renminbi. Moreover, this car was still the top of the line version. With all the options, the price reached 80 million. Doubling it would be 160 million. Hearing this price, Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows. The beautiful saleswoman thought that he couldn't afford it and hurriedly laughed. Boss, if the price is too expensive, you can choose another car. No, it's too cheap. How come it's only 160 million? Zhang San crazy said with some surprise. After all, his Lamborghini Venom was worth 200 million. This Red Flag S1, no matter the appearance or power, is far beyond Lamborghini Venom. The selling price is actually so low. Cannot help but sigh. Said, okay, on this price, I buy. 160 million is still low? What kind of top-tier godly man is this? Pretending is not this pretentious. Beauty sales bottom of the heart shocked to heaven. Is also a moment dare not delay. Immediately went to prepare the car purchase contract. Soon, the transaction of $160 million was completed. As for the insurance and other miscellaneous things, Zhang Sanji handed over all to Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong was naturally happy. After all, the insurance premiums of such top-notch sports cars were sky-high, and he could earn a lot of commission from it. More importantly, if he could get acquainted with Zhang San Crazy, would he still worry about having no business in the future? Young Mr. Zhang, take your time. If you have any problems, you can look for me. I'm on call 24 hours a day. At this time, the beautiful saleswoman was full of joy. 160 million at 3% commission is 8 million. Happiness came too suddenly. Her little heart fluttered and her beautiful eyes were bubbling with little stars as she watched Zhang Sanfeng go away. Boom! The red flag S1 erupted with a beastly whine. It seemed like a wild horse out of control, galloping on the wide road in Jiangnan City. Cool! Zhang Sanji exclaimed. 100 kilometers of 2.9 seconds of acceleration. Bang on the seat of a person pressed to death. The V12 engine, with its surging power output, killed a bunch of $10 million sports cars, worthy of being a domestic supercar. Just very cool. Zhang San Crazy drove his car, driving recklessly on the road, and wherever he passed, passers-by stopped to watch. What kind of car is this? It's too handsome. I've never seen it before, but judging from its appearance, it should be worth a lot. No tens of millions of dollars can't get it down. What do you know? This is the red flag S1, the legendary domestic supercar. The Prince of Dubai has one. I did not expect Jiangnan City also has. My god, it's a super rich car that's comparable to the Prince of Dubai. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Open it immediately or put it in the warehouse. Zhang San Crazy immediately said. Of course it's opened immediately. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level driving skills. Instantly, a wave of unfamiliar knowledge flooded into his mind. Zhang San Crazy's expression was stagnant. He realized that his control of the car had reached an extreme, and through the trembling of the steering wheel, he could clearly feel the condition of the engine. Driving fast was not necessarily powerful. After all, anyone could step on the gas. Being fast and stable was the reflection of one's car skills. At this moment, Zhang Sanjian slammed on the gas pedal. The engine roared and growled. Followed by stepping on the brake and turning the steering wheel, the action was done in one go. It is as if people and cars are one, not dragging the mud at all. The red flag S1 passed the intersection in front of it with a beautiful tail swing, causing passers-by to gasp in amazement. Even Zhang Sanfeng was a little surprised. That drift just now, did he really pull it off? At this time, the red flag S1 slowly stopped at the side of the road. He got out of the car, walked into the convenience store to buy a bottle of Coke, and casually threw down $100 bill. Boss, no need to look for it. Then, turned away in a dashing manner. This forced to pretend perfectly. I give 10 points, and 90 points to the pretty boy in the comments section. Came to the side of the sports car, was about to get into the car. A blue Ferrari P1 stopped. The door opened, and down came a youth wearing a leather jacket. His eyes blazed as he stared at the red flag S1 in surprise. Brother, is this your car? Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously. What's the problem? The youth smiled brightly and stretched out his hand, saying, sorry, I was too excited. Get acquainted. My name is Fenglin. Fenglin was also a rich second generation whose family owned a footbath store. The industry spread all over the country, opening thousands of branches. At the same time, he was also a senior supercar enthusiast with a penchant for all types of supercars. In response, Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly and said, my name is Zhang San Crazy. What is your business? Fenglin's face was a little excited and said, as far as I know, this car is a red flag S1 supercar. There is only one in Jiangnan City. It has already been booked by Zhang Xiao from Ding Sheng Entertainment. How much did you spend to buy it? Zhang Sanfeng laughed and said, not much, just 160 million. Hearing this, Fenglin was filled with shock. Chapter 49, Eye-Opening Footbath. Zheng Qiu's car intercepted. Not much? Just 160 million. It was simply appalling. Moreover, when he looked at Zhang Sanfeng's calm face and light tone, it didn't seem like he was blowing awesome. Fenglin thought of himself as a rich second generation. His family had thousands of foot bath stores waiting for him to inherit, worth tens of billions, but compared to Zhang San Crazy, it was completely trivial. Not a grade. He smiled and his tone became respectful, saying, young Zhang, are you interested in joining the Great Demon King Supercar Club? The Great Demon King Ultra Sports Club, which gathered the topmost rich young men in Jiangnan City, had extremely harsh conditions for joining. Firstly, the family assets had to reach tens of billions, and secondly, there had to be a multi-million level supercar in their name. Oh, there is still this kind of club. At this time, Zhang San Crazy was also interested and nodded his head. Alright, I'll join. After all, more friends, more roads. It was not a bad thing to be able to drink the rich young men of Jiangnan City and mingle. Seeing that he agreed, Feng Lin's face was elated as he said, "Young Zhang, the club is having an event tonight, a racing competition at Six Dragons Mountain. Why don't you go as well, just so you can get to know the members of the club? They will definitely be surprised to see this red flag S1 of yours." A racing competition? Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow, never having been exposed to it. However, he had just gained divine driving skills and was worried that he had no place to utilize them. After all, on city roads, even if the car was as good as it was, and the driving skill was as high as it was stuck by the speed limit, completely unable to utilize the peak level of this red flag S1. Thinking of this, he also agreed. Feng Lin was full of joy, very self-conscious, and patted Zhang Sanfeng's shoulder, saying, "Okay, we will all be friends in the future. By the way, young Zhang, do you have something to do now? Why don't we go to my family's footbath store to have some fun?" Zhang San Crazy's face was puzzled. A question that shocked Feng Lin for a whole year was asked. "What's so fun about a foot bath store?" Feng Lin laughed and said, "It seems that young Zhang has not experienced that feeling of being drunk. My family's foot bath store has a good reputation in Jiangnan City, and the service is absolutely awesome. Alright, it's useless to say more, just go and experience it." After saying that, and without waiting for Zhang San Crazy to refuse, he pressed him into the car. Then he drove the Ferrari P1 and led the way in front. Sitting on the driver's seat of the red flag S1, Zhang Sanfeng shook his head and smiled. This Feng Lin was too enthusiastic, and without thinking much, he kicked the gas and followed. The two supercars, one in front of the other, sped down the road. Immediately became the most beautiful boy on the entire street. Soon, it arrived outside a high-grade footbath city. Two flamboyantly dressed women, wearing short black skirts and garter stockings, were extraordinarily tantalizing. One on the left and one on the right hugged Feng Lin's shoulders and said, "Young master, you're here." Feng Lin laughed and said, "This is young master Zhang, my friend. Serve him the most honorable set menu." The two ladies covered their mouths and smiled, their voices fluffy as they said, "All at young master's command." Afterward, Zhang San Crazy was pushed into a hidden room by a group of ladies dressed in the same style. Time passed little by little. Soon, it was evening. Inside the footbath city, Zhang San Crazy had an eye-opening experience, experiencing all kinds of emperor-like services. It was only at this time that he realized that the happiness of the rich was truly unimaginable. He had played too conservatively before. It had to be said that there was definitely a reason why this foot bath store of the Feng family could open thousands of branches. A few women's legs trembled and their eyes were grim as they held onto the wall and left the room. At this time, Feng Lin walked in and asked, "Young Zhang, the service in my place is not bad, right?" Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head in a rather satisfied manner and said, "Quite good. I'll come often in the future." At this moment, Feng Lin looked at the time and said, "The match is about to start. Let's go." Then, the two of them left the foot bath store and drove straight to Six Dragon Mountain. Six Dragon Mountain was located in the outskirts of Jiangnan City. The mountain wasn't too high, but there were three U-shaped bends halfway up the mountain, which looked like six dragons when viewed from the air, hence the name Six Dragons Mountain. At the same time, because of these three U-shaped bends, especially test driving skills, has become the mecca for racing enthusiasts in Jiangnan City. There are more than a dozen racing competitions, big and small, held here in a month. Tonight, the whole mountain has been chartered by the Demon King Club, and the road is closed for a racing competition. The weather is not favorable. The foggy sky drifted down Lingding drizzle. The mountain road is a little slippery. At the foot of the mountain, there were a dozen luxury supercars parked. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati, McLaren. Each supercar was no less than $10 million, especially eye-shattering. A young man in a black suit leaned against the door of the McLaren. Looking down at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, he skimmed his mouth and said, "Why hasn't that Feng Lin kid come yet? The race is about to start." A Ferrari owner next to him said, "Young Zhang, just wait a little longer." Feng Lin said that he brought a new member who drives a very unusual car. Hearing this, the corner of Zhang Qiu's mouth raised into a light smile and said, "I know all the rich young men in Jiangnan City. No one's car is better than mine." His tone was flat, yet full of confidence and open-mindedness. The Ferrari owner hastily chimed in, "That's right, Zhang Xiao, this McLaren 6S is limited to 5 units globally, priced at 70 million. It's indeed not something an ordinary person can own." Hearing this, Zhang Qiu was very proud and looked at a young girl next to him. The young girl has a delicate face, tall figure, wearing a tight leather jacket, which sets off a proud figure. Her face is cold, and her beautiful eyes are like a frozen spring, radiating coldness. Her name was Jiangwen. Her family was in the cosmetics business, with assets of tens of billions of dollars. Don't look at her delicate and soft-looking, but her car skills are comparable to professional drivers. Having won many amateur competitions, she drove a Lamborghini Aventador that sold for $35 million. MS. Zhang is also here. Tonight is lively. Just as the crowd was chatting, two supercars came on the road, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The car in front they all recognized, the blue Ferrari P1 driven by Fenglin. However, the black supercar at the back, the crowd revealed a puzzled look. What brand is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Listening to the sound, it seems like a V12 engine. It doesn't look simple. Wait, I seem to know what kind of car it is. A rich young man in a suit suddenly said. It seems like it's a domestic supercar red flag S1, but wasn't this car booked by Zhang Xiao? The crowd turned their heads and looked at Zhang Xiao, but at this moment, Zhang Xiao was also full of doubts. He had spent $80 million to book the red flag supercar S1. How had it been driven to Six Dragon Mountain? At first, the 4S store had patted its chest to ensure that there were no more than 10 units of this car in all of China. Jiangnan City is the only one. Zhang Xiao quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the 4S store. He wanted to find out, what the hell is going on? Jiang Wen, who was standing there, saw the red flag S1 and her beautiful eyes flickered a bit. She grew up different from other girls, does not like dolls, but instead has a special love for cars, and the house is full of car models. At the age of 12, she mastered driving skills, and then, every year, she would participate in amateur competitions, and at the age of 16, she took the first racing championship in her life. So when she saw the sharp-looking, distinctive red flag S1, immediately attracted, there was also some curiosity about the owner of the car, and her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on Zhang Sanjian in the driver's seat, full of only one thought, that youth, so handsome. Chapter 50 Ice-cold little beauty Jiangwen, young master of Dingsheng Group. At this time, Zheng Qiu also found out clearly, his red flag supercar S1 was really cut off. The other party had bought the car for double the price, which was $160 million. At that moment, his face was icy cold, eyes filled with resentment. He stared at Zhang Sanfeng in the driver's seat. He was the young master of the Dingsheng Group. It was only him who robbed other people's things. Whose turn was it for other people to rob him of his things? In particular, everyone present was clear. The red flag supercar S1 had already been reserved by him. If he was robbed, it would be a slap in the face. Where would he put his face? At this time, the two supercars slowly stopped. Zhang San Crazy and Fenglin got out of the car. Introduce this to the gang. This is Zhang San Crazy, my new friend. Fenglin said smilingly. The club members all nodded their heads at him. Zhang San Crazy didn't crash. He was here to have fun anyway, so he revealed a smile and said, "First timer, please take care of me." At this moment, Jiang Wen, who was wearing a tight leather jacket, walked over and said with an icy voice, "You're driving the red flag supercar S1? Zhang Sanji raised his eyebrows. Looking at the iceberg beauty in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. He hadn't offended her either, so why was his tone so icy? Unbeknownst to him, this was already Jiang Wen's most enthusiastic appearance. After she joined the Great Demon King Club, she had never taken the initiative to find someone to talk to, and others who struck up a conversation with her would end it in a few words. Well, not bad. It's the red flag supercar S1. Zhang San Crazy returned. Jiang Wen gently nodded her head, her beautiful eyes surfacing with a flash of brightness. Can I go up and have a seat? Although they were words of request, they remained cold, without any semblance of warmth. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "If a beautiful woman has a request, I will definitely oblige. Feel free to sit." Jiang Wen's small face revealed a smile and said, "Thank you." After a simple thank you, she then sat in the car. Her small white tender hand held the steering wheel, and her small foot slammed on the gas pedal. The V12 engine let out a beastly roar. Boom! Because it wasn't in gear, it only roared in place, but still exudes a majestic momentum, crushing the surrounding crowd of 10 million level supercars. A trace of excitement surfaced on Jiang Wen's cold little face. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she asked, "Zhang San Crazy, how much does this car cost?" Zhang San Crazy said indifferently, 160 million. After hearing the price, Jiang Wen was not shocked, but only had some surprise in her beautiful eyes as she said, "A foreign supercar of the same level wouldn't cost less than 200 million. You've earned a lot." I go. The club members looked shocked. They couldn't even believe that the words that were rich in temperature just now came from the mouth of the ice-cold beauty Jiang Wen. As for Zhang Qiu, who was standing there, his face was suddenly gloomy. 160 million? He was basically certain that it was Zhang San Crazy who had robbed his car. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to rush up and splash around like a shrew, demanding Zhang San Crazy to return the car to him. After all, as the young master of Dingsheng Group, his IQ was still online. Since Zhang San Crazy was able to spend $160 million and purchase the red flag Supercar S1, the identity was definitely not simple. Afterward, a hint of sinister flashed across his face as he spoke to Zhang San Crazy. This brother, since he drives such a good car, his car skills must not be bad. Why don't we have a competition? Upon hearing this, Zhang San Crazy turned his head to look at Zhang Xiu with a somewhat puzzled expression. Feng Lin hurriedly introduced Ding Sheng Group's young master Zhang Xiu, one of the club's founders. Zhang San Crazy gently nodded his head, and couldn't help but think highly of him. After all, the two of them both knew in their hearts that they had robbed his car, and yet, he was still calm, but he was a character. Subsequently, also revealed a smile, said, slightly knowledgeable, we can have a match. Seeing Zhang San Crazy agree, Zhang Xiu was ecstatic inside. He was confident in his car skills. Creating the Demon King Club was basically with the idea of abusing vegetables. After all, a full-level Big Brother slaughtering a novice village. It would be very cool. Aside from Zhang Wen, there was one person present who was not his match at all. And Zhang San Crazy? Oh, looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he hasn't even participated in a formal match. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiu said, but there must be a prize. Otherwise it's meaningless. What colorful head? Zhang San Crazy asked. If I lose, my McLaren S6 goes to you. Similarly, if you lose, your red flag S1 goes to me. How about it? Zhang Xiu sneered. He basically held the mindset that he would win. Otherwise he wouldn't have placed such a large bet. McLaren S6. There were no more than 5 units in all of China. The price tag was as high as 80 million renminbi. The members of the club all looked shocked, although they were the top rich young men in Jiangnan City, but 80 million supercars as a bet. With this kind of bravado, they all felt stimulated. Then, they also turned their gazes to Zhang Sanfeng. Would he agree? No, it should be that he dares to say yes. Zhang Xiu, don't be a bully. I'll drive this red flag S1 and compete with you, and if I lose, I'll give you my Lamborghini Aventador. How about it? At this time, Jiang Wen stood out. Her small face was cold and her tone did not contain a trace of temperature. Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows. For a moment, it was impossible to guess what this little girl meant. Jiang Wen turned to Zhang San Crazy and spoke. I will help you win Zhang Xiu, but I have one condition. If I win, you lend me the red flag S1 to drive for 1 month. Fine. It's just a car anyway. I'll give it to you if you win. Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. In the bottom of his heart, he also felt that this little girl was a bit interesting. Right at this moment, Feng Lin said with gusto, it's so exciting. I want to join the battle too. His Ferrari P1, although it wasn't very expensive, was definitely not slow. Then I'll participate as well. My Bugatti Veyron hasn't been touched for a long time. A young man in a white suit said. His name was Yi Yang, the young master of the Yi Group. His car was a black Bugatti Veyron, limited to 5 units worldwide, cool and racy, priced at $50 million. Ha. Since everyone is participating, I'll join in the fun. A rich young man with dyed white hair laughed. He drove a silver-white Pagani, limited to 24 units globally, with a large area of charcoal fiber throughout the car, lightweight to the extreme, equipped with a V12 engine. The surging power is so strong that it bursts the table. Definitely a divine car for running mountains. For a moment, the crowd has come to be interested. All said they want to participate in the war. There were 12 divine cars in total, but the car god could only be one person. Zhang Qiu sneered. Aside from Zhang Wen, he didn't have anyone else in his sights, so he said indifferently, alright, it's only fun if everyone races together. In fact, he wanted to play tough. After all, winning everyone's superiority. It would be very cool. You drive my car, I'll help you win against Zhang Qiu. Zhang Wen handed out the keys to the Lamborghini Aventador and spoke to Zhang San Crazy. Well, it's just that I just picked up my car today, so be careful driving it. Zhang San Crazy said with some concern. He then took the car keys and sat in the Lamborghini Aventador. Zhang Wen, who was standing there, was a bit irritated. She was actually being questioned about her car skills. It was simply an insult to her. No, why would I care about his comment? For a while, Zhang Wen was in a bit of a trance. Then she shook her head and sat in the red flag Supercar S1. A bunch of insouciant fools. I'll show you all the strength of this young man later. Zhang Qiu laughed wildly in his heart. He also pulled open the car door and sat in the McLaren S6. At the foot of Six Dragons Mountain, 12 supercars were ready to go, and the roar of their engines resounded through the sky. Boom! With a youth who volunteered to be the firing officer, he heavily snapped the signal gun. The 12 supercars seemed like arrows leaving the strings, and leapt out with a whoosh. Chapter 51, Sparks and Lightning Along the Way. Request for bookshelf. Begging for hypes. At this moment, a DJI drone hovered in the air, transmitting the captured images, in real time, to the temporary rain shelter. Those club members who weren't competing had their gazes firmly fixed on the monitor. Boom boom, boom boom boom. The 12 supercars erupted with violent hissing sounds. It was enough to make anyone's heart tremble, blood boil, and adrenaline instantly soar to the extreme. Whoosh! The McLaren S6 driven by Zhang Qiu scurried out first, directly leading the other competitors by a large margin. Close behind was a red flag S1 supercar, chasing after Zhang Qiu. Then it was Maserati, Bugatti Veyron, Porsche, Ferrari. A group of multi-million-dollar supercars chased after each other. The scene was very exciting. I go. It's raining and Zhang Xiao dares to use an ejection start. Worthy of being Zhang Xiao, the championship is no longer in doubt. Starting out with a lead of more than 10 meters, the distance will only get bigger and bigger. Where's the kid who bet with Zhang Xiao? How come I didn't see his car? The so-called ejection start is to step on the brake at the same time as slamming on the gas, making the car get a strong torque output at the moment of starting, as if it were a bullet shooting out. Not exactly an advanced maneuver. However, it just rained tonight and the road is slippery. If you can't control the strength, it's easy to cause the car to roll over. I can only say that Zhang Qiu is bold. The driving skill is very high. As for why he couldn't see the Lamborghini Aventador driven by Zhang Sanfeng, it was because the drone had a limited line of sight and could only capture the first 6 cars, and he wanted to try out his true strength, how far he could rank. Without any doubt, the opening round was more than 10 meters behind the others. However, Zhang San Crazy was not in a hurry and followed the end of the fleet without slowing down. With this strength, they are all scum. On the driver's seat of the McLaren S6, Zhang Qiu sneered. With contemptuous eyes, he looked at the dozen or so supercars in the rearview mirror. The only thing he had to do was to crush Jiangwan. He couldn't help but step heavily on the gas, because the red flag S1 driven by Jiangwan accelerated. Boom! The two vehicles simultaneously erupted with loud sound waves as they sped down the winding mountain road. Soon, an S-shaped curve appeared in front. It was an excellent section for overtaking. Jiangwan's choice to accelerate at this point was not unreasonable. Her small face was calm, her white jade hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and her feet pressed hard on the gas pedal, looking for an overtaking opportunity. As long as Zhang Qiu made the slightest mistake, she would have the confidence to overtake. However, Zhang Qiu in front of her played a snakeskin walk. In this kind of small amplitude curve, drifting was instead the slowest, and only by precisely controlling the sports car's alignment could it pass at the fastest speed. Very test of the driver's driving skills. McLaren swung left and right, steadily occupying the inside line, hardly making any mistakes. Jiangwan's beautiful eyes trembled and her small face was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Zhang Qiu's driving skills were actually so superior, not giving her any chance to overtake. It was pressed to death. However, she was not discouraged and controlled her speed to bite tightly behind Zhang Qiu, waiting for the next opportunity to overtake. Ding! The mission has been refreshed. Win the 6 Dragon Mountain Car God. The task is limited to 6 minutes. Please complete the task on time. Right at this moment, the sudden mission caused Zhang San Crazy to be a bit surprised. After all, he was also preparing to accelerate to catch up with the car in front of him. Wouldn't it be great to complete the task on the side? Thinking of this, Zhang San Crazy also did not hesitate, and immediately used the divine driving skill. At once, it felt like the human car was one. With his foot heavy on the gas, the Lamborghini Aventador shot out. Boom! In an instant, it surpassed 7 cars and entered the top 6. Inside the temporary rain shelter, the crowd looked at the Lamborghini Aventador that suddenly came out. The expressions were somewhat surprised. Zhang San Crazy had actually rushed up from last place. It was almost just an instantaneous thing. He had this kind of strength, so why didn't he utilize it in the beginning? Just as the crowd was puzzled, the Lamborghini Aventador accelerated once more. Boom! The sports car erupted with a loud roar, as if it was a rampaging brute bull. It charged forward unstoppably. Ahead was a narrow road. Only one car could pass through. There are no conditions for overtaking. However, the Lamborghini Aventador did not slow down at all. Zhang San Crazy's foot seemed to be welded to the gas pedal, and the speed of the sports car climbed by degrees. What is he going to do? That road is completely unsuitable for overtaking. If we don't slow down, I'm afraid we're going to wreck the car. Crazy, the idiot who only knows how to step on the gas. He's going to get other people killed if he does that. Inside the shelter, the crowd all stared at the speeding Lamborghini Aventador with wide eyes. Holy, this is murder. The rich young man driving in front looked at the Lamborghini Aventador that was catching up in the rearview mirror. The color of his face instantly became alarmed. The palms of his hands were tightly pinched in sweat. He was so scared that he was about to pee. At this speed, if it crashed, even if the sports car was sturdy, it would turn into a pile of scrap metal. Mom, I'm not playing anymore. Save me. That rich young man was trembling all over, cold sweat swishing down his back and stabbing. A ground-rubbing sound rang through. The Lamborghini Aventador actually drove onto the shoulder stones. The entire car tilted 30 degrees, all the way to sparks with lightning, directly overtaking 3 supercars. In one fell swoop, it came to the 3rd place. Seeing this scene, all the people were dumbfounded. This is too crazy. Don't be alarmed, they sir. On the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Aventador, the corner of Zhang Sanfeng's mouth raised a light smile. That wave of operation just now, for other people, it was undoubtedly asking for death. However, he was a man who had mastered god-level driving skills, and it was completely a basic operation that was no more than normal. Only, the damage to the vehicle was relatively large. The ground of this car was considered completely ruined. Hopefully, Jiangwen wouldn't blame him. At this time, Jiangwen looked at the rearview mirror that suddenly appeared Lamborghini Aventador. The beautiful eyes were tightened for a while, and her small face was a little surprised. He actually caught up. She was very familiar with her car. With a V10 engine, the power was a long way behind the other sports cars in the competition. Without the technology, it was really only at the bottom of the pack. One couldn't help but be a little curious about Zhang Sanfeng. What means did he use to catch up? However, Jiangwen didn't think much about it as there was another overtaking section ahead. Her gaze, tightly fixed on the sharp taillights of the McLaren S6. As the 2 cars kept speeding, a U-shaped curve at the end of the road was revealed. Here it comes. That was the most treacherous road in Six Dragons Mountain, less than 500 meters away. But there were 3 U-shaped bends. It is like 6 dragons coiled in the middle of the mountainside. At the same time, it also extremely tests the level of the driver. A little carelessness, the car will be out of control down 100 meters of cliffs. Car destroyed. Especially tonight it also rained. The road is a bit slippery. Everyone coincidentally reduced speed. After all, no one has the guts to drive fast on that road. Chapter 52. The sports car was played for scrap and a special reward was offered. Decelerated? Zhang Sanfeng was inwardly delighted. Heavily stepping on the gas pedal, the Lamborghini Aventador scurried away. 6 minutes were almost up. He had to finish the mission quickly. Jiangwen maneuvered the red flag S1 in a precise alignment and passed the first turn perfectly. He was about to accelerate to catch up with Zhang Qiu. A blinding light came on, reflecting from the rearview mirror into her beautiful eyes. The next second, a Lamborghini Aventador flew by. Her small face froze as her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Zhang Sanfeng in the driver's seat. How? At the same time, a blush surfaced on her fair cheeks. That youth, so handsome. Zhang Sanfeng's face was cold, with a light smile at the corner of his mouth. The expression was focused on driving the sports car. This look, this expression, was enough to charm thousands of young girls. Jiangwen's little heart couldn't help but tremble, but she immediately came back to her senses. Her small foot stepped on the gas pedal and chased after her. How did he catch up? It's a miscalculation. McLaren driver's seat. Zhang Qiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the Lamborghini Aventador that was gradually approaching in the rearview mirror. There was some shock in his heart. He originally thought that this match would be a contest between him and Jiangwen. However, he did not expect that Zhang Sanfeng had rushed up with a thunderous momentum and even surpassed Jiangwen, who had the title of Beautiful Car God, to the 2nd place position. It was really a bit out of his expectation. However, Zhang Qiu didn't take it seriously. If he could overtake Jiangwen, he might not be able to overtake him. He drove this McLaren S6, a large area of the car using carbon fiber, equipped with a V12 engine, the power to crush the presence of all sports cars. What's more, he also has pure driving skills. And Zhang Sanji? Oh, the car is not as good as him. Car skills are not as good as him. Can exceed him to see a ghost. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiu's mouth revealed a light smile. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because the Lamborghini Aventador relied on its windy maneuvers and chased straight all the way, only half a body distance away from him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did he catch up? Admittedly, Zhang Qiu didn't make a single mistake just now. He couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. How did Zhang Sanfeng come out of nowhere? However, the god-level driving skills were difficult for ordinary people to understand, and the manipulation of the car reached millimeter levels. If Zhang Sanfeng could even play drift on a tightrope if he wanted to, at this time, Zhang Qiu could no longer think about it in detail. The only thing he could do was to slam on the gas. Boom! The McLaren S6 V12 engine erupted with a loud roar. In this race, he could only win but not lose. After all, the stakes had already been set. If he lost this match, not only would he have to lose this McLaren S6 worth $80 million, even his reputation in the club, which was not easy to establish, will also all collapse. This is something he cannot accept, but the reality was bone dry. No matter how Zhang Qiu accelerated, Zhang Sanfeng was right behind him. The Lamborghini Aventador seemed like a piece of dogskin plaster. He couldn't get rid of it, and it was biting him tightly. Paralyzed. Who the hell is he?
able to utilize the V10 engine to the fullest. Zhang Qiu cursed. Inside the temporary rain shelter, the crowd's gazes were glued to the monitor, watching the two cars chase each other in an unusually exciting manner. Why don't you slow down? The front is curved too. The curvature has reached 180 degrees. Crossing the corner at this speed is undoubtedly asking for death. Too crazy. Aren't you afraid of death? Curve number 2 gradually approached. 200 meters. 150 meters. In an instant, only the last 50 meters remained. Zero. A sound of brakes rang through. Inside the McLaren S6, Zhang Qiu's face was grave and cold sweat broke out on his head. As much as he wanted to win, he was also afraid of dying. Oh, that slowed down. Zhang San crazy was a little disappointed. He was going to play a game of speed and passion with Zhang Qiu, a match between real men, but he didn't expect that the other party actually wimped out, and it was tasteless. The speed of the car did not drop at all, and it passed through turn 2 perfectly. Stabbing, Lamborghini floor pan and the ground violently friction. Flashing sparks, in the dark night is particularly bright. Crazy, what a crazy person. Zhang Qiu cursed loudly. Jiang Wen, who was following closely, her beautiful eyes were in a trance. That car, was it really her Lamborghini Aventador? Even if it was her in her place, it would be impossible to drive at this speed. It had squeezed the V10 engine to the limit, drained of all power. Then, the Lamborghini drifted silky smooth through all the subsequent corners. In the end, Zhang Qiu couldn't even see the Lamborghini's taillights anymore. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cool air. At this moment, he realized that his proud car skills were in Zhang San Crazy's eyes. It was nothing, completely only being crushed. In the end, within 6 minutes, Zhang San Crazy smoothly crossed the finish line in his Lamborghini Aventador. Ding! Mission accomplished. Obtained low-level treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Open it immediately. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Doctor's hand. The hand of the Divine Doctor? Was this intended to make him a Divine Doctor? At the same time, there was some joy in his heart, having mastered another skill. Just very cool. But right at this moment, the Lamborghini Aventador made a loud bang. Boom! A few wisps of black smoke rose from the hood. I'm going. Zhang Sanfeng's expression was stagnant. With his intense driving, he had actually scrapped this sports car. At this time, the other runners rushed to the finish line. Zhang Qiu unsurprisingly won second place, followed closely by Jiang Wen. Then, there was the Bugatti Veyron driven by the white-haired youth. Feng Lin's Ferrari P1, on the other hand, also crossed the finish line in 5th place. He had just stopped the car and ran over shouting, "Crazy brother! Awesome! I can't believe I beat Zhang Qiu. He's been the reigning club champion for a long time." The white-haired youth standing there said excitedly. Hiss! Not only that, the fastest record in 6 Dragon Mountain is 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Brother Crazy ran into 6 minutes. Deservedly the god of cars. Hearing this, the crowd marveled. I remember the record of 6 minutes and 32 seconds was run by a professional driver in a V12 modified car. If Crazy Brother drove the same car, it would be possible in 5 minutes. A well-deserved god of 6 Dragons Mountain cars. I'm on my knees. Right, isn't it time to fulfill the previous bet? A rich young man suddenly said. The race had already ended, so it was natural to fulfill the bet. At this moment, Zhang Qiu's face was horribly gloomy. As the young master of the Ding Sheng group, he had suffered this kind of insult there. Zhang San Crazy's eyes were full of teasing as he spoke faintly. Zhang Qiu, willing to gamble? Your McLaren S6 car key, why hasn't it been sent over yet? Is it hard to believe that I still have to go fetch them myself? Zhang Qiu's eyes exuded coldness. This McLaren S6 was worth 80 million. He had just bought it a few days ago, and originally wanted to take advantage of the competition to play a good game. But he didn't realize that he hadn't faked it. Also lost the car. For a time, his face was green and yellow, and he didn't say anything for half a day. Zhang Qiu, you can't afford to play, right? The young master of the Dingsheng group, actually playing a rascal, laughs me to death. As Zhang San Crazy's #1 little fanboy, Feng Lin immediately mocked. After all, he had long looked at Zhang Qiu with displeasure. Other people might still be afraid of Zhang Qiu's identity as the young master of the Dingsheng group, but Feng Lin's family owned a footbath city. The relationship between them was not the same as the relationship between them. Naturally, he had no qualms about taking this opportunity to kill Zhang Qiu. Happy New Year, pretty boys. Woohoo! Wish you all a new year and the protagonist as much wealth and billions. Flat billion close to the people. 2023. You and I encourage. Refueling to the future. Chapter 53 triggered a random task. 60% of Ding Shen Group's shares. Until this moment, Zhang Qiu couldn't even accept it. He actually lost. He lost to a person who drove a Lamborghini Aventador. He couldn't even eat the exhaust of his car. It's just horrible. However,
Zhang Xiao quickly calmed down and smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Brother, I'm flattered by your car skills, but I'm the young master of the Dingsheng group. Give me face. This matter ends here. Everyone will still be friends in the future." After all, in Jiangnan City, the name of Dingsheng Group was still very loud. A multinational entertainment company with a market capitalization of several $100 billion. No one dared to offend it easily. Relying on this name, Zhang Xiao was mixing it up in the Demon King Club and thought highly of himself. The surrounding rich young men couldn't help but sigh for a while. In fact, they had also long looked at Zhang Xiao with displeasure. But due to the other party's identity, they didn't dare to complain. Today, he was finally cleaned up. The hearts of the people. But at this moment, Zhang Xiao brought out the identity of Dingsheng Group's young master. The crowd looked a little expectant, and they all looked at Zhang Sanfeng. That youth, would he give in? Young Zhang, it's better to forget it. Zhang Xiao's family is big, we can't afford to mess with it. At this time, Feng Lin said. Although he wanted to see Zhang Xiao suffer, he was also unwilling to let Zhang San Crazy get into trouble. Hearing this, Zhang San Crazy was somewhat touched. Feng Lin, this friend, he recognized. Afterward, the corner of his mouth raised a light smile as he faintly said, "No harm done. A small company like Dingsheng Group, I haven't put it in my eyes yet." Then, he also looked at Zhang Qiu and said in disbelief, "Is the Dingsheng Group very powerful?" Zhang Qiu, don't be abrasive and act like a pussy. Your routine doesn't work well with me. Hurry up and hand over the car keys. I go. Feng Lin, who heard these words, was filled with consternation. Zhang San Crazy was actually so brave. Tough just Zhang Qiu. Moreover, Dingsheng Group was just a small company to him? It's too arrogant. The surrounding rich young men all looked shocked. What's the identity of that young man? If he dared to talk to Zhang Xiu like that, wasn't he afraid of retaliation? Jiang Wen, who was standing there, her small face was a little surprised, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Sanfeng with interest. She had seen many rich young men with money. However, it was also the first time she had encountered such a domineering rich young man like Zhang San Crazy. And at this moment, Zhang Xiu's face suddenly turned green and yellow, and his tone was gloomy. Kid, you are too arrogant. Get out immediately before I get angry. You are not welcome at the Great Demon King Club. Zhang Sanfeng's face chilled as he faintly said, You're teaching me things? Ding. Detected that the host is being suppressed by forces, triggering a random task to smack Zhang Xiu 10 big slaps. Time limit 1 minute. Reward 60% of Dingsheng Group's shares upon completion. Right at this moment, the brain sounded a voice. Zhang Sanfeng could not help but be delighted. This task had come at the right time. After all, he had had enough of Zhang Qiu's ink and was about to go up and teach him a lesson. Now, there was also a mission to accomplish. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Thinking of this, Zhang San Crazy immediately stepped forward. Without waiting for Zhang Qiu to react, he stretched out his hands left and right. Slap slap slap. Crisp slapping sounds rang out. 10 consecutive slaps exploded across the room. The surrounding rich young men were all dumbfounded and filled with shock. That was the young master of the Dingsheng Group. He was slapped in public. Not just 1, but 10. For a while, everyone looked at Zhang Sanfeng in disbelief. He was also too good at making a fool of himself. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60% of the shares of Dingsheng Group. And on the other side, Dingsheng Group's chairman's office. Zhang Yuntian was sitting behind his desk, looking at the share structure table on the computer screen, and he was overwhelming a group of shareholders with a 32% share. He couldn't help but look leisurely, picking up a thermos cup and drinking a mouthful of wolfberry and red date tea. However, just at this moment, the share structure table was automatically refreshed. A group of small shareholders that accounted for less than 5%, all disappeared from the table. At the same time, the name of a Zhang San Crazy appeared and jumped to the top of the table, accounting for 60%. Put. Zhang Yuntian directly sprayed, his face full of astonishment. Who the hell was this Zhang San Crazy? He had actually annexed the shares of all the minority shareholders with a thunderous maneuver, directly becoming the new boss of the Dingsheng Group. The key is that he, as the chairman of the group, he didn't receive any news at all. 60% of the shares. A conservative estimate would be $200 billion. Even he felt his heart and soul trembling at such a large sum of money. Too crazy. Jiangnan City even has this kind of hidden big brother. However, he had been in business for half a lifetime and had practiced extraordinary boldness and courage. He quickly calmed down and immediately called for his secretary. Go and find out who this Mr. Zhang is. The secretary did not dare to delay and immediately went to investigate. Zhang Yuntian's complexion was grave, his fingers constantly tapping on the desktop. Obviously, the heart had received quite a shock. This mysterious big brother called Zhang San Crazy acquired 60% of the group's shares without contacting him. What exactly did the other party mean? However, just at this moment, the cell phone placed on the desk suddenly rang. Not surprisingly, Zhang Qiu called. He had been slapped 10 times in public. It was simply a strange shame. At this moment, he glared at Zhang Sanfeng in anger and rage while aggressively complaining to Zhang Yuntian. Dad, I was beaten up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian's face instantly became angry. After all, the brat was beaten up, and it was the old man's face that was lost. What's the name of the other party? And what does the family do? Zhang Yuntian said grimly. I only know the name Zhang Sanfeng. I don't know what the family does. Dad, just stop asking and send someone over. He then teasingly looked at Zhang San crazy and said, Kid, dare to make a move on me. Eat your bear's heart and leopard's gall. I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Jiangnan City. But, the next second, the speakers were dead silent. Zhang Qiu looked stunned and shouted, Hey, Dad, why aren't you speaking? Zhang Yuntian on the opposite side gulped and asked, What did you just say his name was? Oops, Dad, it's called Zhang San Crazy, a young man in his early 20s. Zhang Qiu said back. Zhang Yuntian coughed inwardly. His complexion suddenly changed. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly as he growled. Little brat, you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. Get your ass back here right now. Now break your credit card and you're not allowed to go out for a month. Hearing Zhang Yuntian's angry voice, Zhang Qiu was instantly flabbergasted. He looked at Zhang Sanfeng with two lifeless eyes and said in shock, Who exactly are you? At this time, Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and snatched Zhang Qiu's cell phone. Mr. Zhang, I've just annexed 60% of your group's shares. Nominally speaking, I'm already the owner of Dingsheng Group. Make some arrangements. I'll be visiting the group in the next few days for an inspection. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian was extremely surprised. Zhang Sanfeng's voice was actually so young. A young man in his early 20s had annexed 60% of the shares of the Dingsheng Group. It was appalling. Then the power behind him. How terrifying the energy should be. Thinking of this, he also didn't dare to have the slightest bit of the chairman's stance, and said in succession, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I'll arrange it down. You can come to inspect the company anytime. Then, apprehensively said, the matter of the canine son, please be kind. I'll let him apologize to you. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yuntian's growling voice came out from the speaker. Little brat, kneel down. Chapter 54, this car blew up just in time, and the icy beauty got angry. The whole place was surprisingly quiet. The sound could be heard even if a pin was dropped. Dingsheng Group with a market capitalization of several $100 billion, was annexed by Zhang San crazy 60% of the shares? I'm afraid it's difficult to take it down without $200 billion. This is still only a conservative estimate. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and said in disbelief, Mr. Zhang, there's no need to get so angry. Zhang Yuntian from the opposite side hurriedly said, Young Zhang, a son does not teach his father. I will apologize to you first. Then, growling once again, he said, Little brat, don't quickly apologize to young Zhang on your knees. If he refuses to forgive you, don't go home tonight. At this time, Zhang Qiu didn't have the arrogance he had before. Both of his eyes looked at Zhang Sanfeng with a lifeless look. His legs softened and he directly fell to his knees. Young Zhang, please forgive me. Boom! Zhang Qiu's words were like a deep water bomb. At once, the entire room exploded. Everyone present looked shocked and stared at this scene with jaws agape. What kind of joke was this? That was the arrogant and domineering, unrivaled young master of the Dingsheng Group, Zhang Qiu. There was actually a time when he was so humble. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I couldn't believe it. Zhang Yuntian on the opposite side was full of eagerness and asked cautiously, Young Master Zhang, are you satisfied? In response, Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly, his eyes teasingly looking at Zhang Qiu as he said, All right, I forgive you. This matter is forgiven. Kneeling there, Zhang Qiu's face was red. It was as embarrassing as it could be, but as a rich young man, he still had a little bit of eyesight. Even the person his father respected, he naturally didn't dare to make a fool of himself, so he said, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. As for that McLaren S6, where he still dared to drive away, leaving behind the car keys, he left in disgrace. As the crowd looked at this scene, they all sighed. At the same time, they also respected Zhang San Crazy. A rich young man in a blue suit took out his cell phone and flashed a selfie of a young girl. Brother Crazy, this is my sister. Don't look at her appearance of high and cold. In fact, the inner is a batch. The body is very hot. Why don't we find an opportunity for you guys to get to know each other? This, Zhang San Crazy was slightly stunned. Boy, this is sacrificing his sister. You stay aside. How could Brother Crazy like a young girl? It's not even open yet. The other rich young man was all smiles as he took out his cell phone and flashed a picture of an imperial sister. Crazy brother, this is my sister, 20-something and no boyfriend. Do you fancy? In response, Zhang Sanfeng helplessly smiled. being too good is also a kind of trouble, but also did not refuse a brain to leave contact information. Right at this moment, Feng Lin walked over, his face full of smiles. You're not going to introduce me to a woman as well? Zhang Sanfeng was surprised. Feng Lin laughed and said, that can't be. I know that Zhang Xiao is not interested in these rouge and vulgar powder. Just Zhang Qiu's McLaren S6. What are you going to do with it? Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows. Oh, that's a problem. After all, that McLaren S6 was priced at $80 million, limited to 5 units worldwide. It was an unrivaled divine car, but he already had the domestic supercar red flag S1, and was not interested in other cars at all. Young Zhang, why don't you sell it to me? I'm willing to pay $50 million for it. It was obvious that Feng Lin was a supercar fanatic. However, he was suffering from a shy wallet and could not get $80 million. He was worried that Zhang Sanfeng would not agree and hurriedly handed out a card. Young Zhang, this is the supreme VIP card of my family's footbath city. Presenting this card, you can enjoy a series of emperor-level services. I throw. The corners of Zhang Sanfeng's mouth trembled slightly. This Feng Lin liked to challenge his soft underbelly. Since this was the case, he didn't refuse. He also lowered the price to 30 million. After all, the service of the footbath city was really nothing to write home about. It was just very refreshing. Thank you so much, young Master Zhang. Feng Lin was ecstatic and immediately ran towards the McLaren S6. It was as if he had won a treasure. In response, Zhang Sanfeng shook his head and smiled, pulling open the door of the red flag S1 and preparing to get on. But just at this moment, Zhang San crazy, how did you break my car? A young girl's petulant voice came out. Jiang Wen was dressed in a tight leather jacket, setting off a hot body. At this moment, her small face was puffed up, her hands clasping her chest, her beautiful eyes icy like frost staring at him. Zhang San crazy smiled awkwardly and said, that, actually fix it, it can still be driven. The words just fell. Boom! The Lamborghini Aventador erupted with a roaring roar. The entire car burst into raging flames, with rolling black smoke coming out of the hood. It was considered completely scrapped. At this time, Jiang Wen's small face was once again gloomy, her pair of beautiful eyes emitting a stern light. Zhang San crazy, you must compensate my car. After saying this, she directly sat in the red flag S1 co-pilot, as if it was like an aggravated little girl. Small hands clenched into pink fists, pink cheeks puffing with anger. Zhang San crazy sat in the car, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wen. She frowned playfully and said, what are you looking at? Don't hurry up and drive. Send me down the mountain. Zhang San crazy laughed and said, little beauty, the hearts of people are treacherous. Aren't you afraid that I'm a pervert? This wilderness, a lone man and woman, sharing a car, it's not normal for something not to happen. Jiang Wen skimmed her small mouth and said, cut, who are you scaring? Do you dare? Oh, you're so sure I won't dare? With that, Zhang San crazy leaned down and pressed into her delicate body. A smell of testosterone hit her face. Jiang Wen's delicate body trembled, her big watery eyes staring at Zhang San crazy's handsome face, her voice trembling as she said, what are you going to do? Zhang San crazy's hand had already reached out. Ah, rascal! Jiang Wen closed her eyes and drank delicately. Fasten your seatbelt? How can you say you're an old driver? You don't have this common sense of safety. Zhang San crazy pulled over the seatbelt and strangled it in front of Jiang Wen's chest. Then he kicked the gas. Boom! The red flag S1 let out a beastly whine and whooshed out. Sitting in the passenger side, Jiang Wen. Her small face was red and delicate, like a ripe peach, and she couldn't help but clench her legs. From the corner of her eye, she swept Zhang San crazy's handsome side face. An inexplicable sentiment surged to her heart, her little heart pounding. 5 minutes later, the red flag S1 left Six Dragon Mountain. It sped all the way to the urban area of Jiangnan City. Fairview Villa, high-grade villa manor, covering an area of 1,000 acres. More than 100 villas were built, and it was also known as the top rich area in China. The people who lived here were either rich or noble, with a minimum value of $10 billion. But compared to Huating Manor, it was not a class at all. Buzz! The red flag S1 slowly stopped. The car door opened. A pair of slender, snow-white jade legs stepped out, and Jiang Wen got out of the car. Stinking rascal! There's an international car show in a few days. When you go with me, you'll pay for whatever car I buy. At this time, Jiang Wen said with a face full of delicate redness. Okay, it's getting late. You quickly go home. Pay attention to safety. Zhang San crazy said indifferently, until he couldn't see Jiang Wen's silhouette. Only then did he kick the gas and the sports car sped towards Huating Manor. Thank you for the small gift of appreciation. The holiday does not take a vacation. 2 shifts a day. New Year's Eve as usual update. The pretty boys can take a screenshot and send it to the other authors and roll them to death.
Chapter 55, Lin Shushi had a strange disease, and immediately got better when she saw you. After returning to the villa, Zhang Sanfeng simply washed up and went straight to sleep. The night was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. After getting up, he casually picked up his cell phone and looked at the messages. This little girl is sick? Only to see on the screen, Lin Shushi sent a message. Brother San Crazy, I seem to have gotten sick. Can you come and take a look at me? The corner of Zhang San Crazy's mouth lifted into a smile. He was a deeply affectionate man, but his heart was already in pieces, and every fragment wanted to give the young girl a home. Afterwards, he also walked into the checkroom and chose a casual suit from Van Zex from the hundreds of designer clothes, put on his polished leather shoes and went out the door. Boom! The red flag S1 roared, waking up the entire manor. The sports car scurried out of the gate and sped down the busy road in Jiangnan City, Jiangnan Watertown. Outside the high-grade apartment building, the red flag S1 slowly stopped. The security guard in the guardroom had a jolt and hurriedly walked out, respectfully saying, "Sir, your license plate is not entered into the access control. Are you here on business?" "Well, came to see a friend." "Hard work to open the door," Zhang San Crazy casually said. The security guard immediately raised the stop bar and bowed deeply, saying, "Sir, you take your time." Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly and didn't say anything more as he drove into the small area. The red flag S1 just stopped and immediately caused a furor. "I go. There's even a sports car driven by someone in our neighborhood. Good boy. I don't know which rich young man's car again. This is too windy." "In the end, what kind of car is it?" "Use the method of elimination. It's not a Ferrari. It's not a Lamborghini. It can only be a Maserati," a youth who thought he knew cars said. A youth next to him took out his cell phone and looked it up on Donyang. At once, he was shocked and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the first domestic supercar red flag S1, limited to 10 units worldwide, equipped with our independent research and development of the V12 engine, 100 kilometers acceleration 2.9 seconds. When these words came out, the whole room was silent. After all, in the supercar industry, it has always been monopolized by foreign countries. Domestic cars are synonymous with cheap. Who would have thought that this cool supercar was independently developed domestically? With the domestic production rate reaching an astonishing 100%, it is regarded as a treasure by the Prince of Dubai. He traveled across the ocean to get one back, and rumor has it that he spent 1 billion. At this time, the car door opened, and Zhang San Crazy got out of the car. A few young girls on the sidelines, their eyes immediately twinkled with little stars. That young man, completely in line with their choice of spouse standard, rich and golden, handsome, simply the perfect male god in idol dramas. Zhang San Crazy ignored them. He directly walked into the unit building. Going up to the 4th floor, he knocked on the door. Cough cough. Only 2 teenage coughs were heard from inside the house. Ka-ching. The security door opened. A young girl's small head poked out. The fair little face was soft and bouncy, full of collagen. At this moment, Lin Shushi's pink cheeks were flushed. Fine sweat streaked across her snow-white forehead, and her voice was a little hoarse as she said, "Brother San Crazy, you're here." After saying that, she directly jumped into Zhang San Crazy's arms. As her delicate body entered her arms, a fragrance of a young girl's body lingered on the tip of her nose. Zhang San Crazy rubbed her little head and said, "Why are you sick?" Lin Shushi's small face was pink as she softly said, "I don't know, I guess I have a cold." "Brother San Crazy, I'm so dizzy, can you carry me to the bed?" Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. With a wave of his big hand, he directly picks up Lin Shushi and walks into the bedroom. The whole room is plastered with pink wallpaper, and there are a few dolls on the bed. It's especially cozy and cute, just like entering the boudoir of the little sister next door. Lin Shushi shrunk under the covers and softly said, "Brother San Crazy, come over, I have something to say to you." Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows and leaned down to ask, "What words?" "This disease I have is actually very curable. Once you come here, I'll be cured." Upon hearing this, Zhang San Crazy raised an eyebrow and said, "There is still this kind of magical disease?" "Of course, because what I have is acacia." Lin Shushi's white and tender little hand, directly hooked around Zhang San Crazy's neck, and her slender jade leg held his back, like a sloth hanging on his body. The two people's eyes met, and they couldn't help it. Love is naturally thick in the depths. Time passes little by little. Soon, it came to the evening. Zhang Sanfeng sat at the dining table and looked at Lin Shushi, who was busy in the kitchen. That little ninny is also really capable of tossing and turning. After finishing, she had to make chicken soup for him. The point is, Lin Shushi seems to be cooking for the first time, and she doesn't even know how to turn on the gas stove. As for how to make chicken soup, she directly searched the internet and followed a tutorial to clumsily learn. "Brother San Crazy, the big job is done. Come and taste how it is." At this moment,
Lin Chushi walked over with the casserole, smelling the burnt smell in the air. Zhang San crazy realized what was inside the pot. I'm afraid it's not that simple. But looking at Lin Chushi's expectant little eyes, Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and said, "Alright, let me taste your handiwork." Saying this, he also uncovered the lid of the casserole. A rich paste flavor wafted out. When he looked down, he was suddenly stagnant. A mind full of just one thought. This is the kind of food that carbon-based organisms can make. Only within the casserole was a puddle of unidentified black liquid, sticky and unusually disgusting. As for the old hen that had been practicing for 2.5 years, the corpse was nowhere to be found. It couldn't even be fished out. Zhang San crazy swallows a bit of saliva and tremblingly asks, "Chushi, is this really the chicken soup you made?" Lin Chushi nods her head obediently and samples out a bowl and hands it to him, her little face expectant. "Brother San crazy, you quickly taste it and see if I have the talent to be a chef." Zhang San crazy held the bowl of chicken soup with trembling hands. The black liquid swayed around. Surprisingly, the cup was even hanging. "Brother San crazy, it's very tonic. I've put in more than 10 kinds of Chinese herbs. I guarantee that if you take a sip, you won't be able to stop for the rest of the night." Zhang San crazy who heard these words, his face stiffened a little. "Very tonic? I'm afraid I'll die directly." "Chushi, did you taste it before it came out of the pot?" "No, this is a tonic soup for you. It doesn't have much effect if a woman drinks it." Lin Chushi is very honest. "Forget about it." Deep feelings in one mouthful. Then, Zhang San crazy takes a deep breath and puts the bowl to his mouth. But looking at the slimy black liquid, he really can't put his mouth down. "Chushi, let's just order takeout." Zhang San crazy sighed and said. The moment this sentence comes out, Lin Chushi's pretty eyebrows frowned and she queried, "Why? Could it be that the chicken soup is not good?" But it was no longer a question of whether it was good or not. Rather, it's whether this stuff is drinkable or not. Lin Chushi brought a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and spat it out violently after putting it into her little pink mouth. With a very frustrated little face, she said, "Brother San crazy, let's just order takeout." Zhang San crazy laughed and rubbed her little head, saying, "Don't be discouraged. I'm sure you'll be able to make good chicken soup." "Really?" Lin Chushi's beautiful eyes blossomed, greatly encouraged. Hurriedly taking out a chicken from the refrigerator, she said with gusto, "Brother San crazy, I still have an old hen here, so wait a bit and I'll boil it again." Zhang San crazy was instantly petrified. He couldn't wait to fiercely smack his own big mouth. Chapter 56 Villa 2's Invitation. Showy beauty. Looking at Lin Chushi who was busy in the kitchen, Zhang Sanfeng sighed slightly. In the bottom of his heart, he also doesn't hold any hope. Silently, he takes out his cell phone and orders takeout from Drunken Immortal House. Boom! However, right at this moment, a loud bang came from the kitchen. Zhang San crazy's complexion froze and he hurriedly stood up, saying, "Chushi, are you alright?" At this moment, Lin Chushi walked out. Her white face was stained with black soot, and she laughed foolishly. "Brother San crazy, I'm fine. It's just that the pot is fried and I can't make chicken soup for you." Hearing these words, Zhang San crazy's heart was relieved. Pinching her pink little face, he said, "Chushi, you're already an adult. You have to understand that you can't force some things. Take your time. I'm sure you'll be able to make good chicken soup." Lin Chushi is instantly elated. The large watery eyes floated with light, clenching her pink fists and said, "Well, thank you Brother San crazy for encouraging me. Next time I'll buy 10 old hens and make soup for you every day." It was just thrilling. Soon, the takeout from Drunken Immortal House was delivered. After the two finished eating, it was also nighttime. Being satiated, he stares at Lin Chushi's slightly bulging breasts. The corner of his mouth raises a bad smile and says, "Chushi, let's finish what we didn't finish this afternoon." This afternoon, Zhang San crazy is on a roll, but Lin Chushi can't take it anymore, making it difficult for him to go up and down. Can only give up. At this time, Lin Chushi's small face is pink, and her small white hand is restlessly clenched into a pink fist. Slender jade legs are bare, pink and tender like jade, as if water can come out with a pinch. She lightly nodded her head, her white shell teeth lightly biting her cherry lips, saying, "Well, Brother San crazy, but you'll be lighter later." Upon hearing this, Zhang San crazy laughs and waves his big hand, directly picks up Lin Chushi. With a kick, he kicks open the bedroom door and closes it with his heel. The night is speechless. In the blink of an eye, it's the next day. Last night's struggle has left Zhang San crazy exhausted, shrinking under the comforter filled with the scent of a young girl's body, lingering in oblivion. At this time, Lin Chushi also woke up. Her innocent and tender face had a hint of femininity, making her look delicate and touching. The crystalline beauty eyes contained watery intentions. Lightly pursing her red lips, she said, "Brother San crazy, what do you want to eat for breakfast?" Zhang San crazy smiled faintly, wrapped his arms tightly around her delicate body, and softly said, "I want to eat steamed buns." Steamed bread? Lin Chushi's small face froze, and when she reacted, her face turned red. "But, didn't you eat enough last night? How can that be? The sweet and fluffy flavor can never get tired of eating." Then, the bed also shook violently. Downstairs lived a geek, just finished playing the game overnight, looked at the ceiling with a puzzled expression and said, "What's going on upstairs? Cleaning all night? It's really strange." Then put on the headphones. Mouse clicked into a hidden folder called 3 years of simulation, 5 years of examination, full of excitement to study. The sea of learning is a bitter boat, traveling in the sea of knowledge, just very hard. Time passes little by little. Soon, it came to the afternoon. Zhang Sanji left the unit building with satisfaction. Sitting in the red flag S1, he stepped on the gas with one foot. Boom! The sports car let out a beastly whine and scurried out with a whoosh. The cars on the road avoided one after another. The red flag S1 was unhindered and sped towards Huading Manor. After returning to the villa, Zhang Sanfeng only felt a burst of egg pain, so he lazily lay down on the 10-meter-long sofa, casually opened the 200-inch LCD TV, and watched the fan drama. In the blink of an eye, it was evening time. Zhang Sanfeng picked up his cell phone and was pondering whether to eat Drunken Immortal House or Tang Pavilion for dinner when the doorbell suddenly rang. Puzzled, he walked over and opened the door. "Young Zhang, you're finally back. My lady wants to invite you for dinner." It was no one else outside the door. It was none other than Chen Wutian, the butler of Villa 2. He was still dressed in his slate Chinese mountain suit, his country face wearing a smile. "Oh, your lady invited me over for dinner?" Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows. This Villa 2's young lady, who had sent him gifts several times but never showed her face, was really a bit mysterious. Thinking of this, Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly. "Alright, then thanks to your lady, I don't need to order takeout." "Order takeout?" Hearing those 3 words, Chen Wutian was quite surprised and said, "Young Zhang, you usually just order takeout? After all, which one of the people who could live in Huating Manor was not a big shot worth hundreds of billions of dollars? With swarms of servants at home, there was absolutely no need to worry about living, just give a command." Moreover, Zhang Sanfeng also lived in the most prestigious Villa 1, but there wasn't even a single servant, so he couldn't help but be a bit tisk. I'm tired of eating takeout from Drunken Immortal House and Tang Pavilion." "Alright, let's go," Zhang San Crazy said indifferently. Chen Wutian, who heard these words, had the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Drunken Immortal House and Tang Pavilion's meals? What a joke! One was the top-notch Chinese cuisine, and the other was the high-end Western cuisine that resounded in Jiangnan City, which ordinary rich people simply could not afford to consume. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in the bottom of his heart. It's hard not to blame the young lady for paying so much attention to him. Fortunately, she hasn't offended him. Then, also bowing slightly, he said, "Young Zhang, please." Soon, the two arrived at Villa 2. After entering, Zhang San Crazy's eyes slightly scrutinized up and found that this villa was decorated in a very different style. His one was a luxurious tycoon style. All the decor was rich and ornate, exuding the flavor of money everywhere. This set, on the other hand, was a Nordic light luxury style, with simple and atmospheric furniture and decor. It could be seen that the lady of Villa 2 was a low-profile person. At this time, the servants were serving the food. Under the illumination of the crystal chandelier, the delicacies on the solid wood dining table were steaming hot, emitting an extremely tantalizing aroma. "Mr. Zhang, please sit down for a moment. I will go and call Miss." Chen Wutian respectfully said. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the second floor. Zhang San Crazy was not restrained, and frankly sat down. Looking at the tableware in front of him, he could not help but be slightly stunned. It was actually all made of pure gold, extraordinarily dazzling. "Is there any mistake?" Zhang San Crazy murmured. At the same time, in the back of his mind, he had to get a set as well. Just at this moment, a young girl walked down from the corner of the stairs. She was tall, wearing a clean white dress. Her small and delicate feet were wearing a pair of crystal high heels, and as she descended the stairs, the hem of her skirt gently swayed, revealing slender white tender jade legs, exquisite toes neatly arranged, crystal clear. The entire person exuded an air of innocence, as if she was a holy white lotus flower. "Young Zhang, my name is Chen Wanting." The young girl's beautiful eyes turned in autumnal waves, and a blush surfaced on her fair cheeks, even though she had already spied on Zhang Sanji many times. However, it was only under close observation that she realized that he was really handsome. The little heart fluttered. "Ms. Chen, you are too polite," Zhang San Crazy said with a faint smile. At the same time, his eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at her. This appearance, this body, it could be called an extremely rich woman. the bottom of his heart was also very comfortable. After all, Chen Wanting was so beautiful that his appetite was much larger. Chapter 57 Being Chen Wanting's dance partner. This reward is outrageous. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang San Crazy also put down his cutlery. Looking towards Chen Wanting's fair little face, he said, "Ms. Chen, you invited me as a guest today, so I'm sure it's not as simple as having a meal." Chen Wanting gently nodded her head. Her beautiful eyes met with Zhang Sanfeng's, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile as she said, "I can't hide it from young Zhang. I actually have an unkind request." "Tell me." Zhang San Crazy came to be interested. It's like this. There will be a charity dinner in a few days, and I would like to invite young Zhang to be my dance partner." Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy raised an eyebrow. "Charity dinner?" Chen Wanting smiled. "Well, this dinner is to donate money to children in the mountainous regions to improve their living conditions." Ms. Chen is really kind-hearted. "Since that's the case, I'll agree." "Right, where is the dinner venue?" Seeing him agree, Chen Wanting's heart burst with joy and said, "The dinner will be held on the Titanic." The Titanic? Zhang Sanfeng had heard of it. Affiliated to the American Empire's Royal Caribbean Company, one of the most luxurious cruise ships in the world, valued at $8 billion. The entire cruise ship featured 3,000 rooms, all built according to 5-star standards. There are also 20 restaurants, 30 swimming pools, and a series of entertainment facilities. It can be described as a mobile palace floating on the ocean. Recently, it happened to come to Huaxia and was moored at the harbor of Jiangnan City. "Alright, just notify me when the time comes." Ms. Chen, Zhang San Crazy said. There was nothing much going on anyway, and he had never seen a cruise ship, so he just went to have some fun. Chen Wanting looked delighted and excited. "Then thank you, young Zhang." The Chen group was powerful, mainly dealing in precious metals, with assets that were difficult to predict. It was also a well-known group in Jiangnan City. Chen Wanting, as a 1,000-year-old girl, had naturally come into contact with many wealthy gentlemen, but no one had penetrated her heart as deeply as Zhang Sanfeng. Since the first time she met him, she was attracted by the distinctive aura of his body. At this moment, Chen Wanting looked at Zhang San Crazy's handsome face. An inexplicable sentiment surged to her heart and she shyly lowered her head. "Young Zhang, you can just call me Wanting directly." Zhang Sanfeng naturally didn't know what was in the young girl's mind and laughed. "Miss Wanting, I actually have one thing that I would like to trouble you with." "Well, you tell me. What is it?" "I just moved to Huating Manor not long ago, and although there is a maid troupe here, I still want to find some servants. After all, it's convenient for one of your own to do the work." Hearing these words, Chen Wanting nodded slightly. Then, she also revealed a smile and said, "No problem, I'll ask Uncle Chen to keep an eye out. He has the resources for this." Then thank you, Miss Wanting." At this time, Zhang San Crazy also stood up and said, "Thanks for the hospitality, I'll take my leave first." Seeing Zhang San Crazy about to leave, Chen Wanting hurriedly stood up and said, "Let me see you off." But because she was in too much of a hurry, she was not paying attention. The round and white ankle hit the table leg. Yikes! Chen Wanting let out a delicate cry. The entire delicate body fell to the floor. Long, slender, snow-white jade legs were revealed. The delicate, small feet slightly reddened, and the white ankles swelled up. Chen Wutian, who was standing on the side, was shocked, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Miss, are you alright? Let me help you up. Don't move her." At this moment, Zhang San Crazy walked over. She broke her foot. It's best to treat it on the spot and not move it, otherwise the injury will become more serious. Subsequently, also squatted down, examining Chen Wanting's delicate little foot, as if it was a piece of warm jasper, crystal clear. The pink toes were neatly arranged, exquisite and lovely. Hiss! The pain coming from her ankle caused Chen Wanting to whimper, lightly pursing her red lips. "Uncle Chen, quickly go call the doctor over." Zhang San Crazy waved his hand and said, "No need, I can cure it." After he had obtained the hands of the divine physician, there had been no place for him to perform. Straightening the bones should not be too much of a problem. Chen Wanting's beautiful eyes froze as she asked, "Young Zhang also knows medical skills?" Slightly, Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled. Then, stretching out his hand to hold that white jade-like little foot, he gently pinched the rounded ankle. Oh, a cold touch came. Chen Wanting couldn't help but let out a delicate cry as a flash of redness surfaced on her small white face. It was the first time she was touched by a man's body, especially in such a sensitive place. Immediately after, Zhang San Crazy skillfully maneuvered. Gradually, the red and swollen ankle subsided a lot, sending out a tingly feeling. "Alright, Ms. Wanting, stand up and see if it still hurts." Zhang Sanfeng took the crystal high heels and put them on Chen Wanting's delicate little feet. Her small face blushed and her heart was empty. Surprisingly, there was a trace of reluctance.
after standing up and realizing that it really didn't hurt anymore. She smiled. It doesn't hurt anymore, thanks to young Zhang. Okay, as long as it's okay, I'll take my leave. After waiting for Zhang Sanfeng to leave, Chen Wanting calmed down and opened her mouth to ask, Uncle Chen, what do you think of young Zhang? Will father recognize him? Chen Wutian, who was standing there, pondered for a moment and replied, I do think that young Zhang is a dragon among men, but his identity is particularly mysterious. Of course, it still depends on what the young lady means. As long as you genuinely like it, I believe that his lordship won't block it too much. Hearing these words, Chen Wanting's beautiful eyes flickered as she sighed. What a complicated fellow. Regarding the conversation between the master and servant, Zhang San Crazy was completely unaware of it. At this moment, he had already returned to Villa 1. Lying lazily on the Becker Imperial sofa, he lifted a glass of Romane Conti in his hand and drank it all in one go, the taste of money blooming in the mouth, particularly unrestrained. However, just at this time, the brain suddenly rang with a sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, helping Chen Wanting to set her bones, and obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Please ask the host to choose whether to put it into the warehouse or open it immediately. Zhang San Crazy was slightly stunned. Just this is so outrageous. Helping someone to straighten their bones is also considered completing a task? This system was giving him things in different ways. It was too powerful. Open it immediately. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to own the Titanic. Relevant credentials have been automatically stored in the system's warehouse. I'm going. Zhang Sanfeng swallowed his saliva. Hurriedly opening the system warehouse, he saw a thick pile of information. It was the purchase vouchers of the cruise ship. Because the Titanic belonged to the American Empire Company, the information was still bilingual. It was very formal. After taking out the purchase voucher, Zhang San Crazy was a bit embarrassed. What's the use of this? Is it to run away to become the king of thieves? But he didn't think much about it, and casually picked up his cell phone and contacted Wu Qingming, asking him to take back the cruise ship. Wu Qingming on the other side was quite surprised and said, Boss, you bought the Titanic? Well, I bought it when I was in a panic. You quickly go and take it back and put it under the name of Rongxing Hotel. I'm going to build it into a maritime hotel, and I'll leave it to you, Zhang San Crazy said indifferently. Hearing these words, Wu Qingming was stunned. To Zhang San Crazy's big spending, it refreshed the cognition again. Chapter 58 Confidence Group Scandal. Let him talk to me. After all, Titanic is a top-class cruise ship that is famous all over the world. All the facilities on the cruise ship are built according to the standard of 5-star hotels. Even the toilet is plated with 24K gold. It's such a huge thing. It was worth as much as a horrifying 8 billion renminbi. Zhang Sanfeng actually bought it because he was too busy. Bought it? There is no such thing as pretending. Fortunately, it wasn't the first time he had seen Zhang San Crazy's bravado, and after calming down, he said, Okay boss, I'll go do it now. After putting down his cell phone, Zhang San Crazy lay comfortably on the 10-meter-long sofa. Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly pushed a news. The city's well-known property company, Confidence Group, broke out in an incident where an employee assaulted a property owner. Looking at the news title, Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned. Wasn't the Confidence Group Su Ying's company? Then he also clicked into the video to see what was going on, only to see in the video several youths wearing security uniforms, wielding electric batons, punching and kicking a middle-aged man. The scene was chaotic, and there were sounds of shock. But when Zhang Sanfeng finished watching the video, his brows frowned slightly, because he realized that the video was a forgery. Since obtaining the Yin-Yang 5 Elements fist, he had some insight into this aspect. Those few security guards in the video were completely acting. The way they wielded the electric baton looked vicious, but the strikes were actually very small. Moreover, all of them avoided the vital parts. The middle-aged man who was beaten, needless to say, proper power acting, killing a crowd of popular fresh meat. If he didn't become an actor, it was simply a major loss for the movie and television industry. At the same time, the bottom of his heart was also a little puzzled. Who in the world faked the video? What's the purpose? And on the other side, the office of the president of Zhixin Group. Su Ying is wearing a professional suit. Dark small suit outlines a proud figure. Slender jade legs under the narrow skirt. Tightly taut black stockings. Small delicate feet stepped on a pair of high-heeled shoes. Exudes the unique charm of women in the workplace. At this time, her small hands lightly rubbed temples. White cheeks some anger. The cell phone placed on the desk. A middle-aged man's voice came out of the speaker. Mr. Su, have you considered it clearly? Confidence Group's reputation is stinking. Why don't you just sell it to me? It's better to recognize the time. Dragging it out will do you no good. This man is called Fong Cohen, the chairman of Anjia Property Group. He had long been eyeing the Confidence Group. Taking advantage of this opportunity,
He wanted to annex it in one fell swoop and become the largest property company in Jiangnan City in the process.
And Su Ying, who was sitting behind the desk, said in an angry tone, Fong Cohen, don't think I don't know that the video on the internet was faked by you. Let me make it clear. Even if Confidence Group goes bankrupt, I won't sell it to you. Seeing that he was poked and prodded, Fong Cohen on the opposite side simply stopped pretending and directly showed his cards. Mr. Su, you are a smart person. Think about it. When Confidence Group's stock falls below the starting price, do you think the shareholders will agree? At that time, I'm afraid it will be hard for you to disagree even if you want to. Hearing these words, Su Ying inwardly coughed. After all, what Fong Cohen said was not unreasonable. If the stock plummeted, the group's shareholders would definitely not agree, and would immediately sell them all in cash out. That was simply not something she could stop. Thinking of this, Su Ying clenched her pink fist and said angrily, Fong Cohen, you insidious villain. You only know how to use junior abusive tactics. You will get retribution for doing this. Hearing Su Ying say this, the opposite side of Fong Cohen, even more arrogant, sneered and said, retribution? Mr. Su, you are also too naive. Who believes in that stuff? Let's do it this way. I'll give you one afternoon. I hope you'll seriously consider it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Ying put down the cell phone, pursed her red lips slightly, and her small hand tapped the desktop uneasily. Obviously, the inner panic was like numbness. Just at this moment, the office door was pushed open. The assistant hurriedly walked in, panicking. Mr. Su, the heat of that video on the network continues to ferment, has topped the microblogging hot search list. The company's stock is almost wasted, only less than half of yesterday's, and the shareholders are in a great mood. Some have already started to sell their shares. Su Ying gently nodded and said, well, I know. You go out first. I want to be quiet. After the assistant went out, Su Ying sighed slightly. She had been in charge of Confidence Group for all these years, and had experienced many severe crises, but they were all resolved by her one by one. Only this time, I'm afraid that she was really stuck in a dead end. After all, the power of the internet was terrifying. Netizens only believed in what they saw. The video spread virally, even if the Believe Group issued an announcement to dispel the rumors. But, it's almost useless. Not only that, it will be labeled as a dead duck by the netizens. It will be even more devastating. However, at this time, Su Ying's beautiful eyes lit up and seemed to think of something. Hurriedly taking out her cell phone, her small face apprehensively dialed a phone. Villa 1 of Huading Manor. Looking at the incoming call notification, the corners of Zhang Sanfeng's mouth raised into a smile. This little girl, isn't she quite vindictive? Why did she remember me at this time? After saying that, he also picked up the phone. Hey, little Sua, why did you remember to call me today? Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. Of course he knew why Su Ying was looking for him, but it was a lot less fun if he agreed straight away. The Su Ying on the opposite side's small face reddened. What happened last time at the villa surfaced in her mind, and she couldn't help but shudder as she clenched her slender jade legs. Mr. Zhang, I have something I want to trouble you with. I don't know if you... Without waiting for Su Ying to finish, Zhang Sanfeng laughed and interrupted. What, Mr. Zhang? It's weird to hear. What is our relationship? How come the skirt disowns you once you flirt with it? Hearing these words, Su Ying's small face was scarlet, like a ripe peach. Her white shell teeth lightly bit her red lips as she shyly said, young master. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, alright, little Sua, what is it that you have? Say it. Su Ying also immediately told the matter, then shyly said, young master, can you help me? When a beautiful woman wanted to beg, Zhang Sanfeng naturally agreed. Especially, it was still the famous iceberg beauty of Jiangnan City who actually called him young master in the office. It would be very cool. Of course, I will definitely help. Send over your card number. Su Ying on the opposite side furrowed her pretty brows and said suspiciously, young master, what do you need my card number for? Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly. I'll use $30 billion to buy all the shares of your company. If Fong Cohen wants to acquire the Confidence Group, let him talk to me. Su Ying, who heard these words, looked stunned. Zhang San, no, young master, you're not kidding, right? After all, 30 billion was not a small amount. Even those top tycoons wouldn't be able to take out that much money in a moment. But, Zhang San crazy actually said it lightly. It was as if 30 billion was no different from $300 to him. It was just terrifying. Subsequently, she also immediately sent the card number over. After receiving the card number, Zhang San crazy casually transferred it to Jiang Bei. Let him transfer 30 billion to this account. After all, the more than $90 billion from the last sale of Tinglong Court still existed in the Rueda Group Company's account. Chapter 59, Jiang Bei's Extraordinary Means. Clueless Fong Qian. After receiving the card number, Jiang Bei also did not dare to delay for a moment.
immediately called the female secretary, in accordance with the meaning of Zhang Sanfeng, and the shareholders of the confidence group to negotiate. As soon as these shareholders heard that someone wanted to acquire the shares, the bottom of their hearts were happy. After all, the group's current situation, the stock price is like a roller coaster. One day a price, today it may still be worth $5, $6, tomorrow it will drop to $3, $8. As for the day after tomorrow, I don't know if it will fall below the starting price. Undoubtedly is a hot potato. I can't believe there's still a big shot who's buying up the shares now. Shareholders are scrambling to cash out and leave, fearing they'll be trapped if they're late. By then, it's too late to cry. Soon, the $30 billion deal was successfully completed. 70% of the shares of Zhixing Group were put under Zhang Sanfeng's name. As for the remaining 30%, it was in Su Ying's hands. She definitely won't sell. After all, Confidence Group was founded by her. From the initial 100 or so employees of the small company, step-by-step development into today's market capitalization of tens of billions of listed groups. Even if the company goes bankrupt, the shares in her hands become a piece of scrap paper. She had no complaints or regrets. What's more, now Zhang Sanfeng made a move. When she thought of his handsome face and off-key smile, Su Ying's delicate face surfaced with a touch of scarlet, sighed slightly and said, "What a complicated guy." And on the other side, Villa 1 of Huading Manor, Zhang Sanfeng also received a call from Jiang Bei. "Mr. Zhang, as per your instructions, I have just annexed 70% of the shares of the Confidence Group. What other instructions do you have?" Hearing this, Zhang San Crazy was a bit surprised. It was actually done so quickly. After all, it had only been half an hour since he had given the notice. He couldn't help but lightly nod his head and said with quite a bit of satisfaction, "Well done, Mr. Jiang. Next, use your connections to get all the real estate companies in Jiangnan City to cancel their cooperation with Injia Property." Hearing these words, Jiang Bei on the opposite side hesitated slightly. Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Are you unwilling, or can't you do it?" Jiang Bei hurriedly said, "You misunderstand. I am willing to do it, and I can do it. Just, Mr. Jiang, what concerns do you have directly?" Zhang San Crazy said indifferently. Jiang Bei paused for a moment before saying, "Mr. Zhang, if you do this, it's true that you can crush the Anja property, but you can treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Confidence Property staff beatings are making a lot of noise, so I do have an extraordinary means to solve this matter." "Extraordinary means?" Zhang Sanfeng came to be interested and said, "Oh, tell me, Mr. Zhang. In fact, I have just sent someone to check clearly. Those people in the video are Fong Cohen's cronies, and the middle-aged man who was beaten is his second uncle. I'll send someone right now to tie him up and record a clarification video." Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy raised an eyebrow. "A bit interesting, continue." Jiang Bei gave a bad smile and continued, "By the time Fong Cohen's backyard is on fire and he can't take care of himself, I will then unite all the real estate companies in Jiangnan City and cancel the cooperation with Anja Properties, and their stock price is bound to plummet. You take the opportunity to take the plunge, merge the two groups, and become the largest property group in Jiangnan City in the process." This, Zhang Sanfeng swallowed his saliva. Worthy of being an old fox who had been in the shopping mall for a long time, a dead chess game instantly came to life. For Jiang Bei's strategy, he was somewhat in awe, saying, "I like this extraordinary tactic of yours." Jiang Bei hurriedly said, "It's just a small carving skill. Mr. Zhang is overstating it. Only, the words of kidnapping people." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei laughed and said, "Mr. Zhang, this point you do not need to worry. Fong Cohen does not dare to call the police, and my men do things without a drop of water. This is not the first time they have done this kind of thing." Hearing this, Zhang San Crazy was relieved and said, "Okay, you go do it now. I want the result at night." After putting down his cell phone, Zhang San Crazy didn't worry about it. After all, Jiang Bei could become the boss of Rue de Group. There must be his reasoning. In this regard, it was not really good for him to intervene. Afterwards, he walked towards the balcony and leisurely lay on the rattan chair, enjoying the sunbathing and quietly waiting for the result. And on the other side, in Family Group Chairman's office, a middle-aged man with a big belly, his smile was full of smiles, and the few big gold teeth in his mouth were exceptionally bright. "Second uncle, your acting skills are really good. When we acquire the Confidence Group tonight, I'll arrange a general manager position for you." Fong Qian, who was sitting on the side, the same, was smilingly said, "Okay, I'll wait for your news. Right now I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "What is it?" Fong Cohen asked suspiciously. "I heard that the city has opened a new footbath city. I'll go to explore the wind, and then we'll have a place to hold a celebration banquet." After saying that, Fong Qian took the car keys and went downstairs to the underground parking lot, walked to the Cadillac parked there, was about to get on the car. A black commercial car sped up. The door opened and 5 or 6 youths came down. Before Fong Qian reacted, a burlap pocket covered down, followed by punches and kicks. Inside the paralyzed pocket, Fong Qian looked terrified, but still forced calm. Said, "Everyone good man, mix that road. Around my life, I have a lot of money. You say a number." The youths stopped. Fong Qian couldn't help but be happy and said, "All good men. I don't know what offended you, but we are all out to mix. There is no need to fight. You guys say a number. I will transfer money immediately." But immediately after, a storm of sticks fell down. Originally, they just went to the car to get tools. Fong Qian could not cry. He didn't even know who the other party was, and as soon as he came up, he was set into a burlap pocket. Paralyzed, a bunch of little yakuza. If you have the guts to beat me to death, if I still have a breath left, all of you won't be able to run away. Did Mr. Wang send you here? I really didn't want to sleep with his wife. It was his wife who seduced me, not Mr. Wang. Is it Pocky Chin? He owes me $200,000. Don't hit me in the face. Fong Qian brainstormed all the people he had offended, but they turned a deaf ear, until the linen pockets oozing blood. A youth squatted down and lifted the pockets. By this time, Fong Qian's face was swollen into a pig's head, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Good men, who exactly did you send here?" The youth sneered, grabbing Fong Qian's hair. His strength was amazing, directly lifting him up from the ground, saying, "Now what I say, you follow, or I'll throw you into the South Lake to feed the fish." The last person just because he didn't listen. Now the bones are probably not even found. Fong Qian nodded his head repeatedly, his entire body trembling as he said, "You say, I will definitely do as I am told." Seeing this, the youth took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Mr. Jiang, it's already done." "Mr. Jiang?" Hearing these two words, Fong Qian looked puzzled and said, "Jiang Bei, the chairman of Rue de Group? That's not right. I've never dealt with him, let alone offended him. Are you guys mistaken?" The youth looked ruthless and kicked up. "Tay mother asterisk. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You didn't offend Mr. Jiang, but you messed with someone you shouldn't have." Chapter 60, Merging into a New Company. Captain Justin calls. Messing with the wrong people? Fong Qian looked stunned and swallowed. Rue de Group has a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, and Jiang Bei is a famous asset predator. Stomping his foot, the entire Jiangnan city will tremble. A character more powerful than him. How terrifying energy should that be? However, at this time, in Jia Group chairman's office, Fong Kuan was still immersed in a beautiful dream, oblivious to the fact that a crisis had arrived. He looked at the dirt gold Rolex on his wrist, seeing that the time was almost up. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed Su Ying's number. "Mr. Su, I advise you not to make unnecessary struggles. When the acquisition is over, I can give you an executive president position. How about it?" Fong Kuan was filled with a lewd smile. After all, Su Ying was a notorious iceberg beauty in Jiangnan City. With her body and appearance, she was even more beautiful than a star. For such a great beauty, if she submitted to his feet, don't mention how refreshing it would be. At this point, Fong Kuan had already had an early cranial orgasm. Unexpectedly, Su Ying's icy voice floated out from the speaker. "Fong Kuan, people are doing, heaven is watching. Your retribution has come." Retribution? Hearing these two words, Fong Kuan laughed out loud and said, "Mr. Su is really a small woman, actually so naive. I only believe in becoming a king and losing. Obviously, you have lost now." "Oh, is that so?" Su Ying sneered and said, "Fong Kuan, take a look at your company's share price first. After that I hope you can still laugh." Fong Kuan frowned. Unknown to him, he opened his computer and logged into the stock website. Upon seeing the shocking green line, Fong Kuan's entire person swished and froze. The cold sweat on his back could not stop flowing down. The hand holding the mouse trembled erratically and roared like mad. "Stinking, what did you do?" Only to see on the screen, the stock price fell off a cliff. It had almost fallen below the starting price. If it continued to fall, I'm afraid it would be delisted and delisted. Just then, the office door was pushed open. A female secretary in high heels walked in, looking panicked. "Mr. Fong, it's a big deal. The real estate companies we've been working with have all cancelled their cooperation." "What?" Fong Kuan immediately stood up, his face pale. The female secretary paused and said, "The employees got wind of it and have all run away, and also moved the company's equipment away, saying that they used it to offset their wages." Hearing this sentence, the corners of Fong Kuan's mouth trembled, staring blankly at the female secretary, asking, "Why didn't you run?" The bottom of his heart could not help but be touched. There is true love on earth, but the words just fell. The female secretary stepped on high heels, striding with slender jade legs, towards the desk.
picked up a jade ornament on the table, then ran out of the office, only leaving behind a sentence. Mr. Feng, let's get together and part ways. This jade pendant will be my compensation. You also played with me for 3 years. No loss at all. Looking at this scene, Feng Kuan was dumbfounded. Can still play like this? At this moment, Feng Kuan's heart was dripping blood. Where was his previous arrogance? He tremblingly picked up his cell phone and said, Mr. Su, I admire your means. Only, can you let me die to understand? Just who has such great energy? Suing sneered and said, sorry, he doesn't want to disclose his name. Feng Kuan, is your group for sale? After all, Anja Group was a property company with the same volume as Confidence Group. Although it collapsed, a hungry camel is bigger than a horse. If the two groups merge, it will become the largest property group in Jiangnan City, with a market capitalization of over 60 billion. At this time, Feng Kuan looked at the green line on the computer screen that continued to go low. The eyes are lifeless, like a lost dog, becoming a king and losing. He has no other choice now, and with a slight sigh, he said, in that case, I'm sold. Mr. Su, I admire your tactics. The words of a man who is about to die are also good. Feng Kuan's words came from the bottom of his heart, but there are a few points of the Lord's sad style. Villa 1 of Huading Manor. Zhang Sanfeng had just finished sunbathing when his cell phone suddenly rang. Suing called. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile as he casually connected it. Young master, it's been done. The two groups have merged into one. Please also pick a name. At this moment, Suing did not have half the appearance of a high and cold goddess. Her voice was soft and moving, with a bit of flirtatious smile. After all, the $20 billion needed to acquire the Yin family group was also all provided by Zhang Sanfeng. The merged new group, he directly accounted for 85%, a well-deserved behind-the-scenes boss. Name? Zhang Sanfeng was a little difficult, and it came to the part he was least skilled at. Confidence, Anjia. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Little Su, why don't we call it the Jia Group? Hearing this name, Suing gently nodded and said, well, I'll listen to young master. Then, a blush appeared on her cheeks and she shyly said, young master, thanks for your help. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, that won't do. Young master, you don't agree? Suing froze and said, come to my house some other day. I'll treat you to sausages. Hearing these words, Su Ying's face was red, like a ripe peach. Well, all at young master's discretion. After putting down his cell phone, Zhang San crazy laid down on the sofa and was about to turn on the TV when another call came in. Looking at the caller alert, Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow. Foreign number? In the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. When did he know a foreigner? Just after connecting, broken Chinese came out from the speaker. Mud good, Mr. Zhang. Oh, it's Captain Justin. It's Manager Wu who gave the mud call. Hearing this sentence, Zhang Sanfeng was filled with black lines. When did he become Mr. Zhang? But the other party was a foreigner. Speaking Chinese like this was already very good, so he smiled and said, Captain Justin, you speak Chinese really well. It's just that my surname is Zhang. Zhang. Justin from the opposite side apologized and smiled, saying, I'm very sorry, Mr. Zhang. My grandfather was a Chinese, so I know Chinese, but I don't speak it very well, so please bear with me. Oh, your grandfather is a Chinese? Zhang Sanfeng was a bit surprised. Well, right, my grandfather was a sailor, followed the ship to the American Empire and met my grandmother. I respected him very much, so I also chose to be a sailor, Justin said with full of pride. In response, Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, very legendary story. I express my admiration. By the way, Justin, what is your business? Justin hurriedly said, ha, I almost forgot to get to the point. Mr. Zhang, you bought the Titanic and are now my boss. On behalf of the entire crew, I would like to express my sincerest greetings to you. It's just that now we've run into a problem. The port where the Titanic docks is paid by the hour, and we no longer have the money to renew the lease. What are your next instructions? Do we sail away, or do we remain docked? I'll be damned. This foreigner speaks in a set way. There's only one central point. There's no money left. After all, the Titanic is the most luxurious cruise ship in the world. One day's maintenance fee is sky high, not to mention the 3,000 sailors on board. A month's salary would be tens of millions of dollars. It was only at this time that Zhang Sanfeng realized, owning a cruise ship was only a superficial glory, but secretly it had to cost a lot of money. How about selling it? Chapter 61, pretending to be Xiao LA's boyfriend, low-key BMW youth. Boss, are you listening? Seeing that Zhang San crazy did not reply, Justin asked apprehensively. At this time, Zhang San crazy retrieved his thoughts and the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. the behemoth that was the Titanic. As the world's most luxurious cruise ship, a top-notch luxury item, selling it was definitely not a worry. As long as the news was released, there would immediately be a large group of tycoons that would rush to buy it. Justin, how about this? I'll transfer 1 billion to you to pay for the harbor mooring fees and crew wages. Then, I'm going to upgrade the Titanic as a whole, make it a super luxurious sea hotel, and give you 10% of the shares, and 100% control of the big ship. Only you have to make sure that the monthly revenue is proportional and can maintain the normal operation of the big ship. After all, in order to make a horse run you must feed it grass. This truth, Zhang Sanfeng still understood, especially with this kind of foreigner. It was better to talk about anything than interests. Justin, who was on the opposite side, looked slightly stunned. 10% of the shares, 100% control. He swallowed a bit and asked, "Boss, you're not joking, right?" "Of course, I will also give bonuses to the entire crew if the profit is sizable," Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. At this moment, Justin was ecstatic and said, "Mr. Zhang, you are truly the most generous boss in the world. I thank you on behalf of the entire crew. I am confident in completing the mission. Please believe in me." "Alright, that's it. I'll have manager Wu dock with you for the follow-up." After putting down the cell phone, Zhang Sanfeng secretly thought about finding a time to throw a party on the Titanic. Call Lin Chuxi, Xiao La, Wu Qingming and all these people over. After all, how meaningless it is to enjoy alone. Then, as usual, ordered takeout from Drunken Immortal House, and after eating, simply wash up and go straight to sleep. In the blink of an eye to the next day, another day off. Zhang Sanfeng curled up in the quilt, wanting to sleep comfortably. The cell phone suddenly rang, casually picking it up and glancing at it. "Making me a boyfriend?" Only to see on the screen, Xiao La sent a message. "Boss, my family arranged a blind date for me. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend to cope with it?" And on the other side, Forbidden Court, a high-grade residential neighborhood. Since Xiao La became the manager of the international trade, she earned a lot of money by relying on the monthly dividends, and was already considered a petty white-collar worker with a slight deposit. She also moved out of the Fuguang neighborhood immediately. At this time, she was sitting in front of her makeup mirror, talking to a middle-aged older woman on the phone. "Lara, your brother has already received the $200,000. It's just that the woman has made a new condition. She also needs a $100,000 small car. I discussed it with your father. You can just contribute $50,000. Hearing these words, Xiao La's white cheeks flashed a trace of helplessness. Sighing slightly, she said, "Mom, I know. I'll transfer it to my brother tonight." The middle-aged older woman on the opposite side instantly smiled with joy and said, "Okay, transfer it as soon as possible. Your brother's marriage can't be delayed." "Right, the blind date in the afternoon. You go through the motions on the line. We have already discussed with the other party's parents. Give 500,000 dowry. When the time comes, use this money to let your brother do some small business." Obviously, Xiao La's parents have put things arranged properly. Only, they didn't consider Xiao La's wishes. Xiao Hong was still saying, "Lara, the man's family is in the financial sector and has tens of millions of dollars in assets, so you can marry there and wait to be a rich wife, and then you can help your brother." "Mom, actually Lara, I'm telling you, a woman only has one chance to change her destiny, so you have to seize it. I was blind to see such a loser as your father. No matter what, this marriage is finalized." At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came out from the speaker. "Lara, your mom." But without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Hong ripped his voice out. You get lost and cook. Later on my son is coming back for dinner." The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. "Your mom is right." Hearing these words, Xiao La had no way to refute them and could only say, "Okay, Mom, I know. You two take care of your health. I'll hang up first." After hanging up the phone, Xiao La clicked on WeChat and saw a new message. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. The small white tender hand typed a line on the screen. "Well, thanks boss. At noon at Drunken Immortal House. I'll wait for you." Clicked send. Then put down the cell phone. The stunningly beautiful face in the makeup mirror surfaced with a charming smile. Ding dong. Zhang Sanfeng looked at Xiao La's reply. It didn't take it seriously either. Casually put down the cell phone, rolled up the quilt and fell asleep. Time passed little by little. Soon, it was noon. Zhang Sanfeng also got up and came to the check room. From the hundreds of pieces of designer clothing, he took down a Stulverst diamond-grade customized suit. After all, it was just pretending to be a boyfriend. There was no need to wear too high profile. This customized suit is low-key luxury. The general public can't see the price, but it gives people a feeling of great value. Then, put on polished leather shoes, out the door, came to the exclusive parking space,
took out the red flag S1 supercar, sat in the car, a foot throttle. Boom! The V12 engine roared. The sports car seemed like a wild horse that had taken off the reins, and whooshed out. And on the other side, outside the drunken immortal restaurant, a flirty red BMW convertible stopped. The streamlined body, the blue and white logo, and the dazzling convertible top were particularly eye-catching. The car was a civilian sports car under BMW. The appearance is exceptionally bluff, but the power is very weak chicken. 100 kilometers acceleration to be more than 10 seconds, belongs to the series of buying a car label to send a car. However, the little girl who just graduated that distinguish a look is BMW, or convertible version of the sports car, immediately on the road, properly flirting with the god car. At this time, the car door opened. Down a young man wearing a blue suit, holding a bouquet of roses in his hands, with a standard dude smile on his face. With a six-parent pace, he walked into drunken immortal house. He saw a woman sitting by the window, very smelly, and organized her hair. Afterwards, walked over and said, "Ms. Chow, my name is Wan Ming. The first time I met you, I was shocked by your beautiful face. This bouquet of full sky stars worth 999 yuan is for you. Flowers with beauty complement each other. I hope you like it." Xiaola smiled politely and said, "Mr. Wan, actually I wanted to tell you before you came." Without waiting for Xiaola to finish, Wan Ming waved his hand and said, "I know, you must think the drunken immortal restaurant is too expensive, but eating with such a beautiful lady like you, I'm willing to eat at any more expensive restaurant. Moreover, the spending of this place is just small money to me." Saying that, he lifted the suit, revealing the logo on the lining, and said, "The brand, Benelux, priced at 6,008. It's the cheapest suit in my closet, because I think as a man, connotation is very important. Appearance and these things I actually don't care." Xiaola was speechless and copped a smile. "Mr. Wan is really a low-key person, I actually want to say." Upon hearing this, Wan Ming became even more pleased with himself and waved his hand to call for a waiter. A hint of snap-dead rice. Chapter 62. Mr. Zhang, who ordered takeout, begs for a bookshelf, begging for a rush. "Sir, this is the menu, please take a look." A waitress came over. Wan Ming took the menu and skimmed it. "I never look at the menu when ordering. Serve all of your family's signature dishes." "Right, there's also crystal shrimp. I heard that it's drunken immortal house's top specialty, so I must have one." For a rich young man like Wan Ming who had a slight amount of money, the waiter had seen it so much that he was not surprised and smiled. "No problem, sir. I'll inform the kitchen. Only, the crystal shrimp is limited to 100 copies a day, and it's already sold out today." Upon hearing this, Wan Ming raised his eyebrows. "Oh, there's still this kind of rule. Alright, just serve the signature dish first." Saying that, he looked at Xiaola, revealing a charming smile and said, "I often come to this store, and I'm very familiar with the owner here. It's just that he doesn't seem to be here today, or else I'll definitely let you have the crystal shrimp." Then, made a self-considered handsome hair-touching gesture. "By the way, Ms. Chow, what did you want to say just now?" At this time, outside the drunken immortal restaurant, a red flag S1 supercar slowly stopped. The car door opened and down came a youth wearing a black suit. It was none other than Zhang Sanfeng. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the sharp-eyed car boy immediately greeted him and slightly bowed, saying, "Welcome sir to drunken immortal house. Let me help you park the car." Zhang San crazy threw the car keys to the car boy and casually drew out a handful of banknotes as he said indifferently, "Alright, keep an eye on my car. Don't let anyone scratch it." "Definitely, you take your time." The car boy's eyes went straight, slightly counting the banknotes. His gaze was shocked as he looked at Zhang Sanfeng's back. Then he looked at the red flag supercar on the side. Immediately, he understood that this person was by no means an ordinary rich young man, and also carefully parked the supercar into the parking space. Drunken immortal restaurant's takeout is often eaten, but the restaurant was still the first time. Zhang Sanji walked in, looking at the opulent decor. It exuded an ancient national flavor. It was as if he had traveled through 1,000 years in an instant and stepped into an ancient wine shop. In the bottom of his heart, he also marveled a little. Worthy of being a Michelin 5-star restaurant. This sense of atmosphere, simply absolute. At this moment, the waiter greeted him. Looking at the exquisite suit on Zhang San crazy, he also didn't dare to be negligent and said, "Sir, may I ask if you are the only one?" Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and said, "No, my friend has already arrived." As he was speaking, Xiao La's voice came, "San crazy, I'm here." At those words, he twisted his head. He saw Xiaola sitting at the table by the window, her small face beaming with smiles and waving her small hands. She wore a light blue knee-length dress today, the thin fabric outlining a proud figure. Her dark hair spread over her shoulders, and her white and moist jade-like little feet stepped on a pair of high heels. the beauty is unrivaled, as if the Moon Palace fairy descended to earth. And sitting there, Wan Ming, his face suddenly gloomy, his eyes exuded coldness as he stared tightly at Zhang Sanfeng, saying, "Ms. Xiao, who is he, Mr. Wan? I've just been trying to tell you that I have a boyfriend, but you kept saying it again and again, and I couldn't even get a word in," Xiao La said. Hearing this, Wan Ming was so angry in the bottom of his heart that he spat blood. The pussy he had just pretended to be. It was all for nothing. In fact, before he came, he had already seen Xiao La's picture. This is definitely the most beautiful girl he has ever dated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the effort to eat at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After all, the consumption of Drunken Immortal House, for a small rich second generation like him, it was also a considerable amount of expenses. At once, anger rose from his heart. Looking at Zhang Sanfeng, who was dressed in a miscellaneous suit, he sarcastically said, "Miss Xiao, with this kind of goods you can also look at him? Isn't he just a little taller than me? A little more handsome than me? A little more temperamental than me? I feel unworthy for you." This, Xiao La was speechless. "Believe it or not, I can immediately make him break up with you," Wan Ming sneered. He then stood up and spoke to the walking Zhang San crazy. "Kid, I'll give you $100,000 and stop pestering Ms. Xiao. I advise you to be a little self-aware. Is Miss Xiao a match for you? After all, a beautiful woman like Xiao La, there must be quite a few rich young masters pursuing them." In his eyes, the only reason why Zhang San crazy was able to catch up with Xiao La was definitely because he forced himself on her with his dead skin. Well, that was definitely the case. At this time, Zhang San crazy looked at Wan Ming with a flabbergasted face and asked, "Who is he?" "A blind date arranged by my family. I wanted to explain to him that I already have a boyfriend, but he never gave me a chance," Xiao La said in a hurry. Hearing this sentence, Zhang San crazy instantly understood. Since he was here to act, he frankly wrapped his arms around Xiao La's petite body and faintly said, $100,000. It's low, you can quote another number. At this moment, Xiao La leaned in his arms, feeling the resoundingly beating heart under the strong 8-pack abs. A flavor of testosterone hit her. The little face couldn't help but blush a scarlet red. Shy, it was as if the sky was on fire. Seeing this scene, Wan Ming stomped his foot and exasperatedly said, "Good boy, $100,000 is still too low. $150,000. I'll give you $150,000. You get out immediately." At this moment, the guests in the restaurant were all attracted and cast their gazes. "Oh, interesting, rich second generation stealing his girlfriend. Will that poor kid say yes? $150,000. I'm afraid he won't even earn that much money in a year. I think it's hanging. That little girl's body is not something that can be exchanged for $150,000. After all, the guests who could eat at Drunken Immortal House were either rich or noble. For this kind of bloodshed, they were not surprised and instead watched with interest. $150,000? Zhang San crazy raised his eyebrows and said, "Can you pattern open up a bit? A beauty like Lala is only worth $150,000 in your eyes?" A cold laugh followed, saying, "I'll say a number, 10 billion. What? What the hell?" Wan Ming instantly froze. 10 billion? All of his family's properties were sold, and he didn't even have 100 million. But when he saw Zhang Sanfeng's expression filled with ridicule, he was instantly furious and said, "Kid, are you kidding me?" Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "How can I say you're stupid?" Just seeing it, the restaurant guests saw the scene and unanimously let out snickers. This youth's means of playing tricks on people was masterful. Only that the other party was wearing a Benelux, and his family should be somewhat powerful. I'm afraid that youth has gotten into trouble. Ding, task has been refreshed. Acquire Drunken Immortal House. Just at this moment, the brain sounded a voice. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly and also turned his head, speaking to the waiter at the side. "Go tell your boss that the Mr. Zhang who ordered takeout is here." Mr. Zhang who ordered takeout? The crowd was stunned, their faces slightly puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Drunken Immortal House could still order takeout? The waiter who heard these words had a blank look on his face. Unbelievably, he looked at Zhang Sanfeng in surprise. "Are you the Mr. Zhang who spent $1 million to order takeout?" After all, Zhang San crazy would order takeout from Drunken Immortal restaurant every day. Over time, the entire restaurant's waiters all knew that there was a mysterious big brother who lived in Villa 1 of Huading Manor and loved their food very much. But who would dare to believe that that big brother was so young? He even personally visited Drunken Immortal House. In response, Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head gently and said, "It's me. Go call your boss over. I have something to discuss with him." Chapter 63, Innovative Dish 9 Turns of Fatty Intestine. Xincheng Law Firm. Wan Ming,
who was standing there, was first stunned. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, "Kid, you're quite capable of pretending. You actually dare to call the boss of Drunken Immortal House over. Laugh me to death." But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because a middle-aged man wearing a black suit hurriedly arrived. His brain was shiny, like a briny egg. "Mr. Zhang, I am Xia Yuanhai, the owner of Drunken Immortal House. I didn't know that you had come to visit, so I've missed out on welcoming you, so please be kind and bear with me." At this moment, Xia Yuanhai was also slightly shocked in his heart, even though he had already spoken to Zhang Sanfeng on the phone many times. When he saw him in person, he was also startled by the young appearance. A youth in his early 20s was actually living in Huating Manor's most prestigious villa number 1. Then how terrifying should the power behind him be? This kind of top-rich young man, it was definitely not something that he, a small restaurant owner, could offend. "No harm done, Boss Xia. Take care of this person. I don't want to see him in the restaurant," Zhang San crazy said indifferently. Yes, I'll kick him out," Xia Yuanhai said repeatedly. He then turned around and spoke to the restaurant security. "Didn't even hear what young Master Zhang said? Why don't you kick him out, blacklist him, and never allow him to set foot in Drunken Immortal Mansion?" Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. It instantly struck the top of Wan Ming's head. Instantly, he looked at Zhang Sanfeng in a sixfold daze. "Who exactly are you?" Zhang San crazy naturally wouldn't answer, because he had already been dragged out by 5 or 6 security guards, holding his body. At this time, Xia Yuanhai had an eager smile on his face and said, "Young Zhang, are you still satisfied?" Zhang Sanfeng gently nodded his head and asked, "Boss Xia, do you sell this restaurant?" "Sell the restaurant?" Hearing these words, Xia Yuanhai's face froze. This was because the Drunken Immortal restaurant was his life's work. Even if given more money, he would not sell it. Seeing this, the corner of Zhang San crazy's mouth raised a smile as he faintly said, "I am willing to spend $100 million to buy the Drunken Immortal House, and I will not interfere with the operation of the restaurant. Everything will continue as usual. You are still the boss in plain sight. Just report the revenue to my secretary every time." Although the tone of voice was flat, it carried an irresistible majesty. 100 million, like a deep water bomb, it exploded in the entire restaurant. The surrounding guests all looked shocked. After all, Jiangnan City is full of rich people, but there are definitely not many people who have $100 million in cash. What's more, all of them took it out to buy a restaurant. At this time, the guests realized, in front of the eyes of this somewhat handsome youth, the identity is absolutely not simple. Xia Yuanhai pondered for a moment, also clenched his teeth and said, "All right, since young Zhang has said so, I'll sell. Only, who is your secretary?" At this time, Xiao La's small face turned red and she said shyly, "I am the secretary." Looking at Xiao La's absolutely beautiful face, Xia Yuanhai was stunned for a moment. Worthy of being a top bigwig living in Villa 1 of Huating Manor, even the secretary looked so beautiful. Simply, it killed a bunch of popular stars. At the same time, in the bottom of his heart, he was also respecting Zhang San crazy more and more. Selling the restaurant to him was definitely not a loss. With such a big shot backing him up, Drunken Immortal Restaurant would only grow more prosperous in the future. "Alright, that's it. Arrange a table for us. I'm a bit hungry," Zhang San crazy said indifferently. After saying that, he took Xiao La's white tender little hand and walked into the elegant room. After sitting down, Xiao La's small face was scarlet, and she said shyly, "Boss, thank you." "I don't know how to thank you," Zhang San crazy revealed a smile. "There's no need to thank you. Who made us old classmates? Who will I help if I don't help you?" "Oh yeah, didn't you ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend for a day? How come you changed your mind so quickly?" Hearing these words, Xiao La's pretty face became even more flushed. The white jade-like small feet twisted restlessly. Her big watery eyes contained watery intentions as she said, "Boss, actually I can always." Just at this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Xia Yuanhai pushed the food cart and walked in, saying with a smile on his face, "Young Zhang, this is the crystal shrimp that I personally cooked. Please try it." After saying that, he lifted the lid of the pot. A plate of crystal clear shrimp was revealed. Zhang Sanfeng took a shallow taste. The flavor was really good. The white and tender shrimp meat was exceptionally refreshing. Paired with a few turquoise peas, the mouth lingered on. Worthy of being the headliner of Drunken Immortal House, it is just delicious. Zhang Sanfeng put down his chopsticks and said, "Boss Xia, this tongue delicacy shouldn't be sold in limited quantities. From today onwards, this dish can be ordered by anyone. After all, cuisine is for people to eat. Otherwise it didn't have any meaning of existence." Letting all the guests who loved food leave Drunken Immortal House satisfied, it was also a good thing to do. "Alright, I'll listen to young Master Zhang. I'll arrange it down here." Afterward, Xia Yuanhai brought out another dish and said, young Zhang, this is a dish that my disciple, based on the traditional dish 9 turns of fatty intestine, has innovated. Please taste it. Oh, innovative dish. Looking at the fatty pig intestines, a tawdry odor hit his face before he even ate it. Zhang San crazy frowned. Are you sure you can eat it? Xia Yuanhai smiled confidently and said, of course, this disciple of mine is a highly skilled cook, and is especially knowledgeable about innovative dishes. This 9 turns of fatty intestine. He got rid of most of the intestines off flavors, but intentionally kept some of them, in order to let you eat the original fat intestines. I go. This can still be intentionally preserved? Zhang San crazy swallowed his saliva and said, Boss Xia, did you taste it before it came out of the pot? Xia Yuanhai returned very honestly. No, but my apprentice brother tasted a piece, and the texture is exceptionally soft and exudes a unique flavor. This, Zhang Sanfeng had a black line on his face and said, why don't you taste it first? Xia Yuanhai didn't refuse. After all, he was also a bit curious, whether or not his disciple's craftsmanship had improved. Then he picked up his chopsticks, picked a piece and put it in his mouth, closing his eyes and savoring it. At once, his brows tightened. Young Zhang, I'll remove this dish. Then, he left the private room in a huff. The eyes of a person who wanted to knife someone could not be hidden. Immediately after, a variety of delicacies were served on the table, and a tantalizing smell filled the private room. Only at this time did Zhang San crazy look at Xiao La and said, Xiao La, what did you want to say just now? No, nothing. Xiao La's small face turned red and she hurriedly said, ding, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level treasure chest. Put it in the warehouse or open it immediately. Open it immediately. Zhang San crazy said without thinking. The low-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to own the Xincheng law firm. Law firm? Zhang San crazy could not help but be delighted. Xincheng law firm, Jiangnan City's ace team of lawyers. The owner, Qi Heng, was a well-known lawyer in the industry, with a terrifying 80% success rate in litigation. They were nicknamed the Jiangnan Pizza Hut. If they were to run into them in court, it would be enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Just such an awesome team now belonged to Zhang San crazy. In the bottom of his heart, he was also a bit elated. After all, he had a bit too many industries, and it was inevitable that he would get into lawsuits, as well as a series of problems with the distribution of equity. A lot of troubles would be solved if there was a Pacific law firm. Xiao Lara, are you full? Chapter 64, Chen Wanting's little cousin. The hands of the unorthodox divine doctor. Well, boss, I'm already full. Alright, I'll send you home. Xiao La hurriedly waved her hand, her small face scarlet and said, no need. I have a movie date with my girlfriends. Girlfriend? The corner of Zhang San crazy's mouth raised a smile. The class flower's bestie. Her looks would definitely not be too bad. After all, things come in groups. Good-looking beauties were naturally unwilling to get mixed up with ugly girls, afraid of losing face. Thinking of this, Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, okay, then you go first. I will invite you guys out to play some other day, so we can all get to know each other and be friends. Okay, boss, I'll leave first. After Xiao La left, Zhang San crazy called Xia Yuanhai and explained something. He was also ready to return to the villa. However, just at this time, a young man in a black suit walked over, bowed slightly, and said, Mr. Zhang, my young lady would like to meet with you. Looking at the suited youth in front of him, Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously, who is your family's young lady? The youth revealed a smile and said, last time at the Western restaurant in the China World Trade Center Mall, my family's young lady gave you a bottle of Snowy Peak champagne. Do you still have an impression? Oh, so that bottle of wine was sent by your lady. Zhang Sanfeng was quite surprised. After all, the value of that bottle of Snowy Mountain Peak champagne was not considered expensive. But, the hidden legend behind it, it was very rare. After taking it back to the villa, Zhang San crazy also treasured it. Since others were so sincere, there was no reason for him to refuse. Alright, take me to see your lady. Soon, it was time to arrive at a luxurious elegant room in drunken immortal tower. A graceful silhouette stood by the window. The young girl was tall, wearing a clean white dress. Her jade legs were bare, well-proportioned and plump, and her small white jade-like feet stepped on a pair of crystal high heels. The entire person's temperament was outstanding, and could be called a stunning beauty. Seeing her back, Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows, and there was a familiar feeling in his heart. Yet, he could not recall where he had seen her before. Mr. Zhang is already here. The young girl gently turned around, her fair face revealing a smile as she stretched out her icy white jade hand and said, Mr. Zhang, my name is Chen Yanji. This is my first time meeting you. Please take care of me. How? Upon seeing the maiden's unrivaled beauty, Zhang Sanfeng froze, because this young girl's looks were very similar to Chen Wanting who lived in Villa 2.
Simply, it was carved out of the same mold. Even the aura of elegance and purity on her body was just like the same. Only, this young girl is slightly younger. Look at the appearance, as afraid just over 18 years old. The pink face was still a bit tender, like a porcelain doll. Ms. Chen, what are you looking for me for? Zhang Sanfeng was puzzled. Mr. Zhang, I heard my sister say that you know medical skills. I had wanted to find a time to pay a visit to my home, but I just happened to run into it today, so forgive my abruptness. Chen Yinji's beautiful eyes were like a jasper with flowing light, especially, seeing Zhang San Crazy's handsome face. Under her slightly bulging breasts, that little heart fluttered. Oh, what kind of disease has your family gotten? Zhang Sanji came to be interested. No, you've misunderstood. It's not my family, but I've gotten sick. Chen Yinji hurriedly said. Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows and was surprised. Miss Chen has a disease? At this time, the suited youth standing there explained. Mr. Zhang doesn't know. My young lady has been cold and weak since she was young, and has been admitted to the ICU intensive care unit on several occasions, but the hospital has been unable to check the cause of her illness. Please also raise your hand and save my young lady. Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy's complexion froze. It would be a shame for such a great beauty to have a terminal illness. He smiled faintly and said, Miss Chen, I only know a little bit about medical skills. Since you believe in me, you can try instead. At those words, Chen Yinji's beautiful eyes lit up and said, Then, thank you Mr. Zhang. Then, the people in the elegant room retreated. Chen Yinji plopped down on the sofa, her small face scarlet as she said, Mr. Zhang, please start. Well, you close your eyes, Zhang San Crazy said. After all, he didn't know after using the divine doctor's hand, what peculiar things would happen. Afraid of scaring the young girl, close your eyes? Chen Yinji's small face was stunned. However, when she saw his sincere eyes, she did not hesitate and did as she was told. Only then did Zhang Sanfeng squat down. He activated the divine healer's hand. Instantly, his body trembled as a gas erupted from his body. The palm of his hand involuntarily reached towards Chen Yinji's back. The moment it made contact, one could only feel that it was very smooth and tender, as if water could come out with a pinch. Ding! Divine doctor's hand used successfully. Cause of illness being detected. Detection successful. Body cold disease. Cure rate 80%. Please caress the patient's thighs. I'm going. Is this system a serious system? Caressing Chen Yinji's thigh, the corners of Zhang Sanfeng's mouth twitched slightly. Nima, is this healing or mooching? However, on second thought, saving someone's life was better than building a 7-story pagoda, so he was also giving it a go. That, Ms. Chen, your disease can be cured. It's just that it will be a bit exciting later. Chen Yinji said with a doubtful face. Mr. Zhang, can it really be cured? Well, it can indeed be cured. Just, before Zhang Sanfeng finished, Chen Yinji tightly closed her beautiful eyes, her white shell teeth lightly biting her cherry lips and said, Then you start. I'm not afraid of pain. Zhang San Crazy's head was filled with black lines. This is not a question of pain or not. But, never mind. Since Chen Yinji didn't have any concerns, he didn't hesitate anymore. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his hand. It touched towards the jade leg that was as white as jade, polished and well-proportioned. The moment he touched it, Chen Yinji's pretty eyebrows frowned, and a tingling sensation ran through her heart. In a flash, a blush surfaced on her cheeks. Ding! Remind the host that you touched the wrong leg. Touching the left leg is effective. Nima. Zhang Sanfeng almost exploded the nationalist. The right leg doesn't work. You still have to touch the left leg. These are all long white legs. That one doesn't work? But he also sighed helplessly and touched the other leg. Aha! Chen Yinji's body trembled. There was some doubt in her heart. Why is he touching my leg? And, to touch it differently? Her small face turned red and she said shyly, Mr. Zhang, are you really healing? Not doing anything else? Zhang San Crazy frankly said, Of course, don't move around. You'll be fine in no time. Feeling the fluffy, slippery touch coming from the palm of his hand, his heart was also soothed. This system was playing with perversity. Only, he liked it a lot. Ding! Treatment has begun. Progress 10%. The elegant room was surprisingly quiet. The sound could be heard even if a pin was dropped. Chen Yinji's fair little face was shy and red. For a moment, she buried her head into the sofa's pillows. It was the first time she was touched by a man, especially in such a sensitive place. At the same time, it was felt that Zhang Sanfeng's hand was unusually warm. It was as if a stream of warmth had traveled into her delicate body. It flowed upstream along the blood vessels and flowed to every part of her body. At that moment, Chen Wanji's entire body was flowing, only feeling comfortable. Only, the posture of the two was more or less ambiguous. Ahem, Ms. Chen, what is your relationship with wanting?
Zhang Sanfeng asked. Aha. Chen Yingji gave a petulant gulp. Her face flushed as she said, she's my sister. It's just that I live in Magic City, and this time, I came to Jiangnan City to play. The Chen clan group had huge assets spread across the country. Above the second-tier cities, there were basically family branches, only that the headquarters was in Jiangnan City. Chapter 65. The upper beam is not correct. The lower beam is crooked. Encountering Ternenra Dehan again. Oh, so they are sisters. No wonder they look so similar. Zhang San crazy pondered. The force of his palm was much greater. Hiss. Chen Wanji screamed in pain. Mr. Zhang, you're pinching me. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Zhang Sanfeng came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. No, I don't blame you. Chen Wanji's face turned red, feeling that warm palm. Her heart was also tingling with the throbbing of a deer in headlights. Ding! Progress 100%. Treatment completed. At this moment, the brain suddenly sounded. Only then did Zhang San crazy reluctantly let go of his hand and smiled. MS. Chen, your illness has been cured. Hearing these words, Chen Wanji was slightly stunned. Cured from a thigh disease by touching it? This seemed a bit metaphysical color, but at this time, she really felt much more comfortable in her body, as if there was a warm current flowing through her body. The beautiful eyes couldn't help but float brightly. Sister is right. It's really a mysterious person. At this time, Chen Wanji's servant also entered the elegant room. The young man in the suit saw a reddish handprint on her white jade-like thigh. At that moment, his expression froze. Was it really healing just now? Chen Wanji also realized it, and a blush appeared on her pink little face. Hastily, she reached out and lifted the hem of her skirt down to cover her well-proportioned and slender jade legs. Mr. Zhang, thank you. I will definitely treat you well when you arrive in Magic City in the future. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng also smiled brightly and said, a small matter. No need to thank you. If Ms. Chen has nothing else to do, I will take my leave. After exchanging contact information, Zhang San crazy also left the Drunken Immortal restaurant, walking towards the red flag Supercar S1 parked outside the restaurant. But right at this moment, he stopped in his tracks and was shocked by the scene in front of him, only to see a bratty little kid standing by the side of the sports car, holding a small car model in his hand, hanging out a few scratches on the hood of the red flag S1. Simply shocking. Next to it stood a flamboyantly dressed woman, with a strong perfume odor permeating her body. Yeah, son, why did you scratch someone else's car? Quickly put the little car away. But the little kid didn't listen and was still playing there, forgetting about it. Instantly, a few more scratches were added to the shiny car paint. The woman saw this, and did not stop, holding a cell phone giggling and happy. I go. Zhang Sanji was flabbergasted. As a parent, shouldn't it be managed? You know, that red flag S1 supercar is priced at 80 million, limited to 10 units nationwide. He had spent $160 million to purchase it. He parked it outside his restaurant, and it was scratched by a bratty kid? The point is, his parents are right next to him. Who could stand that? If the brat doesn't discipline him now, he'll be fine when he grows up. Instantly, Zhang San crazy's anger rose from his heart, and he walked over with an icy expression. Stop playing with your cell phone. Your son scratched the car. Didn't you see it? Who are you? How do you talk? My son has a decent character. How could he scratch a car? Besides, what qualifications do you have as a security guard to be in charge of this? The woman hurriedly took the little kid by the hand and said with a mocking face. Obviously, she took Zhang San crazy as a restaurant security guard. This, Zhang Sanfan raised his eyebrows. It was truly true that the kind of mom you have, the kind of son you have, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. He didn't say much as he took out his car key and pressed it. Drip! The sharp lights of the red flag S1 flashed twice. Then, Zhang San crazy also said coldly, stinking bitch, you're in trouble. This car is priced at $160 million. On the few scratches that your son scratched, the paint repair will at the very least take a few $1,000,000. And there is also a vehicle depreciation fee. You do the math yourself. How much does it cost? The woman standing there was instantly filled with shock. 160 million. Are you kidding? Can a stinking security guard afford it? Right at this moment, the car boy who had previously helped Zhang San crazy park the car came over and said with a deep bow, Boss, it's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on your car. Seeing this scene, the woman was so scared that her legs went weak and she was nearly paralyzed. The smelly security guard in his mouth. It was actually the boss of Drunken Immortal House. For a moment, her face was full of accompanying smiles as she said, My son is still young and doesn't know any better. You're so rich, so don't bother about this. Oh, son is still young? Hearing these words, Zhang Sanfeng sneered and said, He is a little kid who doesn't know any better. Could it be that you are too? Moreover, I paid for this car, and it was deliberately damaged by your son. Why should I forgive you?
At this time, the surrounding passers-by were attracted and cast their gazes. Pointing at the woman and the brat, they said, "Right, that car was bought by someone's little brother, so since it was scratched, he must have to pay for it. That little brother is rich, but it's not like he's a big injustice. This little kid is too stubborn. If he dares to scratch a car now, he will dare to blow up an aircraft carrier later. I suggest sending him to a juvenile detention center. I'm also in favor of this. This car must be compensated. It can't just be left alone." Hearing people around her say this, the woman completely broke down. She tremblingly picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. "Hey, husband, our son has been wrongly accused. Come here quickly." "What? Dare to bully my son? Tired of living? I'll be right over." A man's angry voice floated out from the speaker. "Wrongfully accused?" Zhang Sanfeng sneered. There was surveillance right outside the restaurant, and the scene of the brat scratching the car was captured clearly. He wasn't afraid to deny it. Soon, a white Ternan Lamazoo crooked sped up. The car door opened. Down a bare-chested middle-aged man. The little kid immediately ran over and pointed at Zhang Sanfeng. "Dad, he's the one who wronged me." The middle-aged man was filled with anger and twisted his head around. Paralyzed. "Dare to bully my son? You are looking for." But when he saw Zhang Sanfeng, the entire person instantly froze, and cold sweat swished out of his back. "It's you!" Zhang San Crazy was also a bit surprised, because this middle-aged man was the man who had previously driven a Ternan Lamazoo crooked and crashed his Rolls-Royce 24K gold men's bicycle. "Dad, he wronged me. You quickly teach him a lesson." The little kid flaunted his arms and said. The middle-aged man slapped his ear. "Little brat, kneel down and apologize." Although he didn't know who Zhang San Crazy was. But did it matter? It didn't matter. Riding a $3 million bike down the road was enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. This red flag S1 supercar costs tens of millions of dollars. He can't afford to lose his family's money even if the paint is just a little bit off. The little kid's eyes were starry. He sat on the ground and bawled. "Daddy is bad. Daddy bullies." At this time, the woman walked over and pulled a loud voice. "You dare to hit my son? I'll fight you." The middle-aged man slapped the woman's face and said angrily, "Do you know how to educate your offspring? What kind of son have you spoiled? Now that you've caused trouble, let me wipe your ass. Stinking, old me is going to divorce you." Seeing this scene, there was a sigh of relief from the people around. The woman instantly panicked. She was just a foreign working girl who had only lived a rich life after she fell for the middle-aged man. Now the middle-aged man wanted to divorce her. This meant that everything she had would be completely lost. "I was wrong. I will never favor that little brat again." After saying that, he also kicked out. The little brat cried even louder. "Quickly apologize to this gentleman." Chapter 66, a voice from Jiangwon. "My industry is a little too much. I'm sorry." The woman also didn't dare to resist in the slightest and said repeatedly, "It's me who didn't educate my son well, so please forgive us and let us go as if we were a fart." In response, Zhang Sanfeng sneered, "And didn't overthink it. Alright, this matter ends here. Go back and manage your son properly." After saying that, he got into the car without looking back. A foot stepped on the gas pedal. The red flag S1 supercar erupted into a beastly whine and whooshed onto the road. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Reaching out, he lifted the collar of the little kid and gritted his teeth. "Give me home. Today I'm going to loosen your skin." Listening to this tone of voice, I'm afraid that a mixed-gender beating would be unavoidable. The little brat howled, "Dad, I'll never be naughty again." 10 minutes later, outside Villa 1 of Huading Manor, a sports car slowly stopped. Zhang San Crazy got out of the car and was about to return to the villa. The cell phone placed in his pants pocket suddenly rang. Taking it out, he glanced at the caller notification. An unfamiliar number. Couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and also connected it. "Hello, who is it?" The person on the other side paused for a moment before a voice came out of the speaker. "Hello Mr. Zhang, this is Chi Hong from the Xincheng law firm. You've just wholly annexed the firm. Is there something going on?" The faithful sincere law firm. Inside a luxurious office, Chi Hong sat behind his desk, his face apprehensive, cautiously testing the waters. After all, as the topmost solicitors firm in the city of Pacific Ocean, with a market capitalization of $600 million, with hundreds of employees, there were a dozen senior lawyers in the industry, and any case they were involved in had a horrifying 80% win rate. Now they were actually acquired by a wholly owned company. Chi Hong thought that the one who acquired them must be a business big shot, definitely no less than 40 years old. But after hearing Zhang Sanfeng's voice, his heart was stunned. It was too young. "Well, it's a bit of a matter. I have too many industries. I need a team of lawyers to handle things. I can't say it clearly on the phone. You guys come to my house." At this time, Zhang Sanfeng had already entered the villa, lazily lying on the Becker Imperial sofa. "Okay Mr. Zhang, do you have time this afternoon? Where are you staying?"
Well, there is time. Villa 1 of Huading Manor, Zhang Sanji casually said. Shi Hong on the opposite side was slightly stunned. There was no mistaking it. Huading Manor, that was the top villa area that boasted the world. Not to mention the most honorable villa number 1. The price of 1 square meter is as high as 1 million. The total value is over 1 billion. This is what the top god's rich. At this moment, Shi Heng's throat went dry and he lost his voice. Mr. Zhang, please wait, we'll be right over. Hanging up. Hang up? I'll go. Do big brothers talk so grounded? Shi Hong swallowed and calmed down a bit before hastily calling the backbone of the firm and hurriedly heading to Huating Manor. After putting down his cell phone, Zhang San Crazy suddenly remembered something. Casually, he dialed the number of the janitor's office. After all, the Mercedes that Suing drove last time was stopped. I'm afraid that Shi Hong and the others, the treatment was no better. Just at this moment, WeChat received a message. Stinking rascal, come pick me up at Fairview Villa tomorrow at 1500 hours. We'll go buy a car. Fairview Villa. Inside a luxurious villa, Jiang Wen was wearing a loose pajamas, revealing a young girl's delicate white collarbone. Her slender and well-proportioned jade legs were bare, her small feet tucked in her off shoes. Beautiful eyes looked at the cell phone screen. What stinking hooligan. Call me Brother San Crazy and I'll compensate you for your car. At this moment, Zhang San Crazy had a happy face and was also trying to tease the young girl. Jiang Wen's fair little face was a bit irritated. However, Zhang San Crazy's handsome face surfaced in her mind. Instantly, the corner of her mouth raised a wry smile, directly recording her voice. She said in a fluffy voice, Brother San Crazy, will you accompany me to the car show tomorrow, please? Voice? Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows. Uncertainly, he clicked listen. When the young girl's crispy and numb, petulant voice rang out, he almost didn't hold the phone steady. I'm going. This little ninny is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. What kind of high cold goddess is she pretending to be? Only, with a burst of relief in his heart, he also replied, okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Seeing this reply, Jiang Wen put down her cell phone, her small mouth muttering a sentence. Stinking rascal, see how I'll clean you up tomorrow. However, just at this time, the gate of Huading Manor, a Volkswagen Phaeton sedan slowly drove up. The security guard in the gatehouse immediately stood up and said, private territory. Idle people please do not approach. Don't block the road. Drive away immediately. It had to be said that this security guard was very dedicated. Shi Hong rolled down the window and awkwardly said, Mr. Zhang invited us here. Mr. Zhang? The security guard looked stunned and quickly asked, the Mr. Zhang who lives in Villa 1? Well, it should be him. At this moment, the security guard also did not block the way, raising the stop bar and bowing slightly, saying, please enter. Shi Hong was sweating, but he didn't count on it much. After all, this was his duty. With that, he started the Volkswagen sedan and drove into the Huading Manor. The scenery outside the car window was picturesque. The vast and boundless Golfora, the leafy sky trees. For a moment, it was as if he had stepped into a dreamy country. The few people inside the car were also ruthlessly shocked. At the same time, there was some anticipation for Zhang Sanfeng. Exactly what kind of top tycoon could only live in Villa 1 of Huading Manor? Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhang Sanjian walked over and opened the door. He saw 3 men and 1 woman standing outside the door, all wearing neat suits. Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Chi Hong from the Reliance Law Firm. This lady is our head of affairs, Shen Bingbing, and these 2 men are assistants called. Zhang San Crazy sized up the 4 people and said with a faint smile, coming quite fast, come in. The few people walked into the villa and saw the luxurious decor. The bottom of their hearts were shocked to the extreme. Just that Becker Imperial class sofa in the living room alone. 1 meter would cost 7 digits, a whole 10 meters long. Simply, trenchless. All sit down. Right, what are you guys drinking? Zhang San Crazy casually said. A few people were tense in their hearts and sat down in a fidgety manner. Mr. Zhang, we'll drink whatever you drink. Oh, Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, alright, I usually drink Romane Conti, and sometimes I change my tastes and drink Cabernet Sauvignon. By the way, you guys drove here? Shi Hong hastily nodded and said, well, we drove here. Zhang San Crazy put the bottle of red wine in his hand down and said, drinking is not driving. Driving is not drinking. I have sodas here, 1 for each person. Saying that, he took out 4 bottles of cola from the refrigerator. I go. The corners of several people's mouths trembled slightly. Big brother actually drinks Fat House Happy Water? It ruthlessly refreshed their knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. There was no refusal either, and they all took the cans. Everyone, don't be nervous. I acquired your firm mainly because there are a bit too many industries and a lack of legal counsel, Zhang San Crazy said indifferently. For a moment, several people looked stunned. Acquiring a top firm for a lack of legal counsel? That wasn't wanting to eat fried potatoes, just by the Siberian plateau? It would be very grandiose. Mr. Zhang, in this aspect of law, we are professionals. In Jiangnan City, Faithful Pacific Law Firm has a good reputation. May I ask what industries you have under your name? Let's make a backup. Chapter 67, Refurbishment needs $1 billion. Driving slower is hard for me. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's easygoing tone, Shi Heng's few people also lost their earlier nervousness. In the bottom of their hearts, they couldn't help but have some admiration, worthy of being a hidden big brother. It was different from those arrogant and domineering thugs. At this moment, Shen Bingbing took out her laptop and opened the memo, saying, Mr. Zhang, go ahead. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, there is only one international industry, an American Empire cruise ship Titanic. Titanic. At this moment, Shen Bingbing raised her head, her beautiful eyes bursting with astonishment. Mr. Zhang, you are talking about the world's most luxurious cruise ship, the Titanic? What's wrong? Doesn't this count as an industry? Zhang Sanfeng was puzzled. Of course it counts. You continue. Shen Bingbing trembled her small hand and typed Titanic in the memo. There are a bit too many industries in the country. Let me think about it. After all, the system rewarded a company every other day. Over time, even he couldn't remember how many industries were under his name. After contemplating for a moment, he faintly said, Rongsheng Hotel, China World Trade Center Mall, Chanlong Happy World, 51% of the shares of Ruide Group, 85% of the shares of Jijia Group, 60% of the shares of Dingshen Group. It seems that's all. The moment these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent. Very still. Quiet. There is no mistake. The corners of Qi Heng's mouth trembled as he swallowed. Each group, all the leaders in their respective fields, the famous giant companies in Jiangnan City. Surprisingly, all of them belonged to this new boss of his family. Simply appalling. Moreover, listening to his tone, it seemed that owning these groups was not something worth bragging about. Right at this moment, Zhang San Crazy suddenly remembered something. Right, there are also 100 suites in Shihumingdu, and the entire neighborhood of Tunglong Court. After all, compared to those conglomerates, these two properties rather seemed less important. Zhang San Crazy also didn't remember them for a while. At this time, Shi Han was already astonished. The bottom of his heart sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his tone trembled as he said, Mr. Zhang, Tinglong Court is your property? Ever since the municipal government decided to vigorously develop the Beihai district, Tinglong Court had become the hottest property in Jiangnan City, with housing in short supply. It was sold out after just one day of opening. What's wrong? Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical of their level of professionalism. Shouldn't lawyers be mature and steady? Why were they so startled? No, nothing. You continue. Shi Hen calmed down. In his heart, he reassured himself. This was the big brother who lived in Villa 1 of Huading Manor. It wasn't strange at all. There's not much else. Just the recent acquisition of a bar and drunken immortal house, as well as your Xincheng law firm. That's all. Did you write it down? Zhang San Crazy casually said. At this time, Shen Bingbing's heart had long been numb, her small hand typing dumbly. Being asked by him like this, she also immediately replied back. Mr. Zhang, it's all been written down. Do you have anything else to add? Not for now. I will notify you when there is a new company in the future. The system moved to reward him with a new company. Words couldn't be too full right now, but Qi Heng's face muscles trembled when he heard this. What he understood was that Zhang San Crazy wasn't satisfied with this and would annex other companies in the future. For a moment, it only felt like there was a lot of pressure. After all, this one was a hefty conglomerate. Their workload must have skyrocketed. Afterwards, Shi Hong respectfully said, Mr. Zhang, we've taken note of it all. Is there anything else you wish to order? Zhang Sanfeng nodded and said in a deep voice, for today's conversation, you guys better keep your mouths shut. I don't want others to know that I have so many industries. Although his tone was flat, it exuded an irresistible majesty. Qi Heng's several people were stunned, shocked to the core. It was too low-key. If it was anyone else, owning so many industries at the same time, they would have already floated to the sky. But, Zhang Sanfeng actually deliberately hit it, worthy of being a big brother. The pattern was just big. At this moment, Shi Hong nodded repeatedly and said, Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, we are a professional team and will definitely not leak. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng was quite satisfied and smiled. Alright, that's it. Qi Heng's few people stood up and bowed slightly, saying, Mr. Zhang, then we will go back to work first. After they left, Zhang Sanfeng walked towards the villa's balcony and stretched his waist. It only felt relaxed. Casually picking up his cell phone, he glanced at the newly received message. I'm going. It takes 1 billion to remodel the Titanic?
Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow and dialed Wu Qingming's number.
Boss, I just inquired about the price. If the Titanic is upgraded and remodeled as a whole, replacing it with a state-of-the-art power system, a conservative estimate is that it would require 1 billion.
I don't think it's necessary to spend that kind of money.
The big ship is already luxurious now. After all, although the Titanic was the most luxurious cruise ship in the world, it could be constructed in the last century.
In these few short decades, technology was changing rapidly.
Under the ravages of time,
many of the facilities on board had aged, and the power system was very backward.
Sailing speed than the current cruise ship, it lagged behind by a large margin. Since this was the case,
Zhang Sanfeng did not hesitate and immediately said,
Manager Wu,
I'll give you twice the budget.
Use the top-of-the-line materials for the remodeling, but it must be completed within 1 month. Double the budget? That's 2 billion renminbi. The Titanic was only worth 8 billion.
To use a quarter of its value for remodeling, this was also too luxurious.
The opposite party, Wu Qingming, said in succession, Boss, if there is a 2 billion budget,
I can guarantee completion within 1 month.
Alright, I'll transfer it to you. After transferring the account,
Zhang Sanfeng put down his cell phone and lazily lay down on the rattan chair,
enjoying the sunbathing. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At the entrance of Huading Manor,
a red flag S1 scurried out and sped on the busy roads of Jiangnan City.
10 minutes later, outside the Fairview Manor,
the sports car slowly stopped. On the side of the road stood a young girl with a tall figure.
It was Jianwen.
She wore a loose pink shirt, tight jeans that outlined her long and well-proportioned jade legs, and white and delicate little feet with a pair of black boots. The sunlight sprinkled on her body,
revealing her white and red skin,
and the whole person was full of youth.
Zhang Sanfeng's complexion was stunned.
This well-behaved and innocent young girl in front of him,
was it really the valiant Jianwen who wore a tight leather jacket that night? After changing her clothes, it was like a little neighborly girl. What are you looking at? Quickly drive to the car show. Jianwen pulled open the car door with a big grin, unceremoniously sitting in the passenger side.
Her small mouth muttered,
You have to pay for whatever car I buy today. Alright, you sit tight.
Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly.
Then, a foot stepped on the gas. The sports car whooshed out, with a speed of 2.9 seconds at 100 kilometers. The seatbelt strangled on Jianwen's breasts at once, showing off the plump, full mountains. It was just tantalizing. Jianwen's small face suddenly turned white, her small hands tightly tugging on the seatbelt, trying to loosen it a bit, but because that thing was too big, plus the speed of the car was too fast, the seatbelt didn't move at all. It was almost strangled and deformed. Don't drive so fast. It's hard for me. At this time, Jianwen's small face was scarlet.
Feeling the foreignness in her chest, it was as if there was a pair of hands squeezing it to death. There was also a tingling sensation in the bottom of her heart. One could not help but clamp her legs. Zhang Sanfeng raised an eyebrow and queried,
Where is it hard? Right at this moment, the sports car pressed through a speed bump, and the car shook violently twice. The seatbelt strangled tighter.
It plunged deep into the mountains.
Ah! Jianwen let out a cry. Her face was shy and red,
and her beautiful eyes looked at Zhang Sanfeng angrily.
He must have done it on purpose. Chapter 68. This car lights are very round and big. Ferrari 250 GTO. Admittedly,
Zhang Sanfeng really didn't know what had happened.
He looked at Jianwen's flushed face and wondered, Are you uncomfortable? At this point, Jianwen was already too shy to speak. The small hand tugged at the seatbelt.
Her beautiful eyes were watery as she looked at Zhang Sanfeng.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Sanfeng immediately understood and stepped heavily on the brakes.
The high-speed sports car violently stopped. A powerful impact came crashing down.
Because of inertia, Jianwen's entire body tipped forward, plump, round, and full. Instantly, dented from the center, the D turned into a B.
Ah! Jianwen let out a delicate cry in pain. A warm current flowed from the bottom of her heart and she sat paralyzed on the passenger seat. The person was deflated. This was most afraid of the sudden silence of the air.
Silence. Zhang Sanji smiled awkwardly and said, Actually, this seatbelt has an adjustment function. I didn't consider your figure. Sorry. With that, he reached out and adjusted the seatbelt to a comfortable length. Still strangling? At this moment,
Jianwen blushed scarlet and said with warm anger,
Drive. Alright, you sit tight. Zhang Sanfeng sweated. This little girl was really mouthy. Afterwards, he also restarted the sports car. 10 minutes later, it stopped outside an automobile exhibition hall. At this time, the showroom was bustling with people, and this show gathered all the major supercar brands, Lamborghini, Ferrari, McLaren, Maserati. Very eye-catching. Many people come here, although they can't afford to buy, but it's not bad to have a good time. The red flag S1 supercar just stopped. immediately attracted the attention of many people. Holy, what kind of car is this? It's so racy. It won't be an exhibition car too, right? What kind of eyes do you have? Don't you see the license plate hanging in front of you? It must be the car of a rich young master who came over to buy a car. I adore it. Driving a sports car to visit an automobile exhibition. The life of the rich is simple and unadorned. At this moment, the car door opened. Zhang Sanfeng got out of the car. The few young girls who were onlookers immediately had eyes that twinkled with little stars and were filled with ambiguity. That youth, so handsome, simply, the perfect prince charming in their hearts. But right at this moment, Jiang Wen also got out of the car. Her delicate face still had a hint of flushing, which was exceptionally dazzling and moving. The surrounding people saw this scene. The bottom of their hearts were also shocked to the extreme. That young girl's state. How was it a bit like she had just fought? It's hard to. The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Rich youngster was playing with flowers. Young Zhang. Just at this moment, a McLaren S6 slowly stopped. The car door opened and a youth came down. It's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Feng Lin looked excited, glanced at Jiang Wen next to him and said with delight, MS. Zhang is also here. Are you here to buy a car? For this Feng Lin, Zhang Sanfeng did not resent it and said with a slight smile, well, came over to buy a car, right? You seem to know a lot about supercars. Recommend it? Young Zhang, you finally asked the right person. Feng Lin's face was filled with pride. I've done enough tips before I came here. This exhibition gathers all the major ultra-luxury brands, and many limited edition supercars can be bought, especially Ferrari's 250 GTO, which is limited to 5 units worldwide. Many people are running towards this car. Ferrari 250 GTO? Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows, and his heart was a bit puzzled. How to take such a name? But he didn't think much about it, turning his head to look at Jiang Wen and sniffing. What do you think of this car? Jiang Wen nodded and said, a good car, priced at $25 million, equivalent to nearly 200 million yuan. No one in the country currently owns it. Ding! Mission has been refreshed. Purchase Ferrari 250 GTO. Upon completion of the mission, the Heart of the Ocean diamond necklace will be rewarded. I'm going. The reward content was directly announced again. Only, the Heart of the Ocean diamond necklace? This reward was a bit chickenish. After all, as a big man, he naturally couldn't wear it. But anyway, he had to compensate a car to Jiang Wen, so this Ferrari 250 GTO was more than suitable. And it could also fulfill a mission. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Thinking of this, Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled. Feng Lin, lead the way. Let's just go to the Ferrari showroom. Feng Lin froze, and after reacting, he excitedly said, Young Zhang, are you prepared to take this car? After all, as a supercar fanatic, if he could get up close and personal with the Ferrari 250 GT0, simply, it would fulfill a life dream. Oh, it's not driving Miss Zhang's car bad. Buy a compensation to her. After saying that, turned around and walked into the showroom. Feng Lin hurriedly chased after him and said, too luxurious. I admire. Miss Zhang, that Lamborghini is worth $30 million. You actually want to compensate her a Ferrari 250 GTO. At this moment, Jiang Wen was also frozen in place. Looking at Zhang Sanfeng's back, her beautiful eyes surfaced with a touch of strange sentiment. She also followed up with quick steps. Inside the exhibition hall, the crowd was packed, with numerous video bloggers holding cameras and generously introducing various sports cars. Soon, a few people also arrived at the Ferrari showroom. On the platform right in the center of the showroom, there was a pulling red supercar parked. Next to it stood a beautiful car model, wearing a tight cheongsam dress with the hemline open to the root of her thighs, using her own proud figure to set off the streamlined body of the sports car, and the huge headlights. There is such a supercar town scene. Naturally, there are few people onlookers. Moreover, all of them were men. This car is good. I do not know how to drive. Does it leak oil? Oil leakage? Are you kidding me? This kind of supercar is usually injected with oil. Right. Especially those two headlights. So big and round. Ordinary people can't grasp it. The onlookers' eyes were blazing and they were talking with enthusiasm. Obviously, no man could resist the temptation of a supercar. Red was Ferrari's signature color scheme. With just a glance, it could inspire desire and fervor within. Zhang Sanfeng also took a glance and spotted that supercar. Young Zhang, that car is the Ferrari 250 GTO, with a large area of charcoal fiber throughout the car, hitching to the V12 turbocharged engine, ensuring lightweight while taking into account safety. Feng Lin, who was standing at the side, said. Zhang Sanfeng turned his head and looked at Jiang Wen, asking, what do you think? Me? Jiang Wen's small face froze. She didn't expect Zhang Sanfeng to really want to buy this car. After all,
This was an ultra-luxury sports car that was priced at up to $200 million, with no more than 5 units worldwide, and there were none in Huaxia at all. Even if she had a prominent family background, for a while, she couldn't get this much money. Well, why else would we come? Since we have to compensate you, we will definitely compensate you for an expensive one, Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. I feel quite good. Zhang Wen's small face reddened and said shyly, I go. Feng Lin was a bit stunned. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Wen with this kind of expression, completely lacking any semblance of an iceberg beauty. Thinking back at this moment, just now, outside the showroom, when Zhang Wen got out of the car, her face didn't seem quite right. Instantly, he realized something. That look is not exactly the same as the footbath city girl after doing it. In the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he was worthy of being young Zhang. Chapter 69 Heart of the Ocean Diamond Chain, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Alright, this is it. Zhang San crazy casually pointed to the Ferrari 250 GTO parked there. Sir, are you sure? The staff standing aside froze. That was a supercar worth $200 million, and it was placed in the showroom to calm the scene. It was not expected to be bought at all. Moreover, Zhang Sanfeng's tone was extremely flat. It was as if he wasn't buying a supercar, but choosing radishes in a vegetable market. Well, swipe your card, Zhang San crazy said indifferently, taking out a bank card. At this moment, the people around him turned their heads and cast strange gazes. This kid is quite capable of blowing $200 million of supercars said to buy. What kind of family? That's right, I guess it's just over the top. I also have his card. It's a Huashan Bank ordinary bank card with a limit of 10 million. Laugh me to death. Limit 10 million card. Can brush out 200 million? Ha ha ha. The people in the exhibition hall sneered and looked at Zhang Sanfeng with contempt. Zhang San crazy raised an eyebrow. This card of his was indeed an ordinary bank card. Only the limit was not 10 million, but 100 billion. The exact reason for this, he hadn't looked deeper into it. It was probably the system that took care of it for him. Sir, this car is a Ferrari 250 GTO, priced at 200 million. Do you really want to buy it? At this time, the staff was also a bit unsure. Generally speaking, when a deposit reaches 200 million, the bank will give special care. The bank card used was naturally different from ordinary users. However, the youth in front of him did not look like he was pretending with his unimpressed attitude. Zhang Sanfeng was filled with black lines. This buying a car was actually so troublesome, and also sighed slightly, saying, you'll know when you brush it. Okay, sir, you wait a moment. The staff half-heartedly took the card, picked up the POS and swiped it. Drip. 2 sounds passed. Ha ha ha, the balance is not enough, right? A young man in a hipster suit next to him scoffed. This, looking at the POS prompt, the staff member was shocked and his voice trembled. The payment has been successful. Once these words came out, the entire showroom of over 100 people was silent. Silence. Asterisk. The payment has really been successful. What kind of top godly man is this? $200 million of supercars said to buy. Bull. In fact, I have long noticed that little brother. People are driving the red flag S1 supercar to come. Just now has not said anything, just to see you guys hit the face. Ha ha ha. The hipster youth standing there, his face was green and yellow, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. It was too embarrassing. The staff member winced and said in succession, Sir, this is the car key. Please keep it. We'll do the rest of the formalities as fast as we can. His tone trembled with a hint of excitement. After all, with 200 million in sales, the commission calculated at 3% was 6 million. Directly less decades of struggle. Zhang San crazy smiled faintly, took the car keys, and asked, can the seatbelt of this car be adjusted? When the crowd heard to this sentence, their faces were a little puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Yes, it can. Sir, do you have any special needs? The staff said. At this moment, Zhang Wen, who was standing at the side, had a small red face. The small heart fluttered. Unexpectedly, this San crazy was still an attentive man, simply not too warm. Subsequently, Zhang San crazy also handed the car keys to Zhang Wen. The surrounding people saw the scene and were directly shocked to the core. I'll go. A $200 million supercar just given away? It's too damn luxurious. This girl is soaked. More wealth and more billions. Flat billions close to people. I'm sour. Divine hero big brother. Still lack of pendant? Feng Lin, who was standing on the side, was also full of surprise. His family had thousands of footbath cities. He was nicknamed the Little Prince of Footbath City, and was worth tens of billions. He was a rich second generation that deservedly deserved it. But compared to Zhang Sanfeng, he was not in the same class at all, only to be crushed. Ding! The mission has been completed.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the Heart of the Ocean diamond necklace. It has been automatically deposited into the system's warehouse and can be taken out and used at any time. Zhang Sanfeng didn't have time to pay attention to the crowd and hurriedly opened the system warehouse. He saw a necklace that flashed brightly. The diamond inlay was as big as a pigeon egg. It was crystal clear and did not contain a single impurity. As if it was a night pearl, it shone brightly. This is a bit ribbed. Zhang Sanji skimmed his mouth. In the bottom of his heart, he pondered that he should find a time to sell it some other day, and it should be worth a lot of money. Young Zhang, next to it is the Rolls-Royce showroom. Should we go shopping? At this time, Feng Lin opened his mouth. Rolls-Royce? The standard equipment of a successful man. Almost every rich man had one in their home. Young Zhang, Rolls-Royce has recently launched a luxury SUV with a lot of space and power. It's perfect for driving on a trip. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng was also interested. Although the supercar was windy, it could only seat 2 people, and the storage space was pitifully small, so it was only suitable for transportation in the city. If you want to go out to play, it has to be an off-road vehicle with a lot of space and power. Thinking of this, he nodded. Okay, just go and take a look. Just outside the showroom, a man in a black suit greeted him. With a slight bow, he eagerly said, Mr. Zhang, welcome to the Rolls-Royce showroom. I am the manager here. After all, when Zhang Sanfeng came out of the Ferrari showroom, his identity as a godly tycoon had already been exposed, throwing $200 million wildly to buy a supercar and giving it to a girl without batting an eye. This kind of top-notch rich young man, it was definitely not something that a small manager like him could offend. At this moment, he was also full of enthusiasm as he introduced, Mr. Zhang, this car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The entire car is made of bulletproof material, excellent safety, perfect for successful people like you. Would you like to have one? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head and said, It's quite nice, but my family already has 8 of them. I want to buy a Cullinan. Do you have any existing cars here? The manager swallowed his saliva. He had dealt with quite a few tycoons and had seen many big scenes. However, now he was also flabbergasted. 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? What kind of family is this? After reacting back, he hurriedly pointed to a black SUV next to him and said, Mr. Zhang, this is the Cullinan. It's still the top-of-the-line version. Do you want to go up and feel it? Saying so, he pulled open the thick car door. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly and did not refuse, inviting Jiang to sit in the car with him. The car door closed. The powerful soundproofing eliminated all noise, and the windows were plastered with a special car film, so the interior of the car could not be seen at all from the outside, ensuring privacy. It was a completely secluded space. Young Zhang, you compensated me for such an expensive car. I don't know how to thank you. At this moment, Jiang Wen's small face was scarlet as she softly said, thanks. Zhang Sanfeng looked at Jiang Wen's white face and pink mouth, and silently zipped up. No need to thank, just get down. Jiang Wen's beautiful eyes froze, her face was shy, and she stuck out her little pink tongue and got down on her petite body. Hiss, don't use your teeth. Gently. I'm sorry, it's my first time. Chapter 70. Dare you come to see your father? The young master of Century Group. The showroom was crowded. The manager stood there, stomping his feet anxiously, his heart a little apprehensive. Seeing this, Feng Lin laughed and said, Don't be anxious, young Master Zhang is a very good driver. He's going to evaluate this car in all directions to see if it leaks oil, sprays water, and what the driving experience is like. Only after hearing these words did the manager breathe a sigh of relief and said, Then wait a little longer. As soon as the words fell, the door of Cullinan's car opened. Jiang Wen got out of the car with a small red face. Her cheeks were flushed, fine sweat streaked across her forehead, and her voice was a little hoarse. Zhang Sanfeng was refreshed, casually took out his bank card and said, This car is good, fully automatic, I'll buy it. Swipe the card. The manager's face was elated and said, Okay, Mr. Zhang, wait a moment, I'll expedite it. Soon, this $10 million order was also successfully completed. Mr. Zhang, where is your address? I'll arrange for someone to send the car there. The manager rubbed his hands together and said with an attentive face, Villa No. 1 of Huading Manor. You can send it over directly. The people from the property will dock with you. Zhang Sanfeng said indifferently. Okay. The manager's throat went dry and lost his voice. How terrifyingly energetic were these youths in front of him. Villa 1 of Huading Manor, rumored to have failed to be taken down even by 2 horses and a king, actually belonged to him. Appalling. Is your throat still uncomfortable? At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng looked at Jiang Wen's rosy cheeks and said with concern, You still have the nerve to ask. I've told you not to exert yourself. Jiang Wen said angrily. Feng Lin, who was standing at the side, was confused. Did he miss any important episodes?
Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, okay, next time I'll be lighter, but you shouldn't bite it either. Just contain it. Jiang Wen shyly buried her head. Her cheeks were scarlet, like a ripe peach. 1-1. Why are you here too? However, just at this time, a young man in a white suit walked over, with 3 bodyguards behind him. The atmosphere of the scene instantly turned subtle. When Jiang Wen saw the suit-clad youth, her eyes immediately went cold and said, why can't I be here? Oh, Wen, I'm not too excited to see you. By the way, I just bought a Ferrari Enzo for $4.8 million and gave it to you as a birthday gift. Birthday gift? Zhang Sanfeng raised his eyebrows and was surprised. Today is your birthday? Jiang Wen nodded her head gently, her face a little warm and angry as she said, well, thank you for making my birthday a memorable one. This, Zhang San crazy swallowed a bit of saliva. His heart was very regretful. Who are you? As Jiang Wen's senior dog licker, the young man in the suit felt a thick crisis. Coldly, he opened his mouth. At this time, Feng Lin smiled faintly and said, kid, you're not qualified to speak to young Zhang. Stay where you are. The young man in the suit boiled over and said angrily, do you know who I am? Which bird are you? Feng Lin said in disbelief. Paralyzed, my dad is Wei Jingyuan, the chairman of Century Group. Now you know who I am. Hearing these words, Feng Lin immediately deflated. His legs trembled and he blurted out, you're Wei Hu. Seeing Feng Lin's panicked appearance, Wei Hu was quite satisfied and sneered. What? Where's the aura from just now? Becoming a soft egg so quickly, laughing at this young man. At this moment, Zhang San crazy raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously, what does Century Group do? The biggest car sales company in Jiangnan City, with a market capitalization of more than $800 billion. Wei Hu is the young master of Century Group. I used to buy cars and recognize him. Then he kept pestering me, like a mangy dog, couldn't shake him off. Jiang Wen skimmed her small mouth and said, oh, kind of interesting. Do you like him? Zhang San crazy teased. He's just a playboy, changing girlfriends one day. I don't know how many women he's victimized. How could I like him? Jiang Wen's tone was filled with disgust. Upon hearing this, Zhang San crazy's face instantly sank. Amorous is fine. Messing around is not. This is the bottom line. Especially since Wei Hu was also pestering Jiang Wen. This was something he could not accept. At this time, Feng Lin's voice trembled and whispered, young Zhang, kick the iron plate. Century Group is strong. We'd better leave. It's better to do more than less. No harm. A small company like Century Group. I haven't put it in my eyes. Zhang San crazy said indifferently. Why did it feel a bit familiar? Last time in Six Dragons Mountain, Zhang San crazy had ruthlessly punched the face of Ding Sheng Group's young master Zhang Qiu. It's hard not to believe that this time. Thinking of this, Feng Lin's face was a little excited, and he also held himself without fear and said, young Zhang, then take it easy. No matter what, I'll support you. Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng laughed. This Feng Lin was really a bit of a comical attribute. Only, in his heart, he was also a little touched and said with a faint smile, you move back a little. After saying this, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Jiang Wen's delicate body, looked at Wei Hu and said, Jiang Wen is my girlfriend. You licking dog give up. Licking dog. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell silent. The people in the surroundings all sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Zhang Sanfeng with their jaws agape. There was no mistaking it. That was the young master of the Century Group. To be called a dog licker in public, this youth was too brave. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation? Too damn exciting. Worthy of being Mr. Zhang. Standing there, Feng Lin, in the bottom of his heart, called out that it was too much, itching to rush up and wave the flag for Zhang Sanfeng. Wei Hu's eyes narrowed as he sized up Zhang Sanfeng, discovering that the suit he was wearing was expensive. He should also be a rich second generation, and was not belittled. This brother, do you know who the family father is? Family father? Zhang San crazy smiled disdainfully and said, dare you come to look for your father? Why don't I help you send out a missing person notice, or I'll be your father. Put. Finding someone? The entire room erupted in snickers. The tense atmosphere that was originally tense and filled with the smell of gunpowder instantly became joyful. This youth was also too capable of disliking. The few young girls standing nearby had eyes that twinkled with little stars. Too handsome. At this moment, Wei Hu's face was gloomy to the extreme. The 3 bodyguards behind him, seeing that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, all walked up as well, clasping their hands to their chests. Their faces stared ferociously at Zhang Sanfeng. My father, Wei Jingyuan, chairman of Century Group. How dare you be so rude? Aren't you afraid of involving your family? Little Yakuza, kneel down and kowtow now and I'll forgive you. Wei Hu was full of confidence. After all, Century Group was famous and powerful in Jiangnan City. No one dared not give face. Wei Jingyuan's great name even made the tigers of everyone present tremble. One after another, they looked sympathetically at Zhang Sanfeng. That youth was in danger. I'm afraid it would also involve the entire family. Young Zhang, you should leave. I don't want to involve you. His father is really Wei Jingyuan. At this moment, Jianwen pursed her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. For Zhang Sanfeng, her heart was filled with affection. Otherwise she wouldn't have been in the car. In her opinion, although Zhang San Crazy was able to suppress Ding Shang Group, he was not qualified to face an asset predator like Wei Jingyuan. Zhang San Crazy pinched her little face and said, "Just rest assured, I'll help you with this lazy dog." After saying that, he walked out. Jiang Wen's beautiful eyes were in a trance for a while, and she muttered in her heart, "What is he going to do?" Chapter 71, Kicked in the Titanium Alloy Plate. Ma Chang encounters a bad thing. Is Wei Jingyuan coming from a big place? Of course, that's my dad. Even if I make you kneel down today, you still have to thank me gratefully. Otherwise, Wei, whose arrogant words hadn't finished, Zhang San Crazy lifted his foot and kicked it out fiercely. "You are too abrasive." After being transformed by the physique-strengthening liquid, this kick erupted with the force of 1,000 pounds. It sent Wei Hu flying backwards, spiraling and tumbling on his back, and smashing onto the ground with a bang. The bridge of his nose was broken in two, the whole face was bloodstained, and a few incisors were broken off. In a terrible mess, the exhibition hall was dead silent. The sound could be heard even if a pin was dropped. Everyone's face was surprised, looking at this scene in disbelief. "I lost, is this still a person?" With this kick, the person flew out 7 or 8 meters, and his face was sparse. "Too handsome. What a manly man." A few young girls in JK dresses, their skirts shook with excitement, and their white jade legs trembled for a while. The whole group climaxed. At this moment, Wei Hu climbed up, roaring like a madman with a pig's head on top. "Break his dog legs for me." The 3 bodyguards immediately rushed up, their faces fierce, saying, "You dare to hit the young master, looking for death." After saying that, he pulled out a throwing stick from his clothes, bullying the few with the many. "Too damn disgusting. Young Master Zhang, let me help you." Right at this moment, Feng Lin, who was standing at the side, shouted. As Zhang San Crazy's #1 little fanboy, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Casually copying a chair, he threw it out. The chair traced a beautiful arc in the air, hitting one of the bodyguards squarely in the head. The bodyguard looked stunned and twisted his head. Engage in a sneak attack." After saying this, both eyes fainted. Feng Lin clapped his hands and was full of joy. "This is said. All fought. Where does it matter what sneak attack or not?" Zhou Shuren had said that fighting was about surprise and victory. At this moment, while the other 2 bodyguards were confused, Zhang San Crazy instantly struck, crashing through the 2 with a single punch. Their figures were like kites with broken strings, flying out 5 or 6 meters backwards, smashing heavily on the ground, and they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Is this a martial arts master? There is no mistake. It's not like making a movie, flying 2 people with 1 fist. To believe in science, this definitely makes sense. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Just now, when Zhang San Crazy kicked Wei Hu with his foot to fly, it was still justifiable. After all, one's physique could not be compared to another's, and if one had specialized in practicing their thigh muscles, it was completely possible to do so. But, nowadays, 1 punch crushed 2 adults. This Nima is not a fantasy novel. Blow what myth? Zhang San Crazy ignored the crowd, picked up the throwing stick on the ground, and slowly walked towards Wei Hu. You don't come over," Wei Hu shouted like crazy. His body was trembling erratically, paralyzed with fear. His face was as fearful as it needed to be. Zhang San Crazy sneered and looked down at Wei Hu. The muscles of his arm slightly fired. Instantly, the flinging stick made of steel twisted into a twist. He grabbed Wei Hu's collar and picked him up like a dead dog, his tone exuding coldness. "Kid, there are some people you shouldn't mess with and can't afford to mess with. Even if your father Wei Jingyuan is just a punk in my eyes. If you still dare to pester Jianwen, I guarantee that there will be no more Century Group in Jiangnan City." Although the tone was flat, it carried a majesty that he didn't dare to resist. It pressed Wei Hu to lose his breath. At this moment, he realized that he had kicked a titanium alloy plate. This youth in front of him, his identity was definitely not simple. Century Group? In his eyes as not. "Do you understand me? Answer me," Zhang San Crazy said in a cold voice. Wei Hu trembled in fear, his eyes surfacing with intense fear. How could he dare to disobey in the slightest? Nodding his head like a chicken pecking rice, his voice trembled as he said, "Young Zhang, it's because I have eyes but no pearls. The water has washed away the Dragon King temple and offended you. A big brother, I implore you to be a big man and let me go as a fart." Hearing these words, Zhang Sanfeng was quite satisfied. casually spreading his hands and dropping him on the ground. He faintly said, "Alright, let's forget about today's matter. Remember what you just said. If you dare to make any more attempts on John 1, there's no need for the Wei family to exist anymore. Don't challenge my bottom line. I'll do what I say. Get lost." At this point, Wei, who was on the verge of crying, how could he still have the appearance of a playboy? He said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, thank you young Master Zhang, I'll roll now." After saying that, he ran away like he was running for his life. Lest Zhang San crazy backtracked and taught him another lesson. "Holy, young Zhang, you are also too domineering. If I were a woman, I would want to marry you." At this moment, Feng Lin ran over with an excited face. Wei, who was the young master of Century Group, probably, he had never been humiliated like this in his life. It was just like beating up a fallen dog. It was too damn good. Zhang Sanfeng turned around, the chill on his face instantly dissipated, and with a slight smile, he said, "Alright, let's go." Now that the car had been bought, there was no point in staying at the car show anymore. It would be better to go back to the villa and sleep. Moreover, Zhang San Crazy's domineering scene just now directly stunned the eyeballs of a group of young girls, causing countless young women to climax with infatuation. At this moment, they all cast blazing gazes. They couldn't wait to swarm up and strip Zhang San Crazy of his clothes. It was just thrilling. After leaving the car show, Feng Lin also didn't act as a lightbulb and casually found a reason to leave. When he left, Zhang San Crazy drove the red flag S1 supercar and sent Jianwen back to the Fairview Villa. On the side of the road, the sports car slowly stopped. The car door opened and a pair of long, well-proportioned jade legs stretched out as Jianwen got out of the car. "I'll go home then. You drive slowly." Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "Alright, I'll ask you out to play some other day. I'll treat you to milk-flavored cucumbers." Jianwen's small face flashed a hint of redness. Lowering her head and shyly said, "Aha." It wasn't until the silhouette disappeared from sight. Only then did Zhang San Crazy start the sports car and stepped on the gas pedal. Boom! The sports car seemed like a wild horse that had taken off the reins, whooshing onto the road and speeding down the bustling streets of Jiangnan City. 10 minutes later, outside Villa No. 1 of Huading Manor, Zhang Sanfan parked his car, walked into the villa, and lazily lay on the sofa. When he was about to turn on the TV, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the incoming call notification, Zhang San Crazy casually connected it. "Hey, Xianzi, why did you remember to call me?" Ma Chang on the opposite side sighed and said, "San Crazy, do you have time tonight? I'm depressed at heart. Let's come out for a drink as brothers." Hearing these words, Zhang San Crazy raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously, "Chang Zi, coming out for a drink at night? Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will get angry?" The speakers fell silent for a moment. Then Ma Chang's helpless voice came out. "Anger is anger. It's better than calling me a loser. If you don't have time then forget it. I'll drink by myself." Listening to this tone, Ma Chang had met something. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad. Running out to drink at night. Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "Okay, Henley Bar, I won't see you in half an hour." "Well, I'm going out. You come quickly." Chapter 72 Dogma's Workplace Battles. 5 billion for you to charge performance. After putting down his cell phone, Zhang Sanfan was a bit puzzled. When he was in school, Ma Chang was a youth with an optimistic nature. What happened to him? Have to use wine to relieve their sorrows. Shaking his head, he also did not think too much. Took the car keys and went out the door. Half an hour later, outside Henley Bar, a red flag S1 slowly stopped. The car boy immediately walked up and chided, "Drive away. This is our boss's exclusive parking space." At this moment, the car door opened and Zhang San Crazy got out of the car. The car boy's face froze in surprise. "Boss, you changed cars." Then he hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, I really didn't know it was you." After all, the last time Zhang Sanfeng came, he was still driving a Lamborghini Venom. It was worth $200 million. To change such an expensive sports car at the drop of a hat, it was too damn luxurious. Zhang San Crazy smiled faintly and casually pulled out a few bills, saying, "It's not easy to work at night. A reward for you. I've arranged to meet a friend at the bar. Don't expose my identity." The car boy's eyes were glowing as he took the bills and said repeatedly, "Okay, boss. Not, Mr. Zhang, please." Zhang San Crazy turned around and walked towards the bar. Upon entering the bar, he saw Ma Chang, who was sitting alone at the bar drinking mulled wine, one cup after another. He simply couldn't stop. On the bar, it was also filled with empty bottles. Right at this moment, Zhao Tai walked over with a face full of excitement and bowed deeply, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you're here." After obtaining 10% of the shares of Henley Bar, Zhao Tai was as if he was full of fighting spirit, as if he had been given chicken blood, and he ran the bar with all his heart. The turnover skyrocketed. He also changed from a foreign laborer to a white-collar worker with a small deposit. All of this was thanks to Zhang Sanji. He was naturally very enthusiastic and hurriedly asked, "What are your orders?" Zhang San crazy glanced at Ma Chang and said, "That youth is my buddy. Change the wine to the best, but don't let him find out." After all, he didn't want to stress Ma Chang out. What friends talked about amongst themselves was feelings, not interests. If Ma Chang was made to feel the humiliation of being patronized, the friendship would come to an end. As the bar manager, Zhao Tai was a man of the people. Naturally, he understood Zhang San crazy's meaning and didn't say anything more, nodding his head and saying, "All right, I'll arrange it." At this time, Zhang San crazy revealed a smile and also walked over, patting Ma Chang's shoulder. "You kid isn't generous. Why are you drinking first?" Seeing that it was Zhang San crazy, Ma Chang's despondent face barely squeezed out a smile. "I was depressed at heart, so I drank a little first." There were a dozen or so empty wine bottles lying on the side, which was more than just a little bit of drinking. Zhang San crazy smiled, took the glass of wine handed by the bartender and said, "Xianzi, don't just drink mulled wine. Tell me what's bothering you." Ma Chang smiled helplessly and bitterly, drinking the wine in his hand in a single gulp. His face surfaced with doubt. "This wine, how is it different from what he just drank?" But he didn't think much about it, casually lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and then said, "San crazy, I'm only giving you this because I consider you a brother. Don't laugh at me." Hearing these words, Zhang San crazy laughed. "How can that be? Go ahead." Ma Chang sighed and said, "I didn't trust my old husband's relationship. Working as a manager in the Huashang Bank, originally, everything was fine, but a week ago, my old husband was overturned, squatted in jail because of embezzlement. The point is, he has retired for 5 or 6 years. There are still people turning over old scores. This is not clearly aimed at me. The newly transferred supervisor has a lot of opinions about me, giving me small shoes everywhere at work, and also deducted my bonus this month." Hearing these words, Zhang San crazy raised his eyebrows. "Then why is the supervisor targeting you? Mentioning this makes me angry." Ma Chang took a hard drag on his cigarette and said, "This supervisor is a hypocrite. Last time I was in the underground parking lot, I bumped into him molesting a female employee in our department. Do you think I can stand this?" At that time, I slapped him with a brick and gave him a mild concussion. The most bloody thing is that recently that female employee took the initiative to seduce the supervisor, and the two of them are working together to force me to resign so that she can sit in the manager's position. This, Zhang Sanfeng was stunned to the core. TV dramas don't even dare to shoot like this. It's too bloody. Ding. Triggering a random mission to help Ma Chang get promoted to supervisor. Time limit 24 hours. $5 billion of losers' money has been deposited into the host's account. Please complete the task on time. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Zhang San crazy's complexion froze. Hastily picking up his cell phone, he saw an incoming text message. Industrial and Agricultural Bank, honorable user. Your account in our bank was credited 5 million. The string of zeros after the 5 was extremely visual. Although 5 billion renminbi was not comparable to those company shares that the system rewarded. However, it was still a huge sum of money. The corners of Zhang San crazy's mouth lifted into a smile as he opened his mouth and asked, "Xianzi, how's your recent performance?" Ma Chang's face froze. What the hell?" Zhang Sanfeng faintly smiled and said, "I recently received a project payment of $5 billion. The interest rate of that previous bank was too low. I want to deposit in another bank." Upon hearing this, Ma Chang's face was filled with shock, and the hand holding the cigarette couldn't stop trembling. "What are you kidding? $5 billion of construction money? Is this installing an elevator to Mount Everest or tiling the Great Wall? No, don't lie to me. 3 crazy. Is there really such a big project?" Ma Chang shocked. He, Xianzi, what kind of relationship are we? I won't lie to you even if I lie to anyone. How about this? I'll go to your bank tomorrow and use $5 billion to punch your performance. Zhang San crazy said indifferently. Ma Chang's head exploded with a bang. 5 billion renminbi to punch performance. It was only Zhang San crazy who could say that. Ma Chang also slowed down for half a day before calming down. San crazy, if you deposit 5 billion in our bank, not only will you become a supreme VIP customer, I will also be promoted to supervisor. I really don't know how to thank you. Zhang San crazy laughed and raised his wine glass. Harm, what thank you or not? What is our relationship? It's settled. Drink. Okay, I'll spin you one. Ma Chang couldn't help but pick up a bottle of Jacka's red wine. It was priced at 88,000. Blowing into the mouth of the bottle, the red wine instantly reached the bottom. Subsequently, the two people were drinking and chatting at the bar. Time passed a little bit, and soon came to the early hours of the morning. At this time, Ma Chang has been drinking and cannot walk. Zhang San crazy called Zhao Tai and asked him to arrange for someone to send Ma Chang back. Okay boss, then you? Don't worry about me. Go get busy. After leaving the bar, Zhang San crazy also took out his cell phone and called a chauffeur. Soon, a man came over on a folding bicycle and stopped in front of him. Boss, is this the chauffeur you called? Zhang San crazy nodded and said, well, here are the car keys. The man took the car key and pressed it. The lights of the red flag S1 supercar, which was parked on the side, lit up. His face was shocked, frozen in place. No, boss, you drove this car ah? What's wrong? Afraid to drive it? The man swallowed his saliva and said, that's not true. I'm afraid to scratch and rub it for you. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang San crazy said indifferently, it's fine, the collision is on me. Get in the car quickly. I'm a little sleepy. The man took a deep breath and sat in the red flag S1 driver's seat. Boss, where do you live? Huading Manor Villa 1. I'll go. The man's heart was shaken to the core. Driving a sports car, living in a mansion, at a young age. He already didn't need to work hard. More than that, he had simply reached the peak of his life. Afterwards, he tremblingly started the sports car. At a speed of 20 miles per hour, it sped towards Huading Manor.